Right in the middle of a huge metropolis is the legendary Awakening Square, where the fate of thousands of young people is decided under the boundless sky. Anticipating a great future, Lin Han declares that he has been waiting for this moment for 10 years, because everyone upon reaching adulthood must pass the ritual and receive a unique gift. Happily dancing with happiness, the lucky one rejoices in the profession of chicken breeder, because now the family business has officially acquired a professional heir. Skills are divided into combat, auxiliary, and household, making you an ordinary man in the street, so the girl who dreamed of becoming a florist in despair because of the role of the shooter. Sincerely believing in his own exclusivity, Lin Han does not even consider other options than the path of the warrior, considering it the only worthy path for a real man. Surrounding himself with dark thoughts about endless dungeons and dangerous monsters, he realizes that only through battles and risks can he become truly powerful. With his sword raised high to the clouds in his daring fantasies, Lin Han already sees himself as the greatest master who is destined to climb to the very top of this cruel world. Interrupting this pretentious flight of imagination, someone from the crowd returns the guy from heaven to earth, reminding him that it's his turn to disgrace or shine before the altar. Wang Qiang whispers to his gawking friend and tries to bring Lin Han to his senses, telling him that it's finally his turn. Suddenly realizing the gravity of his situation, the boy notices the withering look of the class teacher, who is clearly not happy with his slowness. Crossing her arms over her chest, teacher Yang Shuiwei advises her student not to worry too much, especially when the distribution of his future work is at stake. Shouting grandiose promises as he runs, the loyal Wang Qiang vows to go hunting together as soon as his companion finally awakens the power of a true warrior. Standing in front of the mysterious figure in a hoodie, the guy froze in anticipation of his fate, while the latter called him to enter the magic circle without fear and accept the destiny of a warrior. As Lin Han stepped resolutely into the glowing runes, he mentally reviewed all the long years of hard training that he had devoted to becoming the most powerful fighter in the world. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of energy shot out from under his feet, shooting bolts through space and causing the entire area to shake with the violent power of the awakening ritual. The onlookers watching gaped in shock, unable to believe that an ordinary-looking guy had such potential, foreshadowing the appearance of transcendent skills. All of a sudden, the panicked students started looking around in fright, not understanding why the ceremony had turned into some kind of crazy light show. Adjusting her glasses, the curator hastened to explain to the students that such abnormal special effects accompany only hidden classes, when nature recognizes the greatness of the future hero. The stunned crowd immediately began to whisper that this upstart now simply has to fly to the very top of the world's top and become a living legend. Right in the air, a system notification materialized in front of Lin Han, confirming the successful profession change to a rare hidden class called the Cleric of Life. With a face full of despair, the would-be warrior realized in horror that the system had turned him into an ordinary support healer, putting an end to all dreams of brutal battles. Flashing bright blue neon right in front of the stunned Lin Han, the system notification turned the usual profession change ceremony into a real shock to those present. Sighing in frustration, the crowd instantly changed from enthusiastic whispers to pitiful comments, because such a scenario is a complete failure and the end of the ambitions of a tough fighter. Perplexed, one of the students decided to ask the mentor why such a powerful visual effect when waking up turned out to be such a bad result in the end. Explaining the matter, the teacher emphasized that even though clerics are considered top supporters because of their spells, in this world they are still a white crow cast among other magicians. According to the rules of the world of 9 cycles of 10 levels, Lin Han will have to go to the epicenter of disasters for rare elements. But for a beginner, this is a path with no chance of success. In all of history, no cleric has managed to advance past level 10, which is why this profession is officially considered the most hopeless trash. Consoling the upset guy, the curator gently notes that Lin Han should not be so upset, because he got not just an ordinary role, but a whole hidden specialization. Walking slowly down the corridor all by himself, the young man suddenly realizes that his basic stats are actually an order of magnitude higher than most ordinary people. When a life cleric carefully examines his status, he sees impressive numbers of strength and stamina that would be ideal for a powerful warrior, rather than a frail healer. Immersed in reading the system interface, the guy finally decides to find out exactly what skills fate gave him when he woke up. Frustrated, he looks at the list of available spells and finds only the standard set of healing, summoning, and blessing songs. While lamenting the injustice, Lin Han thinks in his heart that even a simple peaceful profession would be more useful than this dead-end class with its eternal level limit. Right before the eyes of the astonished guy, a window of a certain myriad system pops up, which itself connects to consciousness and offers a long-awaited cheat for changing reality. Once in the center of the shining sphere, this lucky person decides not to be trifling and asks the system to strengthen all its abilities at once, to which it willingly agrees. Before him appears a list of stats with millions of units and descriptions of 4 forbidden spells that turn a cleric into a living weapon of mass destruction. Looking at his new IM skills and 10,000-fold power boost, Lin Han anticipates how he will now easily plunge into the most dangerous depths of any disaster. Out of nowhere, a friend grabs the guy's shoulder and exclaims with relief that he has finally found him in all the confusion. Loudly indignant, his friend scolds him for disappearing after the ceremony, and right on the street offers Lin Han to farm dungeons for a week so that they can pass the academy exam together. Suddenly, their friendly idol is interrupted by someone's caustic laughter, full of disdain for Wang Cheng's plans and the very idea of his companion's admission. Crossing his arms over his chest, the arrogant guy openly mocks Lin Han, calling his profession the most useless and predicting him the role of an errand boy. After harshly rebuking the impudent Gao Cheng, Wang Cheng points out to him that the status of an attacking class thief does not give him the right to spread his tongue and throw mud at everyone. Keeping the distance to a minimum, the bully mockingly reminds Lin Han that even great results in the past don't guarantee success in the harsh world of the awakened. Spluttering with anger, this arrogant guy tells the guy right to his face that people from poverty and slums like him are doomed to remain useless garbage forever. While maintaining an icy calm under a barrage of insults, Lin Han only throws out a brief demand to get out of the way, which completely infuriates the opponent. Completely out of touch with reality, Gao Chun breaks down into a heart-rending scream and demands that the guy stop playing the genius because his new profession is complete garbage. Instead of saying too many words, Lin Han simply lunges forward, putting all the transcendent power that the system has given him into one lightning strike. From the most powerful collision, the air literally explodes, and the arrogant offender, without even having time to put up a block, flies head over heels to the side, knocking out dust from the pavement. Slamming his back into a stone wall, the defeated bully barely opens his eyes and realizes in complete shock that he has just been beaten by someone he thought was a weakling. With an icy grin on his face, Lin Han asks his enemy again if he is still confident in his ability to defeat him with a single left. Taken aback by this audacity, the bully only stared at the impudent guy in disbelief as he confidently approached him to the accompaniment of frightened exclamations from his friends. Cracking his knuckles defiantly, the handsome man snidely clarified whether this loser really hoped to get off with just a couple of bruises after his threats. In an attempt to maintain his remaining authority, the defeated bully began to vaguely stutter about the future 10th level and the second development cycle, which supposedly would make him invincible. Completely breaking into a high-pitched scream, the humiliated boy, eyes burning with rage, swore that he would make his abuser regret the very fact of his birth. Ignoring the pretentious nonsense, Lin Han only idly flexed his fists, causing the boastful group to turn into comically fleeing and screaming weaklings in the blink of an eye. Retreating under the shadow of his friend's shadow, the bruised bully yelled the standard threat to wait one last time before shamefully fleeing into an alley from the invincible couple. Under the rose-tinted evening sky, Lin Han heard a rapturous prophecy of future greatness, which he quickly cut short with a grunt about the late hour. Trying to get out of the way as quickly as possible, the two friends exchanged a few words about the seriousness of what was said, while the city lights were already starting to light up in the coming dusk. Forced to climb through the rubble in the middle of a perpetual construction project, the guy cursed the road workers for their slowness, which annoyed him so much on this already lousy day. Pausing in front of the lighted entrance to a dark alley, the lone silhouette with a backpack was lost in thought for a long time before deciding to take a step towards the unknown. With a heavy sigh of frustration, Lin Han was at a complete loss as he tried to think of a plausible explanation for everything that had happened for his parents. Hunched under the weight of his dark thoughts, Lin Han slowly trudged up the stairs, imagining in advance what a deep disappointment his parents would fall into. As soon as he turned the key in the lock, he froze in the doorway with the sudden realization that the whole house was filled with a divine aroma, hinting at a festive dinner. His parents, beaming with happiness, greeted him right on the doorstep, explaining that their boss had deliberately let everyone go early for such an important event as their son's awakening. As soon as the hungry boy reached for a plate of delicious meat and sauce, his mother's stern voice immediately reminded him to wash his hands before eating. While pouring drinks, his father offered to share a drink with him, while the hero of the occasion, in a cold sweat, tried to find the words to tell the truth about his abilities. As my father pours the golden drink into a mug, he admits with a touch of regret that the homeroom teacher has already brought them up to date on the unfortunate distribution of roles. Smiling encouragingly at his son, the man reminds that being a warrior is not the limit of dreams, because real talent can manifest itself in any field. Clinking glasses loudly for a bright future, the whole family decides not to hang their noses, and Lin Han firmly promises his loved ones that he will never deviate from his goal. While his mother is quietly doing household chores in the kitchen, the guy tries to offer his help, but she only sends him to rest in front of the TV. With a mysterious stutter of excitement, the father suddenly pulls out a huge battered case and solemnly announces that this is a special surprise for his son. Holding the heavy crate with difficulty, the boy listens in disbelief to his father's drunken tirade about how cool and prestigious their family was many generations ago. Skeptically considering the shabby thing, the young man learns from his mother that this ancient treasure was inherited by his ancestors for more than 100 years. Barely able to cope with the weight of the bulky gift, the poor guy tries to keep his balance while the intoxicated father leans on top of him with his stories about the former greatness of the family. Against the background of the silhouette of the legendary ancestor, a parting message sounds that the magic artifact is ideal for the new work of the son and will become his faithful companion in training. Looking at the old staff, the guy realizes that he is holding the rarest gold equipment, and waving the artifact, he realizes that it gives a powerful boost to lightning attack and defense. After waiting until late at night, the main character turns to his magic system with a request to maximize the things received from his parents. Instead of the old clothes, Lin Han is now wearing a legendary robe with a shield that absorbs all health, and Lin Han is now ready to challenge any danger. Slightly grinning at his own audacity, the guy declares that magicians have always been good at fighting, and therefore he now chooses the most strange path for himself. Loudly proclaiming his new title to the whole neighborhood, he clearly made random passers-by under the windows of a high-rise building shiver in bewilderment at such a sudden pathos. Settling back on the bed, Lin Han studies the notification that he needs to obtain some primordial elements in order to make a cool breakthrough to the next level. Thoughtfully flipping through the feed in search of answers, he comes across advice from an anonymous person from the internet who sends him to the kingdom of High Z for adventures. Looking at the monster-infested coast with raging hurricanes, it is immediately clear that a walk there will be hell, and any sane person stays away from storms. A notification from Wang Chang that came to his phone only confirms the hero's guesses that the kingdom is exactly the place where you can find a real disaster to level up. Mentally apologizing to his friend for not taking him to such a dangerous area because of the low level, the guy decides to give up on the joint grind for the sake of solo progress. Looking at the glowing numbers on the lock screen, he decides that it's time to get some sleep, hoping that tomorrow will go as smoothly as possible and without unnecessary jams. The huge building of the transfer square meets with its monumental architecture, hinting that it is from here that all the most serious trips to other worlds begin. With his hand on the terminal interface, Lin Han selects the endpoint of his route, ready to face any monsters and storms. Resolutely heading into the very center of the raging neon glow, the guy leaves behind the familiar world, taking the final farewell of a happy journey from the interface. As he smoothly reaches out to touch the vibrating surface of the magic barrier, he feels the tingle of pure mana separating him from the beginning of the most important adventure of his life. Confidently stepping onto solid ground, Lin Han finally finds himself in a new world, showing with all his appearance that the games are over and now everything will be like an adult. When he comes across an old wooden sign with a grim warning about poisonous frogs and shedding tears, he realizes that there will definitely not be an easy walk here. Feeling someone's heavy gaze on him from the impenetrable darkness, the young magician realizes that monsters are waiting at every turn, turning his adventure into a real test of survival. Suddenly, a colossal, toothy monster bursts out of the shadows, which with its terrible grin and huge size clearly demonstrates why newcomers are not welcome here. Surrounded by ice spikes and shimmering magic spheres, a monster emerges from the shadows, its powerful aura literally making the air vibrate with the impending threat. At the very moment when the enemy attack should have reached the target, a blinding flash of golden light blocks the blow, creating an impenetrable barrier around the hero. Lin Han takes a deep breath and is delighted to note that the legendary item worked perfectly, activating the protective shield just when it was most needed. Taking advantage of the enemy's momentary confusion, he takes cover behind a rotating energy dome as the ferocious creature prepares to jump again. Clutching his head in a sudden bout of savage pain, he can barely contain a scream as his mind is literally torn apart by the onslaught of an invisible force. After receiving a cold warning from the system about the futility of a physical shield against mental attacks, the young man boldly snaps back, refusing to admit defeat. Shouting a grandiose incantation about lost wanderers and the rage of the gods, Lin Han raises his glowing staff to the heavens to summon the power of chaos. Abruptly shouting out the name of the forbidden spell, the magician brings down a colossal, fiery meteorite on the world, which cuts through the clouds and brings with it total destruction. With a deafening roar, a powerful explosion covers the ocean and land, creating a giant glowing dome that literally evaporates everything that its fierce flames touch. A terrified assistant flies into the minister's office and reports on the move that the magic sensors in the entire city have suddenly gone off scale from an unreal energy jump. Analyzing the situation, the official talks about the impossibility of an enemy attack because they are reliably covered by a dozen other cities in the coastal defense line. Once in the control center, the minister orders to contact the management to find out if there are people who can control spells of this level. Studying the anomaly on the radar, the official demands to check the archives for the presence of super powerful magicians, while the security systems continue to record a monstrous energy release. Looking at the red screen that says critical danger, the operator requests the introduction of a state of emergency for the entire city and tries to calculate the source of power. A warning message about the assignment of the first level of threat to the situation is distributed in the city streets, accompanied by an order for all residents to immediately flee to the shelter. Horrified by the scale of the disaster, crowds watch as a wave of debris and magical energy descends on city blocks, wiping out everything in its path. One of the officers in a protective suit reports that the first wave was successfully blocked by a shield, but the evacuation order remains in effect due to the risk of repeated strikes. The huge headquarters building freezes in anticipation of the departure command, while military detachments complete their training camps and prepare to leave the danger zone at any second. Right in front of Lin Han's eyes, the game menu pops up, filled with rare artifacts and mountains of gold that fell into the inventory after successfully destroying the target. Looking through the list of his new treasures, the guy thinks that the way to the 10th level was a hell of a long time, but such an epic drop was definitely worth the effort. After receiving a notification about a rare loot, a mage with eyes burning with excitement immediately agrees to an insane 10,000th increase in the skill book he just found. Thanks to a magical modification, an ordinary folio turns into a forbidden spell, Grace of the Gods, which allows you to destroy enemies completely silently. Looking at a large-scale explosion somewhere on the horizon, the guy realizes that he needs to get to the epicenter as soon as possible in order to collect the pure energy of fire and wind there. Checking the ghostly lines on his holographic map, this adventurer confidently chooses the right direction and rushes straight to his goal. Once in the very mouth of an erupting volcano, the young man is relieved to find that the monsters are defeated by the elements and the cherished fire element is right in front of him. Having discovered a floating magic cube among the hot rocks, the guy does not hide his delight that he has finally found the primordial element of fire. With a single tap of the system interface, they confirm the transfer of a valuable artifact to their inventory, while simultaneously being surprised at how easily they got a rare reward. Not wanting to waste a single second of precious time, the adventurer rushes to the raging water obstacles, where, judging by the hints of the map, the next important trophy is hidden. Right in the midst of the giant waves and water chaos, a blinding glow flashes, indicating the presence of an incredibly powerful source of ancient energy. Balancing above the roaring ocean, the young man with a triumphant cry notices in the very center of the water vortex a huge iridescent crystal, which is the element of wind. Once in the High's kingdom, Lin Han explains that he has obtained 2 elemental springs and a pile of loot, and is already looking forward to how the auction will turn the inventory into a mountain of gold. After completing the mission, the satisfied adventurer quickly leaves the location under the rays of the setting sun, confident that the most difficult part is already over. However, upon arrival in the city, plans for a relaxing holiday abruptly collapse, and an emergency alert blares from all speakers about the immediate closure of all teleportation halls. Caught in the midst of a panicked crowd, he watches as people run away from the approaching tsunami, turning the organized evacuation into chaos. Approaching the portal employee with a silent question in his eyes, the magician stumbles upon a dry statement of the fact that all the magic gates of the city are now completely blocked. Taken aback by this news, the guy tries to argue that he has just returned, but the employee only insistently pulls him along, persuading him to proceed to the shelter. Listening to explanations about the mysterious force from the Haze Kingdom that caused the devastating tsunami, the hero is horrified to realize that the culprit of the nightmare was a forbidden spell. With a surge of guilt, the boy curses his own indiscretion because he clearly underestimated the power of the magic used, which almost wiped out the city from the face of the earth. Ignoring the calls to hide in a shelter, the determined magician pretentiously steps towards the danger, intending to personally clean up the consequences of the mess. Above the city rises the monumental Wall of Life, where magicians in golden circles are using their last strength to maintain a shimmering protective barrier that holds back the onslaught of the elements. Inside the command center, chaos erupted as the cameraman warned the minister that the next devastating strike was only 5 minutes away. Abruptly raising his hand, the leader ordered to immediately mobilize all strong fighters above level 30 and request help from the neighboring megacities. While decisions were being made at the top, ominous cracks began to creep along the outer side of the defensive structure as the giant waves threatened to turn the city into ruins. When the minister noticed the new damage on the monitors, he was furious that the disaster was coming at the worst possible time when the shields were almost depleted. Gritting his teeth and concentrating all his determination in his eyes, the man announced the beginning of the final battle, where everyone must give their best to save civilians. Activating the most powerful gravity inversion magic, the minister ordered the mages to hit the barrier to throw the tsunami back into the ocean before it covered residential areas. The huge wall of water was already very close to the protective field, which caused the magic dome to pulse violently with bright green light under the deafening roar of the elements. Completely exhausted, one of the defenders realized that their combined magical power simply couldn't keep up with the rapidly increasing speed of the incoming water. Looking at the approaching death, the politician thought with horror whether the great city is really doomed to complete disappearance from the face of the earth today. Suddenly, in this nightmare, the mysterious spell, Song of Blessing, rang out, and the space around lit up with a blinding glow, giving hope for a miracle. Exhausted defenders suddenly feel a surge of incredible power and jump to their feet, genuinely wondering whose magic gift brought them back to the line so timely. Just a hair's breadth away from disaster, the magicians desperately try to rein in the enraged elements as giant waves crash against the shimmering barrier. Having ordered his subordinates to hold the shield with the last of their strength, the minister announces the successful activation of the barrier, which allowed him to take control of the raging tsunami. Furiously shouting orders, the leader demands to immediately open the teleportation portal to send the remnants of the destructive water mass as far away from the city as possible. Flashing blindingly in the center of the storm, the portal begins to rapidly suck in the ocean, causing the water level to drop first by 10 and then by 50%. Looking at the suddenly calm sea surface, the heroes finally exhale with relief, realizing that they still managed to do the impossible and save everyone. Barely catching their breath, the two pretty battered guys are incredibly relieved to realize that their crazy plan has finally worked. Against the background of an endless blue sky, pierced by the rays of the sun, someone very cool flies away, leaving behind only the enthusiastic screams of bystanders. With a cheeky and smug grin, Lin Han claims that the whole mess was nothing to him, even though he didn't look like he was exerting too much effort. He swallows hard as he looks down at the waves raging below, realizing that his forbidden spells are not toys and that next time it might end in total disaster. Hearing the sharp trill of an incoming call, the guy freezes in the middle of the sky, listening to an excited voice reminding him that the real world with its tsunami has not gone away. Turning on the obedient son mode, he begins to justify himself to his mother, making up a story about the lack of communication in the shelter so that she does not find out what he really did. A blinding flash of light slowly clears over the city as Lin Han makes plans for tomorrow and peeks into the Hall of Exaltation for a new quest and raises some money. A majestic building appears before your eyes where the guy shows up with the firm intention of getting his second task to advance through the level. Sitting at the registration desk, a strict employee takes the completed questionnaire from the guy and starts checking his personal data so that everything is official and without cheating. Looking at the papers, the woman falls into a slight stupor from the fact that 18-year-old Lin Han, who has such power, is listed as only a modest healer according to the documents. With a smirk on her face, she offers a choice between a stable quest of high rank and complete obscurity, to which our hero, without hesitation, chooses a risky random. Having succumbed to excitement, the guy raises his hands over the magic crystal ball to fill it with his energy and finally find out what problem the system will throw at him. Looking at the screen, the receptionist takes Lin Han for another naive novice who hopes to ride out on pure luck and get an easier task. Announcing the result, the system issues a shocking notification about the selection of an S-rank quest, requiring you to go to the underground dungeon and knock out the heart of the Apostle of the Abyss. Almost without hesitation, the guy accepts the task, which puts the employee in a complete stupor, because for the healer, such a choice sounds like a voluntary death sentence. Trying to reason with the madman, the woman literally breaks down to scream, proving that S rank is suicide, but our hero only calmly confirms that everything will be fine with him. Seeing that it's useless to argue, she presses the confirm button with a heavy sigh, and the final system message pops up on the screen that the quest is officially accepted. Leaving the noisy hall behind, Lin Han focuses on the details of the mission, realizing that now there is no turning back, and the most serious test of strength awaits him. With the faintest hint of a grin, he had just confirmed accepting the task when a loud shout from behind interrupted his thoughts, causing him to turn around to look at the noisy trio. Crossing his arms over his chest in a confident pose, some guy decided to push the pathos speech that it was simply impossible to complete an S-rank mission without his super team. Looking down appraisingly, this bald leader asked his question with a cheeky expression, clearly expecting the newcomer to immediately agree to their generous offer. Smiling broadly and literally glowing with self-confidence, the gang leader, along with his wards, insistently invites him to join the team, promising easy completion of the mission. Completely unimpressed by this suggestion, Lin Han politely but firmly declares his desire to swing solo, which infuriates the bully who is used to submission. Unable to contain his anger at such an audacious refusal, the shaven-headed thug rushes into the attack with a wild cry, trying to teach the upstart a lesson with a powerful fist. Without even moving, the young man sends the aggressor into a deep flight with a short and incredibly fast movement, accompanying the reception with a laconic message to go far away. Shocked by what they saw, witnesses and defeated opponents are horrified to realize that this guy, who was mistaken for a weak support, has the power of a true monster. Rubbing his bruised face, the defeated leader listens to the guys' questions about how they feel, while one of them, in a fit of stupid loyalty, offers to kill the offender in a crowd. After slapping an enterprising subordinate on the back of the head, the bald man reminds the gang that it is strictly forbidden for mercenaries to organize mob justice and fights in private. As the bully watches the young man leave with a hard, hateful stare, he swears to himself that next time he will throw away fair play and make this guy crawl on his knees in front of him. Leaving all the showdowns behind, the traveler goes to the majestic tower of the trading market to finally deal with the accumulated goods and replenish the wallet. After meeting a friendly employee in the lobby, the guy briefly explains the purpose of his visit with a desire to sell extra equipment and follows her deep into the building to evaluate the goods. With a respectful bow, the receptionist leads the guest to the elite VIP lounge, where he politely asks what kind of equipment he plans to put up for sale. As Lin Han casually waved his hand, a giant mountain of glittering swords and armor instantly rose up in front of the shocked employee. A few minutes later, an important man in a formal suit appears in the doorway, apologizing for the delay and introducing himself as the branch manager surnamed Lu. With undisguised delight, the experienced appraiser examines the mountain of trophies, while simultaneously thinking about how powerful the Merchant Guild is to hide talented monsters. After taking a professional look at this steely madness, Mr. Lu gives a verdict that even the most ordinary junk from this pile will pull in millions. Having fished out two particularly pretentious blades with a unique design from the general pile, Lin suggests that the manager evaluate them separately, clearly counting on a more solid jackpot. After summoning the powers of the god of evaluation, Mr. Lu activates a magic skill to see through the true nature and hidden characteristics of these unusual items. With a big smile at the value of what he saw, the expert confirms the legendary rank of the equipment and offers a space amount for this incomplete set without any extra bidding. As a sign of recognition and to consolidate the status of an elite client, the manager hands the guy a VIP card of the shopping market, which guarantees the maximum level of service in any city. Having decided not to stop there and immediately spend some of the money raised, the newly minted millionaire declares his desire to buy several rare skill books. On the move, activating the holographic panel, the guy requires the system to increase his abilities tenfold in order to finally turn into a real MBO. The description of his new skill freezes before your eyes, which not only gives you a passive sense of any danger, but also opens up a divine vision of the situation around you. Confidently stepping into the lobby of the Dungeon Information Center, he receives from the hands of a stranger a sealed scroll that contains all the secrets of the location of the Apostles of the Abyss. As soon as he looks at the map he receives and feels hostility from the local weaklings, he just grins cheekily, because his thoughts are busy looking for serious opponents. Caught in the middle of a noisy crowd in a luxurious hall with a giant gold watch, the guy does not notice the suspicious guy who has already taken aim at him. After checking the map, the red-haired mage was convinced that this ominous gorge was the exact location of the Abyss Apostle he was looking for. But before he could even get bored, a giant scaly paw shot out of the pitch-black darkness as if out of nowhere, almost knocking him off his feet. This monster was so huge and ugly that the mere sight of it, full of sharp teeth and glowing red eyes, would have caused anyone else to panic. However, the guy only grinned at the monster's ugliness and without hesitation began to concentrate a powerful discharge, ready to unleash all his rage on the enemy. The next moment, the air shook as a blinding bolt of lightning, reinforced by a forbidden spell, struck the monster with a deafening crack. A slightly disappointed Lin Han stands in the background of the clearing smoke and casually wonders if this duel has really ended so quickly. Suddenly, a giant horned demon with a snarling mouth appears right in front of the guy, causing the hero to freeze in mute shock at such a sudden change of scenery. The monster's huge fist flies a millimeter away from the mage's face at breakneck speed, until the mage barely has time to react to this powerful combo. Lin Han leaps out of the way with lightning speed, dodging a crushing blow that leaves only a cloud of dust and deep furrows on the stone floor. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the young man calculates a few health points and listens to the enemy's pathetic speech that against the Apostle of the Abyss, he is just a pathetic bug. Looking at the uninvited guest with disdain, the red-haired hero immediately recognizes the impudent ball guy as trash from the Three Snakes Mercenary Guild who came to profit from his goods. Narrowing his bright red eyes, the young man coldly warns the enemy that attacking him in the hope of easy prey is a sure way to quickly go to the next world. Self-confidently grinning against the background of the summoned monster, the mercenary only instigates the hero, calling his cool words empty chatter in the face of imminent death. Bragging about his rank as a second-level expert, this one declares that smashing such a monster is a mere trifle for him, and it will be easier to deal with support at all. Pointing the tip of his sword forward, the villain sums up with a malicious grin that after a murder in this wilderness, no one will ever know where the rich magician has gone. With a predatory grin on his face and anticipation in his eyes, Lin Han finally activates his frightening magic, proclaiming the beginning of the forbidden curse. Suddenly trapped, the bald guy looks back in panic at his recent allies, whose eyes are clouded with madness, and in their hands a cold weapon flashed dangerously. Realizing that the case smells fried, he desperately tries to pay off, shouting his willingness to negotiate, while one of the possessed is already raising his fist to strike him. Finally losing their minds under the influence of the spell, the guys with burning red eyes in unison break into an inhuman scream, demanding only blood. Not wanting to give up so easily, the victim pulls out a knife and proceeds to threats, but his furious screams about someone else's greed can no longer stop this carnage. With a wild cry, the bald guy rushes to the attack, trying to fend off the maddened opponent who looms over him from above. In the midst of the melee, blades and fists flash through the air as possessed fighters with glowing eyes pounce on their target, turning everything around them into chaos. Having lost the last remnants of humanity, the attackers sink their teeth into the flesh, spattering everything around with blood and demonstrating the full power of the curse. Barely aware of the horror that is happening, the guy in a stupor asks if all this is the work of Lin Han, who is standing on the sidelines and calmly watching the massacre. In an attempt to make sense of this madness, he shouts accusations of bribery while the bloodied bodies of former allies literally hang on to him, dragging him to the bottom. Slightly squinting, the magician with the most audacious look declares to the opponent that he is a complete loser, since he has not yet finished, that everything around him is under his control. Taken aback by such impudence, the bald guy falls into a stupor and tries to understand how ordinary support is able to do such unrealistic things. After mockingly asking which storyteller made the poor guy think that he was a weakling, Lin Han effectively smashes the space with his final technique. Caught in the middle of this magical storm with a bunch of purple lightning, the guy made the enemy wonder in a panic who he really was. As soon as he used his abilities, a crushing roar shook everything around, and huge blocks of rocks began to collapse right in front of the startled hero. As the wizard stared in amazement at the chaos, he seriously wondered what the walls of this dungeon were made of, since they had crumbled to dust from a single forbidden spell. Meanwhile, sirens wailed at the headquarters of the Lunar Magic Detection Department, causing the attendants to realize in horror that the mysterious anomalies were once again making themselves felt. The operator jumped up from his desk in a panic and stared at the flashing monitors, unable to hold back a desperate cry from another magical emergency. Slamming open the door to the operating room, the stern supervisor demanded an immediate explanation for the madness that was happening right now on the sensors. An excited operator reported on the energy fluctuation in the dungeon, which is damn similar to a powerful forbidden spell that can bring down a building at any second. With a ferocious face, the boss slammed his fist down on the table, cursing the supreme sovereign for always bringing trouble, whether it was a tsunami or a sudden landslide like this. After hearing the subordinate's confused question about what to do next, the supervisor barked at him to contact the mayor immediately and stop wasting time. Hurriedly grabbing the phone, the man began to explain haltingly to the boss that the dungeon was about to collapse, and it was necessary to urgently remove all people for their own safety. After listening carefully to the report, the official calmly but firmly ordered to immediately organize a rescue team and act as quickly as possible. Ending the conversation on the edge of nerves, the boss promised to request support from above, entrusting Sun Hu with the fate of the entire city of Haiming. Screaming into the phone, the man gives an emergency order to all forces to immediately pull together to the epicenter for a rescue operation. Squads of soldiers in protective gear rush through the open doors, almost knocking each other down, trying to get to the entrance to the dungeon as quickly as possible. With a deafening roar and clouds of dust, blocks of stone fall from the ceiling, directly onto the heads of people running in panic, until everything around them finally turns into ruins. Determined not to allow any deaths, the magician activates a forbidden spell to pull out all the victims from the dead. Enveloping everything in a mystical glow, a powerful wave of magic instantly restores vitality, forcing miraculously surviving people not to believe their own salvation. Blinking dumbfounded in the wreckage, the survivor tries to grasp reality and whispers to himself that he is somehow still breathing. Leading the fleeing crowd of operatives, the minister makes the most of his speed and yells to his subordinates that every second is literally worth its weight in gold right now. Barely recovering in the arms of rescuers, the wounded fighter raves about the beautiful angel he allegedly saw at the time of his miraculous resurrection. Nervously pressing himself against the wall, the hero of the occasion desperately hopes to remain unnoticed and seriously thinks about changing his profession and getting out of town as soon as possible. Shining majestically in the sun, the Profession Change Center becomes the final point of the day, where heroes will have to make decisions that will change their lives forever. Lin Han suddenly grabbed the bewildered girl by the arms and started shoving some game to the front, which made the poor girl blush and make her panic. Smiling sheepishly, the magician hastened to clarify that he had come here solely for the sake of changing his profession and not for ridiculous flirting. The shocked crowd began to discuss furiously how this scoundrel had somehow managed to single-handedly close the most difficult mission of the Abyss Apostle in a matter of minutes. While random passers-by speculated that the guy was probably the secret weapon of some powerful clan, the level of pathos in the air was just off the scale. Casually throwing his hands behind his head and trying on a modest mask, the magician began to rub everyone with a story about the usual luck and a successful fight between two experts. Hearing behind him the grumbling of losers and the enthusiastic exclamations of a guy who wants to join such a cool team, the hero only swelled up more from his own greatness. Finally, having dismissed the annoying witnesses, the red-haired sly man dragged the girl to quickly draw up documents, rejoicing at how cleverly he managed to deceive everyone around his finger. Grinning impudently, Lin Han gets high on how much the first level of the profession is cooler than the second, and requires the system to cut him a tenfold increase in skills. Looking at the pop-up blue window, he realizes that now he has in his pocket the perfect cheats for protection and quick escape from any scrape. Suddenly frozen in front of the entrance to the building, the guy catches the frightened stares of passers-by, who in a panic run in all directions, as if they are being chased by a herd of monsters. Intercepting a familiar guy in a cap, the hero tries to find out the reason for this crazy kippish and learns that some minister is looking for someone whose frightening aura has covered the entire city. Keeping his face calm, he breaks out in a cold sweat at the thought that it was his recent change of profession that caused this commotion. As he listens to the official announcement, he is horrified to realize that the underground tunnels are closed for maintenance and the city itself is locked down, so it is simply impossible to go outside now. Clutching his hair in frustration, the guy falls into a stupor due to the ban on leaving, because all his plans for mining third-level materials just failed miserably. Thinking that getting out of the city to get resources isn't going to work right now, Lin Han decides to stop by the guild and try his luck in negotiating with Manager Lu. As soon as the manager sees the guest, he breaks into a smile on duty and politely invites the gentleman to sit down, clearly not expecting such an early visit. As if anticipating the client's wishes, they immediately bring him a cup of hot tea while simultaneously offering to look through the latest catalog of products with a very pleasant discount. Sipping his drink and idly studying the assortment presented, the young man prepares to make his choice in this calm, almost homely environment. Without exchanging for trifles, the guy confidently declares that he will take 24 different magic scrolls at once, which probably pleases the receiving party. Having decided that the official part is over, he moves on to more sensitive issues and asks the manager to share some valuable information. Putting the cards on the table, the red-haired guy bluntly declares that his true goal is to find the source of the disaster, which puts the man in a slight stupor. Noticeably nervous, the manager begins to justify the rarity of such an artifact and the fact that finding clues on it is not an easy task even for their office. Undeterred by the rejection, Lin Han casually offers epic-level equipment, which is simply impossible to refuse as payment. Abruptly changing his tone to as friendly as possible, Liu immediately recalls the upcoming auction in Crescent City, where the right news might just pop up. With a little pressure on the manager's greed, Lin Han reminds him that since he is paying such a price, the information must be truly exclusive and up-to-date. Breaking into a satisfied grin, Liu swears by his reputation that he will never let down such a generous client and prepares to spill everything he knows. Sitting at the table, Lin Han watches as the assistant manager respectfully holds up a mysterious object hidden under a white cloth. As soon as the canvas was pulled back, the room was instantly flooded with a dazzling glow that made everyone present hold their breath in anticipation of something epic. Squinting in the glare, the magician can hardly believe his eyes when he realizes that he is looking at a legendary artifact whose golden light beckons him to experience its power. This round glowing contraption is the rarest portal to the Silver Dungeon, which is considered a real jackpot because it is impossible to get there even for all the money in the world. Holding this valuable CD in his hands, the young man listens with undisguised delight to Manager Liu, who literally shines with the fact that he was able to please an important client so abruptly. Seeing the guest to the exit of the office, the manager shows that the service here is at the highest level, while the magician is already looking forward to future adventures. While the hero walks away with a confident gait, the employee whispers to the boss with obvious doubt in her voice whether it was too fat to give such an exclusive to some newcomer. Looking after the retreating guy, the manager confidently declares to his assistant that investing in such a promising player will pay off in full because he feels strength in him. Walking down a busy street, Lin Han seriously considers who to take with him, since the artifact allows you to spend an additional person. It didn't take long to puzzle his brain, because right at that moment, the smartphone in his hand burst into a loud ringtone from an incoming call from an old acquaintance named Wang Cheng. Accepting the call, the young man ironically asks a friend if such a busy person suddenly missed him, while he is on the other end of the phone eating an appetizing kebab. As soon as Lin Han mentioned the grand plan to use a rare teleport, his friend almost choked on his drink in shock. Dumbfounded by the sudden news of a mysterious patroness, a friend yells into the phone, demanding to immediately introduce him to this generous rich mom. Slightly annoyed by this reaction, the magician directly asks if he is going to move towards him at all, to which he immediately receives enthusiastic consent. When Lin Han hits the 9 o'clock sign, he warns harshly that he's not going to wait for anyone, making his friend grumble about getting up so early and not being polite. Once in place, the guy sees a queue of people who want to try their luck, and with a grin teases a friend who rushed in advance on adrenaline from the anticipation of adventure. Looking around for the same mythical sponsor and finding no one but his friend, the friend is angry that he sacrificed sleep in vain. In response to the snide jokes of a friend, the guy squints dangerously and with an icy grin promises to immediately fulfill his wish to go to the next world if he does not close his mouth. A group of suspicious characters suddenly appear behind the boys, backs interrupting the skirmish when their leader, with fake surprise, recognizes the best student of this year's school. Looking as arrogant as possible in an unbuttoned shirt, the narcissistic guy, along with his entourage, clearly intends to arrange a demonstrative provocation. Laughing out loud, the badass gang member starts pointing at Lin Han, ridiculing his audacity to come to the Silver Dungeon with only his healer's abilities. The tension reaches its limit when a hostile guy mockingly advises the guys not to take ballast with them, otherwise they will have to collect corpses after cleaning up. Flushed with rage at the insults, Wang Cheng rushes into battle with all his might and demands that his friend let him go so that he can personally teach this impudent man a lesson in a fair duel. Keeping an icy calm, Lin Han advises not to waste your nerves on this garbage, which finally pisses off your opponents. Right in the face of armed enemies, the hero asks a rhetorical question: why on earth should he even show them a drop of respect? Reacting sharply to such bold words, the gang leader falls into a stupor and furiously demands an explanation, clearly not expecting that he will be found out so quickly. Glaring at his opponent, Lin Han asks with a mysterious grin why their mysterious puppet master hasn't deigned to reveal himself to the world yet. Turning around to leave the portal, the guys see an approaching silhouette, whose imperious appearance immediately suggests that it is he who is behind all the nonsense that is happening. Right in the middle of the forest, a whole crowd of ill-wishers suddenly grows up on the path of friends, and Wang Qiang asks Gao Chong about the reasons for his long absence. With a snide grin on his face, the guy's clearly asking for rudeness, openly mocking the guys and asking if they are here for a portion of new troubles. Spreading his arms in a feigned gesture of hospitality, the impudent man continues his trolling, urging him to abandon his partner, whom he had previously sent to certain death in the dungeon. Seething with rage, Wang Qiang promises to beat up this scumbag in such a way that even his own mother will not be able to recognize him after such a beating. With a confident hand on his loyal friend's shoulder, Lin Han calmly thanks him for his support, but firmly declares that he will deal with these pathetic clowns alone. Exasperated by the taunts, one of the brawny henchmen charges with a furious shout, hoping to finish off the impudent upstart in one fell swoop. In the air, blades cross with a ringing clang as the enemy tries to reach the hero with his weapon in a rapid lunge. Without straining at all, Lin Han blocks the blow with a light movement of his hand, causing the aggressor to fall into a stupor from such an unrealistic difference in strength. Instantly closing the distance, he grabs the startled enemy by the collar, making it clear that the games are over and the real heat is about to begin. A blinding burst of energy engulfs the entire clearing as the mage unleashes a devastating blow, accompanying the chaos with a mocking shout about hitting the target accurately. The defeated fighter is lying on the ground while his shocked friends try to figure out how it was possible to smear a person without even using any magic skill. With a decisive swing for the final blow, the mage announces to the gang leader that it is his turn to take charge of the rotten bazaar, ignoring pathetic attempts to beg for mercy. Tightly tied with thick ropes to a huge floating rock, the bully screams for mercy and admits his mistake, realizing that he is in big trouble. With a small parting grin, the guys advise him to enjoy the beautiful views from above for a long time, before finally leaving him hanging in proud solitude. Passing bystanders laugh at the sight of such a ridiculous decoration of the forest, wondering what kind of genius thought to teach this boastful peacock such a humiliating lesson. Once on the other side of the shimmering portal, the guys freeze in the middle of a scorched desert, where ancient bones crunch under their feet, and everything looks somehow not at all impressive. Suddenly, a bony hand bursts out of the ground, and Lin Han barely has time to shout a warning, realizing that the dead are much more dangerous than the ones they've encountered. Whirling around at the strange noise, Wang Qiang falls into a stupor as new opponents begin to materialize out of the void right behind them, ready to attack. Taking a firm step forward, the guy calls for magic cards and advises his partner to stay close, stating that his status will not allow any monster to touch them. Looking at how everything is blown up behind him, the hero only grins contentedly, clearly getting high from his own strength and the chaos that he has caused to these unfortunate skeletons. As Lin Han watches his teammate tear down his enemies in packs, he recognizes the card master's power, but says that this rate of clearing seems too slow for him. In complete shock, Wang Qiang screams at the top of his lungs, not understanding how a mage can swing his fists and fight like a melee warrior. Not at all embarrassed, the youth only snorts arrogantly in response, explaining his transcendent damage with innate divine power and bragging that he could smash everything in a second. Hanging his nose at such overwhelming superiority, the card master falls into a real depression and seriously wonders why he is needed here at all. Putting his arm around a dejected friend's shoulders, the magician encourages him not to get sour and offers to speed up the pumping, distributing the rolls so that one carries everything in front and the other covers the rear. After accepting the challenge and nodding confidently, Wang Qiang decides to take matters into his own hands and show what a card master can really do in a serious matter. Throwing his arms high in the air, the guy surrounds himself with a swirl of shining cards and shouts a powerful spell, summoning the wrath of the great Zeus to descend on the sinful world. A blinding bolt of lightning crashes right into the skull of the unfortunate skeleton, turning the ancient warrior into a pile of burnt bones in a matter of fractions of a second. Looking at the rapidly growing experience bars, the young man notes the unrealistic pumping speed, but then stops short, noticing the strange behavior of his partner. Obsessed with profit, the magician begins to literally drag his dumbfounded friend along, ignoring his outraged cries that he is not baggage. With a deafening whoosh, a massive steel axe plunges into the ground right in front of the guys, knocking out sparks and making them freeze in horror at the power of this sudden greeting. From the thick clouds of dust that have risen, furiously tearing the space with a wild roar, a terrible anthropomorphic bull bursts out, ready to trample anyone in its path. Looking at the monster, Wang Chang says that this is not an ordinary mob, but a real hidden boss of this location. In an attempt to stay calm, Lin Han suggests harassing the monster with ranged attacks, even though he can see that he himself is shocked by the off-scale level of strength of the enemy. The monster's huge shadow suddenly looms over the battlefield, making the hero feel like an insignificant bug in the face of this titan's unrelenting rage. Ignoring all the laws of logic and safety, the magician takes off and flies straight at the monster, causing his partner to shout in panic after him about the madness of such a frontal attack. At the limit of human ability, he blocks the crushing blow of a giant axe while the sparks from the collision flood everything with blinding light. Face to face with an enraged titan, the hero stands steadfastly in the midst of a raging swirl of dust and furious roars, preparing to deliver his final blow. Realizing that they only have one chance to win, the comrade desperately urges Lin Han not to delay and end this nightmare in one fell swoop. A flash of extreme power rips through space, and the monster chokes on its own blood with a deafening roar, finally realizing that it has run into the wrong guys. Like a raging hurricane, a wounded monster in its death throes smashes everything around it, turning centuries-old trees to splinters and making the ground shake under its hooves. Completely ignoring the danger, Lin Han leaps into the air with his staff at the ready and boldly declares that underestimating his class was the biggest mistake in the monster's life. A blinding stream of energy bursts from the top of the magic wand and is slammed into the boss's skull with tremendous force, finally putting an end to the confrontation. Wrapped in a radiant halo of victory, the mage calmly emerges from the epicenter of the explosion, looking like a real top player who has just dragged an impossible skating rink solo. Hardly able to believe his eyes, the partner freezes in shock from the realization that the friend just unwound the boss alone, having done something completely beyond the bounds of possibility. A system notification about the dungeon record pops up in front of the crowd, confirming that Lin Han and Wang Cheng completed the location with a 100% result in 16 minutes. Being in complete bewilderment and rage, the bound guy screams heart-rendingly about the impossibility of what is happening, because his fragile world has just collapsed under the weight of other people's achievements. Once at the pompous gates before the entrance exam, two friends are amazed to discuss the incredible crowd of cool specialists gathered here. In the midst of a lively conversation, they are suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a mysterious and gloomy figure, whose haughty voice makes them instantly turn around. Lifting his chin arrogantly and looking down on everyone, this guy starts openly mocking, promising to expose any scam right in front of the crowd. Instead of being intimidated, the friends exchange snide grins and mockingly ask Gao Chong what it was like for him to be tied to the pillory in the first place. Finally exasperated by such impudence, the enraged opponent pretentiously announces that he has now become a second-rank expert, so they better not get in his way. As he watches the bully walk away, he notices with a grin that the guy clearly has no idea what kind of trouble he's in, having decided to face off against Lin Han himself. The sudden and powerful sound of a bell ringing over the entire square instantly silences the crowd of students and turns their eyes to the high platform. The manager who appears loudly announces the rules of the fights, allowing participants to use any force to the fullest, only not prohibited drugs. Enthusiastically encouraging a friend before entering the arena, the magician asks him not to lose too shamefully, to which he receives a confident answer that everything will be in the best possible way. An energetic presenter with a microphone in her hands solemnly announces the start of the first round, in which longtime rivals Gao Chong and Lin Han will fight to the cheers of the crowd. Having jumped out on the arena ahead of time, the opponent starts yelling at the whole square about the support scam, demanding that the judge immediately cancel his qualification. After shouting threateningly at the troublemaker, the stern stewardess declares that no one will dare to cheat under her supervision and advises him to either fight or get out. Slightly taken aback by such a sharp rebuff, the prosecutor pauses for a second, but still continues to stand his ground in the face of the impassive judge. Pointing maliciously at his opponent, Gao Chong wonders how an ordinary support mage managed to break the dungeon record and vows to bring the liar to light right now. Grinning in triumph, the villain offers Lin Han a risky wager to be eliminated from the exam for 5 whole years, and Lin Han resolutely accepts the challenge. Considering the opponent a complete non-entity, the fighter decides to clearly demonstrate the gap in strength that separates an ordinary hard worker from an elite player of the second rank. Shocked by the extreme speed, the audience begins to worry about the outcome of the match because Gao Chong rushes like a real meteor and is considered one of the contenders for victory. Vanishing into thin air and flashing before his eyes like an elusive ghost, this arrogant character tries to hurt Lin Han's feelings by mocking his useless power. Completely unimpressed by this cheap show, the mage just scratches his head in disbelief because the enemy's speed looks like slow motion to him. Enraged by this total disregard and calmness of the victim, Gao Chong finally loses control of himself and rushes into a suicidal attack. Perplexed as to how his lightning-fast attack only cut through the void, Bully is taken aback by Lin Han's coolness as he dodges the attack with the grace of a skilled craftsman. Maintaining an icy calm in the face of danger, the mage tilts his head slightly, causing the deadly blade to whiz by a millimeter away from him. Reaching the peak of his abilities, Gao Chong unleashes a hail of blows on the enemy, but still cannot touch the guy who seems to know the trajectory of each movement in advance. Being in complete shock from what they saw, the audience seriously wonders how ordinary students can have such an exorbitant speed and reaction. Watching this epic confrontation from the height of his experience, the expert sincerely laments that a fighter with such reflexes and training belongs to the sacrificial class. Panting with fatigue and not understanding the reasons for his fiasco, the enemy freezes in complete shock because he was not able to deliver a single accurate blow to this elusive target. Looking at his opponent with disappointment, Lin Han states that if such a turtle-like speed is considered the limit of dreams, then the enemy will have a bitter aftertaste from this battle. Bursting into derisive laughter and pointing a finger at the arena, the guy from the crowd makes fun of Gao Chun, who is clearly starting to lose his temper because of the mistake. Quite desperate, the arrogant aristocrat turns to the judge with a ridiculous demand to check Lin Han for doping, hoping to at least set up his opponent. Immediately stopping this cheap circus and throwing real lightning with his eyes, the referee orders Gao Chong to be silent, threatening to immediately count him out. An enraged opponent takes off and rushes in a rapid jump, indignant at the fact that he could even lose to some pathetic support. Swirling his blade in a powerful vortex, the madman activates a destructive skill and directs all his rage directly at Lin Han, wishing him the fastest possible death. Looking at the approaching threat with absolute calm, the mage only slightly concentrates the energy in his fist, not even thinking of panicking in the face of the enemy flying at him. Abruptly putting his hand forward for protection, the referee literally flies into the frame at great speed to seize the initiative in this protracted duel. After giving her opponent the most confident look possible, she freezes in a fighting stance while Lin Han watches from the sidelines, maintaining complete composure. Not wanting to admit defeat, the defeated guy in a rage shouts to the judge that he was one step away from victory and demands to explain why the hell the fight was stopped in the first place. Harshly besieging the impudent man, the arbiter explains that if not for her intervention, his heart would have already been pierced through, and asks if he really wants such a death. Gradually realizing the gravity of the situation, the fighter powerlessly falls to his knees right in the middle of the arena, finally losing his fighting spirit under the pressure of arguments. After loudly announcing the final verdict to the entire stadium, the referee loudly proclaims Lin Han as the official winner of this tense contest. Breaking into a cold sweat from the realization of failure, the bully watches in a stupor as the opponent closes the distance for the decisive blow. Desperately shouting out words of disbelief at his own loss, the defeated fighter flies to the side as Lin Han calmly completes his attack. With a crushing blow, the guy slams his opponent right into the ground, sending up a pile of debris and dust from the force of his collision. Fiercely clenching his fists and not hiding his irritation, the magician warns the enemy of the consequences, while others wonder how a normal support can have such power. Completely without worrying about other people's surprise and only grinning cheerfully, the hero accepts compliments from the referee because he has long been used to questions about his strength. Masterfully pinning the thug with a sneaker to the stones, the winner impressively advises him to stop pretending to be a corpse and admit final defeat. Loudly shouting threats and promising terrible revenge, the loser ignominiously leaves the arena on a stretcher under the supervision of doctors. Smiling broadly and clearly enjoying how easy it all went, the friend cheerfully slaps Lin Han on the shoulder expressing respect for the fact that he did not embarrass him in this epic match. Abruptly grabbing this funny guy by the scruff of the neck, the friend with his gaze clearly demonstrates that stupid jokes about shame did not go to him at all, and it is better to shut up right now. Even without paying attention to the boyish showdown, the referee takes the microphone and announces the names of the next 4 fighters, instantly causing the entire stadium to hold its breath. Wang Cheng calmly accepts the somewhat worried wish for good luck and confidently gives him a thumbs up and asks him to check out his upcoming performance. Entering the very center of the hall, a new contender with magic talismans flying around him defiantly challenges his rivals and encourages the team to start the show. Smiling cheerfully, the guy wishes everyone good luck before the start of the skirmish, although it's immediately clear from his sly appearance that he won't just give up the victory. Instantly realizing that the cardmaster of the 10th level alone cannot pull, the brunette suggests the rest to unite and take out a strong player first. Adjusting her glasses, the healer girl declares her neutrality because her support skills will be useful to any side, so there is no point in exposing herself to a blow. After briefly saying that this is a great idea, the instigator of the fight abruptly changes his expression to ice and prepares for a rapid attack. Instead of attacking the leader, this devious character suddenly attacks the ally, causing her to cry out in pain and shock at such a dastardly betrayal. Displaying sharp claws, the self-satisfied aggressor issues an ultimatum to the survivor, Xu Jimei, who, trembling with fear, dutifully agrees to join his gang. With a mocking grin on his face, this guy celebrates an easy victory, believing that now everything will go exclusively according to his scenario. Noticing a golden card flying at him, the self-confident fighter barely has time to react to a sudden attack that interrupts his triumphant moment. Arrogantly wondering if everyone is tired of waiting, he pretentiously turns to meet a new opponent, clearly underestimating the scale of the upcoming problems. Full of righteous anger, Wang Cheng harshly declares that he will not tolerate attacks on a defenseless support and promises to make this impudent person bitterly regret what he did. Instantly launching a counterattack, the cardmaster unleashes a veritable golden shower of magic projectiles, forcing the enemy to dodge powerful blows in a panic. With a confident smile, Wang Cheng thinks that he is in complete control of the situation, but the sudden appearance of the girl behind him makes him freeze in confusion. Surrounded by a frightening dark aura, this seemingly nondescript straight-A student suddenly declares herself the mistress of the mind and spirit, promising to deprive the hero of his magical powers. Instantly realizing the scale of the disaster, the young man falls into a stupor from the fact that a hypnotist has been put up against him, because for a card master, such an enemy is a guaranteed failure. Taking advantage of the momentary confusion and mental shock of the target, the opponent strikes with his claws, trying to end this duel in one sharp movement. Slashing his claws sharply across the magic map, the assassin is sure that victory is already in his pocket, but the artifact's radiance takes the full brunt, saving the guy from imminent death. Shocked to the core, the attacker freezes with a silent question in his eyes, completely unable to understand how this weak opponent managed to block his perfect lunge. Surrounded by a swirl of cards, Wang Cheng notices that the enemy's knowledge of tactics is clearly lame, and now he is ready to show what a master of the highest rank is really capable of. Watching this epic coup from the stands, the elder does not hide his admiration for the talent of the young man who manages to control so many cards at once. Rubbing his beard thoughtfully, the wise master recognizes the immense potential of the new generation and prepares to see the true power of the elements in one crushing attack. Drawing together the energy of the 5 elements, the hero unleashes a dazzling stream of magical power, making the cards shine brighter than the sun before the decisive blow. Praying to the mysterious god of illusions, the girl calls on otherworldly forces to create an impenetrable veil and protect her partner from imminent damage. Instantly filling the entire battlefield with magical fog and flashes of light, she expertly knocks down the enemy's aim as they try to break through the wall of fire and chaos. Grinning in anticipation of an easy victory, the opponent thanks his friend for the excellent support and already brings his deadly claws over the disoriented opponent. Completely without losing his composure even in the face of danger, Wang Cheng notices that the enemies should have used their trump cards much earlier before he figured them out. With a deafening boom, a massive explosion shatters the arena, sending Xu Jiamei into a deep knockout and finally knocking her out of this crazy race for victory. In the midst of the settling dust and debris, Wang Cheng effectively spreads out his magic cards, letting the opponent know that now they are waiting for a decisive one-on-one duel. Flashing sharp claws, the enemy makes a sharp lunge and sarcastically throws out that because of the curse imposed, he is hardly able to just stay on his feet, let alone fight. Unexpectedly for everyone, the guy easily blocks a fierce attack with cards, making the opponent wonder in complete shock where the energy suddenly came from in this exhausted body. Meanwhile, the girl makes a prayer gesture to the goddess of spring, summoning the shining threads of heaven to heal the wounds and turn the outcome of this difficult battle. Having received a powerful charge of healing magic from an ally, the guy instantly recovers his strength and with a victorious smile, prepares to deliver a decisive blow with his shining cards. With the promise of making the enemy regret every word he says, he activates a secret card spinning technique, creating a real magic trap around the enemy. A deafening explosion of colossal power shakes everything around, engulfing the self-confident fighter in a cloud of fire and smoke as his last desperate cry of defeat is heard. When the dust finally settled, all that was left in the shattered arena was the unmoving body of the defeated opponent, who was unable to resist this crushing attack. To the cheers of the crowd, the referee raises his triumphant hand in the air, officially declaring Wang Qiang the sole and undisputed winner of this crazy fight. Immediately after the victory, Lin Han approaches the exhausted friend and with a kind smile admits that Wang Qiang not only snatched the championship, but also showed everyone a real class. Attempts to thank friends for their support are abruptly cut short when the winner suddenly remembers the curse, even though he tries his best to appear cheerful. A loud cry of pain shakes the air as the delayed magic damage hits the boy's body with double force, causing him to writhe from the sudden electrical discharges. The concerned healer immediately rushes to help, explaining that her power only briefly held back the effect of the wound, but now she can cure it for real. All the drama of the moment disappears when Lin Han starts trolling his friend for interrupting others and gets jokingly accused of being a terrible partner. With a sarcastic comment over his shoulder that he was clearly not needed, the mage leaves his companion sprawled on the ground in the girl's arms while he begs for treatment. After a full hour of waiting, the arena announces the start of the second round, where Lin Han will have to face 3 determined opponents at once. Looking directly into the eyes of their main rival, the trio arrogantly declares that because of his frightening strength, they decided to team up and knock him out of the tournament first. Completely undaunted by the overwhelming numbers of his enemies, Lin Han is looking forward to the battle, because this is exactly what he secretly dreamed of, testing his abilities for strength. Once surrounded by enemies in a light-filled arena, the magician confidently confirms his readiness when one of the opponents impatiently shouts the signal to start the fight. Instantly focused on the target, the archer shouts a pathos spell, imploring the arrow deity to grant her the power to break through any defense. After evaluating her opponent's preparations, Lin Han grins and declares that the rare profession of an archer won't help her because his speed is too fast for any arrows. Completely unimpressed by his self-confidence, the girl smiles defiantly and sarcastically offers to quickly check in practice whose words will turn out to be true. It didn't take long for her to pull the bowstring, only to unleash an avalanche of hundreds of shining arrows towards the boy in the next instant. At first, Lin Han idly analyzes the trajectory of the arrows, planning to dodge them at speed, but suddenly falls into a stupor from the realization that his body is frozen solid. Taking advantage of the hero's confusion, one of the opponents informs the guy that he overestimated his strength because while he was distracted by an archer, he was caught in a magic trap. Once at the mercy of enemies, the mage watches as the entire space around him is filled with blinding flashes of a spell that should deprive him of any chance of victory. Looking at the trapped favorite, the opponents are sure that even with all his exorbitant strength, he will not be able to survive such a powerful and coordinated blow. The final verdict is delivered by the third fighter, who declares that this combination of attacks will be fatal for Lin Han, and he simply cannot withstand such an onslaught. Shrouded in thick clouds of white smoke, the guy with obvious superiority drops a short phrase that he was really impressed by what he saw. Hanging directly in the air above the startled opponent, the magician causes the fighter to cry out in shock because he did not expect that his magic bonds could be broken with his bare hands. Brushing the remnants of the glowing threads from his shoulders with casual ease, Lin Han declares that the vaunted restrictive magic was actually quite fragile. Looking at this madness with her eyes wide open in horror, the girl can't understand how their target managed to stay completely unscathed. Watching from the shadow of the hood, the masked man wonders in complete confusion what kind of monster is actually hiding under this man's guise. Deciding that it's time to strike back, Lin Han makes a lightning dash forward, blinding his opponents with a bright flash of light and not hiding a smug smile. Dumbfounded by the unexpected attack, he immediately screams in horror as a blinding zigzag appears in front of his eyes and can't figure out where the blow came from. Instantly oriented, the purple-hooded man encases his opponent in a flawless, glowing cube, blocking any attempts to escape. Looking down on the trapped enemy with clear superiority, this ninja coldly declares that as long as there is light, the fate of his opponent is completely in his hands. Realizing that the situation has escalated to the limit, the guy in the camouflage mask screams to his partners to finally go on the offensive and finish off the enemy. Abruptly taking off, the muscular brunette activates his ability and swings a glowing energy lasso, hoping to hobble the mage in one fell swoop. At the same time, a warrior enters the battle, who releases her arrow of fate, literally piercing space with a powerful charge of pure energy. Without batting an eye in the face of double jeopardy, Lin Han launches a lightning-fast punch, shocking the enemies with his incredible speed. As the masked leader watches their slaughtering techniques fly past their target, he freezes in utter disbelief, realizing that the loot has just evaporated right out from under his nose. With a grin on his face, the magician finds himself right in front of the opponent and, surrounded by a crackle of magic discharges, declares that if one time was not enough, then he will repeat this lesson. With a loud cry of adrenaline, Lin Han is caught in the middle of a massive energy explosion that literally tears the cube around him into tiny pieces. Abruptly escaping from the cloud of dust and sparks, the hero demonstrates unrealistic reflexes, dodging the next attacks and leaving his pursuers far behind. Completely unsure of himself after such a mess, the red-haired fighter adjusts his cape and asks his enemies where they left off with a cheeky smile. Enraged by this audacity, the archer shouts out the name of the deadly technique and releases a blinding beam of energy, intending to put an end to this confrontation. Deciding not to play giveaway games anymore, the brunette summons all the power for the final blow, which causes a giant ghostly cobra from pure plasma to materialize over the battlefield. Once under the fire of magic rays, Lin Han demonstrates amazing agility, slipping between attacks and claiming that such a small thing does not frighten him at all. Watching this madness from the sidelines, the crowd of spectators is completely speechless from how easily he scattered 3 opponents with his bare hands. Slightly adjusting the cape, Lucky gives the defeated enemies a smile, and as if nothing had happened, pays them a compliment for good teamwork in rare professions. Instead of gratitude, a portion of righteous anger arrives in response from the disgruntled trio, who feel as humiliated as possible because the monster managed to defeat them. Changing his cute expression to a menacing grin, the hero jokingly reminds that he also knows how to hold a grudge for a long time, which finally breaks the psyche of the last opponent. Raising his hands up in surrender, the leader of the enemy team announces to the judge that he refuses to continue the fight because fighting with a freak is just suicide for the psyche. Heels flashing, the 3 of them run out of the arena in a panic, leaving Lin Han scratching his head in complete disbelief and wondering where they had suddenly run off to. Meanwhile, in the stands, the healer is busy trying to heal the battered Wang Qiang, who begs her to be a little more gentle with his wounds. Approaching them with the most unperturbed look, the magician finds his friend in a rather deplorable state, and with a slight sarcasm, clarifies whether he really managed to merge the duel. Sighing heavily and rubbing his bruised areas, Wang Qiang complains about his wild bad luck and admits that he didn't even have time to figure out exactly how he was carried out of the battlefield so quickly. With a friendly pat on the shoulder of his dejected comrade, Lin Han grins and says that although he lost the battle, he got a personal nurse in the person of the pretty Yun Yun. Abruptly jumping to his feet, Wang Qiang seriously begins to prove that his abuser, Yuan Shi, is a completely different level and a real threat to all other candidates. Changing his joking tone to chilling confidence, the magician promises his friend that he will definitely avenge him and show this upstart who is really the main boss here. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, other participants continue to fly in different directions from powerful blows, clearly demonstrating all the rigidity and dynamics of this tournament. Announcing Lin Han's victory in the 3rd and 4th rounds loudly to the stadium, the referee officially confirms his passage to the final, where the intensity of passion promises to reach the maximum. Once in the spotlight after the announcement of the results, the guy shows with all his appearance that the passage to the final for him was only a matter of time. Lin Han stares suspiciously at the strange bundle of dark energy and tries to find out if it's the same UNC that everyone is talking about. Grinning impudently, the mysterious opponent declares that in this city, it seems, there are no strong fighters at all, since the usual support was allowed to reach the final. Slightly frowning at such audacity, the hero instantly reads the stranger and realizes that this arrogant type clearly came from somewhere far away. Abruptly going on the offensive, the dark-shrouded fighter advises the guy to talk less and prepare for the fact that now he will clearly show the true power of a cool novice. Summoning the dark forces to his aid, the mysterious enemy shouts a pathos invocation to the god of assassins to grant him the power to completely dominate the night. As Lin Han watched in bewilderment as the fog rapidly filled the arena, he wondered if the enemy was really going to blind him with such a primitive technique. Barely managing to dodge a sudden dagger strike straight from the void, the guy is shocked to realize that a black haze has appeared literally out of nowhere and hid the attacker's movements. Mockingly commenting on the first successful evasion attempt, the invisible enemy declares that it was not bad, but the upstart will not be able to play hide-and-seek for a long time anyway. Smiling slyly in response to all these threats, the magician encourages the opponent to continue his useless bluff, clearly planning some kind of return surprise. Suddenly and shatteringly crashing down from above, Lin Han delivers a powerful blow straight at the ghostly cloud of darkness, causing the invisible opponent to howl in unexpected pain. Taken aback by this audacity and not understanding how he was discovered, the fighter hidden in the purple mist asks in fright how his secret position was revealed. Demonstrating complete superiority, Lin Han explains to the poor guy that in order to strike, he has to materialize, becoming an easy target at that moment. While acknowledging the astounding talent and reaction speed of his opponent, the shrouded figure still arrogantly declares that it will not win this duel. Looking straight into the face of danger and clenching his fist for the next attack, the hero wonders if this Shadow Master really hopes to survive another one of his attacks. Through clouds of purple smoke, the enemy declares that one of his doppelgangers can be taken down, but even such a strong guy cannot cope with two incarnations of Yuan Shi at once. Rushing in from both sides, the dark entities try to pin Lin Han in a vice, leaving him no room to maneuver. Realizing the looming threat, the hero is confused and realizes that this is not just a trick or afterimage, but two real auras of the enemy working together. Shouting the order to die triumphantly, one of the doppelgangers delivers a swift dagger strike that pierces the boy's defenses and leaves a trail of blood on his shoulder. Keeping calm even after being wounded, Lin Han challenges his opponents, wondering why they thought that the numerical superiority would be enough to defeat him. Surrounded by a blinding glow, the mage is frozen in an epic pose as frightening clumps of dark matter shoot out of his hands, causing the ground to shake under his sneakers. With obvious superiority, he watches the opponent fall into a stupor, not understanding how he could not only withstand the pace of the battle, but also completely dominate the arena. With lightning speed, Lin Han grabs both of the enemy's shadows by the necks, causing the enemy to call out to the judge in a panic and try to shout the words of surrender. With a short and cold-blooded exclamation, he slams both shadow clones into the concrete floor with incredible force, turning them into a pile of useless black smoke and broken tiles. Looking back at the defeated opponent, the guy advises him to continue to watch his tongue and not throw out loud words about the victory ahead of time. To loud applause and an official announcement, Lin Han accepts well-deserved congratulations as the new champion, while the defeated Yuan Shi is finally eliminated from the game. A solid man with a smile hands the guy a mysterious gold case, calling him the best student in the city of Crescent and hinting at a very cool reward for his efforts. Opening the gift with undisguised curiosity, the red-haired winner falls into a slight stupor, finding inside the documents for an entire villa and not believing his luck. A satisfied man confirms that this is not a joke and promises in addition skill books with bonuses because the government is ready to pump up those who want to become stronger. Looking at such an unrealistic fit, the crowd of spectators literally explodes with envy and delight, and some girls in the hall are already dreaming of becoming his second half. The official representative announces the end of the exam and invites tutors of educational institutions to the stage so that participants can find the perfect university. The first to declare themselves are the brunette Yungxi from Qing University and the statuesque Wang Lichang, representing the elite institution of Lingyun, showing the high status of their schools with all their appearance. Then the initiative is taken over by the confident Li Changge from Shengmen University and the wise elderly master Sanqian, who invites talents to the walls of the famous Zhu Yun. A stern bearded man named Ku Fengyun from Chanqi University brings up the rear of the procession of mentors, giving the hushed crowd the hard look of an experienced warrior. Joyfully putting his arm around the shoulders of a friend, the friend brags about entering Zhu Yun and is burning with impatience to find out what an unrealistically cool choice Lin Han himself will make. Slightly teasing him, the magician says that getting an invitation from the university is really cool, while he still remains without tempting offers. Shocked by what he has heard, The friend indignantly cries out that the status of the exam champion is obliged to open all doors and rushes to personally deal with this injustice. With annoyance, the hero explains that the admissions committee found his path wrong because of the emphasis on physics instead of magic skills, so they decided to wait for it next year. Grinning impudently, this fan of jokes declares that there is some truth in the words of the professors, because outwardly the guy does not look like a pretentious donor. In a friendly way, making fun of a friend and sarcastically teasing him, the guy declares that without a university life is only high, and then dumps into the sunset with a bunch of honestly earned awards. At this time, somewhere in a remote forest, a local big shot in a suit along with the convoy stands at attention, meeting an important specialist named Shi Lingtian, who has arrived on their request. Frowning at the surroundings, the old man laments the traces of forbidden magic and wonders how the protected area was infiltrated by a stranger when they are on duty at the border. Sitting in his luxurious villa, drinking tea lazily, Lin Han listens to the news about the arrival of the toughest inspector from the capital, who is already prowling around Crescent City. While his mother pours more tea and grumbles that the kid is making too much of a fuss after winning the mansion, the guy glances nervously at the phone, seriously afraid that the bloodhounds might have unearthed something. Throwing off his alarm mask and putting on a casual grin, Lin Han answers an incoming call from Manager Liu, hoping to clear up the situation as soon as possible. Sipping his wine and slyly squinting, he says that he has finally found the very information about the source of the cataclysm that the magician was so eagerly looking for. With a big grin on his face, Lin Han exclaims happily into the phone, trying to quickly find out the cherished coordinates from Manager Liu. Sipping his wine elegantly, the informant reports that the next disaster in the form of a massive earthquake is about to hit Yenyun. Abruptly changing his tone to serious and even a little harsh, the magician asks for the name of the city and demands to immediately throw off the exact address so that he can fly there without delay. Satisfied with the progress of the transaction, the businessman breaks into an obsequious smile and offers Mr. Lin to buy cheap professional equipment for the upcoming mission. Refusing to spend too much, the guy cheerfully winks at the void and promises that instead of buying junk, he will get a bunch of valuable loot, which he will collect right in the epicenter of events. With a flattering smile and a hand pressed to his chest, the merchant compliments Mr. Lin, assuring him of his full confidence and the highest quality of future goods. Looking out the window at the sunset over the dense forest, the guy mentally defies fate, anticipating his arrival in Yanyun City with the epicenter of the coming cataclysm. After draining a glass of wine in one cheeky gulp, Manager Liu is clearly enjoying himself and this moment, playing his hidden game behind the heroes at backs. Narrowing his eyes slyly and turning his empty wine glass thoughtfully in his hands, the slippery guy admits that Mr. Lin is becoming too unpredictable and mysterious a partner for him. Immediately switching to a new phone call, the businessman greets Mr. Tien with false cordiality, asking ingratiatingly about the problems that have arisen on the training ground. Breaking into a nervous shout, he demands to stop the ridiculous chatter and directly answers whether this slippery guy did not fit Lin Han with that super powerful magic seal. With an impudent grin into the phone, the trader doesn't even think to justify himself, but only philosophically remarks that he simply can't pass up a profitable investment if possible. Taken aback by this audacity, Mr. Tien declares that the potential of some kid is not even close to the exorbitant price that is asked for such an artifact. After adjusting his monocle, the intermediary strongly advises them to stop digging into Lin Han, because the true power of this guy is far beyond their common understanding. Sking in annoyance at being told to take some gut feeling at its word, Tien decides to end this useless conversation and hangs up in anger. Nervously clutching a smartphone in his hand, the man is confused because of a strange premonition about the mysterious Lin Han, whose appearance seems suspicious to him. Spread out before the eyes of the traveler, the mysterious forest meets sharp crystal cliffs and snow-covered paths, looking both inviting and frightening. Looking at the screen of his gadget, Lin Han checks the digital map, where a bright blue marker marks his goal, located in the middle of a white spot on the landscape. Enjoying the moment, the magician freezes in the middle of a diamond forest that lives up to its name in every detail, dazzling in direct sunlight. Whirling around at a sudden cry for help, the young man is confronted with a harsh reality where allies literally beg for salvation at the most critical moment. Trapped in a deadly trap right in front of the giant monster's open mouth, the girl throws her hands up to the sky in utter despair and begs the monster to spare her. Struggling to break away from the ferocious beast that is chasing her, she orders the mage to immediately get out of the way because the enemy is an elite boss. Looking at the approaching threat, Lin Han realizes how disastrously unlucky it is to meet such a powerful opponent on the very outskirts of the Diamond Forest. Turning sharply in his direction, the girl thinks in a panic that the poor man has completely lost his mind from fear, since he is standing like a pillar at such a critical moment. Showing incredible audacity, the warrior suddenly makes a high jump right in front of the monster and with a defiant smile provokes him to fight. As Lin Han watches the girl rush into the thick of things, he only grins at her recklessness and states that this is a direct ticket to the next world. A huge and ferocious creature, resembling a living nightmare of scales and flames, opens its mouth wide and releases a powerful stream of destructive energy, sweeping away everything in its path. Instantly aware of the scale of the impending disaster, the young heroine freezes in horror as the blinding flash of an enemy attack almost touches her face. Closing her eyes in anticipation of an imminent blow, the poor girl is already saying goodbye to life, but she feels someone's presence and opens her eyes in complete shock, not understanding what happened. Deftly seizing the initiative and pulling the girl out from under the boss's nose, the magician with a cheeky grin asks how exactly this brave lady is going to pay for her rescue. A ferocious monster, shrouded in flames, prepares to deliver a decisive blow, causing the air to literally vibrate with primal rage emanating from it. With a light flick of his hand, Lin Han releases a stream of magical energy that crashes into the monster at high speed and leaves it with no chance of escape. A powerful explosion literally throws the giant creature deep into the forest, turning the recent threat into a pile of useless ash and sparks flying in all directions. Beaming with genuine admiration, the rescued girl showers her hero with compliments and asks to join his team, amazed at how easily he dealt with such a boss. Taken aback by the sudden impudence, the guy tries to politely reject a new acquaintance, because he doesn't even know her name, and his true goal is too dangerous for simple walks in the company. Cheerfully, the girl introduces herself to Duan Tin and declares that she is a transformation mage, and the guy decides to keep her company since she so recklessly risked herself. Sincerely admiring such a rare magical profile, the young man does not hide his surprise and admits that such specialization looks really impressive. Slightly embarrassed by the praise and modestly lowering her gaze, the girl changes the subject and politely asks what the name of her mysterious savior is. Realizing that revealing his real name will only cause more trouble, the guy instantly concocts a legend and pretends to be Wang Qian from Yaoguang City with a wide grin. Bombarding a new acquaintance with questions about his incredible strength and training secrets, an inspired girl immediately asks for a joint walk in his native land. Looking at the endless stream of words of a new friend, the guy just smiles awkwardly and frantically thinks about how to fit into this conversation better. Having decided to add solidity to himself, the hero significantly clears his throat and declares that in fact he is much older than it seems at first glance. Believing in this legend, the girl happily exclaims that today is her lucky ticket because she was just wondering if it was possible to be so cool at such a young age. Taken aback by such a violent reaction, Lin Han just raises an eyebrow and directly asks why she is so excited to meet him. Spreading her hands in frustration, she admits that normal equipment for magicians costs a fortune, so she had to come to this place and try her luck alone. Beaming with happiness and clasping her hands in a pleading gesture, Duwaning enthusiastically declares that under the protection of such a cool expert, she can now walk through the forest with absolute confidence. Looking at this sincere but overly straightforward girl, the guy mentally gives up and decides that he will look after her a little more, since she is so direct. Suddenly making a serious face, Lin Han states the sad fact that the luck of his new companion is simply catastrophically bad. Interrupting their dialogue with a sharp crash and a cloud of dust, another batch of problems appears right in front of the characters, confirming the guy's worst fears. With a deafening roar, a huge beast bursts out of the forest thicket, whose muscles leave no doubt that an elite bloodthirsty gorilla of the golden level has appeared before them. Looking at this monstrous giant, the couple clearly falls into a stupor, because the appearance of an opponent of this rank in this zone seems to be absolute madness and promises them trouble. Lin Han confidently blocks the monster's path and with a cheeky grin, tells his friend to stand back while he deals with this walking mountain of meat on his own. At breakneck speed, he flies into close combat, creating a powerful burst of energy around him and delivers a crushing blow directly into the fist of the enraged beast. Feeling the real strength of the enemy in this clash, the hero only smiles wider, as if only now realized how much fun it will be for him to swat this golden misunderstanding. Suddenly sensing something is amiss, the girl screams in horror, realizing that their problems will not be limited to one bloodthirsty gorilla today. Lin Han whirls around in surprise at the sudden noise, when another frightening howl comes from the shadows of the forest, which does not bode well. Resounding the surroundings with a blood-curdling cry, a snow-white predator proudly jumps out on the rock, whose gaze burns with a fierce scarlet flame. Behind the leader, a whole flock of hungry animals silently swims out of the fog, ready to tear the uninvited guests into small pieces at any moment. Instantly assessing the scale of the new threat, the guy can hardly believe his eyes because being surrounded by a pack of blue-eyed wolves is not a test for the faint of heart. Clinging to her companion's clothes in a death grip, the girl screams in panic about impending death, while the magician tries to keep his composure under this onslaught of girlish hysteria. Brushing aside the grim predictions, Lin Han declares that a handful of enemies won't be the reason for his finale and prepares to show what a true pro can do. A loud growl suddenly rips through the space as a terrifying fanged creature flies out of the shadows, forcing the heroes to instantly forget about arguments and prepare for a tough fight. With just his left hand, Lin Han manages to intercept a blow from the giant paw of a monster that is several times larger than him, demonstrating extreme strength. Throwing the beast's carcass high into the air with a powerful jerk, the magician forces the huge ape to soar helplessly up, finally seizing the initiative in this crazy battle. With a furious cry, the boy unleashes all his might on the flying enemy, sending the huge carcass into a prolonged and painful dive deep into the forest. Sweeping away everything in its path, the impact slams the monster into the ground with such force that the unfortunate pack of wolves is scattered in different directions from a powerful blast wave. After landing spectacularly in the midst of the rising dust, Lin Han freezes in a pompous pose of victory, while his companion tries to understand how he even survived in this meat grinder. With a cheeky grin on his face, the hero turns to the girl and boastfully clarifies how she likes his lightning strike, which caused the enemies to turn into a pile of scrap metal and wool. Delighted with the sight, the bright-eyed companion declares herself the #1 devoted fan, acknowledging the undeniable coolness of her savior. Peering into the thicket of the shining diamond forest, the guy notices with suspicion that this location looks damn strange and clearly harbors something worse than ordinary monsters. Comparing the facts about the creatures fleeing from the outskirts, he seriously considers whether to bang on this place with some forbidden spell to provoke a catastrophe. Calculating the risk for the companion, the magician decides that for the sake of her own safety, it's time to send the girl somewhere far away from the epicenter of the future mess. Abruptly changing her tone to patronizing, the heroine cheerfully declares that now she is calm for him and he will definitely take out any showdown alone. Sensing the frightening power of the boss lurking in the depths of the forest, the guy seriously warns that all the past skirmishes were just a pathetic warm-up before a real nightmare. Having warned his startled companion that the recent skirmish was just a warm-up, he calmly suggested the most logical and safe option to get out of the way as soon as possible. It was only necessary for the girl to mention in a panic about the fear of being driven into a dead end by monsters, as her defender promised that he would control the situation and not allow such a failure. No sooner had the poor girl realized the plan of action, as she felt someone's hands on her waist and saw a sly grin on the face of a guy who was clearly planning some crazy adventure. Letting out a whoop of joy and ignoring the startled wail, this daredevil launched his ally straight into the sky, turning her into a projectile that flew far over the horizon. Watching as the girl's figure rapidly decreases against the background of clouds and snow-covered trees, it becomes clear that she now definitely does not have a way back. With a deafening crash, a powerful impact slams the girl into the ground, causing sharp fragments of rocks to fly in different directions from the epicenter of the collision. Completely oblivious to the pain, she freezes in the crater among the cracked slabs, genuinely wondering what kind of strange spell was used on her. Nervous and rubbing the back of his neck in a shower of cold sweat, Lin Han decides to take a desperate step and announces that it's time to roll out a real forbidden spell. Once in the middle of a frozen lake, in the middle of a mystical winter forest, the hero freezes in silence as icy streams of magic slowly begin to thicken around him. Resolutely raising his staff to the sky, the young man releases tremendous energy, shouts out the name of the crushing technique, and the space around begins to shake. Lighting up the sky with blinding flames, a real meteor shower falls on the space, turning everything around into a blazing hell. In utter shock and almost choking with amazement, the girl wonders if this crazy catastrophe is really just a normal spell. With a deafening roar, a giant pillar of pure fire pierces through the ground, leaving behind only a scorched wasteland and clouds of thick smoke. Rushing across the surface at breakneck speed, The residual heat wave literally plows the soil, causing stone blocks to shatter into splinters from the incredible pressure. Completing the magical chaos, chilling streams of water fill the resulting rifts, creating raging waterfalls among the rock fragments, and finally changing the landscape of the battlefield. Looking at the consequences of his move, the magician seriously wonders if he has overdone the power, but immediately turns his attention to the search for the true source of the cataclysm. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the detection department in Yanyun City, sensors are starting to go off scale, detecting an abnormal surge of dark energy right in the vicinity of the Diamond Forest. Bursting into the office, a terrified operative reports on the battle between two experts and the use of a forbidden spell, while the boss tries to take a nap in the chair. Instantly jumping up and tearing off the mask, the dumbfounded chief demands to immediately call Mr. Zilentian, realizing that the situation is completely out of control. As if reading the thoughts of his subordinates, the white-haired master suddenly materializes in the doorway and announces his arrival in a calm tone. Slightly out of breath from exertion, the officer reports to his superiors that they need support from above to catch two mysterious specialists in the Diamond Forest. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, the old man laments the strange influx of unidentified experts and admits that he came rushing in expecting a catastrophe, not a pun intended. Bowing his head respectfully, the loyal subordinate looks into the boss's eyes and asks if they should move on to a hard grip on these targets right now. Crossing his arms over his chest, the leader gives the order to first turn on the tracking system with barriers to calculate their position and act on the situation. Clearly, and in an army salute, the stern soldier shouts out confirmation of the order and instantly prepares to complete the task. Taking a deep breath, the old man watches the officer leave and grumbles that the power of the forbidden spell in the forest makes him regret getting involved in this adventure. Meanwhile, laughing hysterically with delight, Lin Han clutches a glowing sphere in his hand and celebrates the long-awaited discovery of the source of the cataclysm itself. Abruptly ending his triumph, the young man looks around anxiously, suddenly feeling a whole bunch of frighteningly powerful auras around him. Watching the enemy through the magic screen, the hero notices how the military activates trackers and barriers to find out who dared to use magic. Gritting his teeth in anger, the guy realizes that the enemies are trying to completely block any teleportation and frantically takes out a special artifact to escape. Caught in the center of a glowing circle and magical light, the fugitive desperately prays to heaven that his teleportation system will work before the trap closes. Looking into the thick winter forest, the patrol scours the area and transmits on the radio that the southeastern sector is still suspiciously quiet and not a soul. Clutching high-tech scanners in their hands, a group of operatives on a platoon reports to the command that the object has also not been detected in the southwest and northeast. One of the guys snaps up a tablet with a flashing red dot and shouts out the coordinates, noticing movement in a northwesterly direction. Blinding everyone present, a powerful pillar of heavenly light suddenly cuts through the night sky, right in front of the stunned sentry's eyes. Gritting their teeth in rage, the commanders realize that the mysterious fugitive has once again tricked them by using a rare portable teleportation device to escape. Idly looking at his reflection in the mirror of the modern apartment, Lin Han groggily brushes his teeth and tries to finally wake up this morning. With a deafening ring right on the edge of the sink, the smartphone interrupts the morning routine with an urgent call from Manager Lu. Holding the phone to his ear with a toothbrush in his mouth, the young man calmly greets the man, completely not expecting to hear disturbing news. When asked ironically if he's still in bed after last night's chaos, he just squints in surprise at the bright light. Frozen in disbelief, the hero listens to the manager's confused story about a powerful earthquake in the city of Yanyun and the appearance of a mysterious master who has alarmed the entire area. Genuinely shocked by the news of yesterday's earthquake, Lin Han almost drops his toothbrush and tries to find out more about the epicenter of the disaster. Smiling contentedly into the phone, Manager Lu swears to get in touch as soon as he gets hold of secret information about the source of this natural disaster. Looking suspiciously at the smartphone screen after the call ends, the young man becomes gloomy and realizes that this old fox is clearly playing some kind of double game and is trying to outwit him. Wiping his face with a towel, he decides to put aside unnecessary doubts and seriously thinks about the fact that with his unique abilities, it's time to change his occupation. Triumphantly holding up a report about a mysterious warrior and a portable teleporter, Manager Lu in his office mocks the magician's naive attempts to cover his tracks and hide evidence. As he approached the majestic building of the Hall of Changing Professions, the guy appeared in front of a charming employee who clearly did not expect to see him here so soon. Smiling broadly in surprise, the girl greeted her old acquaintance, recognizing him as the mysterious Mr. Lin. Adjusting his shock of bright red hair, the hero confidently declared that he had returned to complete the task of obtaining the third profession in a row. Throwing up her hands in shock, the receptionist reminded him that half a month had passed since the last class change and asked if he had collected all the rare resources so quickly. With a proud hand on his chest, Lin Han replied with a cheeky grin that for him to complete such an impossible task was nothing at all. As he walked past the stunned bystanders, he left them wondering in utter shock if they were going to face the birth of the world's first priest with the third stage of a career change. Not hiding her admiration for the guest's talents, the pretty employee kindly invited him to go to a special terminal to receive a unique task. Resolutely reaching out, Lin Han touched the glowing magic sphere, which instantly began to read his data for the test formation. Flashing frightening details on the bright screen, the system determined a mission for him in the Iron Forest, which would make any other player turn cold with horror. Mentally indignant at the cruelty of such a choice for an ordinary priest, Lin Han quickly dismissed his doubts and decided to accept this dangerous challenge without further ado. Under the administrator's gaze, the red-haired adventurer confidently confirmed his agreement to the crazy quest without even batting an eye in the face of danger. Bowing her head respectfully, the girl promised to register an application and wished to return alive from this risky journey, reminding her of the hard deadline. Soon after arriving in the cozy office, the guy accepted a cup of hot drink from manager Lu, who was beaming with joy at the sight of such a promising client. Leaning back in his chair with a satisfied laugh, the mage laid out a list of necessary supplies and equipment on the table, hinting that he was ready to pull off a really big deal. After studying the papers with a sly smile, the merchant congratulated the young man on his triumph in advance, anticipating the moment when he would officially become the first priest in history with the Third Awakening. With a slyly narrowed gaze, the man realizes that yesterday's earthquake and Lin Han's sudden surge in strength are clearly not coincidental with natural disasters. Sipping from a glass, the guy instantly reads suspicions and decides to turn on the mystery mode so that he will never guess who he really is. Pretending to be an ordinary hard worker, the magician mentally apologizes to his fictional teacher, because while he allegedly risks his life for the sake of artifacts, the guy tries not to burn down. Finally confused but impressed, Lu decides that the tandem of the mysterious master and his disciple is too cool, so it's worth making friends with them at all costs. Abruptly changing the subject and beaming with anticipation, the businessman offers Lin Han a look at a certain treasure, hoping to see if the guy can cope with such a powerful thing. With obvious curiosity, the guy watches as the merchant pulls out some mysterious package that promises to be something really useful in his dangerous adventures. A system window pops up with a description of the artifact, which allows you to change your appearance at the click of your fingers, but scares you with a side effect in the form of losing your own identity. Instantly fired up with the idea of owning such an imba, the guy enthusiastically estimates the benefits of the gizmo and immediately gets down to business, interested in the real price tag for this rare lot. Grinning impudently, the businessman rings the horse price tag of 4 million, to which he receives a cheeky response in the form of an offer to reduce the amount exactly twice. In the midst of a tough trade, both opponents literally sparkle with emotions, trying to out-argue each other and agree on a certain amount. Grudgingly and slyly smiling, the bespectacled businessman still gives up under the pressure of the guy and puts up the final price tag of 3 million, considering it a fair price for such an artifact. After shaking the merchant's hand firmly, a satisfied Lin Han officially confirms the deal, glad that he was able to get a good discount on the necessary item. After saying goodbye to the businessman, the magician takes the veil and leaves, while the merchant rejoices in his thoughts that he bought the loyalty of a potentially limitless master for a penny. Unexpectedly for the guy, his internal system activates an insane multiplier, increasing the characteristics of the newly purchased item by 10,000 times right before his eyes. Dazed by this upgrade, he holds in his hands a legendary mask that perfectly copies the appearance and gender of any person and grants the owner absolutely all the abilities of the target. With a sly smile and a more comfortable grip, Lin Han anticipates how well he will circumvent the entire leadership by pretending to be his own mentor. In the next instant, the space around him is filled with thick clouds of white smoke, through which the dark silhouette of the hero, changing his appearance, can barely be seen. Out of this fog comes a completely different person who, looking in the mirror, quite notes his absolute resemblance to Gao Chong. Walking confidently down a busy city street in his new guise, he realizes that now in Yinyun City, no one will ever suspect him of being an ordinary guy named Lin Han. After removing his mask and regaining his former appearance, He laughs mischievously and defies fate, determined to use Gao Chong's identity as the perfect cover for his secret purposes. Through the dense crowd of passers-by on the sunlit street, a guy with purple hair confidently walks, attracting the eyes of others. He whirls around at a familiar call and is startled when his old friend Liang calls out to him, grinning broadly and clearly not expecting to meet him in such a place. Showering his friend with compliments for his success in an elite educational institution, a beaming Liang grabs Gao firmly by the hand and insists on celebrating their meeting. Forgetting about business and having fun joking, the newly made drinking buddies in an embrace head towards the nearest institution, looking forward to a great evening. Under the neon light of the bar, Lin Han's plan works perfectly, because while Gao Chong is off his sleeping pills, he is preparing to take all the laurels for the mission in the Iron Forest on his own. While the magician hides his face behind a mask, the blonde friend unceremoniously picks up his friend under the shocked gaze of the bar worker. Impressively holding out an elite VIP card, the blonde demands to provide the best hotel room and strictly forbids disturbing his sleeping friend. Once in an empty alley and enveloped in glowing flashes of magical energy, Lin Han decides to reset his current appearance in order to once again resort to the power of transformation. Grinning triumphantly, the guy rejoices in the perfect disguise and looks forward to soon arriving in the mysterious Iron Forest, where no one will recognize him now. Standing alone on the edge of a wooden platform and peering into the thick of sunlit trees, he prepares to take a step toward the dangers of this picturesque location. Grinning broadly, the bearded swordsman insistently suggests creating a team to complete a challenging dungeon in the Iron Forest in order to be guaranteed fame. Politely calling the bearded man uncle, the young man, however, modestly asks his name before agreeing to the adventure. Sighing heavily and seriously considering shaving his beard, which is clearly aging him, he introduces himself as a murderer and looks doubtfully at his frail-looking companion. Wang Qian cheerfully slaps his new teammate on the shoulder and greets Gao Chong as he reassures him that their team is ready to take on new heights. Laughing happily, the bearded swordsman officially accepts the newcomer to the team, while the girl fighter who has come up is surprised to watch the couple's noisy introduction. Suddenly realizing that the uniformed girl standing in front of him is a judge from his past, the guy freezes in silent shock, remembering the recent duel. With a friendly smile, the confident warrior notes the guy's incredibly fast leveling and confirms that this time they will fight in the same team. Out of breath from running and apologizing guiltily for being late, a petite girl joins the group, accompanied by two scowling guys. After accepting the latecomers' apologies, Gao Chong and his partner look curiously at the new members, trying to figure out what role these strangers will play in their squad. After introducing herself, the girl embarrassingly adjusts her hair and explains that the guys accompanying her are just conducting a routine check and will not stay with them for long. Looking at how a rather dubious company gathers around, the guy falls into a slight stupor, because being in the same squad with a couple of familiar faces at once is bad luck. Anticipating the upcoming batch, a powerful bearded man with a sword on his back confidently commands the general gathering, making it clear that it's time to move forward to meet the adventure. Once in the center of the magic circle, the group begins to literally disappear into space, while the system transports them from the familiar world directly to the danger zone. Having finally emerged from the portal, the swordsman greets the Iron Forest at the top of his lungs, completely unconcerned that such a noise might attract unnecessary attention. Abruptly ending the misplaced triumph, a girl walking next to him hisses at him to block up the horizon, because the suspicious silence around them clearly does not bode well for them. Crossing his arms over his chest, the cocky jock teases her with a chuckle and declares that there is nothing to be afraid of with their level, unless some epic boss is drawn. Baring its fangs and letting out a deafening roar, a hefty striped predator jumps out of the bushes right in front of the frozen leader's nose, turning the walk into the beginning of survival. Pulling out his sword, the bearded man only sarcastically clarifies that they are really being attacked by only one steel tiger, to which the girl yells that he is a complete idiot and they are in a deep ambush. Jumping out from behind every rock, a whole pack of angry tigers instantly surrounds the party, clearly demonstrating that there will definitely not be an easy walk through the forest today. Picking up breakneck speed, a couple of the most impatient monsters rush into a frontal attack, forcing the heroes to instantly forget about arguments and prepare for a serious fight. Gritting his teeth and flexing all his muscles, the bearded swordsman takes the brunt of the blow as his blade begins to glow dangerously from the surge of magical energy. Putting up a massive shield in front of him, he takes over the left flank and orders the others not to be stupid, but to quickly cover him on the right before they are completely pinned down. With a short blade in her hands, the blue-haired warrior steps forward and declares that all these tigers are just garbage for her, so the guys should just stay out of the way. Striking lightning-fast blows, the girl turns into a blur and literally cuts the air with blue flashes of energy, leaving behind only the defeated animals. Looking at this incredible sight with her eyes wide open, the cute girl is simply speechless from how much crushing power their companion demonstrates. Breaking his voice from an excess of confidence, the guy brags with might and main about the power of his elite 30-level partners, who supposedly should scatter the steel tigers in no time. Gracefully and at the same time frighteningly, a huge predator with burning eyes flies out of the forest thicket, whose aura literally makes the air vibrate with the outgoing danger. Abruptly changing the battle mood to utter shock, the swordsman realizes that they are facing a real golden boss, who is not actually supposed to walk outside of his location. Glancing sideways at the girl, the young man curses her incredible luck, because as soon as she appears on the horizon, a high-level horror immediately falls on her head. Taking on the beast's crushing blow, the bearded man uses his last remaining strength to hold back the fierce pressure of fangs and claws as the team tries to realize the scale of the trouble. Gritting his teeth from the superhuman strain, he realizes the hopelessness of the situation and orders them to move immediately while he tries to hold up this killing machine. Hearing the command to retreat, the whole group, with primal horror frozen on their faces, takes off, realizing that there is absolutely nothing to catch in this rink. With their heels flashing against the dense greenery, the terrified adventurers rush away through the thicket, just to get as far away from the golden boss and his deadly claws as possible. When Lin Han finally finds himself all alone on the picturesque forest edge near the waterfall, he changes his role and stops playing the helpless victim. Taking out a mask from the inventory, this cunning manipulator with a satisfied grin is preparing to show the world the image of a mysterious master and take all the attention and loot for himself. Rubbing his gray beard, he is planning something big because he is going to single-handedly get the guys out of trouble and is just figuring out which of them to save first. Being in the middle of a wild mix, a couple of heroes froze behind a huge shield because the number of monsters rushing from all sides suddenly exceeded all reasonable limits. Turning sharply at the suspicious noise, the girl screamed in fright, trying to warn her partner about the invisible threat that was about to fall on their heads. Landing with a crash right in front of the warrior, an unknown powerful attack smashed a rotten stump to splinters, forcing the guy to convulsively grip the hilt of his sword and prepare for the worst. Baring its fangs and flashing blood-red eyes, a huge beast leaped out of the forest thicket, its aura whispering that no mercy should be expected in this battle. Realizing the scale of the problem, the swordsman stared at the predator, identifying the monster as the legendary Shadow Wolf boss, which usually ends with a one-way ticket. With a smug grin on his face, the bearded warrior suddenly decided that today was his lucky day and arrogantly charged in alone. With a wild rumble and whoosh, a huge shield spun in the air, which the guy launched at the enemy, hoping to break through the monster's defense with this powerful spinning throw. Flying past the target, the heavy equipment only raised a column of dust, and the giant wolf itself easily dodged and prepared to tear the hapless hero to pieces. Emerging directly from the shadows behind the monster, a companion with glowing red eyes and a glowing dagger boldly declared that this prey belonged only to her. Closing the distance in an instant, the young huntress delivered a crushing overhead strike, causing the fierce leader to howl in pain as a hail of flying blood spatters. With a deafening crash, the fallen wolf's carcass slammed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust and finally ending this lightning-fast duel. Enraged by this turn of events, the bearded man began to yell indignantly at the girl, accusing her of stealing his rightful prey right from under her nose. Completely undeterred by someone else's anger, the impudent heroine only sarcastically noticed that the guy himself was to blame for his slowness and almost missed the dangerous creature. Glaring at each other in silent fury, the two barely restrained themselves from switching their weapons from the monsters to the occasional partner in misfortune. Watching from the side of this ridiculous quarrel against the background of the defeated enemy, the old man in a raincoat was satisfied with the sight he saw, continuing to secretly follow their every move. Hiding under the hood, he reflects that for a level 30 master, some golden monster is not a problem, deciding that the skin of a slain wolf will be a great trophy. As if appearing out of nowhere, a cloaked silhouette suddenly looms over the shocked warriors and shamelessly declares that he wants to take the valuable remains of the beast for himself. Completely unable to understand how this master managed to get so close to them and remain unnoticed. The couple freezes with their eyes wide open in horror and bewilderment. Angrily plunging his heavy sword into the ground, the bearded man resolutely refuses to give up the loot, reminding the brazen newcomer that they actually risk their lives. Completely ignoring the protests, the old man dryly states that since they don't want to give up the mech in a nice way, then he will simply take it by force, leaving them no chance of a peaceful outcome. Without a second thought, the enraged swordsman and his partner simultaneously launch an attack on the mysterious old man, hoping to overwhelm him with teamwork. With incredible speed, which is even difficult to realize, the master literally slams both attackers into the ground, clearly showing them the gap in strength and combat experience. The old man glares icily at his defeated opponents, then asks with a grin if he can now take the rightful trophy, since the discussion in the format of a fight has come to an end. Terrified to death and instantly losing all their fighting zeal, the warriors hurriedly bow and fawn over the strong stranger, calling the wolf skin a gift. Walking away with a huge prize on his shoulder, this master arrogantly sums up that the good old fists deal with persuasion much more effectively than any words. Once in the mysterious Crimson Forest, where even the sky seems soaked in blood, a lone figure in a light cloak continues its journey under close surveillance. Suddenly, from the dense shadows, a whole flock of bloodthirsty monsters, similar to creepy monkeys, pounces on him, hoping to catch the traveler by surprise. Surrounded on all sides by the fanged beasts, the old man doesn't even flinch, allowing the opponents to get close before unleashing their true might on them. Releasing a blinding flash of golden energy, the master undermines everything around him, causing the monsters to fly in different directions like ordinary ragdolls. With a mocking smile on his face, he confidently declares that with an impenetrable defense, these pathetic attempts to attack look ridiculous, and it's easier for him to defeat the pack. A huge dark bulk suddenly appeared right in front of him, making him freeze in mute shock before the power of the forest giant, which makes it clear that the walk has ceased to be languid. Flashing 3 fierce red eyes, this furry forest overlord unleashed an ultrasonic roar that makes everyone's ears pop. Realizing that the small monkeys were just a warm-up, the master decides to finally test his physical skills before changing the character's class. Abruptly taking off and charging his fist with a bright glow, the old man flies straight at the enemy at crazy speed, clearly planning to punish the overgrown monkey. Shocked by the small man's audacity and incredible speed, the demonic giant's eyes bulged, aware that a painful greeting was about to arrive. A powerful blow from the hero shakes the ground, causing a blinding flash and causing the forest boss to stagger from such unexpected audacity on the part of an ordinary old man. Keeping completely calm, the master decides to tease the opponent and offers to check how many more blows he can withstand before finally running out of steam. Taken aback by this audacity, the huge ape freezes in disbelief, mistaking the hero's tactical pause for a plea for mercy. Completely unable to understand what this strange man is up to, the monster turns its head around while our hero technically enters the blind zone for a decisive maneuver. Punching through a wooden barrier, a swift fist flies straight to the target, proving that no amount of armor can save an experienced fighter from a properly delivered blow. Angry and earnest, a huge primate rips an entire tree out of the ground, deciding that against such an argument, a small opponent will definitely not have a reception. Swinging the trunk over his head like a giant bat, the monster brings all its power down, hoping to smear the hero on the forest path with one accurate hit. Smiling maliciously in the face of danger, the master cheerfully encourages the forest bully, sincerely rejoicing that he gets to use at least some weapon for a fair fight. Roaring loudly with rage, the three-eyed jock tries to intimidate his opponent with his yell, completely oblivious to the fact that his grandfather has already prepared a couple of extremely unpleasant surprises for him. Right at the moment of the most powerful swing, the hero takes the initiative and strikes back with such force that even a century-old tree in the monster's hands shatters into splinters. A huge gorilla with blazing eyes and protruding fangs freezes in complete shock, clearly not expecting such a sharp response from its target. In the next instant, a powerful energy explosion blasts everything around with a blinding glow, turning the monster into a helpless doll, flying away from the crushing blow. Flying through the forest at an insane speed, the carcass of the unlucky beast is slammed into the ground with a crash, leaving behind only a cloud of dust and fragments of trees. Slightly adjusting his hood, the icy-eyed old man only dismissively throws out the phrase that this golden misunderstanding doesn't even deserve a second blow. After taking a calm look at the empty edge of the forest, the master confidently declares the safety of the territory and orders to immediately move out to regroup with the rest of the squad. On a forest trail, the trio suddenly stumbles upon the fallen carcass of a monster and freezes in silent shock, trying to figure out who could have undressed so quickly with this colossus. Rolling their eyes at the incredible sight, the heroes in unison wonder what kind of unreal force is capable of such destruction. Watching them from behind a massive tree trunk, the old man only grumbles darkly to himself that meeting this girl definitely doesn't bode well. Looking at the deep dents made by fists on the broken trees, the guys come to the conclusion that a real martial artist worked, knocking out a monkey in one fell swoop. Biting her finger thoughtfully, she tries to remember if this is not the legendary style of Wang Chun, which allows you to end any fight with a single accurate blow. Suddenly, two armed warriors come out of the thicket, and noticing the girl, call out to her, hoping to find out at least something about the missing Gao Chong. Slightly confused, the beauty just throws up her hands and honestly admits that she has no idea where their friend has gone and whether some monster has devoured him. Hiding in the shadow of a huge tree, the old man grits his teeth in exasperation, wishing he could get away from this noisy group and continue his mission alone. Finally waiting for the voices of his pursuers to fade into the distance, the silver-haired master lets out a sigh of relief, enjoying the long-awaited silence. Turning sharply at the strange noise, he suddenly realizes that the main problem is the search for the heart of a certain monster is just beginning. Right in front of him, a creepy platinum-level forest guardian grows out of the ground, looking like a nightmare-animated tree with a huge mouth and sharp tentacle branches. The huge bulk of the monster crashes to the ground with a crash, sending up columns of thick dust and causing everything around to shake with the incredible power of this collision. Lin Han, in the guise of an old man, swoops into the sky and dodges a cascade of sharp stone fragments that whiz through the air right behind him. Suddenly, ink-black bundles fly out of the thick fog, rushing at breakneck speed toward the target, forcing the guy to prepare for the worst. Tightly trapping the guy's movements, insidious appendages envelop his arms and legs, making it impossible to even move, and dragging him into a deadly trap right in the middle of the battle. Grinning self-consciously, the white-haired master only tightens his fists and challenges the huge monster, declaring that it is definitely unstoppable with its pathetic tentacles. With one powerful tug, the old man breaks the bonds that bind him, demonstrating such savage strength that even the air around him begins to vibrate with the outgoing energy. With a loud roar of rage, the tree-like monster opens its toothy mouth wide and prepares to unleash the full force of its primal rage on the impudent human. For a moment, everything is quiet as a thick fog shrouds the ominous forest, creating the illusion of calm before an imminent and crushing attack. Turning sharply at a suspicious noise, the hero freezes with eyes wide with shock, realizing that the real danger has crept up on him from a completely different direction. Right out of the thicket to help the tree boss flies a whole gang of ferocious creatures, among which huge lions and muscular gorillas are grinning, ready to tear anyone in the way. As the old man crouches down to make a dash, he is alarmed to realize that the master of the Iron Forest is able to bend even the strongest monsters in the area to his will. At the other end of the forest, the master picks up someone else's presence nearby and realizes that the situation is finally getting out of hand. A group of young fighters rushes into the thick of the action to find out the reason for the terrible roar that shakes the forest silence. Sensing the powerful aura of the master teacher approaching, the white-haired warrior decides to finish off the enemy as quickly as possible before he himself is caught at the scene of this epic slaughter. Deciding that the cat and mouse game has dragged on, the icy-eyed old man abruptly ends the fight, telling the terrified opponents that his patience has run out and it's time to wrap up. Aiming his massive staff straight up into the overcast sky, the crazed mage lets out a scream and activates the truly terrifying, forbidden spell, Field of Chaos. Directly above the hero's head, a giant glowing seal is unfolding, covered with ancient runes, from which an exorbitant magical power blows a mile away. Just a moment later, hundreds of sparkling turquoise arrows hit the ground, turning space into a deadly trap, from which it is impossible to get out alive. Looking at this nightmarish fireworks display, the trio of adventurers falls into a stupor, wondering if this is the same legendary monster that single-handedly rolled out their fighter. Once in the midst of a magical storm, the children freeze in silent horror as sparks fly around them in all directions and the ground literally disappears from under their feet. A relentless shower of energy blades continues to tear holes in the ground just inches away from the group, making them realize that any mistake now will be the last. Surrounded by the remnants of a sparkling aura, Grandmaster Shi appears spectacularly from a thick cloud of dust, his mere presence silencing the flashes of magic. He opens his arms in a gesture of welcome, says that he made it just in time, and immediately goes on to ask about the mysterious master who caused all this commotion. Clutching their heads in shock, the boys vied with each other to explain to the savior that the Iron Forest was almost blown to splinters, and they witnessed a real battle of the Titans. Concerned about the fate of her missing comrade, the girl informs the master teacher that their friend Gao Chun is still somewhere deep in the dangerous forest and may have gotten into trouble. As soon as he listens to the request for help, the master takes off and rushes away at an incredible speed, leaving behind only a cloud of dust and teenagers shocked by his speed. Startled by what they saw, the group of friends freezes with their mouths open, realizing that the real power of the Grandmaster goes far beyond their imagination and common sense. Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest, among the torn earth and thick fog, a man in a raincoat tightly clutches in his hand a glowing blue artifact just obtained in heavy combat. With a smile on his face, he mentally celebrates success, because the cherished heart of the Guardian finally belongs to him, and the mission for which he risked everything is officially completed. Clutching the mysterious artifact tightly in his hand, the man agonizes over what words he should use to greet the master teacher so that he can't refuse the deal. Suddenly, Lin Han has a brilliant idea, and he literally glows with joy, realizing that the way out of a difficult situation was right under his nose all this time. Pulling out a smartphone from the wide folds of his robe, the old man prepares to make the crucial call that will change the course of events. Holding a mobile phone to his ear, the master offers the Huiyu trading market to buy the rarest guardian heart from him, clearly counting on a very solid profit. Smiling broadly, Manager Liu enthusiastically assures him that they are ready to pick up any number of rare treasures and adjust to any delivery conditions. Making strict demands, the old man orders to leave the cash tomorrow morning in the hollow of an old tree, threatening serious consequences for trying to track him. Satisfied with how easy the negotiations are progressing, the buyer confirms that the rules of the game are accepted and the money will be delivered to the specified location strictly on schedule. Thinking about it, the master calculates a complex multi-pass scheme in his mind, hoping that buying the keeper's heart through an intermediary will help him finally deflect suspicion from himself. With a sharp focus, the old man thinks of Grandmaster Shi Lintian, whose figure is the key and most dangerous in his risky adventure. Standing in front of huge beasts frozen in transparent blocks of ice, the master looks tiny against the background of this power, but it is up to him to decide the fate of the captured monster. From a bird's-eye view of a giant crater, in the middle of which the lonely figure of an old man seems very tiny on the scorched and cracked earth. Moving closer to one of the ice traps, the master is surprised to find a frozen man inside, whose figure barely shines through a thick layer of magical azure. With a sharp and domineering shout, the old man directs his inner strength at the ice shell, causing it to shatter into thousands of small glittering fragments. Shivering from the biting cold and barely able to stand, the freed boy looks around in horror, as if not understanding how he survived in this icy prison. After asking directly about the identity of the rescued person, the old man attentively studies Gao Cheng's reaction, who in response fearfully asks how the Grand Master knows his name. Narrowing his eyes slightly, the master asks the boy, rather suspiciously, if anyone else has run through here, while his teammates cut off his phone out of concern. Nervously hugging his arms and clearly being in a slight shock, the young man babbles something unintelligible about a flash of white light, after which a complete void formed in his memory. As he watches the boy walk away, his grandfather notices that the second-level assassin probably wouldn't have survived the forbidden curse, which seems like a damn strange coincidence to him. With a sigh of relief, the grim, bearded leader of the squad slaps the poor guy on the shoulder and is glad that he didn't throw back his hooves after such a powerful magic spell. Smiling broadly and rubbing the back of his head, the rescued guy thanks his entire gang for the proceeds and promises that they will definitely hang out together in some next raid. After saying goodbye to the guys, the big man with a huge sword and his companion go to pass the quest, leaving the young man alone with his thoughts. The rest of the company cheerfully calls out to each other, confirming their readiness to move out next, as long as the situation seems as calm and friendly as possible. Suspiciously squinting in the direction of the departed Gao Cheng, the old man orders his people to organize surveillance for him, and he decides to personally scout the place of the recent batch. Silently hovering directly in a tree over the head of an unsuspecting boy, a stealthy observer concludes that the object behaves quite naturally. With a cheeky grin, the hero clearly sees through the surveillance and mentally challenges his pursuers, wondering if they are strong enough to keep up with him. Having sharply accelerated and left behind only a blurry trail, The guy demonstrates such an unrealistic speed that it is almost impossible to follow him with an ordinary eye. Taken aback by this audacity, the pursuer barely has time to cry out in surprise when the target of his surveillance literally disappears into thin air right before his eyes. Stopping with difficulty in the middle of a forest clearing and kicking up a whole cloud of dust, the spy looks around dumbfounded, trying to figure out where his subject has gone. Clutching his hair in utter shock and wild bewilderment, the hapless tail screams at the whole forest, not understanding how this small assassin could so technically twist it off. Through a haze of morning mist, the sun rises over a quiet city block, marking the beginning of another day that at first seems completely ordinary. With a huge yawn and hands behind his head, Lin Han struggles out of the embrace of sleep, unaware of the strange events that will soon turn his life upside down. Leaning on his arm and looking thoughtfully out of the window, the hero freezes for a moment in an attempt to collect his thoughts while the clouds pass peacefully behind the glass. Right above the apartment building, a giant neon projection in the shape of an eye suddenly flashes, which ominously pulsates and seems to scan the entire space below it. Everywhere in the crowd of random passers-by, mysterious glowing symbols of the Eye of God begin to appear, turning the familiar reality into some kind of crazy video game. In the middle of the room, the guy is thinking hard about the surveillance of the Ministry of Security and trying to figure out exactly how the experts got on his trail. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, the hero casually brushes his teeth and makes a firm promise to act as carefully as possible so as not to give away his secrets to unnecessary people. With a loud trill, the smartphone lying on the table suddenly explodes, and an incoming call from Manager Liu is displayed on the screen. Holding the phone to his ear and continuing his morning routines, the guy calmly answers the call, trying not to betray his excitement in any way. Smiling slyly at the other end of the phone, the man announces that he has received a rare artifact, the Guardian's Heart, and offers to meet to discuss a change of activity. Ending the conversation with optimism, the guy hopes that yesterday's transaction went smoothly and the police will not notice anything suspicious if he continues to behave naturally. On the sunlit street, Lin Han is closely watched by a stranger in a business suit, whose sharp exclamation betrays a clear interest in the young man's movements. Nervously scratching his head, the agent reports to his superiors about his doubts about the authenticity of the magician's identity and asks for further instructions. Adjusting his glasses with a calculating look, the boss orders to keep an eye on the guy, considering his suspicious success in exams direct proof of some hidden game. At the entrance to the building, a cheery manager Liu greets Lin Han with full honors as he impatiently demands to see the promised artifact. Smiling broadly and adjusting his monocle, the buyer greets the guest cordially at the entrance, inviting him to quickly go inside and not worry about the details. Standing on the roof of a nearby building, the two individuals watch in bewilderment, wondering where the average student Lin Han got such connections from. Accepting the treasured briefcase with the heart of defense from the helpful manager, the guy politely thanks him for his work, to which he breaks into an even more obsequious smile. Having decided to finally impress his experienced companion, the hero effectively summons a couple of rare artifacts and invites Mr. Liu to personally evaluate their quality level. Glittering with crimson reflections, the legendary Sword of Carnage appears, which can incredibly strengthen the owner at the cost of his own life energy. Following the sword in the air, a massive battle armor with a legendary level of protection materializes and can turn its owner into an almost invulnerable fortress. Barely able to contain the shock of what he saw, Manager Liu falls into a complete stupor and frantically tries to find out who Lin Han's mysterious master really is. Maintaining a mysterious half-smile, the red-haired guy casually explains that for his mentor, such things are mere trifles, and the master himself simply does not tolerate unnecessary fuss and fame. Putting their hand to their heart in a formal gesture, the merchant swears that their organization will keep the identity of the merchant secret and never divulge information about the artifacts. As Lin Han leaves the meeting, he casually complains about suspicious characters hanging around outside, and the manager readily promises to deal with this little nuisance. Having blocked the path of persistent pursuers right at the door of the VIP box, harsh guards clearly explain that outsiders are strictly forbidden to enter the elite zone. Exasperated by the injustice, the bespectacled guy begins to shake his license and demand a search, not understanding how the student managed to get the status of a privileged guest. After giving the intruders an icy stare, Manager Liu puts the intruders in their place, stating that only he decides who is worthy of the VIP title and orders the security guards to throw them out. As Lin Han passes his defeated and humiliated enemies, he waves goodbye with a mocking grin, promising that he will remember this epic failure many times over. After saying goodbye to the friendly manager, the hero goes home under the cover of twilight, while the manager wishes his most valuable client good luck and safety on the way. As Liu watches the young man's retreating figure walk towards the Profession Change Center, he wonders if Lin Han is really going to change his profession so quickly. Seeing a familiar customer on the doorstep, the pretty employee threw up her hands in surprise, because Mr. looked at them again suspiciously soon. Breaking into a smile, the hero declares his incredible luck in obtaining an item for the transfer and asks to immediately prepare everything necessary to start the procedure. Slightly confused by this pressure, the girl hurriedly sits down at the computer in order to book a special space for changing classes for the guest in a couple of clicks. Once in the center of the room, the guy freezes in anticipation of transformation, while flaming streams of orange and blue magical energy swirl around him effectively. He screams through his teeth at the sharp flash of pain, barely able to contain himself as two powerful energy streams literally flash through his body during the agonizing class change. Barely catching his breath, the hero realizes why there are so few priests of the third rank in the world. Because without steel endurance, the power of a natural disaster would simply crush him from the inside. After letting out a sigh of relief and regaining his composure, Lin Han eagerly prepares to assess the scale of the power he has gained, to see how much cooler he has become after the risky upgrade. Frozen in front of the new holographic interface, the newly minted holy priest learns new forbidden skills from the divine domains of thunder and wind. Clenching his fist in victory and grinning contentedly, the guy looks forward to future battles, because now he is able to turn the very essence of natural disasters into a personal weapon. Suddenly, a blinding column of light flashes on a huge street screen, causing passers-by to freeze in mute bewilderment. The assembled crowd wonders in confusion if the bulletin board is broken, because what they saw seems completely impossible. On the bright blue holographic panels, Lin Han's name is clearly visible, confirming that he has received the incredible profession of a third-rank holy priest. The guy refuses to believe his eyes, doubting that any priest is even capable of such an achievement, and the novice is only trying to realize how cool the third rank is. A brutish blue-haired guy roughly grabs a terrified boy by the scruff of the neck, fiercely reproaching him for his complete ignorance of basic school truths about the power of the upper classes. Excitedly waving his hands, the guy shouts that to meet a priest who has reached the third transformation, this is an exorbitant luck in a worldwide event. Instantly recognizing a local legend in a passerby, the guys begin to actively point their fingers and whisper that Lin Han is the best student of this year and in general a real genius. Dreamily clasping her hands in front of her face, a fan falls into complete ecstasy and shouts out a marriage proposal to her idol all over the street. As Lin Han strolls out of the glowing magic portal, he appears before the frozen crowd in the rays of heavenly light, clearly not expecting such a stormy reception. Noticing a suspicious fuss around him, the guy freezes in confusion and with obvious bewilderment asks the audience what exactly they are staring at. Breaking from the place like an avalanche, a mad crowd of fans with wild screams rushes straight to the hero, wanting at all costs to snatch the cherished autograph and not let him escape. Trying to stop this unruly flow of people, a shocked Lin Han desperately asks everyone to slow down before he is completely trampled. Surrounding the entrance to the building, a frenzied crowd of fans brandish blank posters and shout out their love for Lin Han, hoping to get his coveted autograph. Wearing a white hood on his head, the young man tries to slip past his parents, who ironically wonder if he is going to rob a bank in this outfit. Nervously looking around and adjusting his disguise, the guy asks his ancestors to deny his existence in front of anyone who looks into the house with questions about him. Lin Han takes off abruptly, bursts out of the door, and rushes away, saying a curt goodbye to his bewildered father and mother as he goes. After landing epically in the courtyard after a jump, the guy suddenly bumps into a dumbfounded schoolgirl with a ladder, which is why the most awkward pause hangs between them. Watching her son drift off into the distance, the mother wipes away tears of pride at his popularity, while the father philosophically remarks that the burden of celebrity is far from simple. Once finally in a safe place, the guy sighs heavily at the thought that dealing with fans is more exhausting than a battle, and quickens his pace so as not to be late for the auction. Stretching into the sky with its mirrored walls, the majestic building of the auction house shines in the sun, promising to become a place of epic events. Barely crossing the threshold, the hero stumbles upon a group of pretentious guys whose leader, with a malicious grin, is surprised at such a chance meeting right in the lobby. Listening to a torrent of insults, he remains icily calm while Major tries to humiliate him by calling him a redneck who doesn't deserve to be in such an elite place. Abruptly cutting off her arrogant tirade, an auction employee who appeared out of nowhere politely greets Lin Han, informing him that manager Lu has already been waiting for him inside. With a dazzling smile in response to the invitation, the hero confidently goes to the entrance, leaving his abuser standing with his mouth open in shock. Trying to comprehend the scale of his failure, the purple-haired guy's companion confusedly asks if he was the one who assured everyone of this commoner's ordinary origin. Burning with rage and humiliation, Gao snaps at his friends, wondering if this Lin Han is hiding some cool secret identity. Once in the luxurious office, the guy asks the manager to get him a darker raincoat in order to keep incognito and not leave today's auction empty-handed. While preparations are in full swing, the young man receives an advance of 100 million from the partner for the equipment sold and a promise that future royalties will also fall on his VIP card. Having made a spectacular appearance on the podium, the charismatic presenter greets the crowd at the auction and promises that today's delivery of top loot will definitely blow everyone's mind. Displaying powerful steel bracers made of steel tigress fur, this beauty emphasizes that the gold rank of the equipment gives a hidden bonus to defense. After announcing the starting price tag of more than $1 million and banging the hammer on the table, the manager begins bidding where the next step will cost a tidy sum. Immediately involved in a fierce battle for the artifact, rich applicants in the hall begin vying to raise the stakes, which is why the price soars to $1.5 million. Watching from the luxurious VIP box, Lin Han genuinely wonders why the ordinary steel bracers have caused such a wild stir among the local elite. With a deafening slam of the hammer, the enthusiastic host closes the deal and congratulates the lucky person on purchasing top-end equipment. With a knowing grin, Lu notes that for a pro like Mr. Lin, these pieces of hardware are just garbage, but advises you to take a closer look at the guests in the next 5 boxes. Located in separate enclosed balconies, the mysterious competitors closely monitor the auction, clearly waiting for the right moment for a large bid. Idly chewing on a lollipop, the hooded man asks his companion how powerful bigwigs from the great families of the empire decided to look at this light today. Listing the 5 great clans of the empire with their bottomless wallets and influence, the manager emphasizes that today the most dangerous players in the market gathered in the hall. Confidently flashing his eyes and clearly feeling the excitement, the guy declares that if there is a real good note among the lots, then he will lay down the bones, but will not miss his own. Once in the center of a powerful spotlight in a quiet arena, the spectacular presenter solemnly announces the release of the main and most desired highlight of today's program. Literally making the air vibrate with pathos, the girl presents a magical pass to the ruins, which are considered one of the most advanced and mysterious places in this world. Looking at the image of majestic ancient buildings surrounded by greenery, the crowd realizes the rarity of the lot because the ruins are opened only once in 30 years. Smiling brilliantly from the stage, the auctioneer announces the start of bidding for a pass to the mysterious ruins of the 3rd level, the entrance to which is allowed only to elite fighters. Instantly, a real excitement breaks out in the hall, and the heated rich people begin to interrupt each other, raising the price to 50 million in a matter of seconds. Watching this madness from his VIP box, Lin Han confirms with a cheeky grin that this lot is truly worth every cent spent. Confidently and even a little predatory smile, he declares to his companion that he will never miss this prey and intends to go to the victorious end. Ma Tianxing, the 4th son of one of the 5 great families, has jumped up from his seat in exasperation because of someone's bet and is demanding that his sister continue this financial battle. Enraged by the audacity of competitors, the guy shouts out a bid of 100 million and openly puts pressure on the opponent with the authority of the family, offering compensation for refusing to bid. With a malicious grin, Manager Lu reminds them that they are the heirs of the great Ma clan and hints that it is better to be friends with such people rather than feuding. Completely unimpressed by the threats and big names, Lin Han coldly remarks that the auction is all about money, not family ties. With an icy calm and a slight half-smile on his face, the player outbids the opponent's bet, casually throwing a figure of 150 million into the hall. Taken aback by the audacity and losing control of himself, Ma Tianxing, in desperation, raises the price to 180 million, trying with the last of his strength to buy the loyalty of a stranger. Resolutely cutting off attempts to negotiate, the guy declares that he didn't care about the authority of the great families and hammers in the final bid of $200 million. Ma Tianxing yells in impotent rage and points a finger in the direction of his opponent, promising to remember this impudence forever, while Mr. Lin just grins back at him. Being completely delighted with such a record-breaking cush, the presenter quickly counts down the final seconds and solemnly closes the auction with a deafening hammer blow. Slightly nervous, manager Liu warns Mr. Lin that his victory at the auction has caused the Ma family to hold a grudge, and now everyone will discuss the event. Smiling slyly, he immediately reassures the guy, promising that in his establishment they know how to keep secrets, so that for all the bloodhounds, he will remain only a mysterious anonymous client. Abruptly changing his tone to business, Liu casts the bait for the future and asks the supplier to bring at least an artifact of the level of the legendary bloodbath sword next time. Ironically raising his eyebrows, the guy besieges the greedy manager with a phrase that he is not a wholesale warehouse, after which he slows down and agrees to at least 2 top clothes. Securing a successful deal with a firm handshake, the two finally agree on cooperation, satisfied that they have found a common language in a difficult business. Chuckling to himself, Liu realizes that he underestimated Mentor Lin's wealth and promises to throw politeness aside next time to make the most of this gold mine. Looking around the empty trading floor, the heroes head for the exit while the manager continues to process his extremely promising client. Anticipating a huge hype, Liu suggests that Lin Han quickly hide in the VIP box because the news about the sale of thick earth armor and the legendary sword is about to blow up the city. After an hour of calm, waiting over a cup of tea in luxurious armchairs, their privacy is suddenly interrupted by an assistant who bursts into the room. Choking with delight, the girl blurts out the incredible news that only 2 lots went under the hammer for an insane $6,350,000,000. The shocked guy barely finds words from the realization that after deducting a huge commission, he turned into a real multimillionaire in an instant. After recovering a little, Lin Han admits that he is now afraid to go out with such a fabulous amount, especially after publicly insulting the interests of the Ma family. Adjusting his monocle in a masterly manner, Liu assures the client of complete safety, promising that the best masters of the Heyu auction house will look after him for 3 days. Wrapped in silence and his own thoughts, Lin Han slowly leaves the building, moving along a deserted alley. Suddenly, his path is blocked by a group of cheeky guys led by a gray-haired guy, whose unkind looks clearly hint that the quiet walk has come to an end. Deathly pale from surprise, the magician freezes in place and in a panic tries to figure out how the pursuers managed to calculate his location. With a malicious grin on his face, the leader of the group explains that the Ma family's elite fighters completely cordoned off the auction building and kept a record of everyone who came out. Resolutely adjusting his raincoat, the guy boldly declares to the face of the enemies that under no circumstances is he going to give them the precious map of ruins number 3. Brazenly invading the personal space of the hero, the bully throws out a trump card and offers to throw another 100 million on top just to get this artifact. Changing their tactics to fake friendliness, a couple from an influential clan condescendingly promises not to cause harm if the guy agrees in a good way. Having lost all patience, the major breaks down to shout and demands to immediately give up the thing, while his companion tries to somehow calm down the raging partner. With a challenging smile on his face, Lin Han spreads his arms wide and literally provokes the crowd, offering to try to take the card themselves if they have the courage and strength to do so. Finally losing his temper, the gang leader gives a furious order to his Sixers to pounce on the guy and beat out all the dope from him along with the cherished artifact. Instantly taking off from the spot, a crowd of aggressive fighters with wild shouts rushes to the attack, hoping to crush the lone man with their numerical superiority. At the same time, a powerful gust of wind from an unknown force throws the hapless attackers into the air, forcing them to turn helplessly among the flying newspapers and garbage. Abruptly ending the failed attack, a mysterious figure in a high boot effectively pins one of the attackers to the ground and challenges the others to try their hand. With a confident gait, a gorgeous beauty enters the battlefield, whose single appearance causes the hero to freeze and the atmosphere around him to heat up to the limit. Turning deathly pale with horror, Bully recognizes in the newcomer the legendary queen of the new generation of assassins named Fei Hua, whose presence does not bode well for him. With a menacing glare, Fei Hua harshly reminds the impudent guests of the auction house's rules, which forbid any transactions and attacks for 3 days. Instantly relieved of her anger, the brunette from the Ma family obediently bows to her older sister Fei Hua and promises to immediately take her wayward brother and all the guards away. As Lin Han watches the major quickly and decisively leave, he notices that this girl knows how to be tough at the right moment and knows exactly when it's time to make a move. Turning to his companion with a sly grin, he calls her a beautiful sister and declares that they should not linger on the spot either. Spreading her hands in confusion, the girl genuinely doesn't understand where they are going in such a hurry. After reminding her that the auction house hired her as a security guard for 3 days, the guy explains that now she is obliged to follow him everywhere, especially since he feels the surveillance on his skin. As they walk down a narrow alley, the pair are closely watched from the corners by shadowy pursuers, one of whom is wearing a disguise box over his head. Pouting slightly, her companion grumbles that her pursuers haven't even started attacking yet, which means there's no point in her intervening until she gets her fair share. Slyly squinting, the guy decides to ask the real cost of her services and asks how much her professional help in this mess will cost him. Having carefully studied something in her smartphone, the girl with an absolutely serious look declares that for one such exit, she will need at least 2 million. Instantly creating a whole mountain of crisp banknotes, the young man with a generous smile hands her the promised amount and offers to deal with the tail right now. Pretty hugging a stack of money, the fighting beauty confidently promises to take everything on herself, because for such a fee, she is ready to wipe out any opponent. The roar of a massive explosion shakes the narrow street as the terrified pursuers in a panic beg Manhwa for mercy and ask to let them go in good health. Covering his head with his hands against the flying debris from all directions, Lin Han admits with delight that such a clean job is truly worthy of a true assassin queen. Leaving behind a mountain of defeated enemies, the self-satisfied beauty reports that she has checked everything within a 10-mile radius, and now no one will step on their heels. Instantly smelling the smell of easy money, Fei Hua immediately offers to expand the cleaning area and make another professional attack at a discount. Suddenly struck with drama, the girl begins to wail plaintively about how expensive materials and clothes are now, and the employer only remains silent in response. Having decided to finally close the issue with her financial difficulties, the guy offers to become his personal bodyguard for 500 million Star Dragon coins per month. Instantly dismissing the complaints, the girl asks not to mention the money because it hurts her feelings, and the opportunity to protect him, she now considers them a special karmic connection. Folding her hands in emotion, the flushed beauty with a meek look makes a solemn promise that from this very day, she belongs completely only to him. As the city descends into dusk, Lin Han sleeps carelessly in his bed, arms outstretched, completely unaware that he is already being watched. Sitting on the roof, a group of guys discuss the boring, everyday life of surveillance, and one of them wonders why an object that does nothing for days needs to be looked after. Confidently working with chopsticks during a snack, their leader convinces the team that if they keep an eye on the guy, then the promotion will be in their pocket. Suddenly appearing out of nowhere, a harsh squad makes the would-be spies jump on the spot from surprise, instantly knocking off all their arrogance and relaxed mood. Sensing someone's gaze on him and clearly unkind, the dumbfounded leader of the group freezes with food in his mouth and absurdly asks why the hell everyone is staring at him. Like the embodiment of a nightmare, a giant horned figure with a frightening neon grin suddenly loomed over the unsuspecting guy in glasses out of the pure darkness. Shuddering with a piercing sense of danger, the spy tries with the last of his strength to warn his leader about the monster lurking behind him. Turning sharply at the cry, the poor guy in the suit falls into a real stupor at the sight of the demon silhouette's clawed paw raised above him. Enveloping the victim in suffocating coils of purple energy, the dark entity mercilessly drags the screaming boy into an abyss from which there is no way out. Leaving only an oppressive silence, the unseen enemy disappears into thin air, promising witnesses a much harsher punishment for the next attempt at surveillance. Throwing up their hands in a conciliatory gesture, the terrified boys vow to never pry into other people's affairs again, just to get away from this nightmare as soon as possible. After watching the hapless pursuers run in terror in different directions, the dark shadow finally dissolves, leaving behind only a plume of sinister energy. Modestly lowering her gaze, the pink-haired girl is genuinely worried whether this sudden commotion has disturbed Boss Lin Han's peace of mind. Stretching sweetly in his bed after a long sleep, the young man has no idea what drama has been playing out around him while he was resting peacefully. Noticeably embarrassed by the sudden appearance of a guest in his bedroom, the guy tries to hide his awkwardness, while the girl watches him wake up with a soft smile. Caught off guard by such an early visit, the confused guy tries to politely greet Hua, wondering how she even ended up in his private room. With barely concealed pride in her voice, the girl tells him that she spent the whole night guarding his rest and personally dealt with the suspicious characters hanging around the villa. Fearing for the fate of the uninvited guests, the alarmed young man timidly clarifies whether everything is all right with them and whether his harsh defender has gone too far in educational measures. With a reassuring wave of her hand, The charming warrior reassures her boss that she acted very carefully, and these people will definitely not bother them again. Hovering over the bed, Hua suddenly offers to take their relationship to a new level, hinting at a deeper collaboration, which makes the guy completely speechless. Rubbing the back of his head in obvious confusion, Lin Han tries to grasp the scale of the problem looming over him, while the pink top of his head looms right in front of his face. Beaming with anticipation and drooling over imaginary mountains of gold, she is already calculating a billion-dollar profit, offering the guy a wholesale discount for years of working together. Trying to appeal to the remnants of the Queen of Assassins, Conscience, the young man reads her morals, to which he receives the answer that real money and moral principles are incompatible things. Having finally changed their home environment to bright training grounds, the heroes head to the complex, where they prepare for new achievements among the greenery and concrete. Looking as confident as possible, Lin Han cheerfully declares to his companion that he is not here for serious training at all, but just decided to look at a friend's light. Noticing the approaching figures, the guy smiles contentedly and announces the arrival of the very friends for whom he started this trip to the training center. Spreading his arms wide in greeting, an old acquaintance named Han happily exclaims that his brother never forgets about him and immediately takes an interest in the incredible progress. Looking away in embarrassment, the guy justifies himself to his companion, claiming that they are just friends with a slightly warmer relationship, although both look as suspicious as possible. Instantly flushed by this blatant display of emotion right under his nose, the mage shouts that he is not blind at all and suddenly loses all desire to help the couple. Abruptly changing the subject and squinting, the friend turns his attention to the spectacular girl standing next to him, not missing the opportunity to find out who this mysterious stranger is. Deciding to play along with the situation, Lin Han hastily introduces his companion as his cousin, and she makes a whole drama, accusing him of trying to get rid of her because of her age. Believing in the ridiculous performance, the friend with a crooked grin gives a thumbs up, sincerely admiring how deftly the brother can play with the feelings of such beauties. Completely out of patience with this farce, Lin Han waves his hands in a rage and demands that the clowning stop, forcing the girl to finally introduce herself properly. Taking the most effective pose, the beauty reports that her name is Zhang Ruqin, and she is a professional assassin who is looking forward to starting a joint hunt. Having fallen into a complete stupor from such a blatant lie, the guy looks at his cousin's face with a mute question about when she managed to change not only her role, but also her own name. Immediately, some energetic guy in a suit urges everyone to quickly gather their courage because teleportation is about to begin. On a high-tech platform marked with neon lines, various groups of adventurers waited in anticipation as the security systems scanned those present. Slightly nervous about checking out their faces, Lin Han asks his companion for details of the plan, to which she claims that due to their similarity, she can easily pass under the name of her sister. To my great surprise, the soulless monitor gives out the coveted authentication confirmation, confirming that the risky adventure with identity substitution worked 100%. The guy in charge of sending them out announces final readiness, reminding them that there is only one person left before the entrance to the dungeon is finally open. Right in the middle of the crowd, a scowling pigtailed guy suddenly recognizes old acquaintances, shouting out the names of Wang Chang and Lin Han in surprise. Smiling happily in response to an unexpected meeting with UNC, the hero notes that the world is small and almost only familiar faces are gathered here. Suddenly gloomy at the sight of the composition of his team, the guy with pigtails begins to demand a replacement in a panic, just not to be in the same bundle with this monster. Completely without ceremony with the capricious participant, the organizer shouts in a rage that the portal is already activated and it's too late to change anything, so it's time for everyone to move their buns. Against the backdrop of a dying sunset, where giant swords rise among the sands and a red flag waves, their new dangerous adventure begins in an unknown location. Once at the foot of a giant sheer cliff, the whole group freezes in front of the scale of the area, which looks both majestic and frightening. With concern in his voice, the guy turns to his companion, trying to figure out why the gloomy place seems painfully familiar to him and whether this is the same area where they hung out last time. Grimly peering at the horizon, Lin Han confirms his guesses and advises everyone to be on the lookout, as he literally feels the danger coming from these lands. Smiling tightly in an attempt to hide the jitters, the friend recalls their last epic battle with the hidden boss, which according to him was like only yesterday. Once in the very center of the dungeon, the guys fall into a stupor from the fact that the formidable bosses of the previous levels here have turned into ordinary mobs that surround them from all sides. Suddenly, one of the Minotaurs raises its heavy axe for a crushing blow, while the long-haired fighter tries to dodge the deadly machine. After assessing the difference in strength, the swordsman panics and decides that fighting monsters of the 15th level is a lost cause and runs away in search of at least some shelter. Watching this shameful escape, Wang Qiang tries to reason with his friend, explaining that there are even more creatures outside and it is safer to stay close to Brother Han. Not wanting to delay any longer, the mage unleashes a blinding azure lightning bolt that instantly turns the huge monster into flying fragments of shadow. Overcoming personal hostility, the hero decides to go in search of the escaped coward because his conscience does not allow him to throw a friend to the monsters. Shocked by his sudden decision, the remaining squad members look at each other in disbelief and anxiously ask how they can survive in this terrible place without his protection. Looming menacingly over the quiet guy, the warrior with a dagger in her hand and an icy glint in her eyes directly asks if he really considers her such a useless burden. Chuckling nervously, he tries to justify himself by saying that even though his sister is incredibly strong, even she can't stand up to a whole horde of rabid minotaurs alone. Confidently gripping the blade against the background of defeated shadows, the girl smiles in response to other people's doubts, showing with all her appearance that the real battle for her is just beginning. With undisguised superiority, the assassin plays with a sharp blade, complaining about her body numb from idleness and scaring her ally with her sudden bloodlust. Hastily throwing out a short phrase about leaving his comrades in the care of this dangerous girl, the leader takes off from his place and rushes at high speed deep into the dungeon. Caught in a desperate situation, Lin Han swears to throw a lot of money on top, if only the warrior agreed to help them for additional bonuses. Surrounded by a mob of furious minotaurs and barely fighting off their powerful paws with their claws, the fighter realizes that he is stuck in a real trap with no chance of escape. Desperate and pressed to the ground by the onslaught of his enemies, he wonders with horror if his path will end in this dark hole right now. As if mocking his comrade's situation, Lin Han sarcastically offers his help just as the ferocious minotaurs are attacking from all directions. Desperately trying to break the distance and dodge the huge monsters, the swordsman shouts back that he would rather die right here than humiliate himself in front of an upstart. After missing a devastating blow and nearly losing his head, he falls on his back under the onslaught of the monster, whose weapon whizzes by mere millimeters from his face. Sprawled carelessly on the rubble of a cliff, the red-haired observer only lazily criticizes his partner's fighting technique, pointing out his lame footwork. Barely having time to group up and fly back from the next swing of a giant axe, the exhausted guy at the last moment avoids death while the monster continues to hunt. With the last of his strength, the fighter, desperately sliding on the rocky ground, tries to break the distance with the advancing monster, whose blade sweeps just a few centimeters from his face. Covered in blood and soot, he finally decides to slow down and suggests that his Lin Han just sit down and discuss things calmly. With a smug grin, the mage replies with a sneer that he should have thought earlier, and now the terms of the deal are not subject to revision. A huge minotaur with bloodshot eyes, enraged, raises his giant axe for a fatal blow to the fighter pinned to the rock. Looking into the face of imminent death and realizing that his song is sung, he overcomes pain and humiliation, falls to his knees, and sobbing, begs to be spared and saved from certain death. Triumphant that the proud fighter is finally broken, Lin Han states with a satisfied look that if he had done it earlier, everything would have been done without unnecessary drama and blood. With a flick of his hand, the mage instantly blocks the Minotaur's crushing blow, demonstrating that the huge monster is nothing more than an obedient puppet to him. With an exhausted sigh and barely believing in his sudden rescue, his friend freezes in place, while the adrenaline is still pounding in his temples after the encounter with the monster. Turning sharply at the strange hum and feeling the ground beneath his feet begin to vibrate, the survivor realizes with horror that it was too early to enjoy freedom. Right out of the cloud of dust and sand flies a whole gang of angry monsters who are not in the mood for small talk and are eager to finish what their predecessors started. With a slight smile, Lin Han asks if his terrible nickname has been erased from his memory, while his companion is startled to realize that this is the same violent priest. Grabbing his comrade's leg in a masterly manner, he ironically praises Yuan Shi for his good memory and confidently declares that with such support, they will definitely break any siege. With a sharp and graceful movement of his hand, Lin Han sends the poor man flying for a long time, while he shouts out desperate promises to finish off his savior sooner or later. Once in the middle of a deserted battlefield next to a pile of defeated monsters, the two guys freeze enjoying the moment of triumph after a mad mess. Looking at the staggering partner, who literally turns inside out, the hero teases him for the fact that the vaunted assassin could not withstand even such a trifling speed. Clinging to the savior's collar, an enraged Yuan Shi demands that he try to run 50 laps himself after being bullied, while the magician just chuckles. Having fully recovered, the guy admits that thanks to this crazy adventure, he raised a lot of experience and seriously thinks about changing the game class after leaving the location. As they stare at the blinding rays of light shining through the rocks on the horizon, they realize that another mess is brewing that requires their immediate intervention. Noticing something amiss in the distance, the priest offers to return and help, to which the friend confidently declares that he is not one of those who forget the kindness shown and leave friends in trouble. Right at this moment, a huge horned demon swings a giant axe, unaware that a magic card is already flying past him, promising quick reprisal. Waving his magic card triumphantly, Wang Chang laughs self-consciously at the fact that the gold-level dungeon turned out to be a cakewalk for him. Abruptly interrupting this pretentious moment, the girl gives the braggart a savory poke in the side and reminds him that without the cool abilities of the assassin, they would definitely be stuck here forever. Gripping the hilt of a dagger, a serious warrior calls everyone to order and warns that it's too early to relax, as the situation around her has become suspiciously strange. Anxiously peering into the void, her partner asks the experienced Rui Xin the reason for her alarm and notices that the enraged minotaur suddenly froze in place. With a puzzled frown, the mentor analyzes the sudden numbness of the monsters that were charging at them furiously a moment ago, but now turned into living statues. A deafening crash rips through space as a giant crack opens up in the middle of the rocky wasteland, spewing out streams of blinding, magical energy. In the next instant, right on the edge of the precipice formed, the shocked heroes barely keep their balance under a hail of flying fragments of stones in all directions. Through the dust and glow of the portal, the shape of a massive throne gradually emerges, on which the true nightmare of this dungeon sits in a frighteningly majestic pose. Roaring furiously through the cavern, the intruders are confronted by a platinum-level Minotaur Lord, whose muscles and sword leave no doubt of his transcendent power. Frozen in a daze by what he's seen, the guy shouts out a horrified question about what the hell this high-level monster is doing here, capable of crushing them in an instant. When she comes face to face with a powerful boss, she quickly figures out in her mind that her normal strength will not be enough to save two of her comrades. At the moment when the situation seems hopeless, a powerful shockwave shakes the battlefield, and two allies appear behind, ready to engage in battle. When Lin Han arrives, he blurts out in his casual way that he doesn't seem to be too late for the most interesting part of the fun. A massive monster with impressive horns and a thirst for total destruction bursts out of the clouds of dust, crushing the stone slab behind it with a crash. Breaking out in a cold sweat at the threat level, the fighter screams about the platinum-ranked monster, while Lin Han states that there is no turning back. Gathering incredible speed for a crushing attack, the giant swings a huge sword, ready to cut through space itself in an instant. Leaving only ruins in its wake, the monster makes a dash with such force that a bright blue trail stretches behind it, resembling the blade of a giant scythe, cutting everything in its path. Trying to avoid certain death, the heroes fly in different directions as a wave of primal power sweeps past them, turning the ground under their feet into dust. Looking around in the thick dust, Wang Chang tries in vain to figure out where this huge horned carcass has disappeared to, while a deceptive calm reigns around. Clutching her trusty dagger, the warrior whirls around and shouts a warning, trying to save her friends from a sudden attack by an unseen enemy. Caught in the middle of a massive aftershock, the guy barely keeps his feet as the ground cracks beneath him, and the air literally vibrates with an excess of magical energy. After receiving a crushing blow of incredible strength, the hero flies back, spitting out blood, and realizing that this round is clearly left for the monster. Soaring into the air from a powerful blast wave, the partners helplessly somersault in space, and the enraged Minotaur continues its mad onslaught, destroying everything in its path. Clinging desperately to the wreckage, Wang Chang begs Yun Yun to abandon him and save herself while he tries to buy her at least a few seconds, but the girl refuses to leave alone. A giant monster suddenly grows up right above the terrified children, who raises his massive glowing sword for a crushing blow. Cutting through the air at the very last moment, a magic shield appears in front of the unfortunate couple, set up by Lin Han, who arrived in time. After an exasperated shout at his friends who are frozen in shock, the hero tells them to immediately get out of the battlefield and stop playing cheap drama in front of him. Picking up the wounded comrades like sacks of potatoes, Yuan Shi hurriedly carries them away from danger, noticing that in this state, they will only get in the way. Looking away in embarrassment, the rescued Wang Qiang admits that his friends are right and agrees that they will really only get in the way in this mess. Abruptly changing his tactics, Lin Han casts a powerful magic strike with his staff directly on the square, causing the huge beast to back away from the violent energy. Shrouded in thick smoke and dust from the collision, the monster suddenly disappears from sight, literally falling through the ground under the mage's gaze. Taking a deep breath, the warlock notes with annoyance that this creature can skillfully hide in the bowels of the earth, which makes hunting it a real headache. A warrior who appears out of nowhere ironically notices Lin Han's remarkable strength, marveling at how easily he stood up to the platinum-level monster. Slightly off a jab from such impudence, the guy indignantly asks why he suddenly turned into her bodyguard, although she was paid for protection. With a playful wink and an elegant dagger, she promises to work off every penny spent on her and advises the guy to just relax and enjoy the upcoming show. Sitting comfortably on the broken rocks, Lin Han decides with undisguised curiosity to see what this self-confident, top-level craftswoman is capable of. Bursting out of the ground again with a wild roar, the giant blue monster unleashes the full power of its sword right at the girl's frail figure. Absolutely not flinching in the face of deadly danger, the beauty only smiles confidently, preparing to meet the monster's attack fully armed. After landing with a crash, the massive horned beast fiercely slams its fists into the ground, causing rock fragments to fly in all directions from the powerful shockwave. Instantly surrounding the monster with her ghostly copies, the warrior begins a swift dance of death while the giant himself prepares for a crushing blow. Abruptly calling out the name of her signature move, she turns into an elusive flash, slipping under the monster's feet and leaving only neon swipes in her wake. Trapped, the unfortunate minotaur freezes in a silent scream as its huge body literally falls apart under the weight of damage from invisible attacks. Smiling triumphantly against the background of the defeated enemy, the daring heroine effectively removes the blade and winks at the audience, wondering if they fully enjoyed the show for their money. Grinning contentedly, Lin Han is genuinely thrilled at how professionally the assassin queen sliced the monster's carcass into hundreds of small pieces in just 1 second. Standing in the middle of the silence outside the battle zone, a group of kids start to get seriously stressed out by the sudden lack of battle sounds and wonder if the bull knocked out their friends. Once in the center of the teleportation circle, the three heroes are perplexed to realize that the level was cleared quickly and the platinum boss turned out to be some kind of cardboard fake. Right above the entrance to the dungeon square, monitors flash, signaling everyone present to complete the next dangerous stage of this insane quest. By highlighting the list of lucky people, the system notification officially confirms the completion of the mission and records the names of those who have done the impossible in front of everyone. Wrapped in the bright glow of the magic circle, the heroes finally return to the real world, triumphantly materializing in front of the astonished crowd after the victory. Breaking into an obsequious smile, a guy starts praising Brother Lin's strength and inviting him to dinner, clearly trying to suck up to the dungeon star. After giving him a look full of disdain, the wizard sharply rebukes him with a question about the recent dinner, hinting at some rotten setup that he is not going to let go of. Caught in a stupor by the accusation, this dubious boss Tian throws up his hands comically and turns on total incomprehension mode, trying to convince everyone that he is as pure as a baby's tear. Ostentatiously reading out the data from the report, the guy charges the opponent for putting a platinum-ranked monster in the gold-level training area of his team. As soon as Lin Han gets out of the mess, he reminds his terrified companion that it's only thanks to their secret trump cards that they're still alive and not stuck there. With trembling hands, the hapless boss swears that the document was tampered with by someone, even though he is completely shocked at how it was done at all. Sternly crossing his arms over his chest, the guy harshly interrupts the flow of excuses, stating that simple apologies are clearly not enough and demands decisive action. Slyly squinting, the hero suddenly turns the arrows on his comrade Wang Qiang, who allegedly received the most serious injuries, which puts the poor guy in a complete stupor. Brazenly holding up 2 fingers in a peace sign and beaming the most innocent smile in the world, the red-haired manipulator puts up a price tag for silence, just a couple of gold-ranked items. Inwardly chuckling at such easy gains, Lin Han mentally teases his friend for his lack of ambition, because he clearly could have shaken out more profit from the situation. Spreading his arms wide, Boss Tian swears not only to send the promised items tomorrow, but also to throw 3 elite scrolls on top to enter the cool Sound-ranked dungeons. Satisfied with this arrangement, Wang Qiang cheerfully thanks him and asks him to send all this top gear straight to his home. Guiltily folding his hands, the man once again apologizes for the inconvenience, to which the young man generously agrees to hush up the incident if this does not happen again. Thoughtfully propping up his chin, the guy realizes that Tien really wasn't aware of the setup, which means that somewhere a real enemy is hiding who wants to eliminate him. Standing in the middle of an empty street under the scorching sun, Lin Han and his companion fell into an awkward silence as he thought about what was happening. With a frown on his brow and a hand on his chin, the hero was seriously wondering if Ma Jie had set up a trap for him in the dungeon. Before he could fully process his dark suspicions, gentle hands suddenly cupped his face, snapping him out of his troubled thoughts. Smiling playfully and glowing with positivity, the girl invaded the guy's personal space, saying that she was obliged to cheer him up, since he walks with such a sour face. After recovering a little, he decided to get straight to the point and directly asked Sister Fei Hua if she didn't think the Ma clan had a hand in the oddities in this dangerous dungeon after all. Adjusting her stylish glasses, she confirmed the guy's guesses, explaining that only a very powerful force, clearly connected to the Ma family, can change the information in the system without a trace. With a noticeable concern in his voice, the hero turned to her, fearing that the enemies would not stop there, and directly asked if she had the strength to deal with the clan alone. Starting to make excuses, the girl panicked and said that she was just a novice master, while the old man from the Ma family was a real monster claiming to be a divine rank. Looking at this sudden tantrum with a drop of disappointment, the guy advised her not to talk nonsense and just honestly admit that she was simply scared. Finally, enraged by such a joke, Fury began to literally sparkle and shout that it was absolutely normal to be afraid of divine masters because there are only 3 of them. After calming down a bit, the beauty explained that the Ma clan is one of the top strongest families in the empire and has a whole army of top-ranked masters. Curious, he asked if there were many god-level masters living in other empires, since their country didn't have many legends. Lost in her memories of the stories of powerful bigwigs, Fei Hua mentioned a dozen living gods whose might had once served as a barrier to the endless hordes of monsters. Looking into the distance with unusual seriousness, she added that it was these warriors who formed a single line of defense, without which humanity would have fallen long ago under the onslaught of monsters. Deciding to lighten the situation with a joke, Lin Han complimented his companion on her knowledge, to which she only condescendingly replied that he was still too young and naive. Stopping the girl who was trying to leave, the guy desperately begged her to stay, explaining that otherwise his money would simply disappear. With a loud snort of indignation, the beauty snapped that because of his constant interruptions, she almost forgot to ask a really important question. Without further ado, she takes him by surprise, demanding to know what his level of combat power is, since he can send platinum monsters flying in one hit. Smiling guiltily and clearly trying to avoid a direct answer, Lin Han only jokes that this information is his top secret. Suddenly relieved of her anger, the girl looks as cute as possible and looks hopefully into his eyes in an attempt to extract at least a tiny clue. Blushing at the sudden intimacy, the guy asks her to move away and admits that his true power probably has no equal among all those who are below the diamond rank. Sincerely admiring his strength, the girl breaks into a smile, while the hero himself silently notes that in fact he is invincible even at the highest level. Cajoling his companion, the magician boasts that thanks to his rare skills, he can even heal the wounds of the Supreme Master using a forbidden spell. Laughing happily, the guy notices that even though he hired her to work, now he feels more and more like her personal bodyguard than just an employer. Beaming with happiness, the girl says not to bother her head with trifles, and the magician suggests that they go home together today, since they still need somewhere to stay for the night. Confused, she asks him exactly what he means by go to his house. Giggling mysteriously and clearly enjoying his awkwardness, the girl leaves her companion with very strange thoughts, making him seriously wonder what is on her mind. Coquettishly pressing her hand to her cheek, she laughingly declares that no one forces people to sell themselves for the sake of performing a duty, and all this is just a friendly gesture. Breaking into a cry of indignation, the hero demands that she does not wind up too much, because he just wants to provide her with normal housing, to which he receives only a snide consent. Their funny skirmish ends with the fact that the couple still gets to the destination of a cozy multi-story mansion, which should become a temporary shelter. Lin Han opens the door and cheerfully announces his return and immediately asks his mother about dinner, while his companion politely greets the owners of the house. Beaming with friendliness, the guest apologizes for the sudden intrusion, which immediately attracts everyone present. Watching the cute couple, The emotional mother suddenly bursts into tears of happiness that her son has finally brought the girl and jokingly calls on young people to restrain themselves. Completely taken aback by such ambiguous hints, Linhan blushes profusely and tries to defend himself vaguely while his girlfriend suddenly disappears somewhere. Instantly oriented in the situation, the guest throws a phrase that she has already eaten and at full speed rushes into the apartment, leaving the guy alone with relatives. Seeing off the fleeing girl with their eyes, parents with meaningful smiles ask their completely confused son how much fun they are having. Clutching the pillow tightly in his morning half-doze, Lin Han sleeps peacefully in his bed, unaware of the surprise waiting for him right next to him. Suddenly aware of someone's presence, he abruptly opens his eyes and freezes in complete shock at the realization that someone else is in his room. Right next to him, with her hand on the blanket and snoring sweetly, is the same pink-haired guest in a nightgown. Jumping out of bed in complete disbelief, the guy in a panic tries to figure out how this situation even happened, while the girl begins to lazily wake up. Stretching charmingly and squinting in the bright light, the uninvited bedmate sweetly wishes him a good morning, as if sleeping in someone else's room is perfectly normal. In utter shock, the guy jumps out of bed, peppering the girl with questions about why she's not in her own bed and what the hell was going on that night. Rubbing her sleepy eyes and maintaining absolute calm, the imperturbable guest parries his hit with a counter question about what the boss has managed to imagine. Letting out a sigh of relief and putting his hand to his racing heart, the hero tries to pull himself together before the situation becomes even more awkward. Putting on a robe and explaining her actions, the beast tells an epic story about jumping out of the window at night for a parcel and how she simply passed out in his room from fatigue. Looking skeptically at his friend, the guy wonders aloud how she can even be a professional assassin with such a level of carelessness. Yawning, the long-haired girl hands the guy a stack of cards and promises to wake up as soon as she smells fried. A little taken aback, Lin Han freezes with the cards in his hands, trying to figure out what's going on. With a big smile on his face, he cheerfully hands one of the cards back to her, while the girl, with a slightly puzzled look in her eyes, asks why he is doing this. Winking at his companion, the guy declares that since she has moved to the supreme level, this thing is exactly what the doctor ordered for a quick upgrade. Blushing with embarrassment at his concern, she doesn't understand why he's being so kind to her, but all she hears in return is practical advice to get stronger, to protect him better. Looking intently into the eyes of her boss, the warrior sitting next to her begins some important phrase, creating the most ambiguous atmosphere. Suddenly opening the door, a smiling mother in an apron appears on the threshold and happily informs about the readiness of breakfast, catching the couple at the most inopportune moment. Instantly recoiling and putting his hands forward, the terrified guy begins to desperately justify himself to his mother, begging her not to make hasty and obviously incorrect conclusions. Tactfully closing her eyes and folding her hands in understanding, the woman just smiles and promises to make a nutritious chicken soup, hinting that they need to recover their strength. While the guy panics and tries to stop his mother and explain everything, his companion offers to help with a smirk, asking if he wants her to explain everything herself. Abruptly cutting off the flow of awkward excuses, the guy silences the girl, because the more they talk, the more confused this already strange situation becomes. As they turn to work, they remember to stop by the auction house to see manager Lu, while their partner figures out a plan of action. Frowning, the girl warns him about the manager's dark past, hinting that the namesake of the owner of a large shopping center is clearly not as simple as it seems. Deep in thought, the magician begins to suspect that an ordinary employee may be a secret boss or an influential relative of the top of the company. With obvious concern, the girl asks about his plans for studying, because for a priest of the third rank, this is a great chance to level up. To which he replies about the growing pressure. Having decided that the mysterious master appears too rarely, the guy understands that he cannot delay and he needs to quickly find out the situation in the reception center for applicants. Once in place, Lin Han freezes in mild shock at the crazy crowd of eager students gathered in front of the building's entrance. Surrounded by serious uniformed escorts, the magician is instructed to go straight to the hall, where only the most promising candidates are selected. Walking along the corridor, he learns about the cool feature of selection, because here not only mentors carefully choose students, but also beginners themselves can take a closer look at future teachers. Passing by the majestic Building B, the guy is finally convinced that the scale of this place is impressive and something truly exciting is waiting for him ahead. Once in the spacious hall, Lin Han freezes in front of a table where 5 extremely serious and influential representatives of elite educational institutions are sitting. Feeling the gaze of the judges on him, the hero suddenly catches an unpleasant jitters from how heavy and oppressive the atmosphere is in this room. Abruptly jumping up from his seat, the dean begins to emotionally invite him to his place, promising to make him, as the world's first priest of the third rank, the most invincible warrior. Interrupting a colleague with a sly grin, the representative of another university retorts that the guy's already damn strong, so they should just provide him with resources. Getting into an argument, the dandy in a suit declares that only their university truly values support classes, which means that the potential of a rare talent will not be wasted. Smiling broadly, the next representative vies to promise Lin Han not only the rare resources of natural disasters, but also the full support of Shengmeng University. Almost approaching the guy, the brunette invites him to a women's university, promising to surround him with beautiful older sisters, which he hastily refuses. Completely confused by what's happening, poor Lin Han genuinely doesn't understand why these big shots who used to ignore him are now literally bickering over him. Taking the floor, a bearded mentor from the Changchi Institute explains that everything is tough for them, and each student knocks out his own resources through sweat and blood in constant competitions. With intrigue, the judges give the guy an ultimatum, and if he is ready to guarantee himself an eternal first place, then absolutely all the riches of the institute will go only to him alone. Skeptically, the bald old man begins to grumble that the stories about the institute's incredible resources are complete nonsense, because in all these years, only Fei Hua was able to really achieve something. Shocked by what he heard, the guy realizes that his friend not only graduated from a prestigious university, but also managed to become a legend there, hiding her true strength from him. With his hands firmly clasped in front of him, the dandy explains to Lin Han that a source of natural disaster is vital to his transformation into a fourth-rank priest. Startled, his eyes open wide, the guy screams in disbelief, but in his mind he notices that he is not only aware of this topic, but has already caused such troubles twice. Weaving his web further, the dean proves that such disasters are harmless when controlled, and that absolutely everyone at their university knows about creating artificial disasters. Grinning arrogantly, the big man declares that his meager knowledge is worthless, because Changchi University is full of experts who are ready to show their power at any time. Flushed with rage, the blue-haired guy jumps up abruptly from his seat and yells at the top of his lungs, demanding to know whose knowledge they dared to call worthless. In the midst of a tense argument, Lin Han suddenly interrupts the audience, politely thanking them for their time and for each of the master's suggestions. With a mysterious smile, the hero puts a bold end to this discussion, announcing to the dumbfounded managers that he has already finally decided on his future path. After taking a deep breath, the young man publicly announces his final decision to enter Changchi University. Laughing out loud with pleasure, the bearded big man in gold chains approves of this choice and promises Lin Han that the school will definitely not disappoint him. Waving some papers, the same man gives a final instruction to report to the university in exactly 3 months, where they will meet again. Walking down the street with a female companion, Lin Han calmly discusses the quick completion of business with manager Liu, while the girl asks him with interest about the results of the meeting. Closing his eyes, the guy shares his plans to challenge the legendary graduate who set records, making her wonder why the description seems familiar to her. Laughing out loud, she boasted that she too had once chewed on the granite of science at the university, and that the legendary adventures still haunt the local students. With a flirtatious wink and a pointed finger in the guy's direction, the beauty categorically appointed herself his older sister, making the poor man only sigh in resignation. Abruptly changing his tone to a serious one, the mage felt a sticky gaze on the back of his head and asked Fei Hua to quickly scan the area. Activating her psychic abilities, she instantly identified 3 suspicious groups in different corners of the block that clearly belonged to the Ma clan. Slightly frowning at such an obsession of enemies, the hero realized that the family would not just leave them alone and delegated the showdown to a friend, leaving the dirty work to her. With a gleaming sword drawn and a predatory smile on her face, the beast promised to deal with her pursuers in just 30 seconds, while her partner anticipated a spectacular massacre. Sitting on the wreckage of a concrete staircase, the guy gloomily inquired about the progress of the operation from his subordinate, who was clearly in no hurry to please the boss with good news. In a voice that trembled with fear, the henchman reported on the complete defeat of the 3 squads and suggested that they immediately leave before the mysterious enemy turned them into a chop. Leaping to his feet furiously and shouting, the young master flatly refused to back down, as his sister's life and control of the important ruins were at stake. Sighing heavily at the realization that Master Fei Hua had finally gone over to the enemy's side, he realized that it was time to pull out the last trump card from his sleeve. As he strode toward the grand traditional manor, he accepted with a heavy heart that without the help of someone else, they would definitely not survive this mess. Humbly kneeling down, he began to pour out his heart to a certain Uncle Zhang, complaining about his sister's arrest and his father's complete lack of support in the battle for the super important ruins. Breaking into a cry of helplessness, the master begged for the powerful master's personal intervention, as other ways to solve the problem had finally exhausted themselves. In the deepest reverence, the petitioner heard a cold voice calling him an ignoramus, but still graciously allowed him to approach for an audience. Once inside the space illuminated by the magic light, the boy froze in front of a huge shining circle of summoning, from which something powerful was about to appear. Suddenly, an ominous scarlet spark flashed in the pitch-black darkness, taking the form of a twisting thread, causing Lin Han's eyes to widen in horror. He sat up abruptly in his bed in his darkened room, frozen in shock as only one disturbing thought pulsed in his head. The girl sitting next to him immediately realized that he, too, felt this strange energy, and with obvious concern noted the incredible stubbornness of the intruders. Turning deathly pale from the realization of the danger, she asked in a trembling voice about the guy's plans. After all, someone of the highest master level was hiding on the border of the city. Confidently rising to his feet, the young man decided not to wait for the exposure and first challenge the enemy, ignoring the frightened cry of his girlfriend about the madness of this venture. With a smile on his face, the guy reminded about his transcendent strength and gamely added that since the enemies had prepared the battlefield, it would be rude not to show up for such fun. Somewhere on the edge of the city, surrounded by desolate wastelands and cold sea waves, there is a perfect arena for a clash, hidden from prying eyes. Calmly perched on the concrete parapet, the white-haired boy waited, instantly sensing the target's approach. Straight out of the void, an invisible opponent rushed towards him at great speed, leaving behind only sharp shadows and a premonition of the inevitable battle. Chuckling ever so slightly, the man didn't even move in the face of danger when the dark silhouette of the enemy appeared right above his head for the final blow. A hideous dark figure with blades materialized behind him, and the sudden thrust made the man raise his eyebrows in disbelief. Undaunted, he ironically praised the young assassin's stealth, whose skill in shadow killing seemed truly impressive for such an age. With undisguised admiration in his voice, the man continued to comment on the invisible opponent's actions, while the deadly blades whizzed through the air around him. Abruptly landing on the concrete and surrounding herself with flashes of dark energy, the girl in a battle stance tried to find out the identity of the strange and frighteningly calm stranger. Turning to Lin Han, he displayed a special compass and admitted that it was only thanks to the Mao family's artifacts that he was able to track down such an elusive target. Looking down on his opponent, this arrogant guy issues a final ultimatum, demanding that the fragment of ruins number 3 be immediately handed over in exchange for a truce. Grinning broadly and defiantly, Lin Han flatly refuses to obey, suggesting that the enemy continue their fantasies, because he will not give up the valuable artifact under any circumstances. Finally losing his composure from such an impudent response, the blond man breaks into a furious shout and orders Uncle Zhang to finish off the upstarts on the spot. Looking ominously out of the shadows, the villain's ally anticipates an easy reprisal and mockingly wonders if someone really hoped to get close to his master so easily. Suddenly blocking the path of the enemy, the fearless warrior resolutely declares that any reptile will first have to deal with her before he takes even a step further. Shocked by the sudden and crushing attack, the girl barely has time to realize how her powerful defense shatters under the onslaught of an unknown force. With a swift rush, the enemy delivers a lightning strike from which the assassin literally blows away a powerful wave of energy. Once in a critical situation, the wounded heroine holds her chest with the last of her strength and realizes with horror that she has encountered a truly terrible and dangerous type. Trying to catch her breath and stop her trembling, she instantly recognizes the legendary veteran Zhang Shifeng, whose power was considered unsurpassed on the border by the unique sword. Coming out of the crimson haze with an arrogant air, the master officially confirms the identity and demonstrates readiness for total annihilation of anyone who gets in the way. In an icy tone, he repeats his demand to give up the third fragment of the ruins, promising to spare their lives in return, although it is clear from his look that no mercy is expected. Covering his injured partner, Lin Han glares at the enemy with undisguised fury as they face a tough choice. Feeling a sudden surge of determination after an unfortunate mistake, the warrior boldly declares that the status of the Supreme Master will not allow her to lose so easily. Abruptly pushing off from the surface, she challenges her opponent and promises that this fight will definitely not end with her rapid fall. Rapidly closing the distance, the girl effectively delivers a powerful kick while her opponent in black tries to evade this fierce attack. Barely holding back the pressure of dark energy, the master, caught off guard, realizes the gravity of the situation and decides to finally turn on his true power to the fullest. Instantly drawing her blade, the heavily armed beauty rushes into the thick of the dark vortex with passion to find out once and for all whose kung fu is cooler here. With every effort, the pink-haired warrior flies straight into the epicenter of the dark vortex with a furious cry, ready to break through any defense of her opponent. Watching the dangerous encounter from the sidelines, the white-haired boy anxiously urges Uncle Zhang to be extremely careful and not underestimate the opponent. Once dangerously close to the enemy, the brave girl swings her dagger while flashes of battle energy and thick shadows fly around them in all directions. Surrounded by shining golden sparks, the heroine freezes in a spectacular pose with the legendary blade in her hands, showing everyone her true power and grace. Smiling broadly and admitting defeat, the impressed master wholeheartedly praises her for the ingenious combination of illusions and hidden attacks that helped her land the decisive blow. As Lin Han attempts to intervene in the duel to save Fei Hua, he is met with a fierce rebuff from his opponent, who demands that he focus on his own battle. Flashing an ominous scarlet flame in his eyes and anticipating a quick reprisal, the daring fighter promises to settle old scores once and for all with those who dared to stand in his way. Enraged by the refusal to voluntarily hand over valuable fragments of the ruins, the villain rushes in a furious rush, wanting to send the stubborn opponent straight to the underworld. Shrouded in thick clouds of smoke and battle dust, the warrior tightly grips the hilt of his massive sword, preparing to show the world his true crushing power. Clad in majestic armor and covered with a huge shield, the Platinum Knight declares his absolute superiority and complete invulnerability to any enemy. Gritting his teeth with rage, the arrogant knight laments that the unique treasures available only to warriors up to the diamond rank are slipping out of his hands. A heavily armored paladin launches a determined attack, shouting death sentences at anyone who dares to keep fragments of the ancient ruins. At crazy speed, this armored tank swings down from above, hoping to swat down the brazen upstart in one fell swoop as sparks cut through the air around it. Eyes wide with shock, the fearsome warrior suddenly loses all his confidence when he realizes that his attack has hit something completely beyond his comprehension. With a light flick of his index finger, Lin Han stops the blade of the giant sword and prepares to demonstrate what the real level of power looks like. With a casual flick of his fingers, the mage sends the giant weapon flying free, causing the knight to recoil in horror as he watches the blade spin in the sky. With a deafening crash, the weapon is thrown into the ground, knocking out stone chips and leaving deep cracks under the feet of the numb warrior. Closing the distance with lightning speed, the hero finds himself directly in the face of the enemy, whose gaze is now full of pure, primal fear of real power. Delivering a series of devastating blows at supersonic speed, it turns the paladin's heavy armor into a pile of scrap metal, leaving the enemy no chance to defend. Soaring into the air from a powerful push, the hapless knight is scattered in different directions, along with the fragments of his once elite armor, ingloriously ending a short battle. Hard pressed into the ground, the warrior leaves behind only scattered pieces of metal, while the winner calmly watches the result of the destructive work. In the middle of a giant crater and the wreckage of once pretentious equipment, the defeated enemy lies motionless, fully realizing the depth of his mistake. Gasping for air and almost choking on his own impotence, the guy tries to recover from being literally shaken out of his armor. Towering over the loser like an unbreakable rock, the red-haired hero with his cold gaze makes the enemy cringe and feel insignificant. Trembling with terror and pressing into the rock, the loser begs not to approach him, and the winner issues a tough ultimatum, demanding to give up the compass in exchange for saving his life. Angrily shouting threats, the arrogant guy boasts of an endless supply of his armor and firmly believes that his defense is absolutely invulnerable to any attacks. Lin Han clenches his fist and slashes straight at the shimmering blue barrier, while his opponent cringes in horror as he realizes that the safe distance has been reduced to a minimum. Grinning maliciously from under the protection of his supreme shield, the self-confident rich man from the Ma family continues to brag that even true masters won't be able to break through it. Watching the enemy's pathetic attempts, Lin Han analyzes the situation and realizes that this automatic armor only fights in moments of deadly threat. Breathing heavily behind the translucent wall, the blonde tries to save face in hopes only for the speedy return of his uncle, who must save him from this mess. Standing in front of the glittering dome, the magician frantically thinks about how to break through this defense, because his partner Fei Hua will not last long, and there is almost no time to think. Shrouding everything in thick smoke, a sudden explosion causes the terrified blonde to shrink back into the ground and convulsively wonder what the hell just happened. Trying to see at least something in the shroud, this half-knight looks around in panic and breaks into a scream, not understanding where his opponent has gone and where to expect trouble. Abruptly opening his eyes from a feeling of primal fear, the guy is caught off guard and realizes that the situation is completely out of his control. Appearing directly from the epicenter of the lightning bolts, a majestic old man in a dark cloak clutches a sparkling sphere of colossal power in his hand. With trepidation in his voice, the terrified major tries to find out the identity of the suddenly appeared Supreme Master, whose overwhelming aura made him completely forget about his former coolness. Flashing crimson eyes, the old man declares that since the Ma family has decided to lay down all the cards for the sake of killing his disciple, then he will help them get rid of the problems once and for all. As he watches the sky above swirl into an eerie purple funnel, the blonde realizes that his much-vaunted armor is a house of cards against such power. Throwing up his hands in a conciliatory gesture, the impudent man babbles plaintively about the misunderstanding and promises any money for the damage caused, if only the terrible master would spare his skin. Sneering at the attempt to find out his name for revenge, the old man asks if he really looks like an idiot before unleashing the full power of the doomsday technique on the enemy. Raising his hand to the darkened sky, the magician summons a colossal cloud of purple energy that rips through space in blinding flashes of lightning. Flashing scarlet eyes, the stern-faced old man directs his palm directly towards the viewer, concentrating the powerful glow of the magic barrier around his fingers. Cutting reality itself into pieces, a giant pillar of blinding light crashes down, turning the earth into the epicenter of a devastating explosion and scattering debris. Looming menacingly over the city's neighborhoods, heavy thunderclouds begin to strike discharges directly on the roofs of office buildings, forcing passers-by below to look for shelter in a panic. Jumping up in horror from his desk, the inspector on duty screams about off-scale energy indicators, while the huge monitor burns with the crimson glow of the disaster. Slamming his fist down hard on the table, the terrified official shouts in rage about why a forbidden spell of such destructive power was activated again in a peaceful city. Keeping an icy calm amid the general panic, Master Shi listens carefully to the report, realizing that the current magical threat is many times more serious than the previous ones. After a quick glance at the raging sky, the old man orders the immediate evacuation of residential areas, realizing that several higher beings have collided in the city at once. Giant lightning bolts continue to slice through the clouds as Master Shi prays to reach the epicenter before the effects become irreversible. Gasping for breath and wiping the blood from her face, the warrior resolutely raises her massive blade for the final, decisive blow. In the next instant, her gaze becomes frighteningly sharp and focused, while the entire space around her begins to distort from the incredible concentration of magic. As if by magic, reality splits into dozens of phantom copies of the girl who pounce on the enemy from all sides, turning the battlefield into real chaos. Abruptly and inevitably, the air is pierced by dazzling azure threads of cuts, literally bricking the enemy alive in a cage of deadly pure power. With an arrogant grin, the master admits that the technique with deceptive petals turned out to be more dangerous than ordinary clones, and finally brought the heroine out of the category of pathetic weaklings. With a touch of bitter humility, the warrior admits that her secret technique wouldn't have given her opponent a chance if they hadn't already been weakened by old wounds. In response, the white-haired master declares that even in his current state, he is a head taller than her, and if he were completely healthy, he would have long ago held the title of Holy Master. Stunned by her arrogance, the girl freezes in anticipation as the frightening thought flashes through her mind that this monster might have an ace of trumps in store. Deadly energy begins to swirl around the Mad Master's sword as he explains that true geniuses turn their knowledge into forbidden spells. With the earth shattering in the blinding glow of power, he unleashes magic that he hasn't used in ages, plunging everything around him into a nightmare. Gripped by the primal terror of the power radiating out, the girl realizes in a panic that against such an exorbitant concentration of energy, she has no chance of survival. Behind the old master, three giant ghostly blades made of pure light materialize, ready to unleash their destructive power on the target at any moment. But then the master realizes with a shudder that his nephew Tianxing was on the verge of certain death. The sky above the battlefield is covered with gloomy clouds and lightning flashes, making you wonder if this terrible technique is a legendary forbidden curse. Abruptly stopping the attack, the white-haired swordsman leaves his opponent stunned and barely breathing with relief to recover. Unable to believe in her own salvation, the wounded girl gasps for breath, while only the anxious thought of whether the little boss will be able to survive this madness throbs in her head. Caught in the eye of a raging storm, the boy desperately tries to contain the colossal pressure of the magic sphere, which is raining down lightning bolts on him. Gritting his teeth in the frenzy of exertion, the fighter realizes with rising horror that even his vaunted defense treasure is bursting at the seams from the overwhelming power of the master's attack. Suddenly and completely silently, red-hot, ghostly chains appear out of nowhere and tightly bind the hands and feet, instantly stopping any attempt to resist. Looking haughtily at the victim, the floating mage mockingly explains to young Master Ma that these shackles are part of a forbidden spell from the realm of chaos itself. With icy calm, the old man explains that it is it that will strike randomly until the life finally leaves the enemy's body. As he watches a glowing energy spear being aimed at him from the sky, the shackled young man refuses to accept certain death. Right at the moment of the fatal blow, 3 ghostly swords cut through the space, which with a deafening clang take on the full power of the magic attack. Immediately, the swordsman, Zhang Shifeng, appears to defend the guy, boldly offering the venerable magician to face off and teach him a real lesson in martial arts. Sensing a real threat, the puzzled old man frantically tries to figure out if this legendary swordmaster could have defeated Feihua. Barely able to contain his rage at the humiliation, the guy urges Uncle Zhang to beat with full force and not leave this fanatic a single chance for mercy. Surrounded by clouds of dust, the arrogant mage only sneers, questioning the swordsman's ability to withstand the continuous barrage of magical attacks for a long time. Raising his blade high to meet the lightning raging in the sky, Master Zhang challenges the enemy to test the strength of his steel firsthand. Focusing all their inner energy, the warrior thanks the opponent for the opportunity to finally remember the former greatness and awaken the true power of the three-edged sword. Instantly, a blinding pillar of light cuts through the heavens, marking the activation of the 3 swords, shattering domain, which is ready to pulverize anyone. Right in the middle of the gloomy sky, a giant azure funnel opened up, from which 3 ghostly blades burst out, intertwining and foreshadowing a powerful magic bang. Standing in the middle of this madness, the white-haired dude announced that he had activated a forbidden spell that would wipe out all living things around him, except for his allies. While everything was sparkling with energy, the beauty tried to find out where their little boss had gone, to which she received the answer that the little one was now completely safe. After reassuring his companion, the stern mentor only coolly waved away the panicked suggestion to leave as soon as possible. Despite the looming threat, the man spoke dismissively about the enemy's equipment, although it was clear from his face that the situation was heating up to the limit. Soaring sharply into the clouds with the stunned girl in the background, the figure prepared to deliver a crushing blow from above, while the ground under his feet literally shook with tension. Raising his magic staff high, the old man challenged the enemy with a furious shout, promising to show them whose sorcery was truly worthy of being called destructive. Shrouded in dazzling radiance and electric shocks, the giant energy projectile shot straight into the heavens, turning into a roaring stream of pure mana. Slamming into the city's buildings with incredible force, the magic attack triggered a series of fiery explosions and brought down entire floors, drawing thick smoke all around. Completing the frenzied clash, the ghostly shining blade cut through the clouds at high speed, leaving a blinding flash and finally destroying the enemy's defenses. With cold disdain in his eyes, the old man delivers his final verdict, telling the opponent that he made a fatal mistake and now it's only his loss. Leaning on a massive blade, the swordsman pretentiously explains that after the break, his legendary weapon did not become unusable, but only absorbed the power of the other 2 swords. Throwing his arm out sharply and shouting the order to attack, he unleashes the accumulated power, causing the space around him to shake with this decisive push. A well-aimed stream of blinding energy rushes at the mage from behind with incredible speed, while he froze in anticipation of the inevitable blow. Desperately trying to reach out to her partner, the partner asks him to immediately dodge, realizing that the next second may be his last. Grinning sarcastically, the old man pretends that the enemy's giant lightsaber is just a small joke, although he secretly admits that he will not be able to get away quickly. Completely unperturbed, watching the magic barrier shatter into small fragments, the magician only confirms his coolness by the fact that the spell turned out to be powerful. Suddenly trapped by magic chains, the self-confident swordsman freezes in complete disbelief, not understanding at what exact moment he missed this hidden attack. Rapidly closing the distance and keeping the enemy on a leash, the old man mockingly calls these shackles only a snack, while the enemy himself helplessly tramples on the spot. With a triumphant thumbs up and a cheeky expression on his face, this master of magic effectively announces that the toughest main course is already flying straight at the poor guy's head. Caught in a trap, the chained white-haired swordsman throws his head up in frustration, unable to hide his shock at what he sees. Surrounded by an ominous red haze, a monstrous guillotine loom hangs in the sky with a skull on the crossbar. Just looking at it makes your blood run cold. Triumphant and looking directly into the eyes, the magician in an ominous light announces his final, bringing death even to the gods of technology, the divine guillotine of doomsday. With a crushing force, the giant blade of this devilish death machine smashes down, symbolizing the end of the three-wedged sword era. Blinding white streaks of energy suddenly cut through the night haze, shattering the structure to splinters, causing the wreckage to levitate in the air. Gasping for breath and barely able to stand among the floating, sharp shards, the swordsman froze in the middle of the chaos, trying to realize how close he had just come to the edge. Looking at the surviving opponent with bewilderment, the old man became seriously nervous, calculating in his mind whether he had enough remaining magic power to use the last trump card. Turning around, the mage felt a chill run down his spine as Shi Lingtian appeared right in front of him, whose authority caused the most audacious fighters to instantly tone down. The tension in the air became palpable when it became clear that the arriving master and the wounded swordsman were old acquaintances, which finally finished off the mage's confidence. With an icy stare, Shi Lingtian harshly warned that trying to continue the fight would be a ticket to the darkest imperial prison for both of them. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the swordsman suggested that they disperse in peace, so as not to provoke once again the one whose strength clearly exceeds their overall capabilities. Burning with rage, the old mage flatly refused to back down, believing that showing weakness now would ruin his reputation and create a lot of problems in the future. Roaring vortexes of energy swirled around the mage, charged with electrical discharges that tore space to shreds, preparing to break free. Then the wizard finally crossed the line, drawing the wrath of the heavens upon himself and shrouding everything in flashes of lightning in an attempt to prove that it was too early to write him off. Suddenly realizing that the territory was draining almost all of the wind magic out of the air, the master fell into a stupor from the fact that he could now use barely a fifth of his true powers. Thinking feverishly and hoping that the bluff would work, the magician decided to turn on the maximum pathos mode for 3 minutes to intimidate the opponents. Enveloping himself in an intimidating halo of energy, the old man challenged those present, pretending to be ready to single-handedly smash any crowd that dared to stand in his way. Interrupting this pompous monologue with a ringing laugh and confident steps, a guest suddenly appeared on the roof who suggested that the old people cool down and solve all their problems in a good way. With mocking cheers, the gang of young masters led by Chen Feng makes it clear to the seniors that the time of their rule at this site has come to an end. Once trapped, the hero desperately tries to save the poker face, because any momentary weakness will instantly reveal his identity and send him straight to jail. Having intervened in the brewing brawl, a couple of guys begin to sort out the situation on the shelves, reminding everyone present that only the wallet wins at the auction. Clearly enjoying the moment, the black-haired handsome man offers his enemies the only adequate way out of this batch, in a good way to apologize for their shoals. Realizing that the balance of power has not changed in their favor, the arrogant type changes his face and admits that their family was fundamentally wrong to try to bully such serious people. Having completely lost the remnants of pride and dignity, the guy begins to repent theatrically, begging forgiveness for his audacity just to get out of this mess alive. Looking at the pleas of the girl who, on behalf of the entire Ma family, sincerely apologizes for her former arrogance, it becomes clear that the arrogance of these guys is finally and irrevocably knocked down. Turning on the wise mentor mode, the hero condescendingly declares that he is not going to argue forever with pathetic youngsters, although inside he rejoices because his bluff worked. Hurriedly running away from the scene, the losers literally disappear into thin air, trying to get as far away from this frightening old man as possible. Deciding not to linger at the social gathering, the Grand Master dryly says goodbye to those present, referring to his dislike of socialization and the desire to quickly get out into the sunset. Stopping abruptly after being shouted at in the back, the hero hints that it is better not to make him angry, while his inner voice screams in panic that the magic energy has dried up. Deciding to catch the last one, Master Shi politely hints that there are too many forbidden girls in the city and tries to find out at least some information about this. Feverishly thinking about how to put noodles on his ears more prettily, the hero composes a story about the battle of the Archmage and the warrior, which he allegedly caught a glimpse of during his travels. The magician pretentiously envelops himself in a radiant blue aura and declares that all the graders have been ground and it's time for him to finish before anyone notices that his magic tank has long been empty. Looking after the disappearing figure, the master begins to be driven by the fact that the mysterious stranger has all kinds of magic at once and fears for the future of the empire. Leaving behind the witnesses of his epic bluff, Lin Han finally finds himself in the safety of his native home, where he can exhale and stop making a legend out of himself. An ominous purple funnel suddenly opened right above the bed, and a tired wizard slowly descended into the bedroom. As soon as he touched the bed, the old man sprawled wearily on the pillows, grumbling under his breath about how using a force beyond human capacity had nearly cost him his life. When Lin Han woke up the next morning, he writhed with unbearable pain all over his body and struggled to reach for a glass of water, remembering yesterday's mess. Opening the door without warning, Fei Hua fluttered in and gave her little boss a ringing greeting, making him jump up in bed in surprise. Trying to somehow cover himself with a blanket from the shameless guest, the guy began to resent the lack of manners while the girl teased him. Playfully teasing the guy, the beauty said that she didn't really want to look at him, to which he jokingly told her to stay away if she didn't like something. Suddenly changing her tone to a more serious one, the girl sat down on the edge of the bed and addressed him, causing the young man to wait warily for the conversation to continue. Looking at him with a noticeable sadness in her eyes, Fei Hua confessed that she had come to say goodbye because of an urgent task from the guild, which made it impossible for her to continue guarding him. Completely unfazed by her departure, the guy waved at her with a big smile and allowed her to keep the money as long as she promised to protect him next time. Finally, the boss gently patted the girl on the head, thanked her for her work, and sincerely asked her to take care of herself on new dangerous missions, not working too hard for the sake of work. Remembering the boy's upcoming studies, the girl asked him to look after his sister, Zhang Rushan, but at the same time strictly forbade him to reveal whose request it was. Genuinely perplexed by the secrecy between his own people, the wizard tried to find out why he couldn't be honest about everything, but found himself unwilling to discuss it. With a slightly sad expression, Fei Hua averted her gaze towards the window and guessed that her sister might still have some old grudge against her. Looking at his guest in silence, the guy couldn't find any words to comfort her, and there was a heavy, awkward pause in the room for a moment. Whistling a tune to change the subject and get rid of her sad thoughts, the girl gathered her strength and prepared for a spectacular exit. Deftly jumping on the windowsill, the defender wished to take care of herself and jumped right out of the window, leaving the guy wondering why she basically does not use the door. A full month after the latest events, the story moves to Hangyun City, where a dazzling blue sky stretches over modern skyscrapers. Caught in the midst of the excited crowd, Lin Han is frozen in utter shock at the sight before him and can barely speak. Cyclopean golden hands appear in front of a group of children, holding the massive sign of the prestigious academy right above the entrance to the educational institution. Looking at this pathetic and slightly ridiculous architectural masterpiece, the hero seriously thinks about whether it's too late for him to take the documents and get out of here. Trying to somehow diffuse the situation, a friend standing next to him philosophically notes that you can get used to this gate immediately after the dean's inspiring speech. With a mysterious smile on her face, the green-haired beauty quotes the dean's pompous words that they will be their starting point on the path to the power that can hold the sky itself. After appreciating the depth of the thought, Lin Han, surrounded by other students, admits that this approach to learning sounds really promising and cool. Extending her hand in greeting, a striking senior named Feng Yun Xin introduces herself to the young man in the middle of a busy square with a friendly air. Hearing his name, the boy confusedly confirms that he is the best student, who is popularly called the priest, who can take down a monster with just one blow. Grabbing her new friend by the hand, the girl, beaming with joy, drags him along with her in order to quickly help with the registration of all the necessary documents for enrollment. Blocking the way of the group, a guy suddenly appears with a luxurious bouquet of roses, confidently declares to Yun Xin that they are just made for each other. Completely unimpressed by such a kick, the girl icily asks Zhang Jinan not to interfere with her doing important things and not to get in the way. With undisguised pride in her voice, she introduces her companion Lin Han, the ultimate exam champion, to whom she personally volunteered to help with the paperwork. Abruptly changing his face at this news, the handsome man with a bouquet of flowers, caught off guard, stared at the legendary newcomer with all his eyes. In an attempt to preserve his remaining dignity, the The rejected suitor tells Lin Han to get out of the way as soon as possible, promising to continue this conversation at a more appropriate time. After blocking the way, Lin Han resolutely declares that their older sister is not eager to communicate with him at all, while her companions are tensely watching the scene. Loudly laughing at the ambitions of the newcomer, the arrogant, handsome man and his entourage try to publicly humiliate the guy, recalling his past achievements in his hometown. Abruptly waving away the outstretched flowers, he shows obvious dissatisfaction in a brewing conflict. Boasting about the connections of his powerful clan, the arrogant guy publicly declares the inviolability of his family in Hanyun City. Surrounded by loyal backup singers, he mockingly offers Lin Han a chance at salvation, reminding him that fighting with his family is a sure way to quickly drop out of the living list. Grinning maliciously, the narcissistic type offers to forget all grievances in exchange for joining his group. Otherwise, the entrance to the university will be closed for the newcomer forever. Instantly flaring up with rage and not wanting to listen to this nonsense anymore, the mage with a burning look calls on the enemy to finally show what he is really capable of in action. With a deafening jerk and a powerful wave of energy, the hero literally slams the arrogant abuser into the wall, causing his henchmen to shudder in horror. Looking coldly at the defeated enemy, the winner throws a short and contemptuous word, while the girl standing next to him admires his undeniable coolness. Shaking with fear over the leader, the terrified cronies try to bring him to his senses, unable to believe that their vaunted patron was so easily smeared by a freshman. Panicking, panting with rage and humiliation, the defeated dandy screams at his friends who are frozen in shock, demanding to immediately get out of here and take him with them. Without paying any more attention to this pathetic circus, Lin Han and his companions calmly turn to face the crowd of onlookers until a new figure suddenly appears on the horizon. Confidently cutting through the crowd and radiating icy arrogance, a statuesque beauty steps forward, whose domineering appearance causes others to instantly become quiet and part. With a tremor in his voice and obvious awe in his eyes, the recent bully recognizes the girl as Senior Zhang, whose sudden arrival confuses all his remaining cards. Abruptly stopping attempts to talk about extraneous things, a determined lady demands to immediately start registration, without wasting her precious time on empty chatter. Slightly taken aback, the guy tries to figure out if this is really the legendary Senior Zhang, or if this is just a stranger who looks strikingly similar to her. Casually casting a glance at the bustling clerk, the beauty confirms her identity, causing the poor guy to blow up from the spot to quickly complete her errand. As Lin Han watches from the sidelines, puzzled, he wonders if this strict person isn't the same Zhang Rixin. Smiling broadly and clearly trying to impress, the young man confidently holds out his card for verification, trying to attract the girl's attention. Flashing a friendly look and tactfully ignoring the distance, the guy suggests that she finally get to know each other better, hoping to break the ice in communication. With a snort of disdain, the haughty girl declares that she is too busy to chat, while the mage mentally compares her obnoxious temper to Fei Hua's behavior. After completing all the formalities, Lin Han enthusiastically asks for directions to the dorm, to which he receives a clear instruction from the administrator to simply follow the issued map. Standing in front of the massive door with a heavy suitcase in his hands, the guy insistently knocks and loudly asks if anyone is inside, hoping to finally see his place. A moment later, the door opens and a polite, bespectacled man in a formal tie appears on the threshold, responding to the noise with a friendly smile. With a happy wave of greeting, the hero formally introduces himself to the neighbor and waits curiously for confirmation that they will share this room together. Startled by an unexpected crash, Lin Han watches in horror as the front door of his new room suddenly closes in his face. When the bespectacled guy reappears, he looks guiltily at his dumbfounded neighbor as an awkward pause hangs in the air due to the mess he just made. Bursting with fan excitement, a new acquaintance named Teng Xinqi suddenly goes into super fan mode and tearfully begs Lin Han to leave an autograph. Laughing awkwardly at such a violent reaction and trying to calm down the hyperactive neighbor, the magician asks where the other residents of this room are. Beaming with happiness, the neighbor explains that he can't contain his emotions because this is the only priest in the world with a triple promotion, and the hero feels like an animal in a zoo. With a big grin and a huge spear at the ready, a new neighbor appears, who is genuinely amused at being put in the same room as the famous Lin Han. Without wasting a second, the guy officially introduces himself as Gongsun Lianxi, proudly proclaiming his status as a level 9 Silverlight Spear Knight. Stunned by this news, the guys freeze in complete shock, because they are not just a random student, but a real heir to one of the 5 great families. Winking at his new friends, the cheeky hunk asks them to take care of him for the next 4 years of school, clearly looking forward to a fun time in their company. In the middle of the packed dorm, a new neighbor asks what the hell the young master of such an influential clan is doing in their humble abode. Putting a friendly arm around his surly companion, Lin Han recalls his cheeky past and jokingly suggests that they move in together since they are so lucky with the company. Enthusiastically introducing his brother Yuan Shi to everyone, he encourages new acquaintances to stick together and look out for each other in the future. Gongsun Liangxi spreads his arms wide in a welcoming gesture, rejoices at the presence of 2 gold-ranked players at once, and offers to celebrate this event with a joint dinner. Burning with anticipation of a free feast, the guys jokingly warn the rich heir not to blame them for their excessive appetite. Against a backdrop of clear skies and modern academy buildings, the company heads to the huge building to get to know their new unusual neighbors better over a meal. Inside the luxurious establishment, guests are greeted by a charming waitress, serving delicious snacks between the tables in the atmosphere of an expensive elite restaurant. Completely dumbfounded by the scale of what they've seen, the guys can't help but believe that an ordinary dining room can look cooler than the most pretentious hotel in their hometown. Sprawled out in anticipation of relaxation, the guy with a grin describes the charms of the dining room, where you can fill your stomach with delicacies for points and fall in for a massage or a bath. Watching his friends' shocked reactions to the mention of the local currency, this expert from an elite family explains that at university, points solve any problem. Dazzling the guys with her smile, the spectacular girl invites the company to follow her, informing them that their private room is already fully ready to receive guests. Closed from prying eyes, the heavy door with a laconic sign, "Private room," becomes a portal to the comfort zone, where no one will interfere with the guys to discuss their plans. Having gathered at the same table, a cheerful company amicably pushes glasses with drinks to celebrate their very first dinner together, noisily and on a grand scale. Raising his glass, the silver-haired guy declares that with so many different talents, they are just destined to hit the jackpot and get the highest score at the freshman meeting. As he takes a sip of wine and looks as serious as possible, he suddenly breaks off his friends with the news that this is not just a party for beginners, but a real battle for resources. Causing sincere bewilderment on the faces of his comrades, the expert explains that the number of enemies defeated at the meeting directly affects the mountain of buns. With a thumbs up for emphasis, he tells a story about a legendary graduate who once took over 60% of the college's resources. Lost in his own thoughts amid the general merriment, Lin Han suddenly realizes that this story sounds suspiciously familiar. After all, Fei Hua has already bragged to him about her exploits. A sharp shout from the other side of the door interrupts the lecture, causing the boys to stiffen at the threat of the rude guy promising to stop being polite if they don't come outside immediately. When Lin Han and his friends look out into the hallway to investigate the source of the noise, they find a whole crowd of unfriendly kids who obviously didn't come for autographs. Standing at the head of the gang, the arrogant type begins to openly drive at the hero, doubting that the beggar freshman will have enough points or money to be in an elite place. Undeterred, Lin Han asks the bully, with a mocking laugh in his forehead, if the morning kicks weren't enough for him, and he dragged himself to get a new supplement. Enraged by this audacity, the undergrad orders his gang to attack in a rage, promising to teach this upstart the rules of respect in the most painful way. Angrily bursting in, the girl begins to reprimand Zhang Jianan, threatening to completely reset his student points for trying to create another brawl. Abruptly turning around at the familiar voice, the guy with undisguised surprise and slight fright recognizes Yun Xin, who came up, who clearly interrupted his showdown at the wrong time. Spreading a suspiciously friendly smile, the impudent man changes his tactics, but the beauty puts him firmly in his place, declaring that he will not tolerate unnecessary problems. Scratching the back of his head in embarrassment at her icy gaze, Zhang Jianan tries to save face and swears that he had no intention of embarrassing her in any way. After giving their opponent one last look of disdain, the gang retreats, admitting that their opponent's luck was on their side today thanks to the intervention of the girls. After giving Lin Han an appraising look, the restless friend suddenly starts to make fun of him and wonder if he might have a crush on their icy beauty Yun Xin. With a possessive arm around the guy's shoulders, she advises him not to listen to any nonsense and be sure to call her if the rude Zhang Jianan decides to ask for trouble again. Taken aback by the sudden attention, Lin Han confusedly thanks the undergrad, while his girlfriend hints that giving out personal numbers is a sure sign of great love. Flushed with anger at his companion's long tongue, Yun Xin furiously promises to rip her mouth off, causing her to laughingly beg for mercy and promise that this won't happen again. After giving Lin Han a friendly hug, the friend notes the girl's frenzied energy with a bit of envy and jokes that the newcomer has already managed to steal the heart of the main school beauty. Mockingly inviting a friend to repeat his words, the magician forces him to beg for forgiveness in horror and admit that he was wrong, just to avoid getting into a hot hand. Joking about a drunken friend, Lin Han suggests to get out of here as soon as possible, before he finally disgraces himself, and in the depths of his soul he is strained by a strange feeling. A mysterious masked stranger follows the group with a grim stare from behind a tree and goes unnoticed as the boys cheerfully wander towards their dorm. The room is shrouded in the silence of the night, filled with the peaceful sniffling of students who don't even know that someone's ominous shadow has already frozen in the doorway. Looming over the sleeping guy just outside the window, the intimidating visitor in black scrutinizes his target while the unsuspecting student has his 10th dreams. In the room, a guy with a dagger sneaks up to the bunk bed, already raises his hand to strike at the sleeping youth, but at the last moment hesitates. A moment later, the blade of the dagger whizzes through the air, but the blow does not reach the sleeping victim at all, but someone who has improbably managed to intervene. Blocking the path of the assassin, Lin Han calmly blocks the opponent's armed hand, asking rhetorically who dared to show up with such a bloodlust. Hiding his face behind a mask, the assassin tries to recoil, but the mage holds him back as the atmosphere of danger thickens over their heads. Sensing that the plan has failed, the would-be assassin breaks the window in one fell swoop and, pursued only by the sound of broken glass and an ominous glow, disappears into the night. Like a shadow stalking its prey, Lin Han flies at the heels of the fleeing criminal, who struggles to break away, flashing against the background of city buildings. At breakneck speed, they rush along the road, resembling two silhouettes, where one tends to disappear into the darkness, and the second is about to close the distance with a final jerk. The chase suddenly turns in the direction of Changchi University Cemetery, where a heavy, oppressive silence reigns among the ancient trees and ivy-covered old tombstones. Determined to end it here and now, the hero swings for a powerful punch, putting all his speed and fury into this movement. Barely suppressing his panic at the realization that the enemy has a frightening power, the guy freezes in a cold sweat. With a sharp lunge from above, the assassin brings down his blade, shrouded in bluish energy, on the head of the mage, who barely has time to raise his hands for protection at the last moment. Watching his opponent's movements carefully, Lin Han changes his tactics and casts the most focused gaze at the attacker, determined to turn the tide of the battle. In one swift and precise movement, he manages to intercept the enemy's armed arm, blocking a dangerous blow and causing the assassin to momentarily lose his balance. Stricken to the core and bleeding under the mask, the attacker freezes in shock, not understanding how his perfect plan failed and how he could have been touched. With a triumphant grin on his face, Lin Han explains to the defeated enemy that his dodging trick was useless because at the moment of attack, he takes on a physical form. Shrouded in a dark aura, the assassin utters a death sentence in a hoarse voice, promising that this guy will become too dangerous if he is not wiped off the face of the earth right now. Turning sharply at the sound of the threat, the young man freezes in a fighting stance, while behind him, the traces of the magic attack that was just deflected still vibrate in the air. In the middle of a forest thicket, where strange, glowing particles break out of the ground, the hero looks around the place of a recent skirmish, trying to understand the scale of the impending threat. With a flourish of his hands, the man who suddenly appeared admires Lin Han for being so damn good at figuring out his opponent's weak spot on the spot. Angrily throwing up his head, the guy demands from Director Shu an explanation of how the killer was able to freely enter the protected territory of the university. Trying to hush up the incident, he guiltily promises to strengthen patrols, and as compensation for the stress experienced, he offers to give the guy additional points. Changing his tone to a more serious one, the man stares at Lin Han and asks him directly who the assailant was and what was his motive for hunting down the student. Taking a deep breath from the absurdity of the situation, the young man begins to lie enthusiastically that he just felt someone's bloodlust in the dining room and decided to check his guesses. Abruptly tensed by an unexpected question about Fei Hua's well-being, the hero realizes that his secret identity hangs in the balance, and the director knows much more than he wants to show. With a friendly smile, Shu confirms his guesses about the strength of the boy's mentor and advises him to take a good rest before the upcoming freshman competition. As Lin Han watches the headmaster go, he wonders if the powerful families have found him out, or if the legend of a powerful master still serves as a reliable shield. You can see the sun-drenched modern facade of the Changchi University Auditorium, where something big is about to start under a bright blue sky. Waving her arms vigorously from the stage, the perky host greets the crowd of cheering freshmen who have gathered for the long-awaited first meeting. Looking at the scale of what is happening and the sincere smiles of the guys in the crowd, you can't help but realize that this institution is not in the top 5 best universities in the country for nothing. Smiling brilliantly into the microphone, the girl passes the floor to the important vice director, who is already ready to announce the rules of the upcoming move. Looking sternly at the audience, the man explains to the newcomers that they are not waiting for a boring lecture, but for a real elimination tournament against veterans and seniors for the sake of cherished points. With his arms outstretched in a rain of colorful confetti, the vice director makes a grandiose speech about how only in battles for resources are true geniuses forged. Hearing cheeky shouts from all sides, yesterday's students instantly join the game and start vying to prove which of them is the real monster. Maintaining an icy calm in the midst of the general show, Lin Han mentally agrees that the local methods of testing strength really make the heart beat faster. Flashing a wild look, the stern mentor shouts the final command to the beginning of the grandiose batch into the microphone. Looking up at the sudden opening of the ceiling, stunned students watch as the clear sky opens up above them and something completely unimaginable begins. A massive floating platform materializes in the air directly above the heads of those present, becoming the perfect place to start the first serious test. Enthusiastically calling everyone to action, the vice director announces that it's time for real action in this makeshift ring. A brash stranger in a red raincoat lands spectacularly in front of the crowd, announcing his intention to become the king of the playground. Loudly introducing himself as Senior Tianyi, the guy offers the slightly dejected newcomers a visual demonstration of strength to dispel their nervousness. Defiantly looking at the freshmen and flexing his muscles, this confident fighter encourages them to strike the first blow, promising not to even defend for the sake of a fair show. As Lin Han watches the scene in the arena, he notices the strange behavior of his comrade, while the latter confirms that such madness is common for this person. The surprised guy asks the neighbor about the identity of this fighter, and learns that he has the rarest class, the essence of which is to strengthen the body after blows. With a snide grin, the huge, burly man takes on the powerful lunge of the opponent, literally enjoying the way the enemy's fist is slammed into his impenetrable chest. In one careless move, the athlete throws his opponent to the other end of the stadium, causing him to turn helplessly in the air under the enthusiastic gazes of the stands. Bursting into laughter at the surrounding area, he encourages newcomers not to relax and try harder, because only in this way can young people earn a drop of respect from the old people. Fired up with excitement after what he saw, the white-haired guy decides to personally test the strength of the technique and begins to concentrate a powerful cloud of purple energy in his hand. Rushing down with great speed, the young fighter unleashes a devastating blow on the giant, which illuminates the entire arena with blinding flashes of magical light. Slightly disappointed, the big man exhales a thin trickle of smoke, stating that even a spectacular attack was woefully insufficient to deal him real damage. Smiling condescendingly at the defeated opponent, the master recognizes the presence of talent and advises him to train even harder so that one day he will have a chance to win. No sooner has the stadium cooled down from the previous skirmish than the next daredevil effectively bursts into the battlefield, causing the veteran to only grin in anticipation. A determined Lin Han concentrates a powerful stream of energy in the palm of his hand, from which bright magical rays radiate in all directions. Flying into his opponent at full speed, the daring newcomer shrouds the space around the giant in fierce flashes of azure lightning, creating an incredible light show. Right at the moment of collision, the master suddenly feels a real threat, which is why for the first time in the entire battle, a shadow of tension and even a slight fright appears on his face. The huge bearded man is thrown off balance by the sudden force of the impact, and with a loud cry, he is sent flying backwards, scattering fragments of energy shields and dust all around him. Shocked by the sight, the students in the stands look at each other in horror and seriously wonder how such monsters can even be considered simple beginners. After loudly announcing Lin Han's crushing victory to the entire arena, the manager gamely invited anyone who wanted to come out and challenge the newly minted champion. Like a loose meteor, a defiant girl with a dagger suddenly flew out onto the battlefield, causing the stands to instantly fall silent in anticipation of another commotion. Rubbing his chin in puzzlement, one of the onlookers began to wonder if this fierce stranger might be related to the illustrious Fei Hua sister. Gritting her teeth in exasperation, she grimly stated that the imposter was once again blatantly using her good name to get herself into more trouble in front of everyone. Bracing herself for a swift charge, the warrior activated her technique to wipe the calm smirk off Lin Han's face with a single powerful blow. As he struggled to avoid the raging attacks, he suddenly realized that these were not harmless illusions at all, but frighteningly real shadows that could make him bleed. After fully focusing on the opponent's movements, Lin Han came to the conclusion that this girl's skill was indeed on par with Sister Feihua's. Deciding not to play giveaway games anymore, the hero concentrated his inner energy to activate his true abilities, which sent a heavy vibration through the air. Caught in the crosshairs of the giant ghost eye, the assailant fell into a stupor from the eerie feeling that her soul and all the secrets of battle were exposed to the public. Completely controlling the situation in the arena, the owner of the Eye of Truth said that it was impossible to hide a single detail from his eyes, which means that the outcome of their duel is already a foregone conclusion. With a satisfied grin on his face, Lin Han instantly calculated the original's location among the dozens of shadows and exclaimed that his opponent had finally fallen into a trap. Abruptly leaning forward and putting all the power into a single jerk, the guy prepared to deliver a decisive blow to effectively put an end to the prolonged confrontation. With a powerful thrust of his fist, the mage almost demolished her defenses, causing the ghostly form to completely disintegrate and reveal complete helplessness in the face of his superior strength. Barely able to contain her disappointment at losing, the defeated warrior reluctantly admitted defeat in this round. Annoyed by her defeat, the girl throws a cheeky promise over her shoulder that she will definitely win back, while the winner calmly stands in the background. By announcing the winner's name to the entire arena, the referee confirms that Lin Han smashed Zhang Ruxin to smithereens and earned his 15 points. Watching this madness from the stands, students fall into a slight panic and flatly refuse to fight such a monster, preferring to remain in the shadows and not shine. Against the background of universal cowardice, a fateful beauty effectively appears, who decides to take matters into her own hands and personally play with the hero. Abruptly taking off, the spectacular warrior brings her weapon to strike and politely, but with a clear challenge, asks the younger student to guide her on the right path in battle. Interrupting the brewing fight, the guy who suddenly jumped out into the arena makes the girl freeze in bewilderment with his loud cry of "wait." Filled with rage and a desire for revenge, he literally seethes with anger, promising Lin Han that this time he will definitely not get off lightly and will pay in full for the past grievances. Taken aback by this audacity, the girl tries to find out why the hell Zhang Jinan got into her personal showdown, while he is winding himself up to teach the hero a lesson. Taunting his opponent loudly, the magician advises Zhang Jinan not to embarrass himself and recalls the past humiliating defeat, while the latter blames the failure on a sneak attack. Completely ignoring the taunts, the enraged young man urges Hong Yun to go all out and use the most powerful technique while he leads the attack. Shocked by this audacity, Lin Han's teammate asks the referee if it is even legal to arrange a 2-against-1 fight. Sternly cutting off any objections, the referee declares that there are no rules here and any number of fighters is acceptable, and then gives the command to start the crazy round. Instantly concentrating her power, the warrior spins a flaming ring of fire around her, preparing to unleash the incinerating power of her technique on the enemy. With a triumphant laugh and the anticipation of a real mess, the guy finds himself in the epicenter of a frenzied whirlwind, while the girl with the whip is clearly preparing some kind of trick. Shrouded in flaming armor, the enemy promises to turn Lin Han's bones to dust if he touches even a finger on his red-hot defense. Having accelerated to the limit and ignoring all warnings, the hero puts all his rage into a fiery fist, literally flying into the air for one decisive blow. With an ironic grin on his face, he admits that high-level flame magic looks spectacular, but hints at his trump card up his sleeve, which will nullify all the efforts of the enemy. At the moment of the most powerful collision of palms, the air around them literally explodes with a blinding flash of energy, putting a fat end to this crazy exchange of blows. With wild excitement in his eyes, the guy defies fate, wanting to try out his new technique right on the opponent flying at him. Flashing a bright blue light, a powerful wave of energy picks up the opponent and causes him to turn helplessly in the air under the complete control of the magician. In the midst of a golden energy vortex, one fighter expertly keeps the other at bay, turning a fierce attack into a spectacular aerial show. Watching the fight, the old man falls into a stupor, realizing that the kid has managed to combine healing light to protect his hands and cyclone to reflect the flame. Turning his palm in the direction of the flying enemy, the swordsman releases a giant fire tornado, which finally throws the opponent out of reach. Abruptly closing in on the dumbfounded warrior, The hero raises his fist to strike until she barely has time to realize that her distance is no longer working. Looking condescendingly at his older sister, the guy advises her to admit defeat because the physical strength of the hand-to-hand magician was head and shoulders above her magic tricks. With a deafening crash, the opponent is slammed into the stone arena, leaving only a cloud of dust and deep cracks under the body of the defeated opponent. Sprawled on the rubble of the flagstones, panting heavily, the defeated fighter barely realizes his loss as the remnants of the magic flame slowly extinguish on his clothes. Laughing loudly at the situation from the crowd, the pigtailed guy shouts to the entire arena that the Zhang clan's vaunted armor was nothing more than a cheap fake. Lin Han looked down at the defeated opponent with a contemptuous glance and chuckled at the banality of his threats, because losers always say the same thing after a disgraceful defeat. Barely managing to admit defeat, the spectacular girl flirtatiously promised to wait for a new meeting with the one whom even the duo of the strongest fighters could not bring to their knees. Watching this showdown from the sidelines, the students in the crowd began to discuss furiously whether this brash newcomer would become a monster that would break Fei Hua's record. Completely unwilling to waste time on boring fuss, the ambitious mage turned to the vice-rector with a demand to send him to the final round of the test. Spreading out his hands in a gesture of greeting, he approved the challenge and announced that if he defeated 5 veterans, the guy would have 10% of the resources at his disposal. As Lin Han rubbed his chin thoughtfully at the sight of his opponents, he estimated that his real strength would be enough, but it would be too risky to play all the trump cards ahead of time. Resolutely throwing up his hand, the newcomer asked the vice-rector for permission to form his own team in order to equalize the chances in the upcoming group match. Having warned about the teamwork of the team of veterans, the head still gave the go-ahead for this adventure, allocating the guy only 10 minutes to gather and train loyal colleagues. Standing at the edge of the arena with a smile on his face, the hero called on his sworn brothers to come up to him to show everyone present the true strength of their unbreakable union. Once shoulder to shoulder in the open air, the loyal friends were looking forward to an epic fight in full combat readiness, rejoicing at the opportunity to immediately break into the final. With a slight frown, the ally directly asked the leader if he had anyone in mind for the 5th slot, since the current 4 is not enough for a full-fledged squad. Instead of looking for an assistant, the guy snapped that it was better to fight with 4 people than to take a burden on the team, when suddenly a girl's insistent voice rang out from the crowd. After being surprised by Duwan's appearance, Lin Han came to the conclusion that having a strong mage in the group would be the perfect solution to eliminate all the weaknesses in their formation. With a friendly wave of his hand and dismissing all doubts, he invited the girl to go up to the platform to complete the squad before the difficult test began. Standing under the dazzling sun, surrounded by loyal comrades, the confident leader and his team prepared to show off the power of their alliance in the final round. Grinning, the cheeky guy with the claws confidently covers his partner as the ominous purple aura of the upcoming fight thickens around them. Startled, she clasped her hands to her chest and froze in complete shock, clearly not expecting the situation on the battlefield to take such a dangerous turn. Radiating a fierce red glow, the heavily armored warrior gripped her giant sword tightly, ready to smash any enemy she encountered to smithereens. Towering majestically over the battlefield, the knight steps forward, while a ghostly figure in a black hood with glowing scarlet eyes looms ominously behind him. Resolutely directing his magic staff, the magician prepares to unleash the full power of the elements on the enemy under the cover of his unflappable partner in green. Acting as a referee, the man abruptly raises his hand up, loudly announcing the readiness of the teams and giving an official start to the long-awaited match. An armored warrior with a giant sword rushes forward at an insane speed, leaving only a smudged trail and clouds of dust behind her. Lin Han whips up his staff with its glowing sphere and blocks the opponent's blow, which sends blinding sparks of magical energy flying in all directions. Bouncing back after a collision, the knight notes the incredible strength of the opponent with obvious respect in his voice and admits that the loss of the predecessor was not an accident. Cheekily smiling at the opponent, the young man thanks for the compliment, but immediately mercilessly trolls the warrior, stating that her armor does not look aesthetically pleasing. Ignoring the taunts, the warrior freezes in a fighting stance as the mage continues to swing his staff, clearly underestimating the power of the armored opponent. Enraged to the limit, the girl in the helmet begins a pathos speech that full ammunition is the true romance of a man, and modern armor is sheer nonsense. Quite suddenly, for everyone present, slippery green vines burst out of the ground, which instantly entangle the guys and take them by surprise. Finding herself in a desperate situation, The frightened girl tries to escape from the clutches of magical plants that tightly squeeze her hands and do not allow her to move. Surrounded by a powerful glow of emerald aura, the mage's companion raises her staff and furiously shouts at the captain, urging him to stop talking in vain. Lighting up everything with a poisonous green glow, the mad spellcaster summons nightmarish carnivorous plants from the abyss itself, whose toothy mouths crave fresh flesh. Helplessly frozen in the air, the unfortunate girl finds herself in the grip of slippery vines right in front of a huge monstrous bud, ready to swallow her whole. With a confident grin, the opponent taunts the weakness of her victims and promises to teach them a cruel lesson from which it is impossible to recover. Desperately swinging his gleaming glaive, the warrior tries to cut a path through the endless stream of living weeds, but suddenly stumbles upon an unexpected obstacle. Suddenly appearing from the shadows, a mysterious masked ninja blocks the saving blow and icily declares that without his consent, not a single soul will survive here. With lightning-fast speed, the mercenary swoops down from above, attacking the armored knight with his claws, who barely manages to shield himself from this ferocious lunge. Right in the center of the paved square, two incredible elements collide, creating a blinding explosion of fierce flames and an icy vortex that shatters the stones. Desperately shouting out the words of a spell, the creeper-bound girl calls on the wrath of heaven to help her escape from the deadly trap on her own. With a deafening crack, powerful bolts of sacred lightning strike directly from the clouds, incinerating toothy buds and turning nightmarish plants into pathetic charred fragments. Grinning impudently right in the face of danger, the green-haired beast mockingly remarks that ordinary lightning is powerless against plants that practically do not conduct electricity. Instead of the expected triumph, the villainess is engulfed in a wave of fierce flames when precious monsters suddenly burst out from within, turning into giant living torches. Gasping for air amid clouds of thick black smoke, the shocked spellcaster realizes that she has encountered the rarest mage of the two elements. Hunched over in the middle of the arena, the girl painfully spews out all the excess under the puzzled gaze of her opponent, while huge green vines wriggle ominously around her. Breaking into a blissful smile, the heroine announces her sudden relief and shocks by admitting that she is not really a dual-element magician at all, as everyone might have thought. Laughing loudly at this statement, the warrior raises her shining blade and orders the sharp tree whips to immediately attack the target. With unwavering determination in her eyes, the fearless opponent shouts out the name of the secret technique, summoning a powerful shield to defend against the enemy's lunge. Surrounding herself with an impenetrable golden dome, the girl successfully blocks the fierce onslaught of thorny branches that powerlessly break against her magical energy. With her eyes wide with utter bewilderment, the villain freezes in a stupor and tries to understand how her opponent was able to pull off such an impossible magic trick. Watching the battle from the stands, the man enthusiastically notes the incredible potential of the girl and predicts her a great future in the ranks of the strongest magicians. As Lin Han confidently clutches his staff and watches the chaos unfold, he decides with a grin that his team clearly won't need any outside help today. Looking mockingly at the enemies, the armored warrior urges everyone not to relax, because for his cool team, this is just a light warm-up before the real thing. Raising his staff to the sky in triumph and laughing madly, the daring mage announces the end of the fun and brings down a terrible ghostly flame on the arena, ready to incinerate everything in the way. Noticing a gap in the defense, the friend instantly concentrates energy in his staff, preparing to support the ally and deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. Menacingly shouting the name of his destructive technique, the guy unleashes a black lightning bolt that cuts through the very space of the arena in ominous zigzags. A shattering bolt of dark magic collides with the magic shield with a deafening crash, creating a blinding flash and scattering stone fragments with sparks. Unable to withstand the terrifying pressure of the combined attack, both defenders fall back screaming as thick smoke billows around them from the massive explosion. Making no secret of her triumph, the green-haired warrior taunts her enemies, reminding them that mere ranks can't stand up to their perfect team pack. Assessing the superiority of opponents and their teamwork honed to automatism, the guy suggests that his partner go all in before they are forced out of the battlefield. Resolutely intercepting the spear and taking off at top speed, the heroes rush into a frontal attack, making the air ring with tension and anticipation of the finale. Using their most destructive techniques, the fighters transform into two fast-moving streams of energy aimed directly at the heart of the enemy's defenses. Slamming into their opponents' defensive formations, their combined attack bursts into bright flames that overwhelm their enemies' shields and turn the battlefield into chaos. Detonating with a roar in the epicenter of the collision, A powerful explosion throws all participants in different directions, completing this mad dash with a giant column of fire and smoke. Landing hard after the explosion and breaking through the masonry, the partners try to recover among the rubble, while the dust from their crazy attack has not yet settled. Coming out of the smoke with a sword and sickles at the ready, the opponents show off their battered armor, clearly hinting that this was just the beginning of a serious skirmish. Noticing a pretty girl in armor among them, one of the spectators cannot restrain a surprised exclamation, switching the attention of those present to an unexpected turn. Snapping back at the stares and promising to gouge out the eyes of anyone who continues to stare at her, the warrior shows that the angelic appearance hides a bad character. As Lin Han discusses the enemy's cunning tactics, he realizes that their support team has been masquerading as a regular melee fighter all this time to heal their allies in the heat of battle. Hearing the mocking offer to surrender, the hero defiantly grins and straightens his hair, making it clear that the status of the last survivor in the team does not frighten him at all. Abruptly taking off and leaving the astonished knight behind, the mage rushes into a counterattack, clearly having something really spectacular in mind. Trying to stop this mad rush, the opponents hurriedly activate a protective spell, building a powerful magic barrier of flaming runes in front of them. Spitting on all caution and breaking through the flames, the guy brings down a crushing blow on the enemy, from which the magic shield literally bursts at the seams. Trapped by twisting stems that have grown out of the ground, Lin Han freezes in a dense ring of living vines that prevent him from continuing his offensive. With a predatory grin on her face, the girl summons thick, thorny vines from the ground, which instantly and tightly wrap around the guy's legs, not allowing him to take a single step. Trapped, the young man freezes in place as the magical bindings continue to snake around his body, locking him securely in the middle of the stone arena. Unexpectedly for everyone, the guy intercepts the vine with his bare hands and, contrary to logic, begins to pull it with force, causing the opponent to cry out in utter shock. With a sharp and powerful jerk, he literally pulls her off balance, which is why she helplessly flies forward after the magical plants. Watching the crazy and daring maneuver, a group of children in the crowd simultaneously falls into a stupor, unable to restrain a loud exclamation of surprise at the unexpected turn in the duel. With a triumphant smile on his lips, Lin Han stands behind the two defeated opponents, who are completely entangled in the magic vines. Casting a confident glance at the remaining fighters, the guy defiantly states the fact of their numerical advantage, hinting that only 2 warriors separate him from the triumph. Shocked by the sight, the mentor recognizes the incredible potential of the young man, noting his impeccable speed and reaction, which can surpass the greatest heroes of the past. Completely undeterred by the superiority, the hero exchanges pleasantries with the armored captain, advising him to remove heavy armor to improve his combat skills. Flushed with rage at the hurt pride, the knight begins to literally thrash around in the arms of his comrades, trying to escape and teach the impudent youth a lesson. Noticing how easy it is to annoy the enemy by nagging at their appearance, Lin Han is the first to launch an offensive attack, challenging both of the remaining defenders with a bold challenge. From one powerful blow of the young man, a giant crack runs through the arena, causing the terrified warriors to fly in different directions from the epicenter of the destructive attack. Trying to strike back from above, the armored captain quickly falls on the enemy, but the guy only indifferently watches this predictable maneuver. At the same time, the shadow-fast assassin comes in from behind, hoping to catch the mage off guard with his sharp daggers while he is supposedly distracted by the knight's frontal attack. Showing extreme reflexes, the guy goes into a crouch, allowing 2 enemy blades to cross over his head and turning a double ambush of opponents into a complete failure. Watching Lin Han's mad dash, the swordsman screams in horror that this is just a normal competition and it's stupid to get hit like this, risking losing both of his hands forever. After politely thanking the older man for his concern, he only grins slightly as the enemy's blades are practically digging into his bloodied palms. Abruptly seizing the initiative, this crazy healer slams the enemy into the ground, loudly declaring that in fact he is an extremely cruel and dangerous priest. Blinding everyone present with a powerful stream of divine energy, he calls upon the holy light, which finally puts an end to this confrontation. Triumphantly towering over the defeated rivals, the red-haired impudent man, with a mocking look, apologizes to the elders, saying that the victory got to him completely by accident. The crowd of students is shouting the name of their new hero as they celebrate his incredible victory in this battle. Smiling broadly, the mentor officially announces Lin Han as the winner of the freshman competition with a fat bonus of 10% of resources. Loudly discussing the results of the final, some guys in the crowd recognize the guy as their new idol, while others jokingly regret that they were not lucky enough to be with such a monster in the same class. Suddenly feeling someone's heavy gaze on him, the magician freezes against the background of frightening purple eyes that seem to pierce the space around him. Turning sharply in the direction of an unknown threat, he angrily asks the void who dared to brazenly spy on him at such a moment. The heroes took a break from the endless battles as they entered the cozy atmosphere of the private hall on the second floor of the Changi University canteen. By noisily knocking huge mugs of drinks together, the merry group celebrates Duwantin's entry into their team and the successful conclusion of the competition. Pretty drunk, one of the guys admits that he always considered himself rich, but now he is ready to call the one who earned so many points in one sitting Brother Han. Smiling broadly and hugging his friends in a friendly way, the hero generously allows everyone to order any dishes, promising that today the banquet is completely at his expense. Silently watching as his friends gradually turn off right at the table after a full dinner and fun, the priest is left alone with his thoughts. Lin Han's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his mug in triumph, making fun of the weaklings who were sprawled out, senseless on the table, and wouldn't show any signs of life until morning. Suddenly aware of someone's gaze on him, he turned around, and there was a glimpse of confusion in his eyes as he caught movement in the shadows out of the corner of his eye. Determined to find out the identity of his pursuer by all means, the guy headed towards the exit, challenging the invisible opponent on the move. Once on the forest path, the hero slowly wandered along the sunlit path, and right behind him, from behind a massive tree, looks out a terrible dark something. Completely oblivious to the deadly threat and completely lost in thought, the mage continued on his way with the most serene air. Abruptly dodging a massive boulder, the warrior barely had time to catch her breath as pieces of nature's magic, torn to shreds, flew past her at breakneck speed. Surrounding herself with a powerful aura, the girl prepared to take the blow on herself, while the ground literally crumbled under her feet from the excess of released internal energy. Summoning all his rage, the boy with burning eyes shouted out the name of the crowning move, which caused the space around him to sparkle with dangerous electric discharges. In a powerful oncoming movement, a fighter burst right into the center of the enemy attack, creating such a shockwave during the collision that everything around was covered with a white haze. With a playful smile on her face, Faye suddenly appeared in front of Lin Han, teasing him that even a diamond-rank punch was an easy warm-up for her. Slightly taken aback by the sudden appearance of an old acquaintance, the guy froze with a stupid smile, not believing his own eyes and that she still found him. Clinging tightly to his cheeks, the girl began to squeeze her friend, ignoring his plaintive cries that it was time for her to curb her enthusiasm and physical strength. Chuckling nervously and rubbing his face, which was burning with tenderness, the poor guy tried to turn the subject to his sister, hoping that the mention of Rodney would cool the restless warrior's ardor. Suddenly serious, the guy admitted that for such arbitrariness, she would just slap him on the spot, while Fei Hua curiously watched his obvious discomfort. Sincerely admiring the incredible talent of the companion, the hero noted that she manages to pump up to the highest level at breakneck speed. Genuinely perplexed as to how you can spend a whole month stuck in one location, the guy doubtfully asked about the rules because he always believed that monsters are cleaned only once. Narrowing her eyes slyly, the girl prepared to give him a base on how leveling mechanics actually work, which ordinary mortals do not even know about. With a smart look, the adventurer explained her strategy of just hiding inside and taking out mobs immediately after they were resurrected for maximum profit. Bursting into tears at being kicked out by the dungeon wardens for devouring half of all the resources, Faye listened to her friend's comment that there was nothing to be proud of. Tauntingly reminding the guy about his long studies at the Changxi Academy, the girl with obvious irritation tries to find out if he still managed not to remember her name. Menacingly raising a dagger over the hero, the beauty in a rage shouts about her popularity on campus and demands to finally show her at least a drop of deserved respect. Giggling sweetly at the awkwardness of the situation, she officially introduces herself as Zhang Ruiying, while the guy apologizes guiltily and tries to smooth things over with compliments. Abruptly changing her tone to a serious one, the girl gets down to business and asks if he remembers a strange incident in a gold-ranked dungeon that suddenly turned platinum. Darkly telling the story of the Blood Moon, it describes the most dangerous sect whose followers use the forbidden technique of absorbing blood and are able to dissolve in the fog. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, the magician suddenly realizes that the mysterious man in black from the university who could turn into a mist must also be connected to the cult. Putting off the hero's overconfidence, she notices that the sect preys on all geniuses indiscriminately, so you should not consider yourself the only and unique goal. Noticing the strange alarm on the guy's face, The girl is genuinely perplexed by his suddenly changed mood and tries to understand what exactly bothered him so much. Stunned by the unexpected news, she announces with a smile her decision to join the army and admits that she came here today only to say goodbye. Playfully embracing the hero, the beauty coquettishly asks if he or his parents will miss her too much during a long separation. After being jokingly instructed not to die at the hands of the cultists until she returns, Lin Han confidently declares that he definitely does not intend to make her a widow so early. Blushing at his own audacity and realizing the ambiguity of what he said, the hero says a panicked goodbye, while a satisfied Jung Ruying finally says goodbye before leaving. Flying high against the backdrop of a giant moon, she throws out a final stern warning to watch out for her sister, promising to kill the guy if anything happens to her. Trying to calm his racing heart and smiling absurdly to himself, the magician calms his nerves with the thought that this is just a service in the army and not a parting forever. Watching this pathetic scene from the side, the mysterious man only grumbles at the modern youth, which is becoming more and more unbearable every day. Once in front of the huge digital display board in the lobby of Changchi University, the students froze in front of the buzzing crowd of students gathered at the team registration counters. Looking around at the endless sea of mismatched uniforms, the student couldn't help but exclaim with delight at how big the beginning of the school year looks. While one of the guys was casually explaining that the newcomers here were forming groups to hunt monsters, he didn't miss the chance to tease Lin Han. Genuinely perplexed as to why his friends looked at him as the eighth wonder of the world, the hero froze in anticipation of at least some sane explanation of his exclusivity. Suddenly, this awkward moment was interrupted by the brazen shout of a guy who literally pushed people around, demanding to make way for his older brother. After giving Lin Han a cold look, the self-confident stranger immediately played a trump card, asking if this was the same Haoyu City competition champion standing in front of him. Introducing himself as Zhuge Tianfeng, Han Gong's top student, he condescendingly invited the mage to join his elite, rubbing in the message that the strong should stick together. Completely unimpressed by the offer, the young man boldly rejected the upstart, saying that he had a team, and the vaunted gang in his eyes looks like nothing more than a kindergarten. Infuriated by this audacity, one of Tianfeng's hangers-on began to sputter, promising Han a good beating for daring to disrespect their captain. Without waiting for the circus to continue, the young man summoned lightning magic directly into his fist, deciding to personally teach the impudent dogs a lesson and show who really deserves discipline here. Zhuge Tianfeng grabbed his opponent's arm with a sharp movement and said with cold arrogance that the opponent had yet to realize what a huge gap there was in their strength. Flaring up, the opponent was already preparing to force his arguments into the head of an impudent newcomer in order to clearly demonstrate the status of the best student. The headmaster's suddenly authoritative voice instantly cooled the two brawlers' ardor, threatening them both with an immediate deduction of points for violating discipline in the middle of the hall. Feeling the weight of the incredibly powerful aura, Lin Han couldn't help but swallow as he realized that this was a top-level skill player who wasn't to be trifled with. After looking at the quiet group with a piercing gaze, the director clarified whether the company was really going to team up with the magician and ordered everyone to follow him immediately. As the three of them walk up the sun-drenched, opulent staircase hung with antique paintings, they head straight for their meeting with the headmaster. Slowing down slightly, the guy cautiously asks Lin Han, who is walking in front of him, what kind of goals this influential gentleman might have for them. Suddenly, an eerie but comical picture pops up in my mind of a poor guy who was hung from chains in a high tower as a punishment for some strange drying. Trying to ward off his misgivings, the young man confidently declares that Director Shu is a fair person, which means that they are definitely not threatened with such tortures. Finally, the giant shining doors open in front of them, in the opening of which, as if in a pathos movie, the dark silhouette of the owner of the office itself is frozen. After passing through the massive doors, the entire group of students finds themselves in a spacious, bright hall where they will hear something extremely important from their mentor. Once on the open balcony with a view of the vast metropolis, the guys freeze with delight, while one of them admires the truly majestic panorama of the city. Pointing to the gigantic tower that towers over the campus, they are told that it is here that the university's observation post is located, replacing the city's army. Recalling the dark past, the man tells about 3 crushing waves of attacks by ferocious monsters, which brought a lot of trouble and destruction to these lands. Peering at the horizon, the Guardian warns the quiet teenagers that the monsters in the area have started to show activity again, which means that a battle can break out at any moment. Clearly stating his willingness to act, Lin Han, on behalf of the entire team, asks the director what exactly they can do to help in this impending disaster. Looming over the children, the mentor suggests that they become much stronger in a short time under his guidance in order to have at least some chance against the coming wave of monsters. Literally glowing with delight, the young man begs the magician to agree, because to get a master of this level as a teacher is an incredible luxury, inaccessible even to the great clans. Pressing his hand to his heart with an extremely serious look, the hero swears that while he is alive, he will make absolutely every effort to protect the city from monsters. Grinning with satisfaction at the fighting spirit, the director officially names their group observers, launching their new dangerous mission. Having officially assigned a pretentious name to the guys, the friends are sincerely happy with this choice of an instructor. After effectively tossing a glittering gold token in the air, the mentor sends the team to the mission hall to start their first real training session tomorrow. Resolutely catching the flying artifact, Lin Han accepts the challenge and confirms the group's readiness for any challenge. Gathered in a crowd at the front desk the next day, a motley team of newcomers declares to the administrator that they want to immediately take on the task. After politely smiling and accepting a gold card from the guys, the pretty girl at the counter asks them to wait a little while she checks all the necessary data in the log. After carefully studying the details of the request, the administrator suddenly changes his face and asks the newcomers again with obvious doubt if they are really willing to take the risk. Sighing heavily from such recklessness, the employee simply unfolds the magazine to the guys, offering them to see with their own eyes the insane conditions of the chosen task. Hurriedly looking at the papers over the shoulder of a friend, the dark-haired guy falls into a real stupor from how serious the situation turned out to be. Unable to believe his own eyes, the friend shouts out a question in shock, trying to understand the scale of the threat hanging over them. Looking at the ominous red mark in the open book, everyone present finally realizes that they are embroiled in something much more dangerous than a normal training mission. Genuinely perplexed by the panic of his friends, the leader calmly listens to their whining that only the elite teams of Diamond Peak can handle the A-rank mission. Carefully reading the description of the incident, the guy philosophically notes that this is more of a detective investigation than a deadly battle, and he does not intend to refuse. Having rightly judged that for rapid growth of strength, you always need to choose the most difficult paths, the swordsman pulls himself together and recognizes the logic of his ambitious comrade. With a friendly hug to his despondent teammates, the confident Lin Han urges them to stop making too much money and just trust his strength in the upcoming adventure. Leaving behind the safety of the city walls, a lone red bus with our team of brave souls rushes along the mountain serpentine towards the frightening unknown. Looking at the map, the guy seriously explains that their way lies in Manshan, a border backwater of the Empire, where behind the defense line at the foot of the mountains, swarming crowds of creepy monsters. Pointing to a huge rock that looks like a twisted fang, he advises friends to be careful and make a wish just in case, so as not to return from there in a coffin. Thickening the colors, the characters discuss statistics from 26 deaths in recent days, in which the victims did not find a single scratch, but the heart was completely missing. Looming over the map with grim faces, the team realizes the gravity of the situation. After all, even the elite squad of the Shenmeng Academy has disappeared without a trace in this wilderness. Despite the lack of evidence and the frightening power of an unknown enemy, the girl tries to remain optimistic, hoping for the strength of their leader, who snaps opponents like nuts. Suddenly, the bus slams on the brakes and pulls over to the side of the road, causing all the passengers to jump at the sudden jerk and the driver's panicked screams. Being on the verge of a nervous breakdown, the driver jumps up from his seat and in an ultimatum form demands that the guys immediately get out, flatly refusing to go any further. Trying to appeal to logic, the guy reminds that he is the only one who takes them on this route, but the frightened driver only hysterically points to the door. Squeezing the back of the seat in fright, the girl with a tremor in her voice asks again if this place is really as terrible and deadly as they say in the news. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, the driver recounts the eerie story of his neighbor, who swore that it was now impossible to stay in Manshan because of the ghosts. Curious, Lin Han questions the terrified man about the details of his encounter with the ghost, while the terrified man calls them crazy suicides. Wanting to get rid of dangerous passengers as soon as possible, the driver agrees to drop them off 30 kilometers from the target and sketch out an approximate terrain plan in a notebook. Carefully drawing the lines of buildings on paper, he gives the heroes advice to be extremely careful, because his friends still cannot recover from the horror he saw there. Peering into the void in front of him, the magician resolutely sets himself up for a meeting with the unknown, dreaming with his own eyes to see the devilry that scared the locals away. Surrounded by an ominous fog, The city greets the team with dark silhouettes of abandoned high-rises that look like the perfect lair for something paranormal. Making their way through the gloomy ruins, the group of adventurers suddenly freezes when the bespectacled man informs the leader that he feels the presence of something creepy on his skin. Out of the thick haze in front of them, a colossal, hooded, ghostly shape with glowing eyes suddenly loomed up, causing the children to scream in horror. Despite its frightening appearance, the giant phantom only hovered motionlessly over the heroes, causing Lin Han to notice with surprise that this entity wasn't going to attack. Deciding not to waste a second in this strange silence, the girl declared that she had a way to reveal the true essence of what was happening and asked the guys to cover for her. Surrounded by protectors, she invoked the blessing of the holy light to awaken the gift of the observer and finally see all the secrets that are hidden from the eyes of ordinary mortals. Falling into a deep trance, the girl shone with a blinding light that began to resonate with her inner strength and allowed her consciousness to transcend reality. Looking at this incredible sight, the guy hopefully whispered that imitating a rare skill was their only real chance to understand the madness that was going on. In her mind's eye, the heroine suddenly had a vision from the past, in which the seniors of Shengming Academy were gathered in a luxurious hall for an important discussion. The seemingly peaceful meeting instantly turned into chaos when a fight broke out between the two boys, which became a clue to the gloomy atmosphere that enveloped the place. Watching the conflict unfold, the heroine sees a group of guys go from verbal skirmishes to aggressive actions right in the middle of the corridor. Puzzled by the chaos she sees, the girl wonders aloud about the reasons for this sudden brutality, trying to figure out what exactly made them fight so fiercely. The fight culminates when one of the guys slams his opponent into the wall, causing cracks to run across the surface, revealing a hidden anomaly. Through the prism of the magical eye, it becomes noticeable how space begins to distort, hinting that everything that is happening is only part of a frightening illusion. Abruptly coming out of his trance, Wang Ting shocks with the statement that it was not a simple feud at all, but the moment of their transition through the wall into a completely different, hidden space. Having discovered a passage to another dimension, a group of daredevils without hesitation dives into a giant funnel of bubbling azure energy, which beckons with its bright sparks. Right above the children's heads, a scarlet skull suddenly swells up, its flaming empty eye sockets and toothy mouth literally paralyzing all living things around with primal horror. Caught in the crosshairs of the eerie gaze, the girl lets out a high-pitched scream as her eyes are flooded with toxic neon light, as if something dark is awakening inside. Gently holding his companion by the shoulders, the guy tries to shout to her mind, while her eyes run down frightening scarlet paths, resembling bloody tears. After recovering slightly and breathing heavily, Wang Ting struggles to explain that the mysterious shadow almost swallowed her entire consciousness, leaving behind a ringing void and a wild pain. Trying to calm her down, Lin Han insists on taking a breather, while the squad ponders intently whether this trap was an anomaly's defense system or something else. Suddenly concentrating his inner energy, the hero activates the legendary Eye of God, causing his pupils to flash with a blinding light that cuts through any magical veil. Through the prism of a mystical vision, he sees a barely perceptible, pulsating core among the ruins of abandoned high-rise buildings, which seems to be the epicenter of all the oddities in the area. Noticing the right spot in the middle of a pile of concrete debris, the guy confidently points in the direction of the anomaly and announces to the team that the target has finally been found. Summoning his willpower, he makes a swift dash towards the glowing sphere in order to break a gap in space with one powerful blow and end the illusion. With a determined step forward, the leader drags his friends with him into a blinding stream of light that pierces space and transports them to a new, unexplored location. Once on the other side, the guy is breathing heavily as his companions are completely shocked at how creepy and sinister the place is. Surrounded by a crimson mist, the heroes freeze in the middle of an ominous forest that looks as if nature itself is soaked in pure magical rage. Leaning on his spear, the warrior is horrified to realize that all this scarlet haze is actually the fumes of blood, and wonders if anyone has survived in this cursed place. Unexpectedly for everyone, the girl lets out a wild exclamation, which causes such a sickly bewilderment among the guys in the middle of this bloody apocalypse. An oppressive silence fills the ominous hall, where rows of eerie stone sarcophagi with emaciated bodies immured in them are frozen in a thick scarlet slush that resembles blood. Shuddering with nausea, he stares at the prisoner's face and wonders what kind of monster in human form could have done such a savage thing. Caught in the middle of this nightmare, the group freezes in a daze in front of endless rows of living mummies, whose empty eye sockets seem to follow their every step. Abruptly turning to his companions, the young man states that there is nothing left around but mutilated corpses and empty coffins waiting for new victims. Cutting through the crimson haze of this cursed place, the massive halberd descends on the enemy with a deafening whistle, leaving no chance for those who are hiding in the shadows to escape. A toothy creature in bone armor suddenly appears out of the blood mist, its mouth open and eager to close on one of the intruders. Gripping the gun tightly in his hands, the white-haired guy whirls around at the sound, feeling an unpleasant chill run down his spine from someone's gaze. At the very last moment, a clawed paw almost grabs the hero's shoulder, causing him to cry out in fright at such a brazen and lightning-fast ambush attack. Having managed to intercept the deadly limb of the monster right in a couple of centimeters from the face of his friend, Lin Han urges everyone to be extremely careful. Frozen with their mouths open in shock, the remaining children watch in horror as someone slowly looms ominous against the background of the purple sky behind them. Grinning impudently in a feigned gesture of hospitality, the mysterious stranger declares that the vigilance of the heroes will only make his collection more perfect. As if coming out of the pages of nightmares, a monster with 3 gaping mouths grows up right in front of the children, on whose head the puppeteer sits like a master. Dumbfounded by the scale of the impending catastrophe, the heroes cry out in horror, realizing that this is not just another creature, but a real harbinger of the end. Belching out a thunderous roar, the giant scaly beast prepares to swallow the intruders in one fell swoop, while its owner from above enjoys the spectacle. Without wasting a second, the brave fighters simultaneously rush into the attack, calling on each other to maximize concentration in this, perhaps the last battle for them. On the verge of complete exhaustion, the warrior desperately admits her own weakness as a chaotic battle with something huge unfolds around her. As if from a nightmare, the giant mouth of a scaly monster opens right above the frozen girl in a daze, flooding the entire space with an ominous scarlet glow. The monster's eyes are focused on its prey, burning with rage as it prepares to deliver the final blow, while the poor man below helplessly covers himself with his hands from imminent death. At the moment when hope has faded, a fighter appears in the epicenter of events and, holding an ally, forces the enemy to slow down with a cheeky remark about the spectacular appearance of the hero. Looking at how the situation finally gets out of control, adventurers freeze in front of a titanic enemy whose size makes you feel like a flea. Watching the madness unfold from the shadows, the villain admits with a frightening grin that even he is beginning to be amused by this sudden turn and the cool reaction of the survivors. After assessing the scale of the threat from the enemy, the magician puts forward a theory about the involvement of the attackers in the Forbidden Blood Moon sect, which is known for stealing other people's power through mutilation. With a cheeky laugh and obvious superiority, the hooded villain admits that the boy has a surprisingly sharp eye for being able to see through their true nature so quickly. Baring his fangs in a frightening grin, the madman officially introduces himself as the Heart Eater and declares his status as the protector of the sect, causing more horror to those around him. Realizing how dangerous such an opponent is, the white-haired fighter orders the others to immediately retreat, intending to single-handedly hold off the onslaught of the monster and its master. Resolutely rejecting any possibility of escape, Lin Han reminds his comrade of the Code of Watchers, who do not abandon their own, and prepares to stand up to the bitter end. With a snort of contempt at the hero's speech, the Heart Eater promises that the whole company will die today, despite their ability to scratch their tongues. Not going to give up so easily, the magician sharply shouts a protest and begins to concentrate powerful streams of energy around himself, preparing some kind of cunning counterattack. Raising his hand to the sky, the hero creates a sparkling portal in the air, which pulsates with bright blue light and literally tears up space with its appearance. The blinding flash of a magical funnel momentarily covers the entire bloody chaos of the battle, becoming the only chance of salvation for the cornered comrades. After commanding his friends to immediately jump into the gap, the wizard takes on the role of cover, while the magic hole remains stable for emergency evacuation. Quickly moving into the portal, the friends fly one by one into the sky in a blinding vortex of energy. After sealing his comrades securely in a protective sphere for their safety, Lin Han declares that he will deal with the villain alone and will definitely catch up with them later. Baring his teeth furiously, the madman shouts threats, promising to make the life of the impudent guy a real hell for daring to let the prey out of his hands. Not a bit afraid of threats, the hero only confidently grins in the face of the enemy and boldly retorts that a living hell is actually prepared for the attacker himself. Enveloping himself in a powerful aura, the magician prepares to strike, because it is in complete solitude that his hidden inner strength reaches its absolute peak. Mercilessly, he activates a forbidden spell that casts 2 deadly effects on the target, slowly draining the life away until the victim collapses from exhaustion. Panting and choking on a fit of coughing, the defeated villain falls to his knees, realizing that his vaunted power has suddenly turned against him. Looking down at his bloodied hands in utter despair, the enemy demands in horror what this incredibly cold-blooded guy really did to him. Calmly towering over a broken opponent, the hero explains that he has completely lost his hearing and vision, and everything that happens around him is just a masterfully created illusion. After surrounding his fist with a magic seal and runes, Lin Han delivers the final sentence, promising to strike directly into the heart so quickly that the enemy will not have time to feel anything. Fiercely yelling out accusations at the enemy, the guy concentrates a powerful stream of mana in his fist to force the Heart Eater to answer for all the deaths in Manshan County. Having sharply reduced the distance, the hero brings down his shining magic blow directly into the enemy's body, hoping to end this protracted duel in one fell swoop. Laughing ominously, the arrogant guy claims that the usual royal level would have been enough to kill him, but now the balance of power is clearly not in our guy's favor. After gritting out words of shock, the hero realizes the frightening truth that he is facing a top-level monster against which all his trump cards seem like a child's toy. With one powerful wave of his hand, the villain throws the guy away, creating a crushing wave of energy that literally cuts through the space with a red glow. Breathing heavily and bleeding profusely, Lin Han struggles to recover from the crushing attack as dark energy slowly begins to envelop his body. Raising a finger in mockery, the enemy recognizes the coolness of the hero's physical training and spells, but immediately cuts off hope, stating that this is still not enough to win. Realizing the horror of the situation, the magician grits his teeth in pain because the mysterious black aura not only hurts, but literally devours him, depriving him of the strength to even try to expel this infection. Madly grinning and anticipating reprisal, the villain reveals the cards that the guy is just his clone, who most likes to finish off weakened opponents. Against the background of the bloody moon, the maniac calls on his giant worm-like children to eat the exhausted hero alive, saving the owner from unnecessary fuss. As he tries to dodge the massive attacks of the monsters, he is horrified to realize that even his powerful wind and thunder domain is useless against an enemy that simply drains his strength. Recognizing the underestimation of the Supreme Master's powers, the mage concentrates the last remnants of mana, deciding that the only chance of salvation is to destroy the enemy with one blow. Bursting into insane laughter against the background of a blood moon, the psychopath gets high from the victim's futile attempts to resist, because the more he twitches, the more pleasant the ending will be. Abruptly interrupting his laughter and raising his eyebrows in surprise, the villain notices something unexpected in the guy's actions, which makes him momentarily confused. With full focus and all doubts thrown aside, the hero makes a dash forward, bringing his shining blade for a decisive attack on which his life depends. Swiftly swooping down from above, the aggressor unleashes a fierce blow at the guy while he exposes a magical barrier that blooms around him with azure sparks. Grinning maliciously right in the face of the enemy, the Fang type scoffs at the hero's attempt to finish him off in one fell swoop, enjoying how the situation escalates to the limit. Realizing abruptly that the enemy is not going to play by the rules, Lin Han freezes in shock, looking at the terrible thing opening up, ready to swallow him in the next second. Suddenly, giant stone stakes burst into the thick of the battle, crashing through the space and causing all the participants in the battle to abruptly recoil to the side. A new player appears on the battlefield and claims that they were too damn unlucky to run into the Blood Moon sect on their first quest. Crouching on the ground in an animal pose, the villain recognizes the teacher who has come and greedily licks his lips, anticipating that today he has caught a really big fish in the net. Completely unperturbed by this grin, the experienced mentor coldly throws back that the enemy should not roll his lips so much, because he will definitely not get out alive. Grinning defiantly and flashing his scarlet eyes, the fanged fanatic challenges the teacher, inviting him to finally move from words to deeds. By piercing the enemy's shoulder with a steel projectile at lightning speed, the mentor instantly proves that his magic does not tolerate unnecessary chatter and mistakes. With a wild cry of pain, the hooded man is trapped in a death trap of crossed metal rods that literally pin him to the spot. Impressively adjusting his glove, the teacher explains that his strength is magnetism, and as long as there is at least a grain of metal around, such non-entities will not even come a step closer to him. Bleeding to death, but not losing his terrible optimism, the villain bursts into raucous laughter and declares that this distance is quite enough for him for the final surprise. Digging his bloody fingers into the dry ground and barely restraining the trembling in his steel-spiked hand, the madman promises to finally present an unforgettable gift. With his arms spread wide in the center of the pulsing pentagram, the warlock announces with a maniacal grin the beginning of the final performance of the true art of explosion. Ripping through space itself in crimson flashes, the monstrous detonation turns the battlefield into a blazing inferno, where an ominous silhouette of smoke and flame freezes in the sky. Standing behind the ghostly barrier of the protective dome, the two guys watch as the giant dark shadow of their defeated enemy appears through the shards of reality. Grinning indulgently at the enemy's ridiculous attempt to take them to the grave, the magician discusses the psycho's strange obsession, determined to catch him at all costs. With an anxious voice, the teacher insists that it is extremely dangerous to stay in Manhwa County because the enemy is clearly fixated on them and can strike at any moment. Resolutely looking into the eyes of the mentor, the guy declares that hiding is pointless and offers to play ahead of the game in order to get rid of the threat once and for all. Approving of this audacious plan, the guest turns to an old acquaintance named Shu for advice, waiting for his professional opinion on the situation. Appearing in a spectacular costume against the backdrop of a ghostly white fox, the mysterious Bianxing shows unwavering confidence and easy superiority. Ironically poking fun at the sullen nature of a friend, the dandy is in a hurry to reassure that the civilians have already been evacuated and now it's only a matter of time before the criminal is caught. Plunged into a grim silence after the shocking news, the heroes try to understand the scale of the destruction and the luck that allowed them to survive in the midst of madness. Clearing his throat with a deliberate cough and calling everyone's attention to his person, Tip officially introduces himself as the mayor of the county and part-time old comrade Shu. Bursting into a satisfied smile at the successful completion of the mission, Bianxing announces the rescue of the other students and their safe placement in the inner courtyard of the town hall. Raising a skeptical eyebrow and clearly not sharing everyone's optimism, Lin Han silently ponders the details of their dangerous plan to use himself as a live bait. Walking down an abandoned street with the look of a true boss, the mayor finally advises you to look at the local market to buy useful things before the decisive battle. Looking at his mentor with obvious doubt, the guy admits that the ever-smiling guest causes him only a strange feeling of anxiety and discomfort. Lost in thought and with a grim expression, the teacher only confirms the student's fears, briefly throwing out that this city head has always been a slippery hypocrite. Bathed in soft sunlight, the cozy courtyard gives you a moment of calm until the silence is interrupted by the joyful shouts of the approaching company. Towards the main character with an enthusiastic yell, a whole crowd of loyal friends flies out, who did not even hope to see him in good health. Caught in the tight embrace of his companions, the mage explains that he encountered an incredibly powerful clone and would have probably died if the teacher hadn't intervened. Slightly grumbling about the fact that they are always being watched, the guy asks the mentor to warn about his presence in the future, to which he only snorts. Looking at warnings about a critical situation, the teacher asks if the students have reported this to the university, and here's an admission that the connection is blocked. Looking at the system errors that pop up and frowning at the scale of the problem, the warrior tries to comfort himself with the thought that Manhwa is under expert protection. While discussing the mayor, friends recall how this mysterious man moved them to the courtyard in the blink of an eye, making them wonder what kind of sky-high level of cultivation he had reached. Plunged into his memories, the teacher admits that the mayor is an old battle comrade who was stuck in the wilderness because they were the only survivors of the squad. Dumbfounded by their mentor's sudden admission, the children simply freeze in place and silently digest the information about the dark and tragic past that connects these two. Having decided to change the heavy topic to something more pleasant, the mentor sends them to the local market for cool equipment that falls out of monsters. Once in front of the majestic branch building of the Huyu Chamber of Commerce, the heroes freeze at the scale of the ancient structure, which looks incredible against the sky. Looking at the huge signboard with mild surprise, Lin Han learns that this mysterious organization has spread its networks throughout the Star Dragon Empire. Grinning contentedly, the hero admits that he has a guild membership, which makes a friend jokingly call him rich and go look for equipment elsewhere. Noticing how determined her companion is, the girl awkwardly admits to wanting to stop by the Huyu branch, while the mage ponders the suggestion thoughtfully. Opening the doors to the couple in a welcoming manner, a smart employee invites them to enter the majestic building, whose architecture breathes ancient nobility. Once in the spacious hall, the characters follow the guide past numerous glass cases, in which mysterious artifacts are displayed on elegant pedestals. Her eyes widen in surprise as she stops in front of the booth, clearly finding something so impressive that it makes her instantly forget about everything else. Taking the most serious look, the guy points to two magic items that interest him and asks the girl consultant to tell you in detail about them. Smiling broadly and actively promoting the product, the store employee praises the rare protective necklace and the powerful melee skill book, Heavenly Thunder Fist. Glancing at the price tag, the shocked girl can barely contain her emotions, but the young man who is already studying the book calmly agrees to the purchase, mentioning some teacher. Looking carefully through the manual pages, he notes with satisfaction that the 10,000-fold boost gave him an incredibly powerful technique. Left alone with his thoughts, the magician speculates that with the support of the two supreme masters, they can easily defeat the guardian of the Blood Moon, Demon Sect. Once in a mysterious dimension, the magician watches as a giant column of blinding energy rapidly swoops down on top of him, ready to devour him completely. With a furious cry, he concentrates incredible power in his fist, causing chaotic discharges to surround his body, and the air around him begins to sparkle with tension. As the electricity continues to crackle on his clothes, a system message pops up in front of the mage's frozen face, confirming that the augmentation was successful. While concentrating the energy in his fist, Lin Han chants out a grandiose heavenly thunder, summoning spell for his new forbidden melee technique. Calling out to the guy and inviting him to move out as soon as possible, the girl interrupts his thoughts with a smile, while he obediently follows her, clutching a mysterious artifact in his hands. After passing a cozy courtyard with stone steps and lots of green potted plants, the children find themselves in front of the entrance to the building, which looks calm. Crossing his arms over his chest, the teacher asks his team if everyone has managed to buy the necessary equipment for the upcoming task. Bragging about the acquisition, the guy shows off a shining blue light spear, which should not only confuse enemies, but also slightly buff his overall combat power. Barely stifling a cry of delight and almost hugging his new staff with a huge blue crystal, the bespectacled man calls it his main treasure. Abruptly changing his tone to a more serious one, the leader announces that he plans to raise the status of the mission to S rank and shocks with the news that Lin Han is assigned the role of a live bait. Discouraging the ardor of students, the mentor reminds that the real battle with the cult of the Blood Moon is not a computer game, and even just survive after their attacks is a task with an asterisk. Humbly accepting the order of the teacher and clutching the spear, the guy obediently agrees to the terms of the mission, although his face shows that such a dangerous role for a friend is clearly not to his liking. Walking slowly along a sun-drenched forest path among giant pine trees, Lin Han moves alone into the depths of the thicket, trying to remain vigilant. Suddenly shuddering with a powerful rumble, the peaceful forest floor literally explodes, and nightmarish writhing tentacles burst out of the ground. After landing spectacularly on top of one of the giant monstrous appendages, the enemy gloatingly declares to Lin Han that he has been waiting for this encounter for too long. His lips curl into a cheeky grin, and he stares defiantly into the eyes of his stalker, genuinely not understanding why he's become so obsessed with his humble persona. Squatting down on top of the monster in a masterly manner, the villain explains that he is following the Archbishop's orders, although he is not averse to taking the magician to his personal trophy collection. Looking down on the enemy and not a bit afraid of threats, the hero only cheerfully squints, confidently declaring to this self-confident fanatic that today he will definitely not leave alive. Bursting into a frenzy of laughter, the villain is clearly getting high from the moment when the giant worm-like creature behind him is preparing to attack. The Mad Guardian mockingly reveals that he is aware of Xu Zhongtian's surveillance and adds that even Lin Han's vaunted teacher won't be able to save his own skin right now. Looking as relaxed as possible, the guy calmly explains that the mentor took a risk and allowed him to act alone only because of the loss of communication with this area. Baring his teeth in anticipation of an easy victory, the Mad Guardian declares that anyone who sets foot on these lands is destined to become just food and completely submit to his will. A barely noticeable but extremely promising grin appears on the hero's face when he only briefly asks if the enemy really thinks so in response to the enemy's speech. Shrouded in violent flashes of azure lightning, Lin Han suddenly unleashes a crushing power, causing the earth itself to shake with an excess of energy. A blinding stream of electrical discharges descends on the battlefield, turning everything around into a continuous chaos of pure magical power, leaving no chance for the enemy to escape. Choking on his own rage, the sentinel continues to sputter and yell that it is Lin Han who will end up dead. Flashing eyes full of primal power, the magician states the fact that the biggest and most fatal mistake of the impudent was trying to underestimate his true abilities. Clutching the creepy skull in his hand, the mayor greets Xu Zhongtian's old acquaintance with a wry grin as he bitterly realizes that Bianxing has finally sunk to the bottom. Looking at the world with his one remaining eye, the renegade vents all his anger at the unjust empire that exiled him to this god-forsaken and impoverished place. Filled with genuine indignation and shock, Xu tries to reach out to the remnants of his former comrade's conscience, asking if he really doesn't feel guilty. An enraged fighter shouts in the face of his opponent that after clearing out hundreds of the most dangerous creatures of the highest rank, he was exiled to rot on the border, like some kind of loser. With a mocking grin, Tip listens to the accusations of betrayal and defection to the Blood Moon sect, while the enemy tries to appeal to the remnants of his conscience. Showing off his new frightening power, the traitor brags about reaching the 3rd level of the Supreme Master rank, clearly enjoying the terror he now inspires. Looking arrogantly at his former ally, the warrior declares that he is still a weakling and reveals the plan that he was stalling for time while the Heart-Eater dealt with his students. With a shout, the powerful enemy attacks, clutching a strange artifact in his hand, while a terrifying giant face with burning eyes looms over the enemy. Trapped inside the cube, Bianxing looks around in panic, realizing that he is surrounded by a strange, illusory trap with distorted faces. As he stares into the depths of the distorted dimension, he notices something frightening that causes him to freeze in a daze as space continues to change. The enemy's attack is even more devastating when massive, sharp pillars rush through the illusory walls, aiming at where Bianxing is trapped. As he dodges flying projectiles, he bitterly realizes that he has to use a secret technique that he hoped to use only on the front line to protect the border. Through gritted teeth, Bianxing spits out a confession that he didn't want to believe until recently, that this time he would have to fight to the death with his former teammate. Almost speechless, the traitor finds himself trapped in a trap made of crossed steel poles, which firmly pinned him to the spot and made it impossible to maneuver. Determined to put an end to this betrayal, the director activates the full power of his cube artifact and announces that it's all over for Bianxing. Above the enemy's head, a giant crushing column materializes out of thin air, ready to fall down in the next second and finally crush the renegade. Shrouded in fierce flames, the villain summons something resembling a creepy monster limb from the sky rift, which thunders down on the burning forest. Fighting back the pain and gritting his teeth in rage, the mage finds himself right in the middle of a fiery inferno, where the heat literally melts the air around him. Snapping his head up, the hero freezes in shock when a blinding flash opens directly above him, heralding the appearance of something truly creepy. Distorted by the overwhelming level of magical pressure, Lin Han freezes in silent question as the reality around him begins to crack at the seams. Surrounded by an ominous scarlet glow, Lin Han desperately tries to contain the powerful burst of energy that is tearing apart the space around him. Mocking the enemy, the warlock activates the magic seal, stating that the demonic infection will inevitably turn the hero into an obedient puppet. Gritting his teeth against the unbearable mental torture, the magician realizes that his consciousness is blurred, and the magic field of the Wind and Thunder realm will collapse under the onslaught of forbidden techniques. Coughing up blood from the exertion, the young man struggles to maintain his composure as the hostile magic continues to methodically burn him from the inside out. Impressively towering over the defeated enemy, the villain advises to abandon attempts to resist, because before the secrets of the sect, even a master of the highest rank is only a pathetic insect. As if in response to a challenge, dazzling light spears suddenly descend from the skies, piercing through the air at high speed. Exploding the ground and sending up columns of dust, magic arrows plunge right in front of the villain's nose, creating the perfect moment for a sudden retreat. Through the haze of pain and shock, Lin Han barely catches a glimpse of someone's hand reaching out to him at the most critical moment of this hopeless mess. Picking up the weakened student, the mentor in a flowing white cloak announces a tactical retreat to the border, realizing that they have failed miserably this round. After receiving a furious order from the boss to stop Xu Zhongtian from leaving, the sinister Heart-Eater takes off, ready to devour the fugitives at all costs. At breakneck speed, the teacher carries the injured boy away from his pursuers while the enemies try to close the distance in this crazy survival chase. As Lin Han soars into the sky, he leaves his pursuers far below as they stare helplessly at his rapidly receding silhouettes. Grinning angrily and arguing over the fate of their prey, the two types realize that the badly injured guy may still escape if they don't immediately give chase. Once in the middle of a gloomy forest, the hero suddenly faces a whole pack of ferocious wolves that have already surrounded him and are preparing for a crushing attack. Snarling menacingly and bearing razor-sharp fangs, the predators crouch to the ground, clearly not intending to let the intruder out of their possession alive. Reaching out to activate a powerful spell, he releases a blinding burst of energy that sends the beast crashing in all directions. With a powerful blow of magical energy, the director literally slams a pack of monsters into the ground, creating a zone of total destruction around him. Shrouded in thick smoke and pinned down by steel beams, the wolves remain motionless, losing this short but fierce battle. Abruptly covering his mouth with his hand against the sudden pain, the mentor tries to hide his true state while the remnants of the magic used still sparkle around him. Looking down at his white glove, which is drenched in bright red blood, he realizes that the price for winning this fight was much higher than it initially seemed. Leaning heavily on the approaching student and trying to keep a straight face, the teacher hoarsely says that he is fine, although his pallor suggests otherwise. Crouching in a meditation position in the middle of the battlefield, the wounded master tries to recuperate inside a protective magic sphere, while his disciple anxiously froze nearby. As Shu Zhongtian coughs painfully and barely holds back the tremors in his body, he realizes that his internal injuries are much more serious than he was trying to let on. Looking around in confusion and not understanding the reasons for his mentor's weakness, Lin Han bombards him with questions about how the enemy was able to deal damage in the first place. Lost in his memories, he sees the villain remind the master that even with a huge difference in strength, his students will not hide from revenge in his native territory. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the teacher in a rage demands an answer about the fate of the wards, to which he receives a chilling confession about the deadly thunder mark imposed on them. Despite the enemy's shocking statement, Shu Zhongtian decides to immediately go on a reconnaissance mission, simultaneously holding a steel shell in the air with his mind for self-defense. Startled by a sudden premonition, the master opens his eyes wide as something frightening and inexplicable begins to unfold right in front of him. As if out of nowhere, a powerful bolt of purple lightning strikes the man's back, causing his body to shudder from the sudden impact. Grinning maliciously, the guy behind the bars shouts a taunt at the old man, enjoying the fact that he made a fatal mistake and was distracted in the middle of a fight. Surrounding himself with dozens of floating metal pins and making the air sparkle with frenzied energy, the daring fighter demonstrates all his power. With a deafening whoosh and violent speed, the metal storm rushes down, slamming the enemy into the ground and leaving them no chance under the onslaught of gravity. Trying to somehow dodge the flying debris and sparkling discharges from all sides, the poor guy closes his eyes in pain and shock, finally losing control of the situation. Gripping the cold steel bar in a death grip, his hand is straining to the limit, trying to keep his balance in the chaos. Laughing mockingly at the whole neighborhood, the pursuer follows the flying enemy with his eyes and declares that no one has left him alive yet. Depressed by the sudden defeat, the boy listens to the bitter confession of the teacher that this time it was his weakness that pulled them to the bottom, but still hopes for revenge. Abruptly breaking off the conversation and peering into the forest thicket, the fighter warns with alarm in his voice about the approach of a new threat that is about to cover their group. The tense silence that hangs in the air suddenly explodes with the appearance of enemies, forcing the heroes to instantly forget about past grievances and prepare for another skirmish. Grinning impudently and anticipating an easy victory, the guy and his creepy partner mockingly ask Shu if he chose a picturesque place as his final point. Barely able to contain his disappointment, the teacher bluntly declares to the traitorous Bian Xing that his work for the Blood Moon cult is a road to nowhere that will definitely not end in a happy ending. Baring his teeth in a mad grimace, the defector interrupts his former mentor in a rage and shouts that he is only taking what he rightfully deserves. Abruptly cutting off unnecessary chatter, the villain orders an accomplice not to stall for time and finish off the enemies right here, before the situation finally gets out of control. Caught in the crosshairs of a deadly duo in a forest clearing, the heroes freeze in anticipation of a collision, while the shadows of their pursuers ominously cover the tall grass. Breaking into a furious scream, the teacher activates forbidden magic that shakes the earth and withers all life in the area, while something terrible begins to form in the sky. Incandescent air to the limit, a giant cracked cobblestone flies out of the yawning clouds, shrouded in crimson flames and a thirst for total destruction. Taken aback by this inadequacy, the villain panics and tries to shout to the madman, reminding him that the forbidden spell will grind them both to powder indiscriminately. Flashing a fanatical look, the magician only confirms his suicidal intentions, declaring his readiness to go to the next world together with his enemy. Flashing through space at an insane speed, a flaming meteorite rushes straight to the defenseless valley, turning the peaceful landscape into the epicenter of an inevitable catastrophe. Realizing that a meteorite of such a huge area of destruction simply cannot be avoided, the blue-haired guy decides to take the blow on himself in order to save his partner. As he begins to shout out the words of the most powerful forbidden spell, he concentrates all his magic power in his hands, preparing to create an impenetrable shield. Releasing a stream of colossal electrical energy, the villain creates a giant barrier of purple lightning around him, which forcefully crashes into the flaming celestial body. Faced with the unprecedented power of a meteorite that breaks through even his defenses, he barely holds on to the barrier, while everything around him cracks and collapses. Ignoring his own exhaustion in the ongoing battle, the villain admits that he underestimated the power of the enemy's forbidden technique while watching the clash. Loudly indignant, the villain goes into a real rage, demanding to finish Xu Zhongtian immediately, but suddenly stops because of some strange premonition. Surrounded by powerful bursts of energy, Lin Han confidently freezes in the center of the magic storm, clearly in control of the situation. A giant red-hot boulder, shrouded in flames, falls directly from the sky at high speed, but its destructive power quickly fades away before reaching the target. With a look of concern on his face, the enemy tries to grasp the scale of the problem, wondering in a panic if he has fallen back into the same trap with limited space. Grinning contentedly, the teammates explain a feature of their Wind and Thunder domain that unrealistically buffs their own attacks and turns enemy magic into a pitiful zilch. Realizing that the balance of power has changed dramatically, the terrified villain in a panic calls for the help of the Heart Eater, hoping to somehow save his own skin. In an attempt to strike a chord with Xu Zhongtian, the enemy yells about whether Xu Zhongtian is ready to die with him and leave his disciple to fend for himself while the lightning is sparking around. With a stern expression and unwavering confidence, the hero parries the threats with the statement that only the enemy will die here and activates a powerful suppression technique. Joining forces in a single rush, the guys pathetically shout out the name of the joint reception, while massive metal pillars begin to rain down from the sky. Firmly blocking any escape routes, the heavy wands clatter into the ground, building an insurmountable cage around them. Narrowing his eyes slyly, Xu Zhongtian casts the enemy a final warning that the prison can serve as a great shield, and then pretentiously says goodbye to the loser. With a deafening roar, a blinding flash of a powerful explosion covers everything around, which blows the remnants of magic attacks into fine dust. Once completely isolated inside the steel cage, Lin Han looks around nervously, trying to figure out what's going on over the hum outside. Looking up in confusion, the hero watches as the massive wands slowly begin to part, giving him a view of the clear sky. Looking out over the battlefield from the top of the cliff, the two partners stare in silence at the giant cloud of smoke and dust left in the place of their common enemy. Bursting into a shout of excitement, the boy flew up to his mentor, trying to see how seriously he was injured in this crazy mess. Trying not to let it show that his strength was almost gone, the man only tightened his grip on his staff and casually told the disciple that he was fine and there was nothing to worry about. Looking around at the cracked and dusty void, the teacher let out a sigh of relief and ordered the boy to return, deciding that the exhausting duel was over. All of a sudden, a blinding flash shot through the entire space, and a magic bolt shot straight into the man's chest, making him numb from such a dastardly and unexpected attack. Abruptly jumping out from under the very edge of the cliff, the treacherous enemy released a powerful stream of lightning at the heroes to deliver his last, decisive blow. Bursting into a frenzy of laughter, the blue-haired man began to brag about his victory, while his grim partner was already looking forward to taking the loot for himself. After blocking the path of the enemies and clasping his hands in a magical gesture, Lin Han resolutely shouted out that he would not allow the teacher to be harmed and activated a healing spell. Wrapped in a soft emerald glow, the wounded mentor felt the sacred light instantly tighten his wounds and restore his strength. Enraged by this turn of events, the villain realized in a panic that he had completely forgotten about the boy's ability to heal others. Abruptly taking off with a fist glowing with red energy, the villain rushed into the attack, promising to personally finish off the surviving opponent. Focusing all of his rage into a single powerful thrust, Lin Han threw a punch that sent bolts of scarlet energy flying in all directions. Skillfully twisting in the air right during a long jump, the hero gave the enemy a powerful kick from above, knocking out all the spirit of a blinding flash. Unable to withstand the onslaught and force of the collision, the enemy flew back at great speed, crashing into the rocky wall with a crash and raising a whole cloud of dust. Looking dumbfounded at his palms, which were enveloped in a strange greenish haze, the guy suddenly realized that his magic energy was behaving extremely suspiciously. Giggling nastily and anticipating a quick reprisal, the villain explained that all the surrounding magic is poisoned by his blood, and absorbing such power will inevitably lead to loss of sanity. With a cheeky grin on his face, the guy shouts out the name of his technique, bringing down a crushing thunderclaw on the heroes. Standing as unshakable as a rock, the broad-shouldered giant easily takes on the fierce charge while his hapless opponent froze in shock right in front of him. Looking at the chaos with unruffled calm, the two older warriors are idly joking about how young Bianxing's attack clearly lacks the former power to break through the defense. Clearly aware of his failure, the guy listens to the formidable performance of the opponent, who turns out to be not just a jock, but the director of physical education Hercules. Abruptly throwing a terrible scarlet braid over his head, shrouded in a bloody mist, the villain calls on the Heart Eater to finally join this long-drawn game. Condescendingly blocking a powerful blow with his forearm, the giant advises the smaller opponent to make more effort, because such an attack is nothing more than a light breeze for him. Straining every muscle and slamming his feet into the ground under the onslaught of fire flashes, the determined fighter growls that such a weak attempt will definitely not stop him. Gathered in the forest for a serious rubdown, a group of masters discuss how cleverly they managed to intercept an important message, despite the complete isolation of the borders. Almost broken and on his knees before an unwavering opponent, Bianxing shouts out that he wanted to get his own back, not understanding why the whole world turned against him. Clutching at their chests, the warrior blurts out the bitter truth about the 13 comrades thrown to their deaths, whose ghosts have haunted his nightmares for years. Biting back with the last of his strength and hanging on to the arm of his tormentor, the defeated Bianxing swears that sooner or later he will personally finish off his enemy, despite the current failure. With a frightening grin on his face, the villain opens a bloody portal, offering victims not to hope for salvation, but to quickly go after their dead friends. Towering over a confused Lin Han, he looks as epic as possible against the background of a glowing wormhole, preparing to pull him into another dimension. Looking around the empty clearing with an expression of utter shock, the fighter realizes that they made a fatal mistake and missed the guy because of their own inattention. Passing beneath the majestic vaults of an ancient Gothic cathedral, a long-robed guardian receives greetings from his followers as he embarks on a new plan. When Lin Han wakes up in complete disorientation, he looks around in fright and tries to realize what kind of mess he's in this time. In the ominous throne room, under the cold gaze, he listens to the mocking remark that only the Archbishop's order saved his life. Visibly pale from pain and magical exhaustion, the captive tries to object, but his physical condition clearly leaves much to be desired. Obeying an imperious gesture and a curt command, one of those present silently approaches the throne to do the will of their master. Grinning ominously, the dark-shrouded leader begins to perform some dangerous ritual, placing his hand on the head of his loyal henchman. While blatantly biting into a juicy apple, the creepy guy with fangs openly taunts the captive, who claims that the Blood Moon sect only disgusts him deeply. Ignoring all decency, the fanatic convinces Lin Han that he is a perfect fit for their mad cult, despite the Archbishop's strange interest. Completely unable to share the delight of his captor, the bound guy firmly says that he is not going to join such a vile organization under any pretext. Offering not to rush to a final refusal, the villain invites the prisoner to look at something shocking, from which ominous scarlet streams begin to spread across the floor. Seeing something terrifying below, Lin Han panics and begs for help, shouting that they are committing insanity because there are living people below. Laughing abominably at the hero's moral principles, the villain advises him to quickly hide his useless pity somewhere far away. Tempting the prisoner with forbidden knowledge, the cultist explains that ordinary people have one profession available, but their dark god is able to grant the chosen ones a second path of development. Pointing to the bloody river below, the madman calls what is happening a terrifying rite of awakening and claims that any goal is achievable if you make a worthy sacrifice. Listening to the flattery, Lin Han grimly realizes that even at the level of the Golden Priest, he already has the power of a great master, and the enemies are eager to turn him into their perfect weapon. Promising the fulfillment of any desires and a dizzying career up to the post of Archbishop, the sectarian urges the guy to put aside doubts and become their new shining star. Despite the promise of greatness, Lin Han only notes with obvious disgust that all this pretentious talk about power makes him feel sick. Taunting the victim on the shoulder, the madman assures that no one can resist the temptation of true power, which means it's only a matter of a short time. Once in the epicenter of the Crimson Vortex, the hero is forced to experience the charm of madness, which is the only way to finally feel alive. Obediently bowing before the leader, a group of loyal, dark-robed minions instantly respond to the order, to prepare for the start of a mysterious and bloody ritual. Looking at the exhausted opponent, the villain calls Lin Han to stop the useless struggle because the spirits are about to drink all his mana, condemning him to eternal service to the demon god. Submerged in a lake of blood up to his chest, the hero listens with a sinking heart to the mad cries of the enemy that after mana depletion, he will become the same monster. Appearing behind his hero's back, the ghost screams heart-rendingly about his sins and that the murder of his own family was a forced step, trying to break the guy's will. Bloodthirsty shadows run amok in the crimson muck, shouting oaths of loyalty to their master, and Lin Han struggles to resist this insane pressure. Realizing the hopelessness of his position between certain death and loss of sanity, the magician suddenly finds the strength to cling to the last desperate idea. Barely concealing his panic at the news of Changchi University's 15 strongest masters prowling nearby, in search of Lin Han, the cultist hurries his partner. Having received the approval of a high-ranking guardian, the fanatic promises to immediately transport the prisoner, if only to have time to complete the business before the night dissolves into dawn. Angrily clenching his fists at the mere thought of handing over the loot to the high priest, the villain is angry that in this case, all the laurels and honor for catching a valuable magician will pass him by. Having stumbled upon something inexplicable inside the temple, the terrified henchman shouts to the guardian about the strange energy fluctuations in the blood pool. Dumbfounded, watching the ritual go to hell, the cultist tries to understand how the body of an ordinary boy could survive contact with such power. Shrouded in an ominous crimson haze, the mage froze in the center of the energy storm as a thick blood aura pulsed around him. With a deafening crash, huge rock fragments began to defy gravity, soaring into the scarlet sky under the influence of uncontrolled magic that distorted space itself. Frantically waving his arms in the total chaos, the poor guy screamed at the top of his lungs, urging them to immediately move their feet before the blood pond finally folded into itself. Ripping apart reality, the concentrated energy spilled out in a furious torrent, turning the site of the recent calm into the epicenter of a catastrophic explosion. Right out of the bloody mess and nothingness, obeying the forbidden resurrection spell, a terrible three-headed wolf broke out with a wild grin, its muzzles frozen in a furious roar. With a mocking grin on his face, the villain taunted Lin Han, marveling at how adroitly he used the excess undigested blood energy to summon monsters from the undead world. Filled with righteous anger and a thirst for revenge for all the fallen, the hero announced the beginning of the final battle to the Heart Eater, giving Cerberus the order to immediately attack. Sensing a real threat, a crowd of enemy fighters with swords at the ready rushed to intercept, trying to stop the rapid advance in any way. Straddling a giant wolf with glowing eyes, the boy confidently towered over the battlefield as his loyal beast prepared to devour anyone who got in their way. Sweeping his opponents in different directions like Skittles, the monster burst into the thick of the enemy, turning their ranks into absolute chaos to the accompaniment of a deafening roar. Throwing up his hands in triumph, the Heart Eater laughed madly, looking forward to presenting this bloody mess as the perfect gift for the demon god. Suddenly realizing something was amiss, Cerberus bared all his mouth in mute shock as he sensed the situation on the battlefield rapidly spiraling out of control. A sweeping magical storm suddenly engulfed the summoned beast, causing it to dissolve into a flood of energy as the hero struggled to stay on its back. Watching his best trump card crumble to dust, Lin Han fell into a complete stupor and demanded an explanation from the enemy in horror as to what the hell was going on here. Roaring with vile laughter, the villain activated the hidden defenses of his citadel, launching a forbidden spell to finally crush the brazen raiders. Wrapped in a sinister aura, the warlock revels in his triumph, shouting to Lin Han that he will turn into a helpless puppet inside this bloody area. Right under the feet of the main character, squeezed in a vice by a giant snake's tail, Cerberus suddenly froze, which is trying to pull the owner out of a deadly trap. With a sharp jerk, he bounces away from the crimson flash, realizing that the enemy spell completely blocks his blood magic, preventing him from summoning monsters to help. Clenching his fists in impotent rage, the mage curses the vile fanatics of the Blood Moon cult for their dastardly tricks that have shackled his true strength in the heat of battle. Resolutely raising the shining blade for the final blow, the enemy charges, intending to finish off the weakened opponent once and for all. In the next instant, he swings the blade over the head of a huge wolf, its toothy mouth frozen in a roar of rage against the flaming red sky. Breathing heavily from exhaustion and realizing that his strength is clearly not enough to defeat the Heart Eater, Lin Han desperately decides to risk everything for the sake of restoring mana. Wrapped in swirls of ominous, scarlet flames, he is horrified to feel the alien power seeping through his flesh, causing every cell in his body to burn from the inside out. Laughing loudly at his naivete, the enemy declares that the voluntary acceptance of the cursed power of the demonic god now forever binds the soul of the magician to darkness. Gritting his teeth at the realization of the insidious trap, the young man realizes the depth of the meanness of the Heart-Eater, who was just waiting for this moment of weakness. Grinning mockingly, the cultist wonders how Lin Han manages to keep his sanity and decides to add more wood to this infernal bonfire. With a malicious grin on his face, the villain summons giant monsters, whose crimson eyes glow with bloodlust right above the hero's head. Abruptly extending his hand forward, the antagonist directs a powerful stream of dark energy toward the defeated wolf in order to finally crush the will of the enemy. Letting out a terrible roar, the three-headed Cerberus is shackled by a huge red spiral, which literally drains the last sparks of life from it. Howling loudly in unbearable pain, the mythical monster shatters into pieces under the impact of a crushing explosion of magical power. Caught in the midst of a veritable rain of stones, Lin Han watches impotently as the broken rocks and remnants of hostile magic fall to the ground around him. Rushing forward through clouds of dust and magical flashes, he tries to counterattack, despite the complete chaos around him. Standing there in utter disbelief, the guy frantically tries to figure out how the situation could have gotten out of hand so quickly. Riding proudly on the back of a reborn three-headed beast, the villain demonstrates his complete superiority over the battlefield. Looking dumbfounded at the enemy, Lin Han can't believe his eyes that the legendary Cerberus has now turned into an obedient puppet in the hands of this madman. With fangs bared wide in anticipation of the carnage, the Heart-Eater gives the monster the order to immediately tear the enemy to shreds. The huge carcass of a three-headed wolf takes off and rushes straight at the defenseless hero, while his rider looks triumphantly at the hunt that has begun. Barely able to contain his rage, Lin Han curses the madmen of the Blood Moon sect, only glad that he no longer has to look around for a trick. A wolf bursts out of the ground with a deafening roar, shrouded in flashes of magical energy, while its pursuer stands confidently on its back. Abruptly taking off and turning into a blur, the hero strikes a swift blow, proclaiming the name of the legendary swordmaster Zhang Shifeng. Shocked, the enemy fighter's eyes widened in fright, not understanding how the youngster managed to copy the appearance and strength of a great warrior so plausibly. Caught in the midst of a raging vortex of flames, the man watches with cold calmness as his crushing aura rips through the space around him. Narrowing his eyes mockingly, the gray-haired master promises the enemy a quick reprisal, allocating the poor fellow a pathetic 3 minutes for everything about everything. Somewhere in the distance, a serene mountain valley stretches out, bathed in soft sunlight that plays on the slopes of majestic peaks. Through huge ghostly eyes floating in the night sky, an unknown watcher watches the forest where a ferocious tiger and a scaly monster have come together in a deadly battle. Continuing their search in another corner of the thicket, the mysterious gaze moves to a quiet lake where an unsuspecting deer peacefully drinks crystal-clear water. Splitting the ground and raising clouds of dust, a colossal stone fragment falls down, turning the impact site into a mess of blood and rubble. Looking at the bloody mess below, the blue-haired girl falls into a stupor from the horror she saw, unable to utter a single word from shock. Out of nowhere, the door director impatiently demands a lead report, while his companion happily announces the successful completion of the search. Sparkling with azure sparks, a powerful energy stream descends directly from the sky on the giant wolf, causing the rider to shrink into the fur of his beast in panic. Stunned by a sudden overhead strike, the enemy summoner screams in pain as the magic beams pierce through both him and the three-headed monster. Having lost the last of his strength and hope of salvation, the defeated enemy falls like a sack on the ground, red with blood among the flying debris and dust. Grinning maliciously, the defeated enemy finally throws Lin Han the words that his life will be the perfect sacrifice for the cult, and promises to wait for the hero in the underworld. Instantly, the entire area begins to shake, and massive stone fragments, bathed in an ominous scarlet light, soar into the air, foreshadowing an imminent catastrophe. Wiping away the blood and breathing heavily, the guy admits with annoyance that these fanatics from the cult of the Blood Moon are still a pain in the ass, and the mountain is about to finally collapse on his head. With his eyes squeezed shut from unbearable fatigue, the wounded Lin Han tries to gather his last strength as the atmosphere of utter chaos thickens around him. There is a blinding burst of energy right above his head as magical seals shatter under the pressure of the collapsing rocks, turning the battlefield into hell. Light suddenly breaks through the clouds of dust and debris from the ruined passageway, revealing Lin Han as his savior, who has burst into the epicenter of the disaster. Breaking into a cry of relief and fear, the girl flies up to the guy who is barely standing on his feet and grabs him tightly, not letting him completely collapse. Leaving behind a crumbling mountain and explosions, they rush away from the danger zone at the limit of their abilities, before everything around them finally turns into ruins. Help runs out of the thicket to meet the survivors, led by a stern mentor who immediately demands to report on the situation and the condition of the wounded man. After examining the guy, the allies confirm that there are no serious injuries and he has just passed out, discussing why the Blood Moon sect is so desperate to hunt him down. Smiling slightly, the girl hints to her mentor that Changxi University is now deeply in debt to her for finding Lin Han. Once in a strange, borderline state, the guy sees a chained figure floating in front of him, floating above the endless surface of the blood-red ocean. Looking around in utter confusion, Lin Han tries to figure out what kind of creepy place his consciousness was thrown into after fainting. Filled with rage, the mysterious prisoner with long scarlet hair begins to whisper endless threats, promising to grind everyone to powder. Roaring with laughter, the chained doppelganger snarls and spits viciously, demonstrating the frightening power hidden within Lin Han. Shuddering with shock, the boy is horrified to realize that this frightening monster in chains is some dark part of his own self. Waking up in a sterile hospital room, the magician finds himself under the care of loyal friends, who are frozen in anticipation of at least some sign of life on his part. Abruptly jumping out of bed, his eyes blazing, Lin Han becomes enraged and shouts out death threats, which frightens his comrades a lot. Seriously terrified of his friend's condition, the friend grabs him by the shoulders and starts shaking him violently, trying to bring him to his senses. Squeezing his eyes shut from the wild pitching, the poor guy barely holds back the nausea and begs to stop this attraction before his breakfast is outside. After calming the situation with a bowl of hot porridge, the sweet girl carefully offers to refresh herself, to which the exhausted guy responds with a weak but sincere smile. After taking a deep breath and feeling a surge of strength, Lin Han makes his friend finally exhale with relief because he already seriously doubted his adequacy. Bursting into a confident smile and showing off an unprecedented cheerfulness, the hero declares his readiness to fill up the bowl, at least now, which finally calms the assembled company. Trying to maintain his composure and quell the internal chaos, the guy folds his hands in a calm gesture, while his loyal bro happily confirms that everything is going according to plan. Abruptly changing his tone to serious and focused, the recovered magician clarifies the time of his absence and receives a shocking response from a friend about a whole week of unconsciousness. As he analyzes the heavy effects of the battle and looks at the comrades entering the ward, he realizes that this recovery took 7 times longer than ever before. Overprotective, the teacher wraps the recovered boy in a blanket up to his ears, ignoring his awkward protests that the room isn't actually cold. After politely ushering the boys out the door, the glamorous girl is left alone with Lin Han to discuss matters that are clearly not meant for prying ears. Once in the quiet of the closed room, the guest gracefully sits down on the edge of a chair and prepares to start a serious conversation, which will determine the understanding of the situation. Introducing herself as Gongsun Xianer, the sister of the same Gongsun, the girl smiles sweetly and shows impeccable manners that clearly hide her steely character. Getting straight to the point with a twinkle in her eye, she floods the hero with questions about the death of the Heart Eater and the details of the terrible batch that occurred high in the mountains. Smiling slyly, Lin Han is glad that no one suspected him of killing the monster and decides to hide behind the story about the artifact of the teacher so as not to reveal the true power. He lies to the girl, claiming that he was saved only thanks to the mentor's protective treasure, which can finish off the greatest master, which puts her in a stupor. Barely suppressing laughter and hoping that he will not be found out, the hero pretends to be a fool and declares that out of fear for his life, he did not even see how the relic worked. While he grins contentedly in bed, the teacher who came to check on him promises to count this dangerous adventure as a completed task and give out a reward after discharge. As soon as the door adults leave the ward, Lin Han is finally left in silence to digest his triumph and take a break from the commotion. Leaving the infirmary, the trio of mentors seriously think about who the guy's mysterious teacher really is and how powerful his powers are. Discussing his strange behavior, the girl notices that he is clearly dark because the Heart Eater cannot be taken out with a trinket, and he was not at all surprised by her appearance. A determined teacher puts an end to the suspicions of colleagues, stating that no matter what secrets his student hides, he still remains under his protection. A majestic building stands against a clear sky, which even after the recent upheavals looks like an unshakable stronghold for young masters. Finally left all alone, the hero stretches on a hospital bed and loudly rejoices in life, pleased with how he managed to deceive everyone around his finger. Looking into the room, a friend suggests that Lin Han throw a party on the occasion of recovery, to which he agrees and goes to the bathroom to clean up. Carefully washing his face with cool water in front of the mirror, the guy tries to wash away the remnants of fatigue and tune in to a normal student evening. Suddenly feeling a sharp change in his body, the young man goes into a real shock when his eyes start to glow with a frightening scarlet light. Looking at his reflection, he is horrified to realize that an uncontrollable blood energy is raging inside him, which is about to burst out. Clenching his teeth desperately, Lin Han realizes that if he loses control right here, the university will immediately shut him down and he won't have time to explain anything. Slightly taken aback by the sudden sound, the dark-haired guy freezes in the doorway, listening to see if everything is all right. Hastily justifying himself with a stomach cramp, the hero asks to wait for him for half an hour, while his friend wonders how you can catch diarrhea immediately after recovery. Resolutely jumping out of the open window, Lin Han plans to quickly disappear into the thick of the forest to vent the excess blood energy there. Rushing down, he desperately concentrates his strength, hoping to use his mana to keep the power rushing out for at least 5 minutes. Meanwhile, in the spacious study, the masters are engaged in serious negotiations, not even suspecting what a magical commotion is being started right under their noses. Turning abruptly to the window, the stern director is taken aback by the sight of a powerful energy mushroom blooming right above the forest. Everyone in the room looks at each other in puzzlement, trying to figure out where another supreme master-level practitioner came from in the vicinity of the university. Seriously angered by this impudence, the headmaster wonders if the madmen from Blood Moon have finally lost their fear and decided to attack the university in broad daylight. Casually sipping tea, the girl puts forward the theory that since there are no external traces of penetration, then a spy or traitor is hiding in the walls of the educational institution. Narrowing his eyes suspiciously, the leader instantly turns the topic to Lin Han, trying to figure out if this guy has anything to do with the sudden magic surge. Smiling enigmatically, the blue-haired beauty offers to personally check the situation, because in such cases it is better to rely on your own eyes than on empty guesses. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the boy freezes in a lotus position, while a giant flaming skull forms from a sinister, scarlet aura above his head. With each passing second, the frightening ghostly face becomes larger and brighter, looming over the hero and causing the entire area to tremble from the exorbitant concentration of dark power. Abruptly opening his eyes, which now glow with pure energy, the guy finally loses control of the power contained inside. Screaming with unbearable tension, he unleashes streams of flame that envelop his body and turn the forest clearing into the epicenter of a real magical explosion. Raging rage surges through him, and a terrible tattoo of a scarlet skull appears on his shoulder, which seems to pulse in time with his frantic heartbeat. Breathing heavily and raggedly, he tries to recover from the crushing blow, cursing under his breath as the situation finally spirals out of control. At this point, his second world-shattering demon form is announced, after which, using blood erosion, he can drive opponents crazy and turn them into puppets. While talking excitedly about his new strength, Lin Han is seriously worried that due to the unstable transformation, he will be hunted down by every decent university in the empire. Waiting for his friend in an empty bright room, the dark-haired guy froze at the window, not even suspecting the approach of uninvited guests. Raising his eyebrows at the newcomers, he turns to the teacher and asks if he really came to visit Brother Han with this motley group. Rushing into the room, a worried Director Shu starts looking for Han Li, not hiding his strong concern. Trying to buy time for a friend, the partner calmly blocks the way and declares that he is now in the toilet, so it is better not to open the door. Having unceremoniously opened the door, the uninvited guest finds the guy reading the newspaper in a very everyday setting, which makes him speechless for a moment. After clearing his throat in embarrassment after an awkward moment, the principal decides that Lin Han is fine and invites the group to continue exploring the campus. Sighing with relief after their departure, the hero realizes that he was incredibly lucky to return in time, but now he will have to look for special treasures to suppress his aura. Once on a busy street in the city, Lin Han looks around in confusion, looking for the right place among the endless stream of passers-by. Hiding his true excitement behind a mask of calm, he wonders if it is possible to find at least something in this huge metropolis that can safely hide his aura. Suddenly hearing Gongsun's voice, the hero involuntarily blushes and frantically tries to come up with a plausible excuse for his stay in the area. Smiling softly and noticing his confusion, the girl decides not to push him with unnecessary questions, wisely noting that each hero should have his own little secrets. Laughing happily and paying compliments to an important guest, a solid man suddenly interrupts their conversation. Turning to the manager with obvious curiosity in her eyes, the young lady tries to find out how these two people even know each other and what connection exists between them. Smiling broadly and beaming with pride, Liu officially confirms their acquaintance, calling the guy an extremely valuable and respected member of their trade association. In a businesslike way, offering her dear brother not to deny himself anything and buy up any goods at the expense of her influential family, the girl puts the guy in an awkward position. With a mysterious smile, the beauty finally reveals her cards, admitting that the generous gesture is just a long-term investment in the hope of his help. Sincerely promising to give his all for the sake of the common future, the guy accepts the offer of a new patroness, while she smiles rather at her success. With a friendly wave of goodbye, the beauty effectively departs along the city street, leaving her companion alone with thoughts about what happened. Realizing the weight of his debt to the Gongsun family, the hero realizes that free cheese is only in a mousetrap, and now he is officially on the hook. Standing alone by the railing on the outdoor terrace, the young lady enjoys a moment of calm as the wind ruffles her hair against the backdrop of the sunlit city. As she carefully listens to her assistant's report on Lin Han's connections to suspicious individuals in the area, she falls into deep thought. Passing the notebook and answering a question about the identity of the new protege, she calls him a younger brother with a huge secret, whose potential seems almost limitless to her. Flipping through the dossier with a photo of the guy, Gongsun confirms his guesses that he has simply unrealistic strength, which can dramatically change the balance of power. With a sly smile on her face, the girl orders to immediately destroy all the collected data so that not a single living soul can get wind of her secret trump card. Looking out at the sunlit horizon, she seriously hopes that the magician will be the lifeline that will pull her powerful family out of future troubles. While casually sipping tea with manager Liu, Lin Han requests rare equipment to suppress aura fluctuations, testing the capabilities of their trade association. With a decisive and quick gesture, the manager slams the lid of a box, preparing to show the client exactly what he came for this time. Smiling broadly and anticipating a good deal, the merchant invites the guest to go deeper into the room, promising to show something truly rare and impressive. Stopping in front of a cloth-covered display stand, he proudly announces to Mr. Lin that there is a major treasure hidden under the cover that can suppress any aura. With a deft movement, the man shows off a shining isolation starstone that blocks any magical fluctuations and detection attempts. As soon as he touched the artifact, an incredible 10,000-fold boost was triggered, turning the ordinary item into a divine starstone of stealth. Having obtained such an thing, he says goodbye to manager Liu and leaves the building, while the latter after him wishes to take care of himself and come back more often for new purchases. With his eyes sparkling with anticipation, Lin Han mentally celebrates his triumph as he now has a god-level equipment in his arsenal. Deep in the shadows of the gloomy hall, a kneeling servant reports to the archbishop about the death of the Heart Eater and the sudden birth of the demon prince in Hanyun City. Sneering at the insignificance of the fallen ally, the high priest orders the prince to be delivered, threatening death 10,000 times more painful for failure. Gritting his teeth with fear, the faithful executor swears to obey implicitly, assuring the master that he has already matured an insidious plan. Against the background of the sunlit storefronts of a modern shopping center, the hero feels safe. Enjoying the sudden calm, Lin Han rejoices that the divine equipment has finally removed all suspicion of his connection with the dark cult. As soon as the hero relaxed, a crowd of old acquaintances grew up in front of him, accusing him of leaving them for a secret date with some girl. Despite all the desperate attempts to justify themselves and pleas for mercy, the enraged friends unceremoniously twist the poor guy, not wanting to listen to any explanations. Leaving aside any pity, the noisy group arranges a real friendly brawl in which fists and clouds of dust fly in all directions. Pinned to the table with a huge lump on his head, the unfortunate Lin Han is forced to surrender under the strict supervision of his comrades, who demand to tell the whole truth without concealment. Arrogantly crossing her arms over her chest, the showy beast Zheng Ruixin openly taunts the freshman, claiming that his pathetic appearance is a disgrace to the status of a top student. The guy standing next to her is perplexed, trying to find out the true motives of her poisonous words. And according to the girl, an elite university will lose prestige because of such weaklings. Wittily and boldly adding fuel to the fire, the dark-haired guy teases the heroine, noticing that her bad character does not fit in with the image of her sister at all. Instantly flushed with rage, The warrior whips out her dagger and charges, not wanting to stand the comparisons that sting her to the quick. Lin Han cuts in sharply, barely able to keep the blade at his friend's throat, trying to defuse the heated situation. Proudly lifting her chin, the girl proclaims herself the only genius and hope of the family, while branding her sister a traitor, unworthy of even a kind word. A mentor who suddenly appears interrupts the family squabble with a friendly call and announces an urgent task for both teams, forcing everyone to forget about personal grievances. Breaking into a suspiciously kind smile, the man promises that the border exercise will be a great chance for students to explore the harsh realities of the outside world. After giving one of the guys a friendly hug, the leader vows to personally lead the mission so that everything goes smoothly, although the students and faces show that they don't really believe in an easy walk. Once at the abandoned ruins, the group faces the first serious threat in the form of a pack of ferocious white wolves that rapidly attack. With focused aim, a pair of elite archers fire sparkling magic arrows on command to hold off the onslaught of the first wave of monsters. Uttering a death rattle, one of the snow white wolves falls dead, pierced by a well-aimed shot right in the midst of its furious attack. Clearly following the combat protocol, a new line of defenders with massive shields is brought to the fore, creating an impenetrable wall to cover the shooters. Watching the students with well-coordinated work from the wall, the mentor passionately explains that the true goal of this place is not personal heroism, but perfect team interaction. Pointing to a tactical map with targets, the commander sets the task of clearing the territory from 3 tribes of gold-level monsters within a 5-mile radius. After gathering everyone around the table, the leader gives out instructions about tomorrow's gathering and promises to keep in touch via communicators while the team obediently confirms readiness. Majestic mountain ranges stretching to the horizon, surrounded by dense green forests, create a deceptive impression of calm before the upcoming batch. Noticing a pack of gold-ranked wolves ahead, Lin Han freezes in suspense, and his partner activates the observer mode with flaming eyes and a magic circle under her feet. Smiling mischievously, this fearless girl tells Brother Han that the gold level is nothing to her and is called to deal with the monsters alone. Soaring high into the air above the treetops, she unleashes a powerful stream of fire on the dazed beast, accompanying her blow with a cry about a fireball. Suddenly leaping out of ambush, fierce wolves catch the girl off guard, forcing her to turn in horror at the red eyes of predators glittering in the shadows. Instantly regrouping in midair, she unleashes a hail of sharp icicles at her enemies, accompanying the counterattack with a loud magical call from the ice cone. Leaning on her staff amid giant ice crystals, the girl proudly informs Brother Han of her victory over the defeated beast lying at her feet. Abruptly sensing a frightening presence behind her, she freezes in shock when a huge shadow with a clawed paw falls on her. Suddenly, a colossal monster with flaming eyes and a huge mouth appears behind her, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the defenseless heroine. After slamming a powerful fist right into the giant white wolf's jaw, Lin Han effectively interrupts its attempt to feast on his partner. After making a rapid jump from above, the hero literally drives the monster into the ground, leaving it no chance to respond. As he happily pats Wang Ting's head, he praises her for her cool ice and fire spells, even though he reminds her to be careful with opponents of this level. Watching the animals running away deep into the forest, the girl suddenly realizes that there is some strange devilry in their behavior, and shares her suspicions with her partner. Puzzled, she puts a hand to her chin and wonders why the wolves are so lazy about moving towards the snake rake territory that Zhang Ruxin is responsible for. Grabbing the hand of his companion, the magician rushes at full speed to meet the adventure, while the poor girl begs to slow down because the world before her eyes has finally swam. Standing directly in front of the clearly unfriendly turtle's face, the warrior raises his staff and activates the magic circle, preparing to unleash the full power of his secret energy on the monster. Blinding all living things around, the spell explodes right in front of the giant reptile's nose, causing it to close its eyes and momentarily lose its orientation in space. Taking advantage of the moment, the warrior closes the distance with lightning speed and raises her blade, while the turtle tries in vain to figure out where the next attack will come from. Piercing the air with a whoosh, someone's precise and sharp lunge cuts through the powerful paw of the beast, causing the multi-ton carcass to lose its balance and begin to fall over. With a loud battle cry, the warrior makes a spectacular leap in the air, bringing her curved blades for a decisive blow to the enemy. Gracefully landing in the middle of the forest thicket, the confident girl freezes in the pathos pose of a hunter over the fallen body of a giant monster. Beaming with delight, the battle lady hugs her embarrassed partner tightly, praising her captain's strength and enjoying the moment of triumph. Interrupting a brief moment of rest, A whole flock of angry turtles with burning eyes emerges from the forest gloom, taking the defenseless girls into a tight and dangerous ring. Enraged by the appearance of the reptiles, the blonde sorceress unleashes a burst of magical light bullets to teach the impudent monsters a lesson. Piercing through the shell, a powerful energy beam leaves only a bunch of sparks and smoke from the first turtle, clearly showing the others that it is a very bad idea to anger the magician. Eyes blazing with rage, a pack of snake-headed monsters simultaneously charge at the warrior, trying to crush her with numbers and sharp fangs. Masterfully wielding two blades in a narrow space, the brave swordswoman fights off attacks from several creatures that are trying to grab her throat or shoulders. Noticing fresh, bloody cuts on her arm after another attack, the girl is alarmed to realize that she showed an unforgivable carelessness in the heat of a mad fight. Focusing a bright clot of magical energy in her palm, the blonde girl prepares to strike at an invisible opponent with a determined cry. Suddenly falling directly on the shell of a giant angry turtle, the heroine desperately tries to stay on the slippery surface. Once in the arms of her mentor after a heavy collision, the injured student begs her to leave her and save herself alone, while there is still a chance to escape from the chase. Completely unwilling to leave her comrade in the lurch, the warrior hugs her charge, whose gaze is clouded by a strange sense of euphoria at a critical moment. Putting all his remaining rage into a crushing uppercut, Lin Han sends the monstrous reptile into a prolonged flight, effectively ending this insane confrontation. Peering intently into the forest through the magic barrier, the girl whirls around at a strange sound, trying to figure out the identity of the intruder. Ironically teasing little Zhang about her inability to deal with a pair of ordinary pythons, the savior clearly enjoys the confusion that has arisen. Interrupting a playful argument, the companion insistently urges Brother Khan to finally deal with the whole horde of approaching monsters. Deciding not to waste any more words, a confident Lin Han effortlessly picks up the carcass of a huge python and prepares to launch it further into the forest. Demonstrating truly monstrous strength, the hero sends a whole group of enemies into a deep knockout with one powerful throw, causing them to fly in different directions. Watching the crazy spectacle from the sidelines, the shocked warrior tries to understand how an ordinary gold-level priest can have such destructive power. Having finished cleaning up the territory, the young man, satisfied with himself, suggests that the team not linger and move forward to meet with the teacher as soon as possible. Trying to calm the pounding of her heart, the captain clutches her hand to her chest, unable to hide the pain of her injuries. An agitated white-haired girl leans over the wounded woman, panicking and begging the warrior to come to her senses and not leave her alone in this frightening wilderness. A magician who appears out of nowhere resolutely declares that his secret life spell will easily cope with the poison of the mystical python turtle. Cupping his hands in a magical gesture, the healer calls on the help of light forces and whispers activates the restoration of life technique to pull the girl out of the world. Surrounding the bodies of the heroes with a bright emerald glow, a powerful stream of energy is absorbed into the skin of the captain, while her faithful friend freezes hopefully in anticipation of a miracle. Looking at the still pale face of the leader, the shocked assistant breaks into a scream and accuses the guy of incompetence, calling him a half-educated man who did not work out. Frowning in confusion at the fact that the detoxification did not work properly, the hero admits defeat and decides to immediately contact the teacher to save the situation. Leaving the heroes alone with their troubles, time is rapidly rewound 30 minutes ahead under the scorching rays of the midday sun. Half an hour later, a mentor arrives to call for help, who immediately begins to examine the unconscious girl under the gaze of the entire team. Frowning sternly, the master reports that there is an abnormal energy circulating around the captain's heart that cannot be suppressed by conventional methods. Handing Lin Han the artifact, the teacher orders him to use the portal to immediately evacuate the injured woman to Hangyun City, as the local medics are powerless here. As they listen to their mentor's explanation, the heroes learn the chilling truth that the monsters on the border have suddenly mutated from a normal silver level to a deadly gold one. While distributing the duties, the master takes the rest of the guys to strengthen the border defenses, while the magician must deliver Zhang Rixin to the hospital at top speed. Wrapped in the dazzling golden glow of the magic circle, the heroes teleport away, and Lin Han holds his injured companion tightly to him. Rushing into the sky, the energy beam carries the team away, causing the teacher to anxiously wonder what the consequences of a desperate escape will be. Once in front of the massive modern hospital building, the heroes in a panic shout out requests for help, hoping that local doctors will have time to save the girl's life. Impudently interrupting the lunch of a local doctor, the guy stumbles upon a furious rebuff because the doctor is clearly not happy with the fact that he is distracted from food for for the sake of some uninvited guests. Suddenly frozen with chopsticks clenched in his hand, the doctor looks at the newcomers in surprise, realizing that this situation is much more serious than the usual brawl. Breathing heavily and in deep unconsciousness, the injured girl looks very bad as her condition rapidly worsens by the second. Instantly switching to rescue mode, the doctor commands the staff to immediately prepare the operating room for emergency surgery. Watching the gurney go by, the magician is painfully aware of the burden of responsibility, wondering how he will look into the eyes of the girl's loved ones if the doctors fail to work a miracle. Coming out of the operating room with a blood-stained medical tray in his hands, the surgeon puzzles the guy with the question of where in general it was possible to pick up such a terrible infection. Finally exhaling after the news that his friend's life is no longer in danger, the mage is still left on edge by the doctor's serious tone. While examining the parasite, the doctor explains that the heartworm was artificially modified by the Blood Moon cultists to control the host's potential and body. Realizing that the sinister cult has already reached the borders and is strengthening the monsters with its vile larvae, the guy seriously thinks about the safety of the borders. Lin Han takes out his smartphone right in the hospital corridor and contacts someone important to report what has happened, but suddenly hears someone's voice. Looking at the smartphone screen, he suddenly realizes that something really terrible has happened at the border, and the girl, despite her weakness, declares her intention to return there. Abruptly rising from her hospital bed, she emotionally objects to attempts to stop her, claiming that she will never forgive herself if she leaves her comrades in distress. Suddenly, a guest standing in the doorway intervenes in the conversation, who shocks the guys with the statement that she has a rare one-time teleportation array. With a mysterious smile on her face, she explains that she ended up in the hospital completely by accident, but now she is ready to fit in and help them move. Reassuring the guy with the news that the university is already aware of events and has sent help, Feng suggests that the guys take her with them, because her abilities will clearly not be superfluous. Grouped in the center of a glowing magic circle, the three of them give the go-ahead and instantly dissolve into a column of dazzling golden light. Cutting through the clouds with a bright flash, the magic pulse falls directly on the roof of one of the city buildings, marking the successful completion of the jump through space. Once in a rather gloomy room with rows of medical beds, the guys look around in confusion, wondering where they were thrown by teleportation. When Lin Han notices the sign, he is perplexed to see that they somehow stumbled into the morgue of Mengshan County and suggests that they quickly get out and clear up the situation. Being in the thick of the commotion on the street, the guy orders to immediately load into the van and carry out an urgent evacuation before the situation finally gets out of control. When Lin Han meets a familiar Yuan Shi right in the middle of the chaos, he is shocked to learn that the monsters on the border have finally broken through the wall and almost taken over the county. Without wasting a second, the guy orders his friend to continue evacuating the medics, and he and the girls break off in the direction of the front line. A giant, scaly snake suddenly appears in front of the numb fighters, whose colossal carcass literally covers the horizon and does not bode well. Through the monster's dense scales, the tip of a magical spear suddenly pierces, shining with sky-blue energy, which hints at the presence of one of its own in the mess. When Lin Han sees this legendary weapon, he becomes enraged and demands to know where the owner of the spear, Gong Sun, is now, and what the hell is going on here. Noticing something fishy in the dense forest, the three adventurers froze on alert as the mage tried to figure out the reason for the sudden noise. A huge snake of venomous green color suddenly surfaced, causing them to be petrified by the scale of this fanged monster towering over the concrete fence. The boys looked at each other in bewilderment as the reptile slithered away, and the girl voiced a general idea about why a dangerous monster should run away. Suddenly, a ferocious, three-headed predator leaped out of the shadows, its glowing eyes and snarling mouths leaving no doubt that it was it that had startled the previous snake. Hiding behind a tree, the warrior suggested that her friend test his strength in action, since he was so eager to finish off the monster, not knowing that they were facing a formidable opponent of the king's rank. Skeptically assessing the situation, the girl suggested not to waste time on meaningless risks and just bypass the danger zone. Pointing in the opposite direction, the mage was about to lead the team away from their problems when an angry bear materialized right above their heads. Feeling the icy breath of death on the back of his neck, the hero realized in horror that their plan for a quiet retreat had failed miserably due to the sudden appearance of a new predator. Scooping up the bewildered companion in his arms, the guy rushed forward as fast as he could until the monster's huge mouth opened behind him, ready to swallow all three of them in one fell swoop. As they ran away from the beast that was chasing them, they were genuinely indignant at how unethical the monsters had decided to unite against them right in the middle of a fight. Picking up an insane speed, the giant bear began to step on the hero's heels, while the green-haired girl in a panic shouted to her friend that they were about to be caught up. As Lin Han stared intently at the trees that flickered before his eyes, he frantically tried to come up with some sort of escape plan in this almost hopeless situation. Without slowing down, he suddenly suggested that his sister split up so that he could distract the monsters and give the girls a chance to escape, which only caused her shocked bewilderment. Smiling broadly in spite of the danger of death, this incorrigible optimist declared that if they failed, they would simply die together as lovers. In response to such an absurd tackle, the warrior in a rage told him to get lost, reasonably noting that she definitely did not plan to die for the sake of some kind of love in the company of a jerk. An enraged trio of enemies suddenly burst out of the forest thicket, causing the friends to run in horror under the deafening roar of their pursuers. After half an hour of the grueling race, the guy hugging his companion, seriously worried about how long these crazy creatures will be able to maintain such a frenzied pace. Noticing a narrow passage in the rocky slope, the hero instantly decided to take a chance and hide in the saving darkness of the cave, hoping to throw the monsters off their tail for a while. Running inside with the girl in his arms, he plunged into the cool depths of the grotto, while the echoes of the chase and the heavy breathing of the enemy could still be heard outside. Once in front of the shelter's entrance, the disoriented monsters froze in disbelief, growling in bewilderment as they tried to figure out where their elusive prey had so suddenly disappeared to. Sniffing carefully at the very entrance of the cave, a fierce bear with bloodshot eyes almost found the place where the fugitives were hiding. Trapped in the glare of a predatory gaze, the boy knew that he would have to use dangerous forbidden spells while risking the safety of his companion. Quite unexpectedly, strong hands were placed on the shoulders of the heroes from the darkness, causing them to freeze with shock in a sharp realization that they were not alone in this cave. Under a deafening cry of terror, an unknown magical funnel instantly pulled both children into the bottomless blue abyss, transporting them into the unknown. Landing hard on the hard surface after the magic jump, the boys barely had time to recover from the shock, while the dust and fragments of stones still settled around them. Trying to blink her eyes and realize where they were going, the girl stared in utter disbelief at the figure that appeared in front of them. Smiling at the stunned guests, the guy named Jiang put a finger to his lips, urging them not to make any noise and not to betray their presence by shouting too much. Clinging happily to the mage, the girl began to shake him so violently from the excess of emotion that poor Lin Han had to ask her to stop before she strangled him. Looking at the flames dancing in the darkness, Jiang wondered if his friends had come all the way here and entered the monster lair just to meet him. Gathered around the campfire in the semi-darkness of the cave, the children sincerely thanked the teacher for saving them and the rest of their comrades from a real mess in time. Looking closely at the girl's face, the mentor anxiously asked Ruixin how her injury is going. Calmly replying that the doctor has already extracted the insidious bug from her, she bombards the teacher with questions about the fate of Gongsun's team and what really happened on that fateful day. Frowning sternly, the master begins to reminisce about how he single-handedly held off the onslaught of the three Beast Kings, while the others tried to escape the heartworms. Caught in the ring of monsters that infested Mansion Mountain, he decided to break through to the south in the hope of crossing the border and reaching the lands of the American Empire. Fighting to the limit of his strength, the master did not expect to meet such an insane number of monsters on his way, among which there were even creatures of the royal rank level. Having taken refuge in this secret hideout, the swordsman admits that meeting the guys in such a remote place was a complete and very pleasant surprise for him. With a worried raise of his eyebrows, Lin Han reports that Feng Yunxin's older sister was also with them, but because of the danger, they had to split up and run in different directions. After checking whether this is the wind sorceress from the junior years, the mentor listens carefully to the clear agreement to meet at a certain place after the escape. Having set out to search, the young man declares the need to save Feng because she is only a diamond-ranked mage, to which the teacher notices that meddling in this forest alone is not a good idea. Lin Han insists that the three of them will become too obvious a target for the monsters, and it will be easier for him to slip past the enemies alone. Yielding, Jiang lets him go in search of him, but strictly instructs him to return to the shelter before dark, while Ruixin encourages the mentor to trust in the strength of a comrade. Once in an open area among majestic mountain ranges, the hero begins to carefully examine the surroundings in search of at least some clues. Instantly activating his unique God's Eye ability, the youth forces his eyes to accurately calculate Sister Feng's exact location. When he reaches the edge of the forest, where the girl's magical vision has registered her presence, the guy looks around, not understanding where she could have disappeared without a trace. Putting his hands to his face like a megaphone, the magician calls out to the girl at the top of his voice and notifies the neighborhood that Teacher Zhang has been found. As soon as she hears a familiar voice, she raises her head with a slight bewilderment and laziness in her eyes, asking again if it is Junior Lin who is making a noise nearby. Turning around at the sound, the guy happily exclaims the name of his girlfriend, Feng Yunxin, glad that he finally met her. As he gets closer to the tree she's sitting under, he wonders with genuine concern if she was sleeping right there without fear of a sudden monster attack. Undeterred, the girl explains that she has surrounded the place with an invisible wind border, allowing her to instantly feel any living creature within a radius of 500 meters. She goes on to explain that the wind line is tuned to detect true intentions, so it only signals when it detects a real threat or bloodlust. Accepting this explanation with a slight smile, Lin Han confidently states that since Teacher Zhangxing has already been found, they should go to him as soon as possible. The full moon hanging over the mountains illuminates the night landscape with its cold light, reminding us that in the dark, the forces of evil only become bolder. Making his way through the dense thicket, Feng Yunxin strictly instructs his companion not to lose vigilance because dangerous monsters can still roam somewhere very close. Stopping abruptly and stretching out his arm to cover his companion, the guy anxiously admits that he does not leave a bad feeling about what awaits them ahead. By activating his most powerful God's Eye technique, the magician causes his own eyes to flash with a dazzling sky blue light that pierces through any illusion. Through the thickness of the rocks, he sees a hidden cave, at the entrance to which lurk terrible stone monsters with burning red eyes. Deep inside this eerie lair, their companions are trapped, already being targeted from all sides by the clawed paws of giant creatures. Realizing that every second counts, Lin Han rushes forward at full speed, shouting that the teacher and the warrior are still there and in grave danger. A whole pack of monsters, among which huge bony reptiles can be seen, is preparing to tear the uninvited guest to pieces, sounding the surroundings with a ferocious roar. Caught in the middle of the bestial chaos, the mage soars spectacularly into the air, dodging the claws of bloodthirsty wolves and the wide-open mouth of a giant scaly snake. Instantly reacting to the threat from the left, he delivers a powerful elbow right into the monster's jaw, sending it flying away in a hail of sparks and furious shouts. Making a pirouette over the rings of a massive reptile, the hero puts all his strength into a crushing kick that shakes the air and the body of a scaly reptile. Throwing enemies one by one with powerful serves, the mage breaks through the crowd of predators, causing them to fly in different directions like ragdolls. As she watches him single-handedly destroy monsters and hide in a cave, she wonders how a gold-ranked priest is even capable of such techniques. Surrounded on both sides by terrible creatures and standing with their backs to the flaming fiery silhouette, the two partners realize that they have fallen into a real trap from where there is no way out. Covered with battle scars and abrasions, the emaciated warrior is preparing to fight back with the last of his strength, although he understands that the advantage of forces is clearly not on their side. Frozen in silent shock at the sudden arrival of help, the swordsman watches as the students rush into the thick of things to rescue their friends from this hopeless predicament. In a fit of desperation and fear for the life of a comrade, the brave warrior breaks into a scream, begging Lin Han to immediately flee from the impending imminent death. As he looks back at the blazing, fiery silhouette, he realizes that this is a top-ranked creature that they don't stand a chance against, and the only escape is flight. Through the wall of devouring flames, the very embodiment of power looks out, whose arrogant comparison with a weak magician leaves no doubt about the colossal difference in their powers. Sensing a surge of hostile energy, Lin Han raises his hand in a desperate attempt to block the imminent attack, knowing that things are taking a lousy turn. Trying to break through the chaos and sparks to reach his wounded mentor, the boy screams for Zhang as he holds back the onslaught of the fire monster with all his might. Coughing up blood and barely able to stay on his feet from the unbearable heat, the teacher finds the strength to give only one last order, demanding that the students immediately get out. Directly above the doomed warrior's head, the clawed paw of a monster is raised, whose icy words about imminent death hint at the final point in the confrontation. Numb with terror and feeling the fiery monster's withering gaze on him, the wounded swordsman can only watch helplessly as death itself looms over him. Burning with rage and despair at the sight of her fallen comrade, the warrior takes off, ready to tear apart anyone who dares to hurt her loved ones. Enraged and consumed with a thirst for revenge, the icy-eyed girl charges, shouting a deadly threat in the face of the enemy. Suddenly appearing right behind her, Lin Han abruptly intercepts her, causing her to freeze in surprise right in the middle of the swing. The stunned, green-haired beauty barely has time to realize what is happening. With a tremor in her voice, turns to the guy when he suddenly appears right behind her. Holding both girls' shoulders carefully, the mage apologizes guiltily to his older sister for all the mess he's just made. A flaming figure made of pure energy materializes right in front of him, making him realize the true scale of the coming threat. Carefully laying both girls on the ground, the hero freezes in a defensive stance, deciding to take all the blow on himself. With obvious bewilderment in his voice, the flaming giant asks why the guy decided to knock out his own allies at such a crucial moment. Looking the enemy straight in the eye with icy calm, Lin Han defiantly declares that his only goal here is the final slaughter of the monster. Bursting into laughter at such self-confidence, the fire demon recalls the shameful death of its predecessor and begins to mockingly mock the strength of the hero's master. Despite his master's strict orders not to engage in battle, the reward-hungry spirit decides to kill the intruder on its own for personal gain. With his eyes narrowed slyly, Lin Han calls his bluff that his powerful master is lurking nearby, waiting for the perfect moment for a fatal blow. Fully confident of its superiority, the fire spirit only grins back, claiming that thanks to its control of the territory, it sees no threat from a mile away. Finally losing patience with the empty chatter, the flaming monster imperiously orders the guy to stop pathetic attempts at resistance and obediently follow him. Instead of being afraid, the hero teases his opponent, hinting that he clearly occupies the lowest and most worthless position in the hierarchy of the Blood Moon cult. Trying to throw the enemy off balance, the guy reminds him of the fate of the Heart Eater, whose death went completely unnoticed and not avenged by the management. With a flourish of his hands, Lin Han openly taunts his opponent, calling him a pathetic and loyal dog of the Blood Moon cult who is pushed around as he pleases. The monster, shrouded in fierce flames, only grins in response, claiming that their organization has achieved greatness only through ruthlessness. Squinting suspiciously, the fire giant questions the young man's confidence, wondering if he's just trying to stall for time in the hope of being saved. Putting on a slightly bored face, Lin Han sighs theatrically and invites the enemy to introduce themselves one last time, since the enemy is so determined to send him to the next world. Glowing with its own superiority, the monster reveals its identity, ordering the boy to memorize Li Dan's name, nicknamed Tiger Soul Halberd, before it's all over. With a savage grin and superhuman speed, the fire demon takes off, turning into a blurry stream of flame to close the distance with one powerful jerk. Lin Han barely has time to react to the crushing blow before he makes a spectacular backward leap, while the ground explodes under his feet from the colossal energy of the enemy's strike. Instantly grouped in the air, he uses the sheer rock as a springboard, pushing off with force from the stone surface to make a rapid maneuver. Gaining crazy momentum, the hero flies out of the cramped cave into the open, leaving the pursuer far behind in a cloud of stone chips. Moving swiftly away from the entrance, Lin Han deliberately leads the enraged enemy away from his friends, thinking that the battle inside can bury everyone alive. Flying through the night forest under the cover of the moon, he continues his tactical game, while an enraged fireball rushes after, burning everything in its path. Landing in a clearing and braking sharply, the guy finally stops running, forcing the pursuer to literally crash into the ground at full speed. Standing tall in the midst of the smoke, the fire monster mockingly wonders why the one who was scratching his tongue so audaciously a moment ago suddenly ran out of strength. Concentrating powerful bolts in his palms, the young man declares that allowing the enemy to live even for a second means disrespecting his fallen brother Zhang. A thunderclap suddenly shakes the heavens as the accumulated lightning energy is released outwards, heralding the imminent and inevitable outcome of this intense duel. Causing the surrounding area to literally crackle with excess mana, the magician unleashes a forbidden skill, and blinding electric bolts pierce the earth and sky. Unable to believe his eyes, the opponent falls into a stupor, because the power of an ordinary-looking priest of the golden rank suddenly broke through the ceiling of the diamond levels and even the king. Possessed by a fanatical faith, the Dark Follower raises his massive weapon to the skies, intent on unleashing the full inferno of the underworld upon the enemy. With icy calm in his eyes, the guy maliciously throws the enemy in the face that this vaunted forbidden skill is very familiar to him, because he himself owns it at an exorbitant level. In a furious rush that resembles the flight of a meteor, the Dark Warrior raises his flaming blade, leaving behind a plume of red-hot ash and distorted space from the heat. Colliding in the center of the arena, two monstrous elements create a blinding flash that shakes the very foundation of reality. Rumbling like a mountain falling, a colossal explosion of magical energy engulfs everything around it, leaving only scorched earth and clouds of thick smoke on the battlefield. Panting heavily, the opponent tries to comprehend what has happened, and through gritted teeth asks the question of whether the kid really just used a true forbidden spell. Breaking into a mocking and confident smile, Lin Han retorts, asking why the enemy is allowed to do this, but he is forbidden to use his trump card techniques. Flashing his eyes, the firefighter declares that since the hero's power is so great, it means that the Heart Eater was not killed by his master at all, as previously thought. Analyzing the opponent, he recognizes that he is facing a gold-ranked phenomenon whose ability to recognize forbidden magic makes even diamond-level players nervous. Grinning in anticipation of the fight, the fanatic realizes why the Archbishop is so eager to get the hero's head, and now he is burning with the desire to eviscerate all his secrets. Grabbing his giant scarlet spear and preparing for the final throw, the villain announces that Lin Han will definitely not escape today and will take it with him at all costs. An enraged fire giant with a spear at the ready quickly rushes into the attack, shouting threats that he will pull the enemy back and find out all his secrets. Through the strands of scarlet hair, the boy's eyes glow with rage as mysterious magical signs begin to pulse ominously around him. Once in the midst of his crushing ability, the demon god domain, the hero freezes in the midst of powerful streams of energy and floating fragments of stones. Baring his teeth in a frightening grin, the crazy red-haired guy shows off his sharp claws, clearly preparing to crush the enemy with his bare hands. Shouting the death order loudly, the young man unleashes a series of blinding energy beams on the target that literally pierce through space. A powerful explosion covers the fiery big man from all sides, causing him to choke on bright flames and helplessly fly in different directions. Clutching his weapon in impotent rage, the massive opponent is horrified to realize how nauseating and overwhelming the aura emanates from his opponent. Howling with rage, the flaming giant summons the might of the supreme god of the halberd and prepares to unleash a forbidden spell that can pulverize the heavens and earth. A huge fireball smashes into the magic barrier with tremendous force, shattering into thousands of sparks and causing reality itself to burst at the seams from the collision. Under the protection of his golden shield, Lin Han's boyfriend calmly watches as the enemy's fierce attack smashes against his impenetrable defenses. Clenching his teeth sharply at the unexpected pressure, the hero barely has time to react to a deadly beam of energy flying past, which almost touches his face. Wiping the blood from his face and grinning cheekily, the red-haired madman admits that he significantly underestimated the opponent and his hidden trump cards, but now the game will go on in an adult way. The enraged thug shouts out in bewilderment about the origin of the forbidden technique, which according to the laws of this world should belong only to the top of the blood moon. With a predatory grin, the guy boldly confirms his power, admitting that without the overwhelming effect of this dark zone, he could easily lose in a fight with death. Covered in boiling energy, the enemy tries to force the hero's kinship with their cult, hoping to find a logical explanation for his frightening external resemblance to a true demon. With a light-hearted grin, the youth ridicules the idea of joining their pathetic organization, while also questioning their monopoly on using secret blood skills. The crazed cultist is finally convinced that he is facing a hidden master with a unique second profession, capable of manipulating their native energy. Shrouded in a pillar of crimson light, the opponent becomes truly ecstatic at the realization of Lin Han's monstrous power, whose knowledge seems impossible for an ordinary mortal. In a frenzy of admiration, he recognizes the young man as a true genius, whose blood energy puts him on a par with the owners of the highest forbidden spells of the golden level. Looming over the guy, the fanatic predicts Lin Han's expulsion from the university, claiming that after the manifestation of dark power, the path to the world of ordinary people is closed for him forever. Insistently reaching out to a potential ally, the enemy encourages the hero to put aside his doubts and join their cult, seeing this as the only logical ending. With a sharp-clawed hand, the guy abruptly cuts off the recruitment process, declaring that his ancestors will rise from their graves before he agrees to join the rabble of fanatics. Laughing out loud, the monster arrogantly declares that in such a backwater dragon empire, it is simply impossible to know the true greatness of the world. Filled with even greater power, the fanatic proclaims the blood moon an invincible force on a planetary scale, before which the strongest warriors are nothing more than dust. With a threatening air, the enemy issues an ultimatum. Either Lin Han takes their side, or his secret will be revealed, and then he will have no place anywhere but in their cult. Baring his teeth in a frighteningly demonic grin, the guy calmly states that the only way to keep the secret is to finish off the talkative witness right here. Turning into a swift shadow, the master rushes to attack the startled enemy, throwing a phrase that he already spent too much of his time on empty chatter. Abruptly breaking the distance, the boy leaps down and smashes a devastating blow at the flaming demon as it tries to shield itself with the shaft of its massive trident. Dumbfounded by such an incredible speed and power of the attack, the fire giant barely has time to realize what is happening, shouting words of genuine surprise into the void. After landing deftly, the youth bounces back, causing the opponent to rant about how legendary his form of demonic transformation is. After catching the enemy for a second's loss of concentration, the daring hero takes to the air again with a furious cry, promising to send the gawking monster straight to hell. Without even giving a chance for a break, he grabs his claws directly into the red-hot weapons of the enemy, which causes the air to explode from a colossal release of magical energy. Viciously blocking a blow with the shaft of his trident, the fire giant causes his opponent to grin furiously as their magical powers collide in the air. Trying to avoid the crushing attack of this flaming monster, the young man literally flies to the side at breakneck speed. Loudly shaking the surrounding area with a powerful magical explosion, the fire column rises into the night sky. Standing wearily in the middle of the scorched earth, the demon spits in annoyance, admitting that this shifty guy turned out to be much tougher and more problematic than expected. Glaring fiercely with his crimson eyes and promising to grind the annoying bug to powder, the young man finally succumbs to his dark power, preparing for a new round of battle. With a death grip on the enemy's red-hot weapon, Lin Han screams wildly and tries to pull it out of the hands of the startled fire demon. While the giant tries to entice the guy to his side, rubbing about joining the cult, he only grins madly and promises to bite him to death. Pushing his opponent away with superhuman strength, the young man makes him realize in horror that this is no longer just a man, but a real crazy monster. After letting out a deafening animal roar, the hero, who has completely lost control, is preparing to deliver the decisive and bloodiest blow in this battle. Savagely biting into the flaming demon's shoulder, he ignores the pain of the heat as the defeated enemy begs in agony to finally be released. Caught in a frenzy of flames, Lin Han unleashes a devastating blow with a furious shout, completely unconcerned about the consequences of his recklessness. Letting out a blood-curdling scream, the mage literally rips the flaming energy from his victim's chest as he helplessly freezes in a fatal daze. Grimacing in disgust and spitting out blood, he calls the defeated enemy disgusting food, clearly disappointed with the quality of the absorbed power. Looking mockingly at the poor guy trying to escape, he declares that since he turned out to be useless garbage, then his only goal is to go straight to hell. Rushing swiftly to attack the fiery silhouette, the boy orders the enemy to accept his fate submissively, while pure and unbridled power sparks around. Suddenly feeling an incredible pressure from above, they freeze in horror when the colossal and sinister silhouette of an ancient creature begins to appear out of the night mist. Resounding the surroundings with a deafening roar, the legendary heavenly python of the highest rank appears before them, the very appearance of which portends imminent death. Lin Han licks his lips in anticipation of a quick reprisal, as if this is not a deadly monster, but just another delicacy to satisfy his endless hunger. With its massive head snapping forward, the giant snake attacks the guy, who looks like only a tiny and easy prey against the background of this scaly mountain. With a powerful and precise blow to the back of the head, the monster literally drives the impudent opponent into the ground, forcing him to lose touch with reality for a moment from the overwhelming pain. Letting out a furious cry of despair, the huge reptile makes a sharp jerk with its tail, trying at all costs to throw off the dangerous predator in human form. Burning with primal rage and ignoring any warnings, the fiery silhouette panics and begs the snake to stay as far away as possible. A huge, scaly creature with glowing scarlet eyes suddenly lunges forward, trying to swallow the tiny figure in one go. Against the serene sky, majestic mountain peaks rise, at the foot of which are dense green forests that hide dangerous monsters in their wilds. Quickly making his way through the forest thicket, the guy desperately tries to break away from the pursuit, while cursing at the transcendent power and arrogance of the heavenly python. Leaning weakly against the trunk of an old tree, the magician hardly realizes that only a pre-prepared life spell saved him from imminent death in a fight. As soon as he touches the soft grass with his fingers and collects the remaining magical energy, he activates a life-saving technique to finally spread healing warmth through his body. Turning around, Lin Han is relieved to see that his companions are safe and sound, and the anxious expression on his face is replaced by a fleeting calm. However, as he approaches, he sees that one of the girls, bursting into tears, is bending over the lifeless body of their leader, Zhang, whose life was cut short in an unequal battle. Noticing the young man, the girls hopefully ask if he is in order, to which he, trying to maintain composure, offers to immediately prepare for the return. Looking at Zhang, who sacrificed himself to save the squad, causes the hero a wave of grief because the warrior gave the most precious thing so that the rest could live. Deeply grieving the loss of his mentor and friend, the boy firmly decides that Zhang's sacrifice should not be in vain, and his main task is to rescue the survivors from the cursed forest. The confused girl can't come to terms with the loss and timidly tries to object, hoping that they won't leave Brother Zhang's body in this frightening place. Forced to make tough decisions, Lin Han explains with a heavy heart that because of the python prowling nearby, they simply won't be able to carry the body out. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he insists on retreating to report what has happened and prepare for a new threat before the monster crushes them like bugs. Meanwhile, the two warriors are caught between two massive black monsters, clutching their weapons and staff in an attempt to ward off the imminent attack. There is a deafening explosion and a frightened girl's cry as the girl throws her hands up in panic, hoping for a miracle or a sudden escape from this fiery hell. Peering at the horizon with obvious horror, the couple suddenly realizes that the quiet walk is officially over, and they need to quickly get their feet away before they are crushed. The huge bulk of the snake suddenly obscures the sky, rushing after a tiny flaming dot that looks like a doomed firefly against its background. Barely able to hide the tremor in his voice, he tries desperately to convince himself that the madman the monster is after can't possibly be his old acquaintance Zhang. Spitting on caution, the stubborn one rushes straight into the epicenter of chaos, because abandoning a comrade who sacrificed himself to save them is not an option for him. Engulfed in fierce flames and almost falling into the mouth of a fanged giant, the poor guy screams for help, promising to give up an incredibly important secret just so that he does not get eaten right here. Flashing his heels and glowing brighter than a Christmas tree, the giant tries to evade the attack from above, while the enemy looms over him, promising to turn this day into a nightmare. Raining accusations that the python has thwarted all the bishop's plans on the poor guy, the stranger lands on the monster's head, demonstrating who is the real master of the situation. Making the most miserable face possible, the fiery big man swears by all the saints that his information will definitely not disappoint the boss, just to get a tiny chance of clemency. Pinning the snake's scaly head to the ground, the guy reluctantly agrees to the deal and tells him to get lost with his secrets while he deals with the Fang problem. Scarcely able to believe his sudden rescue, Torch is well aware that quarreling with someone at the peak of the supreme rank is a guaranteed one-way ticket. Frozen in front of each other in a silent question, the characters try to probe the ground while the atmosphere between them heats up faster than the flame on the shoulders of a flaming type. Holding out his spear, the guy introduces himself as a student of Changchi Gongsun Liangxi University, hoping that the status of the educational institution will cool the stranger's ardor a little. Having heard about some university, the fiery big man just bursts into mocking laughter, clearly not having a drop of respect for the titles of his uninvited guests. The tension reaches its limit when the villain offers the guys to personally see their friend, Zhang Xing, and they demand to immediately confess what kind of game he did to him. Baring its fangs in a creepy grin, the monster gives out the news that their precious Zhang has long gone straight to an audience with the King of Hell, putting a bloody end to the conversation. With a wild cry that the enemy is literally asking for death, the white-haired guy quickly rushes into the attack, clutching his spear in his hands. Watching from the sidelines as a group of fighters struggles to hold back the onslaught of the fire monster, the mage is genuinely surprised by Li Dan's survivability and the fact that the scuffle has begun. Sensing something is wrong, Lin Han abruptly clutches his head, deciding that he must step in and save the boys, because the latter knows too much to let him just disappear. Without wasting a second, the hero sends his companions back with a report, stating that they are no longer in danger and they can get to a safe place on their own. Promising to find Gong soon and nervous about the current situation, the guy says goodbye to the girls, who wish them good luck and ask them to take care of themselves in the upcoming batch. Realizing that Li Dan is incredibly strong and his friends are in a lousy situation, the guy calls on the Golden Mask of Freedom to help him again in the upcoming batch. Seeing off the rapidly fleeing hero with their eyes, the girls look at his back in complete bewilderment, not understanding what kind of muddy business made him take off so quickly. Slightly hesitating and referring to sudden plans, the pink warrior suggests that her friend return first, clearly hiding some secret motive of her own. Having taken out her mobile phone after being left alone in the forest, the warrior looks intently at the screen, preparing to make an extremely important and, it seems, not the easiest call. After introducing herself, Jung Rixin asks for a favor, appealing to old feelings in the very place in his heart that she apparently still holds. The white-haired guy suddenly puts a massive spear in front of him and tries to deflect the blow, although it is clear that it is becoming more and more difficult to restrain such an opponent. After being knocked to the ground, the fighter is forced to listen to the taunts of the fire monster, who mocks the pathetic attempts of the trio to avenge the loser. Turning his attention to the defenseless girl, the flaming giant declares that the games are over and raises his formidable weapon directly over her head. Grinning angrily and promising to send the baby to the next world first, the fire elemental prepares to deliver a deadly blow with his huge trident. Whizzing through the air, the heavy blade rushes straight to the target, while the shocked heroine can only helplessly watch the approach of imminent death. Shrinking into a ball and almost saying goodbye to life, the girl squeezed her eyes shut in despair, as she was absolutely sure that this time she was definitely finished. Suddenly, a confident hand caught the enemy's weapon in midair, causing the surrounding area to literally explode with a burst of pure energy. Wrapped in a mysterious glow, the stranger effectively appeared in front of the villain, answering the question about his identity by saying that such a scumbag does not even deserve to know his name. Out of nowhere, a master comes to concentrate a blinding vortex of energy in the palm of his hand and shouts a healing spell that cuts through the night with flashes of light. Barely aware of the reality, the newly rescued guy looks around in confusion, while his companion froze silently behind him. Surrounded by the dense foliage of the forest, the surprised allies look at the savior, while the monster froze in the face of the unexpected intervention of a powerful elder. Frowning sternly, the master cuts off all thanks and orders the guys to get out quickly, taking all the attention of an enraged opponent. Swollen with uncontrollable anger, the fire-ridden demon roars after them, feeling deeply offended that he was ignored in the middle of a battle. An enraged enemy with a wild cry promises to finish off the first one who pretends to be a righteous person, while an ally resolutely commands the others to retreat. Right in the face of impending danger, the hero instantly erects a magic seal with a complex geometric pattern shining with neon light in front of him. Covering the backs of his comrades who are running away in panic and shouting words of support to the Signor as they go, the mage takes on a crushing blow from a flaming spear. A deafening explosion shakes everything with incredible force, turning the place where magic and rage collide into a continuous chaos of blinding sparks, smoke, and broken stones. As the fire giant watches his opponent walk out of the epicenter of the disaster without a scratch, it makes a mocking conclusion that he belongs to the support class. Shrouded in fierce flames, he literally seethes with anger, not understanding how some pathetic priest dared to challenge him, and declares that he is asking for certain death. Through a stream of air and sparks, the hero makes a rapid leap forward, expertly blocking the enemy spear with his blade in a spectacular jump. There is a sharp metallic clang as two powerful weapons collide in the air, sending out a shower of sparks and causing the very reality around them to shake with an excess of energy. Dumbfounded by this unexpected style of combat, the fiery opponent is confused and tries to find out if this priest is actually the legendary Zhang Shifeng. Picking up incredible speed, the swordsman unleashes a series of lightning-fast blows that send golden flashes of magical power flying throughout the forest. Taking a deep breath, the hero realizes that it will not be easy to break through the monster's defense, and the duration of the Mask of Freedom is rapidly melting, leaving no chance for a protracted duel. Suddenly, a magic blade shatters into small fragments, unable to withstand the exorbitant pressure, and confirms my worst fears that the magic effect is almost exhausted. Hiding his feverish search for a way out behind a mask of indifference, the mage ignores the enemy's questions and agonizes over how to counter Li Dan's crushing power. Ferocious, the flaming giant screams that this is not the owner of the legendary sword and promises to shake all his secrets out of the impudent boy at all costs. Right in the middle of this furious tirade, a warrior woman effectively flies out of the shadows, bringing down a swift blow from above on the monster and giving the hero a much-needed respite. Cutting through space at an insane speed, the giant notices that today the battlefield is getting really hot due to the constant influx of new actors. Abruptly interrupting the tirade of the enemy, the girl falls on the fire warrior from above, forcing him to silence and go into a deft defense under a hail of rapid blows. As it flashes past a dumbfounded enemy, it leaves behind only bright strokes of blades that make the enemy cry out in pain. Watching the incredibly technical reprisal from the side, the magician cannot believe that someone is able to demonstrate such a brutal skill with a blade. Barely able to contain his rage, the fighter, wrapped in the dying flames, tries to see through the smoke the face of the offender in order to finally find out who dared to challenge him. Throwing off the mask of anonymity, the warrior publicly announces her name and status as the Queen of Assassins, promising the big man that she will be his last nightmare. Politely, but with a clear chill in her voice, the mercenary turns to the elder standing next to her with a request to give her the right to personally finish off the guy for whom she has a special order. Immediately realizing that the two of them have much more chances, the magician suggests joining forces for a common revenge, before the enemy finally loses its strength and disappears. Grinning with impotent anger, the burning giant tries to outbid the assassin with a double price, desperately hoping that greed will prove stronger than her loyalty to the contract. Ignoring the pathetic attempts at bribery, the newly formed duo activates a powerful spell and launches a final attack, determined to end this duel here and now. Caught between the magical pillar of light and the assassin's swift attack, the fire giant becomes an easy target for the well-coordinated duo. With a muffled gasp from the impact, this once formidable opponent literally crumbles into sparks as the attacker delivers a decisive blow right through its flaming shell. With a cold, disdainful look at the fallen enemy, the magician bids him a dramatic farewell, holding a bloody dagger in his hand as a symbol of his final victory. Not having time to enjoy the triumph, the fighters are startled by a powerful explosion nearby, which makes them look around in bewilderment in search of a new source of threat. Having completely transformed and revealed his true power to the world, the master activates the Eye of God, which is able to pierce any darkness and reveal all the secrets of the enemy. A daring swordsman from the Blood Moon cult flies right into the mouth of a giant snake, determined to prove his superiority over the legendary sky python with one powerful blow. A top-ranked poison fog is rapidly spreading through the forest, threatening to turn all living things in Mansion County into lifeless statues if it is not stopped in time. Looking at this chaos and realizing that the reinforcements are stuck somewhere in the rear, the guy decides to take the situation into his own hands and deal with the problem alone. After briefly telling his partner to deal with the consequences of Li Dan's outburst, the hero turns around and leaves, clearly having more important things to do. Trying to stop the departing man, the companion shouts after him about the plan to unite with the wounded python, because together against the insolent cult, there will be much more chances. Shrouded in morning light and silent fog, the majestic mountains hide in their gorges, the beginning of a decisive battle that the whole world will soon know about. Blinded by bloodlust, the swordsman charges with a cry of rage, pouring all of his dark energy into one deadly lunge. The outstretched palm meets the giant snake's scaly snout, creating a powerful barrier right in front of the furious sky python's fangs. A deafening burst of magical energy shakes the air as two powerful spells collide in a blinding flash of light and sparks. Whirling around at a sudden noise behind him, the white-haired warrior is frantically trying to figure out who dared to sneak up on him in the middle of the battle. Lin Han, appearing from the shadows of the trees, declares with icy calm that he is the reaper who came for his soul. Glaring at his opponent with his scarlet eyes, the guy directly asks if he belongs to the infamous Blood Moon cult. Crossing his arms over his chest, the white-haired swordsman boldly confirms his identity by introducing himself as Li Feng, nicknamed Iron Palm. Loudly calling on the sky python to cooperate, the mage offers the beast a deal and finish off the impudent cultists together, and then calmly disperse to their respective territories. Agreeing to an unexpected alliance with a short hiss, the huge snake clearly makes it clear that these two-legged monsters have finally got their showdown on his land. Gritting his teeth in rage at the way the situation is turning against him, Li Feng realizes that he will now have to fight on two fronts in extremely lousy conditions. As if released from a chain, the defiant cultist lands spectacularly, shouting accusations of overconfidence in the face of the enemy. In the next instant, he is already rushing forward, literally piercing space with his fierce gaze and promising the enemy a quick encounter with eternity. Amid the frenzy, a giant green snake flies into the mix with all its might, while Lin Han prepares his spell in the sky. Looking directly at his ally, the scaly giant hisses that he is ready to cover him and buy precious seconds for a decisive super strike. With a big smile and no doubt of success, the young man happily gives a thumbs up, accepting the offered help in this crazy battle. Raising his shining staff to the sky, the magician activates a forbidden spell, creating a powerful magical territory around him. Huge streams of energy crash down on the ground, causing an entire mountain to shake and literally crumble to pieces under the onslaught of this incredible force. Gradually, the dust settles, revealing a view of the majestic mountain peaks, which froze in silence after the recent magical storm. Caught in a desperate situation, the enemy, engulfed in flames, falls to his knees in front of the warrior and begs for mercy, promising to leak a shocking secret to her in exchange for her life. Lightly touching her face with her hand and looking at the defeated opponent with obvious interest, the Queen of Assassins ironically suggests that he lay out everything without a trace. Choking in agony, the poor guy blurts out everything about the double life of Lin Han, who is not only a member of the Blood Moon cult, but also a master of their forbidden techniques. After listening to this shameful draft, the cold-blooded warrior sharply raises her blade over the traitor, whose fate was sealed in the same second. With a deafening sound, a sharp blade plunges into the ground, ending the life of someone who hoped to buy his freedom at the price of someone else's secret. Looking somewhere into the void with icy calm, the girl utters a terrible phrase that the dead keep secrets much more reliably than the living. Suddenly, the assassin is covered by a cloud of dust and smoke, so she quickly leaves the scene of the massacre to meet the mountain, which suddenly moved from its place. Looking at the mountain peak shrouded in bursts of energy, the lady realizes that the same forbidden technique that only Lin Han's mentor possessed is unfolding before her eyes. Remembering the mysterious old man who went there quite recently, the girl begins to seriously suspect that the mysterious stranger is the same legendary teacher. Sitting on a majestic stone throne in the midst of floating rock fragments, the young man looks like a true god who decided to descend to ordinary mortals. Holding out his palm with a burning gaze, this brash guy announces the beginning of the Day of Judgment, passing the final sentence on the sinner Li Feng. Bursting out of the spatial rifts, massive magic chains instantly entangle everything around them, turning the battlefield into a trap from which it is already impossible to escape. Once in the midst of a magical storm, the warrior freezes under a hail of heavy chains that literally nail him to the spot and do not give a single chance to maneuver. Glaring furiously, Li Feng defiantly shouts out a question about whether someone really thinks they have the right to pass judgment on him. Turning sharply to face the new threat, he sees a giant green reptile in front of him, ready to deliver a crushing blow right in the midst of a confrontation. Gathering the last of his strength for a retaliatory attack, the cultist takes a steady stance and prepares to prove that it is too early to write him off. Raising his arm in a powerful defensive gesture, he forcefully deflects the huge snake's attack, creating a powerful shockwave and causing the monster to recoil back. Flashing a fierce orange eye, the scaly beast clearly didn't expect such a bold rebuff and is now preparing to launch a decisive counterattack. Swinging its massive tail, the giant snake unleashes its full power on the spot where its opponent was standing just a second ago. With a deafening thud, the tail is driven into the ground, raising clouds of dust and causing the forest floor to shake with an incredible impact. After barely dodging the deadly tail, the cultist crouches low to the ground, only to immediately regroup for his final dash. Wrapped in a dark aura, Lin Han on the throne only further inflames his dark magic, preparing to finally wipe out the brazen daredevil from the face of the earth. With a deafening roar, a massive explosion shakes the ground as glowing arrows rain down from above, and a triumphant shout cuts through the chaos of this furious attack. Thick clouds of dust fly everywhere, obscuring the view and leaving only a scorched wasteland after the magic strike, where the outlines of the destroyed landscape are barely discernible. With his head lowered and his eyes hidden, Lin Han waited tensely while the echoes of the recent flash still flickered around him. Grinning impudently, the opponent shows absolute confidence in his superiority, as if the outcome of this battle has long been decided for him. Completely uninjured by the explosion, he chastises the mage for his pathetic attempts at attack, making him realize in horror how big the difference in their powers is. Anticipating a quick victory, the fighter prepares to strike back, confidently declaring that now it is his turn to dictate the rules in this fight. Barely able to contain a shiver, Lin Han realizes that his situation is critical because he is facing the most powerful opponent he has ever met. Rapidly swooping down from the sky and not giving the enemy a single second to rest, a formidable warrior demands not to waste his time if this is all that his opponent is capable of. Huge flaming hands materialize in the air and shoot down to the top of the cliff, while the guy is trapped under magical pressure. Panting with tension and seeing only the blinding power of someone else's technique in front of him, the magician is horrified to realize that the attack speed is too high and he has no chance to dodge. Rushing into the thick of the action, the assassin rushes to the aid of her ally, while he is still blocked by enemy magic on top of the cliff. Slicing through space with glittering blades, the warrior destroys the giant fire palms in an instant, freeing the guy from the deadly trap. Without missing a beat, her partner swings her sword for a counterattack with a determined shout, while her opponent watches her rush in. Throwing the girl back with a powerful blow, the enemy creates the necessary distance and seizes the initiative in this prolonged confrontation. Loudly shouting the name of the savior, the guy watches her actions and flies down to her from a huge height after destroying his position. Abruptly and unexpectedly, someone's confident hand caught the girl around the waist, preventing her from completely collapsing to the ground from impotence. Choking on a cough and barely able to stand, the heroine found herself in the safe hands of a guy who, with obvious anxiety in his voice, tried to find out if everything was all right with her. Looking at her rescuer with a smile, the beautiful warrior silently noted that this guy's damn good at hiding his true, almost frightening power. Directly above them, a bold opponent in a flowing cloak appeared, hovering majestically in the air, and immediately demanded that the couple reveal their names. Laughing at the accusations of using different names, the guy teased his companion with a suggestion to arrange a heart-to-heart conversation when they finally get home. Resolutely holding out her sword and shielding her partner, the brave girl loudly announced her name, preparing to accept the challenge. Carefully grabbing the hilt of his blade, he gently thanked her for her protection and asked her to leave the rest of the battle in his hands. Seriously assessing the power of the enemy and realizing that the usual forces may not be enough, the hero seriously thought about whether he should reveal another secret identity to his girlfriend. Leaning insanely close to his face, the heroine made the guy blush deeply with embarrassment with her direct question about why he was so desperate to protect her. Brazenly interrupting this awkward romantic moment, an opponent with a huge hammer at the ready came down from above with a furious cry. Flashing a fierce golden light, a giant ghost palm materialized high in the sky above the opponent, ready to unleash all its crushing power on the ground. Looking at the approaching catastrophe, the brave warrior instantly decided to attack first, so as not to let the enemy finish his deadly technique. Summoning the power of the ancient god of assassins, the heroine charged forward through the swirl of rose petals, activating the forbidden spell for a decisive blow. At the same time, the mage's arm shot out, releasing a cascade of blinding electric spears that flashed through space like lightning. Faced with the combined power of magic, the cultist only laughed derisively, holding up an impenetrable golden shield in front of him. With a deafening roar, powerful arrows slam into the golden sphere of the protective barrier, causing the space around to shake with the crack of the collapsing machine. Suddenly, glittering shards of once immutable armor fly in all directions, revealing the fierce grin of a warrior whose scarlet eyes glow with a thirst for retribution in the midst of this chaos. Red-hot flashes of enemy attacks sweep past him as he grits his teeth and strains every muscle as he tries to dodge the deadly barrage of fire. Crouching heavily to the ground, the enemy holds his balance with the last of his strength and drills his opponents with a determined look, clearly preparing some desperate final feint. Looking at this madness with genuine horror, the girl rushes forward despite the warnings of her partner because she can't let her friend die right in front of her. With his face contorted with mad rage and his eyes flashing with red fire, the warrior laughs maliciously in the face of his opponent because he knows that everything is already over for him. A huge palm wrapped in divine flames and woven from pure magical energy swiftly descends from above, leaving no chance to dodge. Caught in the midst of a forbidden spell, Lin Han finds himself powerless inside the glowing pentagram and realizes that the time to save him has passed. Turning around and frozen in silent horror, the beautiful Ruyan, despite the deadly danger, shouts the name of her comrade in a desperate attempt to prevent the inevitable. Rushing forward, and in the instant before the collision, she was in the path of the colossal firehand. The girl covered Lin Han with her body. With a deafening boom, the giant ghost palm slams into the ground, creating a monstrous explosion that sweeps away all life within a radius of several hundred meters. Flying away from the powerful shock wave, the wounded and weak assassin falls powerlessly to the grass under the desperate cry of her friend, who barely manages to run up to her. Carefully picking up the girl in his arms, the guy looks anxiously at her pale face, angrily calling her stupid because she was so recklessly exposed to the blow for him. Barely able to hold back a cough and overcome the intense pain, she only smiles weakly at him in response, because the realization that he was unharmed is much more important to her than her own injuries. Enveloping the victim in a soft emerald glow of healing magic, the magician vows to protect her at all costs as she falls into a restorative sleep. Imperiously extending his hand forward, the white-haired fighter arrogantly orders the enemy to surrender, clearly underestimating the scale of the impending threat. Baring his sharp fangs and holding a clot of fierce flame in his claws, the young man commands the sky python to go home and never again meddle in his territory. With a startled hiss and an admission of utter defeat, the huge, scaly serpent hurriedly crawls away, calling its pacifier a frighteningly kind two-legged beast. Surrounded by dazzling radiance and streams of pure energy, the reborn hero demonstrates his true, overwhelming power to the enemy. Suddenly realizing a fatal mistake, a hunter from the Blood Moon cult panics when he recognizes his opponent as the same demon prince that his bishop is hunting. Menacingly flashing scarlet eyes and not hiding a predatory grin, Lin Han promises to soon literally devour everyone who dares to join this pathetic sect. Rushing to the attack, he decides to start the massacre with this impudent man, who has reached the peak of the higher realm, in order to clearly show the difference in their strength. Trying to save face in a losing situation, the cultist promises to grant Lin Han his life if he voluntarily surrenders and helps him curry favor with the order. Completely ignoring the miserable conditions of the enemy, the enraged young man only sneers and calls him an unworthy dog who has no place in serious negotiations. Hitting the ground with a powerful and crushing blow, the hero causes the space to shake while the frightened opponent tries to somehow dodge. Feeling a cold sweat run down his spine from just looking at his opponent, the fighter realizes that the Demon Prince's current aura inspires him with an almost paralyzing terror. Summoning the ominous script, Lin Han mockingly asks about the enemy's past arrogance before activating his destructive divine slaughter technique. With a distorted face, the guy suddenly realizes that his opponent is a real madman who somehow miraculously mastered 3 forbidden techniques of the Blood Moon cult at once. Baring its fangs, the monster in human form literally savors the aroma of power in the air, anticipating how it will begin its bloody meal. Resolutely unleashing hidden power, the enemy announces the beginning of the end, activating their most terrifying ability to reveal the true difference in class. Shrouded in fierce flames, he swings for a crushing blow until his silhouette is almost lost in the incandescent waves of pure energy. With a deafening roar, the fire-engulfed berserker slams into its opponent at full speed, unleashing the full force of its fury in an epic clash. Sucking in air and grinning madly, Lin Han demands even more strength, clearly getting high from every bit of energy he siphons out of space. Concentrating an insane amount of mana directly in front of him, he creates a giant energy vortex that is ready to devour all life within a mile radius. Fully confident of invulnerability, the enemy plans to turn into a blood mist so that any physical attacks will simply pass through it without leaving a scratch. Ignoring the laws of logic and physics, the enemy breaks through the clouds of bloody steam and delivers a sudden, crushing blow in a jump, catching the enemy off guard. Shocked by the twist and spitting out a stream of blood, the once confident fighter flies backwards, not understanding how his perfect defense was breached in an instant. With a crushing overhead kick, Lin Han literally drives his opponent into the ground, leaving no chance for him to block. In complete shock and with a confused look, the defeated cultist tries to understand how such a ridiculous accident could have destroyed his perfect plan in the first place. Desperately trying to regain control of the situation, he activates his transformation again, hoping that the magic flame will save him at the last moment. Looking in horror at his failing hands, the unfortunate cultist realizes that the ability to transform into a blood mist no longer works, and the life energy is draining away. With a greedy glint in his eyes and a frightening grin, Lin Han literally swallows a stream of thick, scarlet energy, turning someone else's power into his own fuel. Ignoring his opponent's desperate screams, the demon drains him of all the life's juices as he watches in horror as his years of hard training simply melt into thin air. Having lost all patience, the cultist takes off and flies in a furious attack, hoping to stop this boundless absorption with one precise blow. Turning around with a devilish grin and displaying razor-sharp fangs, the predator enjoys the moment, ready to devour anyone who dares to stand in its way. Abruptly shortening the distance, the savage guy slams a powerful blow into the enemy's body, causing him to literally choke on his own blood and fly back. Spitting dark blood and barely breathing from shock, the defeated opponent is horrified to realize that his vaunted defense has been shattered by the onslaught of this monster. Taking advantage of the moment of triumph, the Demon Prince flings the weakened body of the enemy aside with frightening ease, like an unnecessary rag doll. Having completely lost its human form, this crazed predator greedily licks its claws and mutters something about unbearable hunger, anticipating a new portion of someone else's power. Trying to somehow block out the impending threat, the wounded enemy backs away in panic and begs this crazy psycho to stay away from him. Breaking off in a final rush with a wild yell, Lin Han swoops down on top of his prey, finally putting an end to this confrontation with his deadly grin. Struggling to recover from her deep unconsciousness, the warrior lets out a soft moan and does not yet realize what a nightmare is happening right in front of her eyes. Slowly opening her bright green eyes, the confused heroine tries to understand her own condition and wonders who she has become after all that has happened. Noticing the gruesome scene of carnage ahead, the stunned witness freezes in place as the hapless swordsman begs the mad Lin Han for mercy. Covering her mouth with her hand in horror, the shocked girl can't believe what she saw and feverishly thinks how her friend could turn into such a bloodthirsty monster. Trying to reach out to the remnants of the guy's mind, the friend wonders aloud if this is the same frightening second profession that Li Dan warned about. Suddenly yielding to a wild instinct, the guy sinks his teeth into the cloth with a furious growl, gasping out something unintelligible as he realizes the absurdity of the moment. Disgustedly spitting out the disgusting-tasting prey, he jumps up to his full height and with burning eyes declares to the defeated opponent that he tastes just disgusting. He whirls around to face the girl who's frozen to the side, pauses for a moment as his frantic gaze slowly focuses on his new target. Obsessively shouting out promises to devour her whole, this distraught predator grins in a terrible smile because now he is facing a much more appetizing and delicious victim. Instantly closing the distance, he snuggles up to the terrified heroine and, inhaling her scent, whispers with primal delight about how damn nice she smells. Trying to reach out to the crazy guy's mind, she desperately begs him to wake up and not let any more devilry control his mind. Suddenly, instead of answering, the feral Lin Han with burning eyes forcefully grabs her shoulder with his teeth, causing her to cry out in unbearable pain. Panting in shock and pain, she freezes, eyes full of tears, unable to believe the betrayal that is taking place. Realizing what he has done and recovering from this bite, the dumbfounded guy looks around uncomprehendingly. Abruptly, he recoils, looks down at his bloody hands in horror, and clutches his head in panic, not understanding what kind of monster was controlling him a moment ago. Gently looking into his eyes, the warrior confidently says that all this madness was clearly not his true desire. The fragments of the past that pop up in my mind paint an image of a completely different Lin Han, the guy who always smiled sincerely and valued his family and friends more than anything else in the world. Scenes of his generosity flash before my eyes when he, without hesitation, rushed to the aid of complete strangers and protected the weak from any danger. Remembering his true identity, the assassin reminds him that he is not just a legendary priest of the third transformation, but above all, her closest and only friend. Having decided on a desperate step, the heroine gently pulls the guy to her and kisses him, hoping that this will finally break the spell and force his consciousness to return to reality. Lin Han's eyes snap open and he freezes, finally throwing off his demon prince form and returning to the warrior. Standing very close to him is a worried girl, her cheeks flushed with the sudden intimacy. Suddenly clutching his head, Lin Han screams in unbearable pain as his pupils constrict and his face contorts into a frightening grimace due to the insanity that is coming. Running up to him in fright, Ruyan tries to hold the guy's hand and desperately asks if he's okay, while the guy is literally burning up from the internal pressure. Pushing his girlfriend away with the last of his strength, he begs her to run for her life because his body no longer obeys him and threatens to turn into an uncontrollable threat. Breaking into a scream from the wild energy that overwhelms him, the guy demands that the girl get away, otherwise her presence will only prevent him from restraining the inner beast. Looking after him with undisguised concern, Ruyin hesitates, unable to just abandon his friend at such a critical moment. Deciding to stay nearby, she hides behind the trees and prays for Lin Han's safety, knowing that leaving him alone now would be utter madness. Flashing brightly right on the palm of your hand, the magic seal begins to pulse with golden light, concentrating an incredible power that is about to burst out. Fiercely clutching his flaming hand, the hero addresses the invisible entity inside him with an ultimatum, threatening to commit suicide if he does not come out for an honest conversation. Closing his eyes sharply against the unbearable hum in his head, Lin Han struggles to keep his sanity at bay before his consciousness finally sinks into the void. He hears the insinuating voice of an inner demon, who mockingly suggests that he just eat the girl in love with him to satisfy his hunger forever. Looking around with obvious disbelief, the guy tries to find the source of this creepy whisper, realizing how crazy things are being offered to him. Resolutely rejecting the bloody offer of a demonic entity, the hero declares that he will never harm his friends in his life, no matter what the cost. Grinning, the demonic doppelganger reaches out to him and tempts him with promises of incredible power, convincing him that resistance is useless. Declaring his unwillingness to take the easy way out, the magician challenges his own dark side and promises to suppress this incarnation of evil will as many times as necessary. Laughing derisively at the audacious words, the mad doppelganger only grins in a predatory grin, considering any attempts to resist absolutely ridiculous. Looking down on the original with contempt, the demon closes the distance and questions the very possibility of obeying someone who he considers a pathetic weakling. Grinning impudently and displaying its fangs, the chaos-spawned monster proclaims the law of power, according to which the weak must obey the predator implicitly. Filling his palm with a blinding flash of electric energy, the hero confidently parries threats with a promise to end the long-running farce with one crushing blow. Taken aback by this audacity, the dark doppelganger in a rage shouts about the madness of his opponent, unable to believe in the seriousness of his intentions. Surrounding himself with the most powerful streams of magical energy, the guy calmly declares his readiness to destroy his own body, just so that it does not get to the enemy. Baring its fangs in a panic attack, the evil spirit calls the hero crazy and tries to intimidate him by saying that without a physical shell, he simply ceases to exist. Honestly admitting his fear of death, Lin Han still chooses to sacrifice himself, considering death a justified price for ridding the world of evil. Spitting on the instinct of self-preservation to the terrified screams of the shadow that absolutely everyone is afraid to die, the young man brings down a colossal pillar of light on himself. Raising his hand to the sky and summoning the full power of the lightning surrounding him, the guy declares his readiness to go to any lengths to rid the world of such a contagion as its dark side. In a panic, stretching out his hand and flashing a predatory grin, the frightened doppelganger tries in vain to stop the inevitable, realizing that his carrier has finally gone off the rails. With a deafening boom, a giant flash of golden energy covers the battlefield, turning everything around into a chaos of light and electrical discharges. Watching this crazy explosion from the side, a shocked girl can only look helplessly at the epicenter of the disaster, where the fate of her friend is being decided. As she screams Lin Han's name, she reaches out to the blinding light in the last hope that this suicidal move won't be the endpoint for him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the opponent shouts that the madman is trying to restrain the forbidden spell only with the strength of his body, risking turning them both to ashes. Looking resolutely into the eyes of his doppelganger, Lin Han declares that he will no longer allow the pathetic fragment of consciousness to do evil and puts forward a tough ultimatum. Grinning viciously and extending its claws, the dark entity becomes enraged by the pressure and growls a warning to the guy not to dare push him into a corner if he wants to stay alive. Abruptly cutting off all unnecessary conversations, the hero shouts out the final demand, while the air around him begins to vibrate with the accumulated power and the inevitable denouement. Raising his hand to the sky, he summons lightning, which puts an end to the confrontation, offering the enemy one last chance to choose between surrender and complete destruction. In a panic, the dark doppelganger abruptly changes tactics and starts begging for mercy, calling Lin Han a cruel bastard for his willingness to go to extreme measures. Pointing furiously in the direction of the retreating shadow, the magician orders the pathetic parasite to immediately fall into the depths of consciousness, threatening reprisal for another attempt to escape. Dissolving into the air in blood-red sparks, the defeated entity casts a final warning that it will definitely return for the body. Closing his eyes wearily, Lin Han finally lets out a sigh of relief, realizing that he has managed to temporarily suppress this dangerous inner threat and regain control of himself. Anxiously bending over her unconscious friend, the assassin calls out to him, trying to bring him back to life after an exhausting mental and physical battle. Smiling weakly through his exhaustion, the guy whispers about his victory and adds with relief that now he will definitely not hurt her again with his outbursts of madness. With tears in her eyes, the girl is indignant at his recklessness, not understanding how it was possible to cast a forbidden spell on himself and risk his life to save her. A few days pass, and the action shifts to the modern hospital building, where the fate of the warrior who suffered in that battle is decided behind the walls. Inside the sterile ward, above the motionless Lin Han, a tense encounter is played out between two girls whose physical resemblance only highlights the gulf between them. Sharply lifting her chin, the warrior declares that she came here solely for the sake of the guy, and not at all for empty conversations. After giving her sister an appraising look, she calmly notices that they have reached the golden level in the hierarchy of assassins, but loyalty to her family remains above all else. Looking away, the older sister mysteriously hints at some hidden reasons for leaving the Zhang clan that would make anyone in her position do the same. Not wanting to reveal her cards right now, she just lets out a tired sigh, that the time for the shocking truth isn't here yet. Exploding with indignation, the younger sister goes on a scream and accuses her of cowardice, calling all the excuses a pathetic attempt to hide the stigma of a traitor. Looking into her sister's eyes, the assassin expresses her sincere hope that she will someday be able to escape from the shadows of the Zhang clan and live a life of her own. Full of skepticism and resentment, the younger one only quips that she hears these empty promises every single time they meet. Abruptly pushing off from the edge, the girl makes a dizzying jump right out of the window, leaving all the arguments behind. Swiftly flying past the floors, the fugitive rushes towards freedom, while desperate screams fly after her, demanding to return and explain. Once on the windswept roof, a statuesque man in a massive blue raincoat saunters to the very edge, as if waiting for an important guest. Barely noticing the girl's approach, the stern warrior only calmly states her arrival, clearly planning some new serious move in their game. With a low-key greeting at the border, the white-haired master recognizes the invaluable contribution of Mrs. Zhang, whose services to the fatherland will definitely not be forgotten. Glaring at him defiantly, the female warrior directly asks how a Sant-level warrior could just stand by, while the Menshin line was one step away from disaster. Looking into the distance with a stern calm, the man adamantly replies that it is his sacred duty to guard the Changqi Academy, and he had no right to leave his post without a direct order. Hovering in midair, the angry heroine accuses him of risking the lives of students, reminding her that only thanks to Lin Han's desperate courage did the city not turn into ruins. Turning away, the girl states that the attempt to hush up the incident looks ridiculous, because if the magician did not cope, he would have to pay for this decision with a mountain of corpses. Seeing off the rapidly flying warrior, the master only sighs heavily and philosophically complains about the excessive fervor and straightforwardness of modern youth. The old man's face instantly changes when he sees someone behind him, and he asks ironically how long he's been in the habit of eavesdropping on other people's conversations. Turning to Principal Shu, who is confirming his presence and preparing to discuss something really important. Furrowing his brows at the disturbing news, he reports the strange disappearance of all the leaders before the Blood Moon attack and bluntly states his suspicions about the mole. After listening intently to the theory of betrayal, the warrior urges him not to throw out words without strong evidence and asks if he has more specific facts. Peering at the profile of his colleague with obvious concern, Director Shu adds that the borders of Manshan have already begun to show frightening signs of natural disasters. After hearing this disappointing forecast, the elderly master freezes for a moment, realizing the scale of the impending threat. Turning his back on the city and looking at the sharp peaks of distant mountains, he gloomily states that calm times are over and the border guards will soon become very hot. The sunlit building looks deceptively peaceful amid all the conspiracy talk. Once in the center of the ward, Lin Han, who has barely regained consciousness, apologizes for causing trouble to his loyal friends, who almost choke him in their arms with joy. Upon waking up, the hero is horrified to realize that he was in a coma for a whole month, although last time he got off with only a week, and now listens to the details of his rescue. Burning with unbearable shame, the guy tries to digest the sudden memory of the kiss, convulsively thinking about how to take responsibility for the incident now. In an attempt to clarify the situation, he cautiously asks his friends about the fate of Sister Ruyan, hoping to find out where she is at the moment. Cheerfully throwing up her hand, the cheerful girl informs the company that their savior, Fei Hua, has already left them and returned to the army location. After relaxing a little, the magician decides to put aside his worries for later, promising himself to apologize and thank the girl the next time they meet. After looking at his friends closely, the guy suddenly notices something strange about them and calls out to the company to share his suspicions. With a slight squint, Lin Han bluntly tells his companions that their inner energy feels completely different now than it did before he went into a coma. With a big smile of happiness, the girl brags about her incredible progress and officially announces that she has finally reached the rank of a gold-level magician. Keeping a straight face and adjusting his dreadlocks, the stern-looking swordsman casually drops the phrase that he is now a peak gold-rank assassin. Watching the triumph of his friends, the white-haired guy also does not stay away, proudly showing off his new gold-level abilities and rejoicing in the overall success of the team. Modestly lowering his gaze and adjusting his glasses, the friend admits that he is a little behind the rest of the guys, but his diamond-level status speaks for itself. Being completely delighted with the incredible achievements of his friends, the captain does not believe his eyes and is surprised at how much they managed to level up in just 1 month. With a big smile, the friend informs that now their team is finally fully assembled and ready to take part in the prestigious Competition of 5 Universities. Standing at the hospital bed and discussing the upcoming event, Children listen to details about the rules of the tournament and look forward to the grand prize for winning. Fired up with the idea of getting the promised reward, Lin Han resolutely commands to immediately go to the registration office to register their team for the competition. With a wide and anticipatory smile, the girl happily informs that they have already managed to quietly apply and just whiled away the time waiting for him to wake up. A burly man appeared in the doorway with a female companion, saying that as soon as they heard about Lin Han's return to the world of the living, they immediately rushed to visit him. Looking at the newcomers with undisguised enthusiasm, the guys call this event an incredible coincidence and immediately announce the arrivals as their future teammates. Dumbfounded by such pressure and a sudden offer, the unexpected guests freeze in complete bewilderment, unable to utter anything but a short and confused question. Flying closer with burning eyes, Lin Han begins to actively invite them to some large-scale adventure, promising unrealistic benefits and complete absence of risks. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, the bearded burly man shows a keen interest in the competition, because at stake is an unrealistic amount of resources that will not be superfluous. Seizing the moment, the blue-haired beauty declares that she is ready to join the team only if the magician first devotes a whole day to her, making up for her long absence. Accepting the challenge with a show of determination, Lin Han solemnly promises to accompany his older sister on her shopping trip, no matter what the cost. Playing a forced smile on his face, the guy mentally laments that walking with this lady is still a test, but for the sake of winning the championship, he is ready to endure even shopping. Leaving the heroes alone with their plans, a modern building of the medical campus can be seen around them, drenched in the sun. With beaming smiles, the nurses sincerely congratulate Lin Han on his final recovery and ask him not to get into this mess again. Leaving the walls of the hospital with his hand held high, a satisfied guy says goodbye to the staff and looks forward to returning to normal life. Closing his eyes with relief and wiping the sweat from his brow, the hero mentally vows to himself that he will make every effort to never see the hospital wards from the inside again. Suddenly, hearing a loud shout, the guy freezes in place with a comically shocked face, realizing that his rest lasted only a couple of seconds. Happily waving her hand in the middle of a busy street, the blue-haired beauty calls out to Lin Han's younger brother, not giving him a chance for a quiet rest. Smiling broadly and literally beaming with delight, the guy is full of compliments, stating that today she looks simply stunning. Playfully straightening her hair, the confident girl teases her companion in response, and then offers to celebrate his long-awaited discharge from the hospital with a flourish. Scratching the back of his head in embarrassment and clearly not wanting to make too much noise, the mage tries to shrug off the celebration as the two of them saunter through the busy crowd. Abruptly darkening and feeling a strange tingling sensation on the back of his neck, the guy suddenly catches himself thinking that he is being closely watched by someone very dangerous and unfriendly. Noticing a momentary change in the mood of her companion, a worried girl calls out to him, trying to find out what so much disturbed him at this joyful moment. The crowd of fans, who are deafening with cheers, pounce on their idol, thanking Lin Han for saving lives and demanding details of the feat. Taken aback by such a sudden turn, the guy learns from a companion that while he was lying in a coma, the fame of his adventures in Manhwa spread throughout the district. Realizing that the situation is getting out of hand, the characters exchange glances as the ring of overexcited fans begins to rapidly shrink around them. As Lin Han flees from the frenzied horde of his pursuers, he panics and realizes that he can't stand the onslaught of fan love right now. Abruptly taking off and developing an incredible speed, the guy tries to break away from the chase with the last of his strength, leaving behind only the blurry outlines of the city streets. Lin Han suddenly grabs the bewildered female companion by the arm and apologizes for being so shameless, then abruptly pulls her along, trying to hide from the unruly crowd. Quickly maneuvering between buildings and jumping over obstacles, the couple at full speed flies into a narrow alley, hoping to throw off the tail of the pursuers. Pinning the girl to the wall in the cramped aisle and begging her not to make a sound, the magician carefully watches as a whole horde of fooled fans rush past with wild screams. As Lin Han tries to catch his breath and ask if they've finally managed to break away, he doesn't even notice how much he's embarrassed his companion by suddenly embracing her. Cautiously peeking around the corner and watching the people running away into the distance, he is relieved that the path is clear and they can safely continue their walk. Abruptly turning to his companion, the guy with a clear suspicion in his voice asks what is wrong with her, because her strange behavior is difficult not to notice. Blushing and waving her hands in a ridiculous manner, the girl tries to justify herself with the allegedly unbearable heat, although it is immediately clear from her embarrassed face that the matter is completely different. Confidently pointing out the direction, The young man suggests to go around so as not to stumble again on those who block their path, to which his girlfriend dutifully agrees. Stopping in front of a majestic building with a clock, the characters freeze in front of the entrance to a huge shopping center, which clearly has significance for their future plans. Mentally marveling at this success, the guy realizes that the millennium was right under his nose and remembers about the manager Lee, who should just work here. Instead of stomping around, the girl cheerfully suggests scouting the situation around, to which the guy agrees, although in his thoughts he is set up to talk to the merchant. Once in front of the massive doors with a golden sign, the heroes hear the impatient greeting of a man who, apparently, has been waiting for this visit for a whole month. Smiling broadly and clutching a folder of documents, a personable man comes out to meet him, sincerely glad that the guy has finally woken up from a coma. As the mage walks inside, he politely explains that he simply couldn't ignore Mr. Liu's concerns and came as soon as he was on his feet. Standing at the entrance, the two guys whisper in disbelief, genuinely not understanding why this ordinary-looking guy deserves such an emphatically polite attitude from their boss. Holding out his smartphone with the article open, the guy asks in shock if his partner even realizes that it's none other than Lin Han himself who is standing in front of them. Peering at the screen of the gadget, they discover information that he is a legendary medalist who once bravely risked his life in the epic Battle of Manhwa. Gesturing for the guests to come closer to the massive pedestal, the manager proudly shows them the legendary weapon that Miss Fei Hua sent them. Looking at the artifact, the magician realizes that its former owner Li Dan is definitely dead, and Rui Ying is still a fortune hunter, since she so quickly put up for sale the thing of the murdered person. Smiling broadly and trying to win over the elite guests, Liu kindly offers to make a substantial discount if Mr. Lin really liked the weapon. Narrowing his eyes slyly, the manager passes Lin Han a mysterious message that Lady Fei Hua herself asked him to personally deliver into his hands. Carefully taking a folded piece of paper from hand to hand, the hero does not even suspect what news is hidden inside this simple paper envelope. Opening the note, the guy freezes in shock at the drawn map and the warning that a catastrophic earthquake is about to strike right outside the border of Manshan County. Excitedly discussing what he saw with his companion, the young man frantically tries to figure out if this disaster was a terrible consequence of their recent fierce battle. Asking a clarifying question about the time of receipt of the letter, the hero learns from the calm manager that this message was transmitted a good half a month ago. Realizing the scale of the impending threat, the guy panics because a natural disaster will happen from day to day, and there is almost no time left to save people. Ahead, a massive fortress wall encircles the city, with a single visible passageway through which someone is hurriedly making their way inside. A figure is rushing forward, literally blurring in the movement, leaving only a smudged trail and a booming patter of footsteps. A dark-cloaked unknown approaches a couple of guards on the wall, frozen with their spears, landing abruptly right in front of them. Sensing a sudden movement behind him, one of the warriors turns around in bewilderment, while the other does not even have time to react to the threat. Leaping over a high barrier, Lin Han, in the guise of an old master, flies down. The two guards on the wall look at each other in complete disbelief, trying to figure out if they heard a strange noise, but they don't notice the shadow that passes by. Taking advantage of the inattention of the guards, the master rushes through the dense forest at breakneck speed, trying to reach his goal as soon as possible. Activating his hidden power, Lin Han invokes the God's Eye technique, causing his eyes to flash with a frightening scarlet light, boring into the entire area. Magically scanning the area, the magician discovers a powerful clot of dark energy among the rocks, which turns out to be the desired epicenter. Exhaling with relief after a long search, the master rejoices that the natural disaster has not yet begun, and he still has a chance to prevent trouble. Deciding not to wait for the cataclysm to begin at the top, the magician effectively jumps into the bottomless abyss to meet the impending catastrophe right in the epicenter of events. After rapidly flying the distance between them, he lands on the very bottom of a giant crater that looks like a neat bowl cut out of the ground in the middle of a forest. Intently peering into the surrounding environment, the hero takes a waiting position among the sharp fragments of rocks, ready at any second to repel a sudden attack. As Lin Han focuses his attention on the slightest rustle, he hears voices approaching. Noticing the silhouettes of intruders on the edge of the cliff, he instantly presses himself to the cold stone below, trying to blend in with the shadows and not give away his presence. Standing on the very edge of a cliff, the white-haired mentor tries to convince the student to abandon the dangerous undertaking for her brother, whose abilities as a priest have already reached their limit. Dreaming of a great future for her family, the girl recalls the legend of the golden priest of the Star Dragon Empire, whose strength could be a perfect example for her brother. As Lin Han lurks below, listening intently to every word, he is surprised to realize that these travelers are discussing his very person and his unique status. The shocked master explains that the attempt to reach the golden level of dance with death, which in the history of mankind ended in success only for one lucky person. Despite all the risk and deadly danger, the teacher agrees to help eliminate the source of the natural disaster, although he warns that the indulgence will be the last. Concentrating a powerful bundle of energy in the palms of his hands, the mentor decides not to stand on ceremony and personally activate the still unripe calamity in order to end everything in one blow. Releasing the accumulated magic of colossal power, the master provokes a terrible roar and shaking of the rocks, from which everything around begins to literally crumble into pieces. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the magician lurking below realizes that he is accelerating the process of disaster, putting everyone in this crater in mortal danger. Feeling the vibration of the awakening earth in every cell of his body, this unwitting participant in the events freezes in anticipation of the inevitable explosion of primordial power. Looking directly into the face of impending chaos, the hero grits his teeth and realizes that the source of a natural disaster is almost ready to break out and destroy all life. Falling into a deep crevice between sharp rocks, Lin Han decides not to wait for mercy from fate and strike first, while the wind is whistling in his ears. At this time, a disturbing report is read out at the majestic academy building that bursts of abnormal, almost forbidden magic have been recorded outside the borders of Manhwa County. The strict vice-chancellor orders to immediately notify the police and begin the evacuation of students caught in the area of impending disaster. Blinding all around with a bright azure glow, a powerful stream of energy breaks through the stone rift, causing the earth itself to shake with a violent force. Once at the very edge of the magic barrier, the master tells the student not to approach because the unstable core of a natural disaster can detonate at any second. Noticing the rapid movement of the shadow behind his back, the experienced elder is at a loss to understand who exactly dared to so brazenly break into the epicenter of events. Completely ignoring the stunned bystanders, Lin Han unleashes a powerful blow on the ice wall, causing the frozen mages to cry out in fright. Not caring about the consequences, he continues to push against the barrier, while the master warns that the onslaught will provoke a catastrophe from which no one will get out alive. Under the deafening crack of ice and flashes of blinding light, the protective barrier finally gives up, shattering into small fragments under the influence of incredible physical strength. A determined mage vows to get the source of the calamity at all costs so that they can use it instead of giving it to some weakling. Flushed with righteous anger, the blonde shouts accusations in the face of a stranger, calling him a vile thief who is used to brazenly embezzling the fruits of other people's victories. Surrounding his fist with roaring flames, Lin Han just grins, claiming that he has been waiting here all night and that they were the ones who thwarted his grand plans with their pathetic attempts. After making an incredible leap into the thick of a magical storm, the daredevil breaks through the ice blocks right in front of the dumbfounded master from such audacity. Fearing for her life, the white-haired wizard drags her away, warning her that if they don't leave immediately, they'll be buried alive under the rubble. Finding himself finally alone with the cherished goal, the hero exhales with relief at the sight of the artifact that he has been looking for so long and persistently shimmering in the protective sphere. With a greedy gleam in his red eyes, he throws out his hand, already anticipating triumph and claiming the prize. A powerful stream of scarlet energy descends from above, forcing him to put up a protective barrier in a desperate attempt to contain this sudden blow. Caught off guard, he loses his composure for a split second, startled as a flash of light appears out of nowhere, right under his nose. Lin Han leaps into the air at lightning speed, leaving behind only a crater from the powerful beam that had just nearly smashed him into the rocks. After opening his mouth in a furious cry, the master finally stops holding back and awakens his true power. The enraged old man barely holds the protective barrier from the powerful scarlet beam that threatens to incinerate them, and furiously yells at the one who dares to strike. From above, two destructive streams of energy descend at once, which with monstrous force crash into the old man's protective magic barrier, causing it to burst at the seams. With horror, the magician realizes that if the infernal magic gets into the source of a natural disaster, everything around him will fly up into the air, and he himself is guaranteed to die in this infernal flame. Putting aside his fear and preparing for the final push, Lin Han holds out his hands, deadly lightning dancing between them in shouts of forbidden spell. Summoning all his willpower, he sends a powerful bolt of lightning directly into the epicenter of the energy explosion, creating a blinding flash. Right under the astonished couple's feet, the ground opens up with a crash, revealing a huge crevice from which a blinding azure light of magical energy shoots out. Huge blocks of stone float in the air among the sheer cliffs, creating an eerie picture of complete chaos after the monstrous explosion that thundered below. Peering into the depths of the canyon, the white-haired wizard notes that powerful energy fluctuations usually occur only when using strictly forbidden spells. Looking at the rubble-strewn passageway in confusion, the student wonders aloud if the madman buried himself alive under tons of rocks for a dubious victory. With an icy calm on his face and a barely noticeable grin, the old man states that he is to blame for his own death, because even with a valuable trophy in his hands, it is impossible to get out. Inside the gloomy and silent cave, littered with sharp fragments of rocks, a sudden ringing silence reigns. Struggling to his hands and knees amid the crumbling rock, Lin Han struggles to catch his breath, exhausted from the ordeal. Coughing loudly from the dust that has risen and gasping for air, he looks battered, but you can already see the excitement of a winner in his eyes. With a triumphant laugh and an exclamation of delight, he finally clasps the mysterious artifact in his palm, shining with a dazzling white light with rainbow iridescences. At the same time, the space around him is pierced by a powerful flash of azure energy, literally tearing the semi-darkness of the cave with its fierce glow. Dumbfounded by the sudden crash and shaking of the ground, the boy throws up his hands and tries in a panic to understand why everything around him has literally started to fall apart. Clutching the loot to his chest, he's completely confused about where these crazy energy fluctuations came from, if the source of the disaster is already in his hands. Looking at the blinding column of light that bursts right out of the cracks in the floor, the hero rejoices to escape from the collapse, but in his gut he feels a new threat coming from the very depths. Resolutely activating his secret God's Eye technique, the youth causes his pupils to flash to see the true essence of the chaos that is happening. Meanwhile, on the surface of the earth, a huge crack opens up right under their feet, forcing the mages to balance on the edge of the abyss to the shrill cry of a girl. Feeling the most powerful vibration under his feet, the master is alarmed to realize that a new, even more devastating source of natural disaster is being born right now. Looking with undisguised delight at the light sphere floating above him, Lin Han realizes that he has hit a real jackpot, because in front of him was the rarest double source of power. Standing over a deep rift in the very center of the cave, he spreads his arms wide to meet the azure glow that comes from the abyss and floods the entire space around. Grinning impudently, the hero decides that since fate itself has thrown him such an incredible miracle, then he simply has no choice but to take this gift for himself. Suddenly noticing something strange out of the corner of his eye, the young man abruptly freezes with his mouth open, and his face takes on an expression of utter amazement at what he saw. Looking at the blinding flash, the guy freezes in front of a powerful stream of energy, which with a rumble breaks through the rock and twists into a shining spiral. Breaking off with a cheeky grin, the hero rushes straight into the thick of events and shouts a battle cry, clearly not going to give up before the danger. Flying through clouds of dust and debris, it rushes towards the destructive force, which is concentrated in one point and literally tears the space around. Abruptly extending his arm forward, the young man prepares to use a cool ability, while the air around his palm begins to tremble with unreal tension. Crashing into the very center of the energy vortex, the magician tries to suppress the raging elements with his pressure and furiously demands that this power finally submit to him. Realizing the sheer magnitude of the moment, Lin Han activates a full 10,000-fold increase in his power, causing the air around him to vibrate with crazy energy. Abruptly, he lunges forward, grinning madly as he reaches for the shining golden artifact wrapped in a mysterious light, intending to finally claim it for himself. Clenching his hand with all his might, the young man orders the shining thing to obey and break under his onslaught, while the energy around him begins to sparkle and flare brighter. Overcoming the unbearable pain of seething power and burning hand, he manages to hold on to a powerful energy flow that seems ready to tear him to pieces. Abruptly, he stretches out his smoking palm and yells out a forbidden healing spell, even though the magic rollback could cost him his life. Clinging to the flaming limb with his other hand, the wizard screams, trying to hold on to the magic raging inside, which tears his sleeve to shreds. In the midst of a magical whirlwind, a desperate guy furiously claims this artifact as his own and finally bends it to his will. Closing his fingers around the pulsing core, he forces the dazzling sphere to submissively fall silent in his palm, while the last spark of healing still swirls around it. Breathing hard and raggedly after an exhausting fight, the exhausted fighter sinks to the ground, looking at his still shining hand, with a feeling of wild relief and triumph. Looking at the burned skin, the young man with a grin admits that this newborn source of natural disaster almost sent him to the next world. Clutching a bundle of primordial energy in his hands, Lin Han anticipates power because he was the first to curb the source of a natural disaster at the moment of its origin. Spread out under a serene sky, the craggy peaks gaze silently at the passing birds, while in their shadows lurks the power that can turn the usual order of things. Hiding behind the dense crowns of trees, the mentor carefully examines the dark mouth of the cave, feeling that it is there that the answers to all his questions are hidden. Keeping complete calm in the middle of the forest, the master and his companion patiently wait in the wings. Looking up sharply at the sudden surge of someone else's aura, the old man instantly realizes that their privacy has been violated and someone very strong has already crossed all borders. As Lin Han slowly emerged from the dark depths of the cave, it was as if he made the very nature around him stand still for a moment. Frowning in obvious displeasure, the white-haired master gave the intruder a hard look, clearly not expecting to see him alive after all that had happened. Grinning self-consciously, the shadowy alien ironically asks the couple if they are afraid to attract the attention of the true defenders of the city by their presence on the border of the empire. Face to face in a small clearing in the forest, the air between them sparkled with the claims that even the best of the local masters were just pathetic beginners. Filling the entire space around him with the dazzling radiance of awakened energy, the mentor demands to return the stolen artifacts, otherwise the conversation will end painfully. Feeling the incredible pressure of someone else's aura, the magician instantly loses his previous arrogance, realizing that this is not just an old man, but a real veteran of the saint level. Lin Han's scarlet eye flashes from under the shadows as he frantically tries to figure out how to get out of this mess and decides to use his pre-prepared trump card. Loudly proclaiming the activation of the technique, he challenges his opponents, claiming that the possession of the source of disasters depends solely on the strength of abilities. A bottomless black funnel opened up right under the feet of the astonished heroes, rapidly absorbing light and causing the earth to shake with a powerful surge of dark magic. Dumbfounded by the sudden disappearance of the enemy, the master and apprentice try to figure out how he was able to use filigree shadow magic to escape from under their noses. Frowning, the master confesses to his student that even his colossal experience does not allow him to smell a single drop of the aura of a mysterious opponent. With obvious doubt in her voice, a young sorceress named Xinyer wonders if her personal skills can help in any way if the enemy has such a transcendent power. Trying to cheer her up, the old man says that her shadow specialization is head and shoulders above any forbidden spells, so it's too early for her to write herself off. Resolutely gripping the magic staff in his hand, Xinyer puts aside all fears and agrees to take the risk to justify the trust of his teacher in this difficult task. Surrounding herself with a glowing halo of azure energy, she activates the rare ability of the Eye of Truth, which allows her to see the hidden essence of things through any magical veil. Carefully scanning the area, the girl reports that she sees no signs of escape, but only a strange shadow right at the point where their opponent was just now. Slightly confused, the teacher confirms the complete silence around them, because even with the Eye of Truth activated, the real location of the enemy remains a big mystery to them. Suddenly realizing the scale of the breach, the cloaked master is angry with himself for making his stealth spells useless against the student's gaze. Abruptly cutting off the conversation, the old man asks Xinyer about the details of the shadow he saw, as a frightening puzzle begins to form in his head about exactly where the opponent went. With a thunderous roar of laughter from the forest, the teacher charges, catching the mage off guard, who never expected to be discovered. The hooded old master's face contorts in utter amazement as he realizes that his maneuver has been seen through in no time. Flying swiftly through the entire space, the experienced mentor delivers a powerful jump kick, forcing his hooded opponent to go into a blind defense under a hail of sparks. Barely able to stay on his feet after the collision, Lin Han takes a fighting stance, demonstrating that he does not intend to give up without a serious fight. With his arms crossed over his chest, the floating mentor offers a deal, promising to let him go in exchange for the voluntary surrender of the source of the natural disaster. Protesting, the magician, deeply offended, accuses him of unheard of impudence because he is trying to present an ordinary robbery as some great favor. Indignant, the girl accuses her opponent of a dastardly deception without which he would never have reached the first source of a natural disaster. With obvious disdain, the master parries her words, stating that he got the trophy solely on his own. In the whining of those who are afraid of death, he does not care at all. Continuing to bend her line, the girl reminds that this land belongs to the Star Dragon Empire, which means that the resources should be transferred to the state by right of ownership. Having lost all patience, she calls on her mentor to intervene while he is already concentrating his magical energy for the final blow. Instantly moving from words to action, the teacher lashes out at the enemy with a promise to beat the crap out of him, while the magician prepares to repel the attack. With a crackle of electrical discharges, opponents clash in close combat, where flashes of magic and brute force intertwine. With furious force, the mentor's fist slams into the mage's block, sending out lightning sparks and creating a powerful shockwave that shakes the very air. Watching from the side of this spectacular duel, the girl sees how two masters exchange rapid blows, not inferior to each other either in speed or skill. Unable to withstand the onslaught and losing his balance, Lin Han flies back, surrounded by the remnants of his own electric aura, and struggles to group himself as he falls. Coughing heavily from the damage taken, he activates the forbidden life-healing spell to instantly restore his strength for another attack. Genuinely perplexed, the master casts doubt on the true specialization of the opponent, because he demonstrates cool skills and just a frenzied ability to recover. Nervously rubbing his chin, the mage realizes that this is a real melee monster, against which he may have to throw out the last trump card, demonization. As seriously as possible, the teacher issues an ultimatum, offering to reveal the secret of his profession after the thief returns the stolen source of a natural disaster. Mentally calling his opponent a real pain in the ass, Lin Han knows that he can't just get rid of this pushy grandfather today. Turning sharply, he goes on the run, hoping to escape from the righteous wrath of the pursuer and leave everyone with a nose. As if released from a chain, the white-haired old man makes a swift dash for the fleeing enemy, shouting after him a bold question about where he is lathered. Glaring furiously, he declares that since the opponent was so stubborn, then he will only have himself to blame for his own imminent demise. Breaking into an anticipatory and intimidating smile, Lin Han brazenly provokes the enemy, literally forcing him to go from words to deeds and finally attack him. Looking at its opponent, it extended its dangerously long scarlet claws, preparing to fulfill the unfortunate man's dying wish. Abruptly cutting off the enemy's tirade, the man puts them in their place, wondering if they really decided to wreak havoc in his Dragon Star Empire with impunity. Looking at each other in puzzlement, the two opponents try to figure out who is standing in front of them, while a silent question hangs in the air about the identity of the suddenly appeared hero. Looking down on them, a man soaring in the sky advises the old man to fail in a good way, so that at the end of his years, he does not get into problems that he will definitely not cope with. Pressing his hand to his chest in an attempt to justify himself, the white-haired fighter stubbornly insists that he came only for the source of the disaster and will disappear as soon as he gets what he wants. Glancing nervously to the side, Lin Han is relieved that he was very lucky not to complete the demonization completely, otherwise the consequences would have been fatal. Pointing his finger at the intruder, the Imperial Protector angrily asks why his country's valuable resources should go to outsiders from the Meiki Empire. Abruptly changing his tone, he confronts the old man with a tough choice, promising to turn him and his rare student into the main enemies of the state if they do not stop this farce. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the warrior explains that he is only saving this guy because he is a real hero of the Battle of Manshan, who personally killed the dangerous Li Feng. Pointing a finger at his opponent, the white-haired fighter can barely contain his shock at the news that the formidable Li Feng actually fell at the hands of the one he was trying to scare off just now. Lin Han narrowed his eyes slyly and mentally rejoices at the lucky coincidence, because the confusion with the identity saves him a lot of unnecessary problems and suspicions. Resigned to the fact that today's luck is not on his side, the grumpy old man admits defeat and commands his companion to go home before the situation gets even worse. Slowly moving deeper into the forest, the losers leave the winners on the trail while they follow them with wary eyes, finally exhaling after the skirmish. Visibly nervous and clenching her fists in frustration, the girl asked her mentor if they would just leave an incredibly valuable source of natural disasters behind. Keeping an icy calm, the master reasonably remarked that contacting the rector of Changchi University was a disastrous idea, and the safety of a student was much more important to him than artifacts. As the mage watched them leave, he breathed a sigh of relief, while a nearby ally sincerely thanked him for his invaluable help in the recent bloody battle of the county. With a restrained gesture of respect, he replied that it was their common duty to protect the interests of the empire, and thanked them for looking after his disciple Lin Han. After saying goodbye to his ally and promising to meet again in the future, the old man went about his business, leaving the rector alone in the autumn forest. Within the walls of the majestic university building, with its tall columns and ancient lanterns, someone's loud exclamation echoed throughout the area. Lin Han turned around at the familiar voice, froze in disbelief when he saw Jiang Rixin in front of him, and immediately asked what the hell she was doing in the men's dorm. Trying to justify himself for a long absence after passing a school assignment, the guy faced the anger of his friends, who said that they waited for him at the door for 4 hours. Visibly flustered, the pink-haired beauty plucked up her courage and looked straight into Lin Han's eyes, confessing that she had something very important to tell him. Taken aback by the girl's sudden intensity and sincerity, the mage froze with his eyes wide open, clearly not expecting such an emotional turn on a normal school day. Jiang Rixin bowed deeply as a sign of her deepest respect and thanked the guy for saving her life during the incident in Mansion, which completely put him in a stupor. Nervously laughing and waving his arms, the guy tried to translate everything into a joke and almost blurted out too much about his son-in-law, but corrected himself in time, calling the help a classmate's duty. Blushing deeply, she wished Lin Han to take first place in the upcoming 5 universities competition, promising that she would train tirelessly herself. Hurriedly saying goodbye and leaving the guy completely confused, the girl quickly runs away while her cheeks burn with incredible embarrassment. Rubbing the back of his head and looking after the fugitive, the magician sincerely does not understand why the always calm and confident acquaintance suddenly began to behave so twitchy and fussy. Once a good distance away and finally hiding behind a tree, the girl tries to regain her breath, pressing her palm to her heart, which is beating unevenly. As she closes her eyes and tries to calm the storm inside her, she wonders unsuccessfully why her usual composure has cracked. After 2 long weeks of waiting, the grand final of the 5 universities selection finally starts in the sunlit arena of Changxi University. Standing opposite each other, the 2 teams listen to the solemn speech that this final is only a fair competition for the right to represent the university. With obvious mockery in his voice, the enemy turns to Lin Han, accusing him of cowardice because he sat back and allowed his allies to do his dirty work for him. Resolutely stepping forward, the hero's confident teammates declare that 4 of them will be enough to completely defeat their opponents, even without the intervention of their captain. Flushed with rage at this audacity, one of the enemy team members breaks into a shout and angrily demands that the rank-and-file soldiers do not dare to interfere in the conversation of the leaders. Grinning slightly and not surprised by his opponent's habitually harsh words, Lin Han watches in silence as his teammate promises to teach the upstarts a cruel lesson. With a sharp wave of his hand, the referee officially announces the start of the long-awaited match, launching a decisive clash between 2 ambitious teams. Completely unconcerned about what is happening, Lin Han calmly retreats to the rear and trusts his allies to deal with the opponents as quickly as possible. Crossing his arms over his chest and yawning defiantly in the middle of the arena, he clearly demonstrates disregard for the enemy forces, which drives their captain to a state of rage. Clutching a glittering blade, a focused fighter quickly rushes into the attack, intending to be the first to break through the opponent's defenses. With an instant understanding of the situation, the enemy leader orders 3 soldiers to immediately attack Lin Han, while the rest of the force covers their rear. Whipping her arm forward, Wanton shouts out a flamevine spell, causing the space around her to instantly fill with bursts of fierce flames. Huge emerald stems with thorns, obeying the will of the magician, quickly entangle opponents, forcing one of them to growl about how he is infuriated by the damn wizards. Grinning impudently and playing with an elegant spear, the guy declares to the soldiers around him that they are clearly not up to the level to compete with their captain. Defiantly beckoning his opponents with his hand, the self-confident blonde throws a bold challenge into the crowd, calling anyone who does not dare to enter into an open battle with him right now a coward. Quite calmly adjusting his glasses, the guy concentrates powerful discharges between his fingers, indicating that his next attack will be fatal for his enemies. Right in the midst of the chaos, a swordsman freezes in front of a blinding pillar of golden energy that crashes through the ground just a few steps away. Gripping his spear tightly, the enemy sarcastically advises the hero after losing not to run roaring to his mother from the Gongsun clan, but to accept defeat like a man. Rushing into the fight, the brave girl takes her enemies by surprise, making them nervously wonder who their main target really is in this chaotic battle. Panicking, the hooded man takes a step back and orders his partner to deal with the others while he tries to somehow contain the onslaught of this rabid girl. Against a backdrop of bright skies and magical explosions, a decisive battle unfolds, where the clash of clashing blades mixes with the hum of spells. Laughing hysterically amid the bright flashes of lightning, the mad, bespectacled man literally suppresses the will of the enemy with his powerful aura, forcing him to beg for mercy in horror. Without concealing his superiority at all, the magician mockingly declares to the crying enemy that it is even a joy for him to play with such a weak and helpless opponent. Casually crossing his arms over his chest, the villain watches the swirl of air created by the representative of the other team, waiting for the moment. Looking coolly at the battlefield, he arrogantly states that their captain will not have to join the game, since the opponents cannot cope even with ordinary fighters. Focusing his icy gaze on the target, the opponent gives a sharp command to a decisive attack to put a bold end to this prolonged confrontation. Taking off like a projectile, the villain puts all his rage into a deafening scream, while his fists glow with impatience to prescribe someone an extraordinary dose of pain. Sharply reducing the distance and not doubting the superiority, he throws in the face of the enemy phrase that the status of the owner of the golden rank is not obtained for the beautiful eyes. With a powerful and precise blow directly to the body, he literally knocks the spirit out of the opponent, forcing him to writhe in shock and realize that the difference in strength here is simply colossal. Without losing the mood and enjoying the moment, the fighter shouts an order to the captain, demanding to immediately switch to their main leader and end the mess in one fell swoop. Assessing the situation from the outside with obvious skepticism, the guy only sneers through his teeth that even the highest level of strength will not save him from a shameful defeat. The enraged captain breaks into a shout, announcing to Lin Han that the time for idle talk is over and the time has come to finally settle old scores. In an attempt to defuse the situation, the magician reminds Zhuge Tianfeng that their conflict up to this point has not gone beyond the usual verbal skirmish. Immersed in the intimidating aura, Lin Han coldly admits that fighting wasn't part of his plan, but his opponent's defiant behavior simply leaves him with no choice. Delivering a crushing blow to the tiles directly under the enemy's feet, the enemy demonstrates its incredible power, causing fragments of the floor to fly in all directions. Looking after him, the fighter spits out a threat that Lin Han will have to pay too high a price for such arrogance and disregard for others. Taking a fighting stance in front of the enemy pressed into the ground, the magician provokes the enemy to a decisive attack with a short and bold call. Soaring into the air, he delivers a crushing knee blow directly to the upstart's jaw, forcing him to feel the full power of a real master firsthand. A huge pillar of blinding light and fierce energy crashes into the arena, turning the duel scene into the epicenter of a massive explosion. Looking at what is happening with complete bewilderment and shock, the enemies cannot digest the fact that ordinary support is able to give out such an exorbitant level of damage. Standing over his defeated opponent in the rubble and dust, Lin Han asks the remaining enemies with icy calm if they are going to continue this pointless swing. With their hands outstretched and their bodies trembling in complete horror, the two poor devils try to somehow block out the guy's insane power. Lightly rubbing the back of his head and looking surprisingly unperturbed, Lin Han admits that he didn't originally plan on putting on a show like this, but he just couldn't hold back the urge. Looking at the arena with undisguised shock, the girls seriously wonder if the monster in front of them is a monster, because the dark horse Lin Han has suddenly become the main threat to the favorites. Stopping in front of the massive building of the academy, the guy decided to check with the head teacher, for which case he was suddenly needed by the management. Congratulating Lin Han on successfully passing the selection, the man conspiratorially informed that the award for winning the individual competition would be the most valuable gift for him. Peering suspiciously at his face, the hero seriously doubted whether the cunning old man was just trying to keep him from scoring on the tournament. With a mysterious smile and a call for silence, the deputy director emphasized that the information about such a rare prize should remain secret until the very end. Under the deafening roar of the stands and the bright flame of torches in the huge arena, the grand final of the Changchi University Individual Championship finally started. Lin Han raised his eyebrows in surprise as he listened to the announcement that the winner would receive something so rare that no university would dare put it up as a prize. Waving the microphone vigorously in front of the crowd, the commentator revealed the main intrigue, naming the source of natural disasters as an award, and announced the start of the first round. Despite skeptical thoughts that the university management once again fools everyone and puts up a fake, the hero still felt excitement from the scale of the promised treasure. Once in the midst of a furious melee in the arena, participants began to mercilessly beat each other, shouting promises to take the artifact for themselves and not spare the competition. A guy suddenly jumped out in front of Lin Han with a mad grin, swung his sword, determined to knock the favorite out of the tournament in the first seconds of the fight. Instantly concentrating the energy in his fingertips, the mage prepared to deliver a crushing, retaliatory blow to the brazen opponent. With a single light flick, sending the aggressor flying along with his useless sword, the master showed everyone present a simply exorbitant difference in strength. Watching the epic spectacle from the stands, the shocked audience vied with each other to discuss the incredible coolness of the magician, who dealt with the enemy in one move. Tiredly covering his face with his hand, the boy sighed in frustration as his attempt to avoid drawing too much attention to himself failed miserably again. Flashing a determined scarlet look through his fingers, the hero finally accepted the rules of the game and set out to take victory in this tournament at any cost. Grinning slightly, Lin Han froze in front of a flickering hologram that poured out a mountain of cool stats with an incredible combo of fire, wind, lightning, and water. Abruptly rushing in with a pair of sharpest blades at the ready, the warrior decided not to waste time on politeness and immediately challenged an old friend to a rematch. Almost casually standing in a fighting stance and shrouding his fist in bright flames, the hero advised the opponent not to be upset when he again made her swallow dust in this arena. Rushing forward with lightning speed, the guy made the girl shout something about his furious speed in a panic, while he effectively evaded her attack in a jump. Looking at Lin Han smashing his opponent into the floor with a hail of glowing punches, his friend realized that their boss had completely stopped looking like an ordinary person. As if effortlessly dodging the next attack, the mage began to read morals about how a real assassin should not tremble in fear of a strong opponent. Slightly narrowing his eyes and enveloped in an ominous aura, the guy decided to end this sparring on a beautiful note, recognizing the girl's success, but hinting at the inevitable ending. Closing the distance almost instantly, he placed his fingers gently on the startled warrior's forehead and apologized, leaving her baffled. Slumping to the floor, her swords dropped. The beast could only blink as the victor stood calmly by, not even catching his breath after such a mess. Barely having finished one fight, the hero already put out his palm to meet the new impudent man, who decided to effectively dive on top of him with a huge cleaver. Lin Han used his right hand to intercept the attacker's arm and block the blade in midair, but he didn't even flinch when another opponent tried to catch him off guard. With one powerful move, the mage sent the unlucky fighter flying for a long time to the nearest obstacle and forced the system to announce another disqualification. Deciding that tinkering with each one separately was too tiring, he summoned his magic staff and wrapped himself in powerful electric shocks for the final chord. Looking at how their leader finally got down to business in earnest, the crowd members were thrilled to see the real skills of his profession in action. Raising his staff high to the sky and causing a colossal storm, Lin Han unleashed a fierce thunder magic that sent goosebumps all over the arena. With a deafening crackle, an electric attack covers the square, causing opponents to beg for mercy in panic and admit defeat to the accompaniment of a frenzied hum. The only thing that breaks the silence after the sudden flash is the sight of the wizard, who is frozen with his staff in his hands in the middle of a mountain of fallen bodies, while the remains of dust swirl in the air. Smiling slightly sheepishly and rubbing the back of his head, the hero of the day apologizes to his comrades for slightly miscalculating the power of the spell, although he tried only to paralyze them. Watching this madness with slack jaws, the crowd of spectators tries to understand how an ordinary-looking priest managed to give out such an exorbitant level of power. Clearly intrigued by this turn of events, the blue-haired beauty turns to Lin Han, wondering how many more incredible surprises the mysterious guy has in store. Laughing nonchalantly and scratching the back of his head, the mage declares that lightning is the only attacking skill in his arsenal and urges him to show everything she can do. Rapidly falling from above with a raised spear, the warrior tries to break through the magic barrier, which can withstand a monstrous blow. Deftly gliding around the arena, the girl asks her opponent's opinion about her fighting techniques, while he barely has time to react to her incredibly fast and clear movements. Gripping her spear threateningly, she warns the boy that if he doesn't start fighting seriously, her next double attack will definitely send him to a hospital bed. Soaring into the air and activating her shattering skill, the warrior turns the battlefield into a chaos of flying splinters and shockwaves, causing everyone to hold their breath. Abruptly changing her playful tone to a serious one, the warrior notices that the opponent is hiding his true talents, and this mystery spurs her desire to give her all. Lin Han raises an ironic brow and calmly states that his older sister is not in the mood to show mercy in this fight today. Under the ringing call to stop the idle chatter, the swordswoman charges while the guy humbly prepares to accept the challenge, since she so insists on continuing the banquet. As he blocks the heavy spear with his staff, the mage marvels at the girl's strength, realizing that without strengthening his physical shell, this blow would simply turn him into a cake. Repelling a series of lightning-fast attacks with a magic shield that appeared out of nowhere, The guy demonstrates an incredible reaction. Surrounding the arena with a tight ring, excited spectators watch with all their eyes as the recognized favorite Gong Sun literally tramples poor Ling Han into the ground. Gracefully swinging her spear, the warrior threatens to throw the guy off the platform, while he defiantly offers her to finally see his real trump card. Putting aside his doubts, the hero announces the transition to active actions, preparing to reveal the hidden side of the abilities of an ordinary priest under a loud shout about the activation of amplification. Raising his hand high to the heavens, the young man starts the process of total pumping, as a result of which his indicators instantly soar by an incredible 50%. Wrapped in the released energy, he anticipates the chaos that the combination of a 10,000-fold multiplier and an additional amplification skill will cause right now. Gripping her trusty spear tightly, the warrior accepts the challenge and enthusiastically calls on the enemy to show all that he is capable of after his strange transformation. Surrounding himself in a seething cocoon of pure mana, the priest delivers a swift overhead kick, forcing the girl to block his sudden and crushing attack. Colliding in the center of the arena, opponents release such colossal streams of energy that the very space around them explodes with bright sparks. Looking at the scene with undisguised shock, the stunned girl tries to understand how an ordinary priest of the golden level can have such a monstrous power of amplification. As she struggles to keep her balance and feels her hands go numb after each collision, she realizes that her defense is barely able to cope with the power of this unexpected trump card. With a deafening crash, Lin Han's powerful fist smashes the shaft of the steel spear to splinters, leaving only useless fragments of the opponent's formidable weapon. Staring in shock at the empty hilt in her hands, the defeated warrior freezes in shock, unable to comprehend such a crushing defeat from an ordinary priest. Closing her eyes tightly against the hurt and frustration, she tries to control her emotions as her heavy sigh echoes through the room. Slowly opening her eyes and accepting her opponent's superiority, the girl gives him a long look, in which there is a grudging recognition of his incredible strength. Lowering her head to the stern but calm demand of the winner, she speaks the cherished words of her defeat, acknowledging the complete triumph of the weak support class. By extending his hand as a sign of reconciliation and politely apologizing for the broken equipment, the hero demonstrates nobility, finally ending the duel on a friendly note. After a full half-month of waiting, the majestic building of the transition hall finally rises before my eyes, whose clock towers seem to hint at great achievements. Passing through the crowd, the hero catches sidelong glances and whispers that it was a guy named Lin Han who managed to take all the rarest sources of natural disasters. Feeling a pleasant heaviness in his muscles after exhausting training, the guy notes to himself with satisfaction that he finally reached the cherished 39th level. Confidently approaching the reception desk, he declares that he is ready to take on a task to change his profession, to which he receives an unflappable request to fill out the necessary form first. Studying the documents intently, the young man pauses for a moment before putting a signature that will forever change his future path in this world. After barely glancing at the completed form, the receptionist calls out Lin Han's name, not believing that the legendary priest who swung at the fourth transformation is standing in front of her. As she hands the glowing sphere to the boy with trembling hands, she can barely contain her emotions at the realization that she is actually seeing the only gold-level priest in the world. Resolutely touching the magic ball, the hero feels a powerful pulse of energy running through his body, confirming his readiness to accept the challenge. The surrounding onlookers are out discussing the task that has been highlighted on a huge scoreboard, because standing alone against 300 waves of monsters is not even hardcore, but a one-way ticket. While watching the clouds open up the mountain, the adventurer ignores the system's warnings that there is only a once-a-day chance of success in this frenzy. With a concentrated snap of his fingers and a serious attitude, Lin Han mentally prepares to jump into a location that would have been a resting place for anyone else. Shouting slogans about the superiority of their groups, crowds of arrogant adventurers race to the bottom of the mountain, naively believing that they will get the chance. Dumbfounded looking around, one of the applicants only has time to feel a sharp gust of wind, not even realizing that a living legend has just swept past him. Leaving behind stunned competitors, the master soars into the sky, causing bystanders to wonder in a panic if they've just met the supreme master. Shouting in anger, the poor wretches realize that their 3-day wait has come to nothing, because the same golden priest from Changji is already flying to meet his fate. After making a spectacular jump straight into the unknown, the guy hangs in the air against the background of snow-capped mountain peaks, trying to see the legendary place among the clouds. Landing on the sharp edge of a cliff and raising columns of dust around him, he freezes in a pretentious superhero pose to finally verify the accuracy of his coordinates. Once in front of the Golden Mist Mountain, the magician prepares to start the quest, where he will have to find the wounded god and not fall at the hands of the resurrected dead. Carefully examining the foot of the rocks, the young man notices strange footprints on the stone and finally understands in which direction the main danger of this level is hidden. When he comes face to face with a horde of creepy stone monsters with glowing eyes, he just grins and prepares for the first serious fight in this mysterious location. Concentrating all the rage in his fists, the guy summons blinding electrical discharges and with a cheeky grin announces the beginning of real fun. Raining down on the enemies like a living embodiment of a storm, he releases a powerful stream of lightning, which instantly incinerates the stone monsters surrounding him. Watching the magic fog dissipate under the influence of electricity, the hero is quite happy that he found the perfect Achilles heel of this cursed location. Making his way through the rocky ridges for the next 30 minutes, he leaves behind mountains of rubble as the sun slowly lights up his path to the target. When he stumbles upon the majestic creature lying unconscious, the young man freezes in amazement, realizing that in front of him is the injured god of the mountain from the system task. Leaning over the weakened guardian, Lin Han listens anxiously to a desperate plea to stop the evil that threatens to destroy all life outside the mountain range. After reading the system message that pops up in front of his eyes, he realizes that he has now officially entered the mission to protect the mountain god from the fourth wave of creepy ghosts. As the two allies turn at the terrifying rumble, an army of powerful stone giants swim out of the fog, ready to crush anyone in their path. Taking out a mysterious yellow talisman with ancient inscriptions, a serious guardian prepares to use a secret technique to give his partner a chance in an unequal battle. Feeling the sudden surge of incredible power of the 30% stat boost, the young man is shocked to realize that he has fallen under the effect of a cool magic buff. Clutching a massive staff with a glowing sphere, Lin Han resolutely declares that in this place, he no longer has to hide his true identity and restrain his powers. Raising the artifact to the sky, the magician activates a whole pack of buffs, including the magic domains of the god of thunder and wind, which simultaneously inflate its characteristics to the limit. Glaring, the young man unleashes a devastating thunderclap on his opponents as blinding electrical bolts shoot out in all directions around him. Completely unperturbed by the chaos around them, the ally expertly wields magic seals, summoning roaring streams of furious flames to help. Mixing together the elements of fire and lightning, the duo covers the battlefield with a colossal energy explosion that incinerates enemy monsters without a chance of escape. A blinding flash of colossal explosion lights up the entire dungeon as the combined power of spells detonates, turning the remnants of the enemy army to dust and ash. Caught in the middle of a new battle in the Woolen Mountain dungeon, the mage hovers in mid-leap, concentrating the roaring lightning energy in his fist for a decisive blow against the monsters. Cutting a path through the final 300th wave of opponents, the guy showers them with giant light rays that cut through space. Upon landing, Lin Han receives a system notification that he has triumphantly broken the dungeon record, which took him just under an hour and a half to complete. As they watch the majestic mountain outside, the shocked crowd realizes that right before their eyes, the world's first platinum-ranked priest has just been born. Looking at the unthinkable results on the leaderboard, players fall into a stupor, not understanding how the lucky guy managed not only to survive, but also to unlock a secret mission. The updated system window of the Woolen Mountain dungeon pops up before the hero's eyes, informing him that the restless souls of fallen warriors are still hungry for retribution. Burning with righteous indignation and excitement, the guy angrily fires at the soulless system that threw him an extra job right in the midst of a class change mission. After receiving thanks for saving millions of people and an offer to go to the nearest military camp for cleaning souls, they decide to complete the task together with their companion. Scratching his head in bewilderment and grinning wryly at the sudden responsibility, the mage resignedly agrees to move on, since they're already there anyway. Spread out under soft pink clouds, the majestic mountain peaks silently froze above the dense forest, as if foreshadowing the beginning of something large-scale. Letting out a nasty guttural laugh, a creepy shaman in a bone mask appeared right in front of them, with the silent figures of heavily armored warriors looming behind him. As Lin Han stared at the scene in disbelief, he froze in shock, trying to understand why this strange man was smiling so ominously at such a tense moment. Looking around the battlefield, the heroes notice that the defeated soldiers do not look like victims of battle, but rather like unfortunate people who have been hit by an epidemic or natural disaster. Abruptly raising his staff to the sky, the the treacherous shaman of the Wolf Witch Kingdom had already devoured the flesh and blood of the fallen soldiers, turning them into his loyal battle spirits. Gripping the stony ground with his fingers, the warrior absorbs an unknown force as sinister dark bolts of magical energy run through his hands. The soldier, animated by necromancy, finally loses his human form and turns into a mindless puppet, shouting in rage at the surroundings. Surrounding the heroes in a tight circle, an entire army of undead rebels stood waiting for the order of their new master, ready to tear anyone in their path. Stretching his lips in a grin, the mad old man declares that in case of defeat, the guys will add to his collection of ghost slaves, becoming eternal prisoners of the cursed place. Abruptly realizing the scale of the impending threat, the heroes watch in horror as the awakened fighting spirits fill the entire space around them with bloodlust. With fanatical cries for peace and stability for the descendants of the Wolf Witch, the mad army rushes to storm the mountain under the leadership of its leader. Towering above the rest as the true embodiment of power, the elite marshal activates incredible skills, increasing damage and spirit command power by 300%. Despite the incredible pressure, Lin Han only tightens his fists, preparing to show these tin cans what a true platinum-level player can do. Soaring into the air against the backdrop of blinding lightning, the guy defies fate itself with the motto that even the gods will fall in his way if they dare to block his way. Lighting up the sky with a blinding flash of divine light, a powerful stream of energy literally throws the hero into the air in front of the frozen warriors below. Rushing into the thick of the action, Lin Han lands spectacularly right in front of the armored enemy, causing the latter to flinch in surprise. Burning with rage and not hiding his despair, the mighty marshal in armor shouts into the void the question of why the great shaman decided to commit such a dastardly betrayal. Clearly relieved and holding their breaths, the two companions peer into his face, hoping to hear a word from the now recovered warrior. Clenching his fists in helplessness against the backdrop of snow-capped mountains, the cursed warrior confesses to the hero that the treacherous villain wanted to turn the Witch Kingdom into an obedient army of the undead. Writhing in unbearable pain, the possessed warrior begs in horror to be killed before the evil shaman's curse once again subdues his will. Eyes wide with shock and confusion, Lin Han and his companion are startled to realize that the situation is once again out of control. Summoning the last of his strength, the marshal struggles to ask the hero to destroy his soul in order to finally free his loyal soldiers. Faced with a difficult and fateful choice, the young man froze in front of a hologram offering him either an escape with treasures or a deadly battle to save someone else's soul. Spewing a column of fierce flames straight to the sky, the marshal, freed from his shackles, unleashes all his might on the offenders, deafening the surroundings with a deafening roar. Flatly refusing to leave him, the hero resolutely stops all attempts of his partner to persuade him to escape, because you cannot throw your own, even if they are up to their ears in dark magic. Having activated several powerful platinum-level skills at once, the young man clutches a shining sphere in his hands and calls for the help of the rage of two elements at once, raining a blinding stream of poison-green energy directly into the Mad Marshal's chest. The boy realizes with annoyance and despair that even this level of magic is not enough. After losing the battle with his fate, a warrior on fire breaks up into thousands of bright sparks in the air and finds the long-awaited freedom from the control of the dark shaman. Going into oblivion, the defeated marshal manages to finally thank the savior for his mercy and freedom, given at such a price. Having won a long-awaited victory in a difficult dungeon challenge, the guy accepts well-deserved congratulations from his partner against the background of the burning remains of the defeated enemy. A flickering system interface pops up before the hero's eyes, showering him with a bunch of rare loot, including a legendary sword and an ancient order for clearing the Golden Marshal's army. At the very edge of Manshan, where the snow-capped peaks of the mountains meet the green of the valleys, a serene and majestic landscape lies, hiding an important strategic post. Bored at the top of the wall, a trio of guys discuss closing the border, and one of them calls a friend a masochist because he can't get used to the sudden idleness. Noticing something out of the ordinary right in the sky above the city, one of the friends abruptly interrupts the conversation and points his finger at the approaching object with undisguised shock. Right above the heads of the startled guys, a real nightmare opens up in the form of a tide of animals, when hundreds of winged demons cover the entire sky. Realizing the gravity of the situation, one of the sentries panicked orders to immediately report to the academy and the authorities of Hangyun City about the approaching horde of monsters. At the same time, The fate of the next stage of the main character's power is being decided in the majestic Hall of Changing Professions, which resembles a luxurious Gothic cathedral. After touching the magic sphere, Lin Han successfully completes a platinum-level mission and officially moves to the Spirit Priest class, unlocking skills to strengthen the team. With an exclusive artifact at his disposal, the mage looks forward to seeing the system boost his abilities tens of thousands of times for battle. Carefully studying the description of the item, the guy realizes the incredible power of the Oblivion skill, which, although it consumes a ton of mana, but allows you to erase the memory of everyone around you. Clutching a flaming bundle of energy in his hand, the hero orders the system to strengthen the soul of the Golden Armor army by 10,000 times to bring its power to a sky-high level. Shocked by the result of the upgrade, the young man oversees the transformation of the army's soul into a forbidden summoning spell, and now has a horde of undead at his disposal. Nearby players start whispering to each other, recognizing the guy as the same Lin Han who single-handedly cleared the most difficult dungeon of Mount Wulin a couple of days ago. Fleeing from a sudden crowd of fans, the magician tries to hide from annoying requests to show rewards for a hidden mission and gawk at the legendary hero. 3 whole days have passed since the last events, and now the silent mountain landscape on the outskirts of Hangyun City is spread out before your eyes. Perched higher on a thick branch of a giant tree, Lin Han tries to assess the situation from above, looking more like a nimble predator than an ordinary student. In complete disbelief, he looks at the empty smartphone screen, where there is no signal at all, and is tense because there is no one at all at the training ground right now. Whirling around at the faintest sound, he casts a piercing glance in the direction of the dense undergrowth, sensing that someone is watching him intently from the shadows. Instantly recognizing the figure fleeing swiftly into the distance, he calls out to Zhang Ruixin in confusion, wondering what made her disappear into the wilderness in such a hurry. Panting from her rapid run, the girl struggles to break away from the giant beast, whose flaming eyes and sharp fangs are a couple of centimeters from her back. With a high-pitched cry of terror and despair, she suddenly stumbles over a rock sticking out of the ground and flies to the ground at full speed, losing all hope of escape. Numb with fear, her eyes squeeze shut in anticipation of the impending blow. She whispers to herself that this is the end, as the shadow of the huge monster completely covers her defenseless figure. Then with a thud, a powerful fist smashes right into the jaw of the dazed beast, interrupting its attack and causing the forest silence to explode with an unexpected crash. Flying to the side, the battered wolf whines pitifully and tries to recover, while Zhang Ruixin, shocked by the sudden rescue, watches the fallen monster from the ground. Jumping down in a spectacular pirouette, the guy lands right in front of the shocked girl, instantly diffusing the situation with his appearance. With a big smile and a friendly wave, he greets his classmate as if nothing has happened, as if they met not in the middle of a dangerous forest, but in the corridor of the academy. Tears of relief instantly welled up in Zhang Ruixin's eyes as she threw her arms around her rescuer's neck, finally feeling completely safe. With a soft chuckle, the guy admits that a long time has passed since their last meeting, and he is sincerely glad that he was nearby at such a critical moment. Looking up at the silent mountains, Lin Han thoughtfully asks if she really came all this way alone just to find him and ask for help. Looking at his companion, the guy is horrified to realize that due to the tricks of the cult of the Blood Moon, their city and university have been isolated for 3 days without communication and under the onslaught of monsters. Resolutely squeezing the young man's hand, the warrior offers to immediately rush toward the nearest metropolis in order to somehow pull them out of this trap. Barely able to contain her panic, the girl reports the lousy news that the protective dome of the city of O has collapsed and now only their university is holding the defense with the last of its strength. Insisting on separating for the sake of everyone's salvation, the mage orders his friend to run for help while he tries to break back into the epicenter of events with his own people. Explaining her risky plan, Daredevil reminds her that she is the perfect stealthy assassin for such a mission, while he, being a healer, simply has to return. Immediately accepting this tough plan, the girl only briefly screams in response, confirming her readiness to act as quickly as possible. Instantly taking off, the guy turns into a barely noticeable shadow and rushes at breakneck speed through the forest thicket in order to have time to come to the rescue in time. Left all alone, Lin Han anxiously reflects that the 3-day absence of reinforcements and the complete silence on the airwaves look like a damn bad sign. Right at this moment, huge plumes of smoke from burning buildings rise above the university, confirming that the situation in Hangyun is completely out of control. Set against a backdrop of flaming ruins, the wizard holds a magical barrier against an army of creepy shadows and giant monsters, giving the survivors their last chance to escape. Seated on a throne astride a giant scorpion, the cult leader, surrounded by winged demons and elite fighters, looks like a boss who is almost impossible to take down. Grinning impudently behind their masks, the Blood Moon Masters advise the old man not to disgrace himself and get down on his knees, promising at least not to cut his body to pieces after death. With rage in his eyes and unwavering pride, the master replies to his enemies that the university would rather be reduced to ashes with all its defenders than shamefully surrender to these fanatics. With an ominous thumbs up, the supreme guardian of the cult decides that if the old man is so eager for a heroic death, then he will be very happy to fulfill the wish right now. Bringing the giant scorpion's sting down, the monster tries to break through the last line of defense, while terrified people watch in horror as the dome cracks. The monster's huge claw crashes into the magic barrier with a deafening crash, causing the protective field to crack deeply under the incredible pressure of this power. Holding on to the shining shield with the last of his strength and realizing that it will not last long, the mentor desperately shouts to the students to save their lives immediately. Resolutely coming forward and flatly refusing to leave the teacher in the lurch, the guy declares publicly that the principles of their university do not allow cowardice. Baring his teeth in a furious shout, the white-haired leader calls on his classmates to take the last fight and give it their all, since the chances of survival are almost gone. Under the leadership of the teachers, the crowd of students rushes from their seats in a suicidal attack directly towards the giant claws that are looming over them. Blocking the way of the retreating mentor, two opponents mockingly offer him to play, clearly not intending to let their prey out of this trap alive. With a powerful blow of its armored tail, the creature throws the defenders into the air, sending them flying helplessly in different directions to the accompaniment of frightened screams. Looming over the fallen guy, the monster with flaming eyes prepares to deliver the final blow, while the poor guy tries in vain to crawl away, choking on a scream. Taking on a double whammy of opponents, the wizard barely holds back the onslaught of enemies while sparks of furious magical energy fly around him in all directions. Fainting from the unbearable pain, the injured student lies helplessly on the ground as sinister scarlet shadows slowly begin to envelop his body. Sprawled on the flagstones, the surviving defenders watch as the eerie dark aura drains them of their last remaining life force. Soaring high in a swirl of scarlet mist, the mad cult leader bursts into sinister laughter and revels in the smell of blood as he celebrates his triumphant victory. Haughtily gazing at the flaming ruins of a once great university, fanatics solemnly announce that today, the institution will disappear forever from the pages of the Empire's history. Spitting blood and barely able to stay on his feet, the battle-scarred mentor shouts threats of imminent retribution with the last of his strength. Hiding his face behind a creepy mask with a malicious grin, the opponent forms a sphere of concentrated magic between his palms, mockingly doubting the strength of his opponent. With a sharp shout of the name of his technique, Lin Han concentrates all his willpower in his fist, which starts to wildly dance with bright electric discharges. Surrounded by a powerful purple aura, the hero makes a sharp leap forward, turning into a living embodiment of the storm, ready to demolish anyone in its path. Shattering space with blinding flashes of lightning, he unleashes the power of accumulated energy on the enemy, from which sparks fly around and thunder rumbles. A huge arthropod monster finds itself in the midst of an electric storm, helplessly shuddering from high-voltage discharges piercing its shell. Blinded by an incredibly powerful flash, two cultists try to hide from the raging energy that literally tears the space around them. Descending smoothly to the ground amid the ruins of a ruined building, the mage remains completely calm as the dust slowly settles around him after a long jump. After activating several top-level forbidden spells at once, he is covered with glowing magic seals that concentrate the power of wind and thunder in his body. Shocked by what he saw, the fanatic freezes in a daze, trying to comprehend how a mere mortal managed to destroy the elite masters of the Blood Moon sect in an instant. Raising his staff high, Lin Han activates the Forbidden Life Healing spell, which covers everything with giant bright green sparks. As wounded soldiers stare in amazement at their palms, the magical energy instantly tightens their deep wounds and restores their bodies to their former vigor. Narrowing his eyes mockingly, The masked cultist finally realizes who exactly is standing in front of him and says the name of his suddenly dangerous opponent. Rapidly closing the distance, the villain unleashes a series of powerful blows on the guy, forcing him to desperately block the attack with his staff under a hail of purple sparks. Breathing heavily from the colossal pressure, Lin Han struggles to keep his balance and admits that this enemy's might has clearly reached the peak of saint level. Wrapped in a sinister aura and blazing purple flames, the Blood Moon cultist pretentiously displays his dark power right in front of the hero's face. Obeying the will of their master, from the clouds of poisonous smoke and shadows, the outlines of creepy monsters slowly appear, among which a massive beast stands out. Staring intently and fiercely at its target, this dark-spawned predator prepares to pounce while the air around it literally sparkles with an excess of hostile magic. With a deafening roar, a whole pack of nightmarish creatures, led by a clawed bear and a winged demon, rushes to attack, finally breaking the silence. Reflecting on the lost opportunities, the cult leader passes judgment on the magician, who barely realizes how fatally the gap in power has increased due to the madness of the monsters. Gripping his staff in both hands, Lin Han summons the power of thunder, causing the entire space around him to fill with blinding electrical discharges and powerful energy. Suddenly emerging from a whirlwind of dark magic, a creepy masked opponent mockingly invites the hero to show everything that he is capable of, blocking his path. Frantically figuring out how to survive in this trap, the guy realizes the impossibility of dodging the blow and is angry because the hands occupied with protection do not allow him to cast spells. Loudly mocking the loneliness and helplessness of the enemy, the villain revels in the moment while the crazed monsters trample the last defenders into the ground. Defiantly shouting out a promise to protect everyone, Lin Han raises his hand with a violently pulsing ball of crimson-black energy, preparing to smash this circus to smithereens. By casting the most powerful forbidden undead summoning spell, the mage instantly fills the battlefield with a line of ghostly knights in armor who are ready to sweep away anyone in their path. Dumbfounded by what he saw and clearly not expecting such a turn from an ordinary priest, the villain freezes in bewilderment, not understanding how a healer can master the summoning of necromancers. Ordering his army to destroy all living things, the guy declares to the enemy that he does not care at all about other people's opinions as long as he can wipe out the legions of monsters of the cult. Ruthlessly plunging spears and blades into the eyes and mouths of the ferocious creatures, the summoned warriors unleash a veritable massacre while their allies finish off the stunned monsters. Watching this insane skill, the surviving students call their savior God, while the master in shock lists all the forbidden techniques used. Hovering in the midst of a blood vortex, the masked man recognizes Lin Han's strength and invites him to admire the beautiful landscape of scarlet sparks and a pack of creepy monsters. Dazed by the sudden shift around them, bystanders point their fingers at the sky, trying to figure out why the hell the moon turned bloody and why the world around them began to plunge into darkness. Shrouded in demonic flames, the cultist throws his hand forward, activating his ultimate ability called the Demon Lord's Domain. Feeling the full weight of the enemy's magic, the guys below literally freeze in place, unable to even move due to the unknown pressure that bound them. Gripping his staff to white knuckles, the wizard tries to resist the powerful debuff, which not only nullified his magic, but also pressed him into the ground with tenfold gravity. Looming in the crimson sky, the cultist calls the hero a helpless dog and promises to kill him right in the center of his dome. But in response, he hears only a bold and confident answer. Instead of the expected fear, a predatory grin spreads across the guy's face as he tells the enemy that all this vaunted superpower will be just a delicious dinner for him. Then the sky is torn apart by a pillar of violent dark energy, triggering a demonization process that removes all restrictions and grants the hero the blessing of the demon god. After assessing the situation after the transformation, Lin Han notices with a predatory grin that using the same spell in a new form has become much easier and more pleasant. Clenching his fist until it crunches, shrouded in dark energy, the opponent delivers a lightning-fast blow from which crimson sparks fly in different directions. With a powerful and crushing blow directly to the body, the enemy knocks the spirit out of the hero, which is why the very space around shudders with a splash of dark energy. Looking at the rapidly emptied HP bar, the guy realizes the criticality of the situation and angrily shouts out how unrealistic a lot of resources he lost. Slowly and eerily reluctantly, the life bar begins to fill back in, clearly demonstrating that the recovery process will be long and unlikely to save the day. With a powerful punch, the Blood Moon cultist knocks Lin Han back again, knocking out a gigantic amount of damage points. Panting, the guy looks down at his critically lowered health bar with a furious grin, realizing that a couple more missed attacks will be his last. Smiling ominously, the enemy mockingly asks if this is his second profession, promising to test how many more blows the little demon prince can withstand. As he struggles through the pain, the hero suddenly releases a colossal dark energy that bursts right out of him as he screams about his intention to devour the enemy's blood. Against the background of purple-black space, the hero's health bar is pierced by a thin red line, signaling that the process of absorbing life has begun. Breaking into a furious scream, the masked enemy is infuriated by the enemy's audacity and vows to pulverize him for trying to feast on his own blood. Seizing the moment, the cultist casts a series of lightning strikes that flash bright sparks on the mage's body, causing him to momentarily lose control of the situation. A huge health bar begins to rapidly fill up with bright red energy, confirming that the risky plan to absorb other people's resources worked as it should. Baring his sharp teeth in a frightening and insane smile, the hero completely surrenders to the power of his demonic essence, while his eyes flash with an ominous scarlet light. Against the backdrop of the recovery sign, Lin Han watches as his powers return to him, turning the recent outsider into a veritable killing machine. Grinning mockingly, the enemy warns the hero that absorbing someone else's blood is a lousy idea, because it doesn't take long to lose your own identity altogether. Barely able to contain his rage, he tells the enemy to shut up and attack, while an inner demon in his subconscious whispers that it's worth accepting even more darkness. Soaring into the air and enveloped in an ominous aura, the cultist prepares to deliver a decisive blow, wanting to test the endurance of his stubborn opponent. Abruptly clutching his head in unbearable pain, the young man struggles to keep his sanity as his health bar flashes treacherously in the critical zone. Suddenly seizing the initiative with a powerful counterattack, the hero with burning eyes pushes the enemy away, ignoring the empty HP bar for the last crushing breakthrough. The wounded boy struggles to stay on his feet, while the insidious shadow with his own face insistently demands to give the body under her control. Mockingly lifting the exhausted hero's chin, the enemy asks with mock sympathy if the dark side has finally consumed his mind. As a clawed hand grips the young man's neck mercilessly, his inner demon continues to whisper that only he can crush this fanatic. Confident of its imminent victory, the creepy entity with a predatory grin anticipates the moment when it can take possession of the long-awaited body. Not wanting to listen to the tempter any longer and accept defeat, Lin Han furiously orders everyone to shut up despite the almost empty strip of life. With a grin, the cultist offers to either become a part of his power or disappear together, while the hero considers whether merging with the demon prince can restore health. Grinning in a predatory smile, the eerie shadow inside the hero wonders if this mad enemy is trying to achieve complete unification. Smiling serenely and trampling on the exhausted opponent, the cultist only asks contemptuously what kind of nonsense he is talking in his dying delirium. When the interface flashes a critical warning about the proximity to death, the hero has no choice but to accept the insane offer of the dark force. Abruptly intercepting the opponent's hand, the young man with an already inhuman grin makes it clear that the deal is made, and now the rules of the game have changed. With a predatory grin on his face and a mad scarlet glint in his eyes, Lin Han's dark side abruptly closes the distance, spitting out a shout of victory. Taken aback by the sudden turn, the masked enemy only has time to let out a short cry as the space around them begins to boil with dark energy. With a powerful jerk, the hero clings to the enemy, activating his frightening ability, which is why flashes of black flame fly in all directions, suppressing the will of the victim. Screaming in pain, the cultist tries to reason with his tormentor by shouting that such a frenzied rate of force absorption will simply kill them both. Completely unconcerned with his own life, the demon, consumed with a thirst for destruction, only laughs in response, declaring that the joint death seems to him quite a good ending. A critical system notification pops up right in front of your eyes, warning you that the level of energy absorbed has broken through the permissible limit of the human body. Letting out a fierce, almost bestial growl, the madman continues to absorb the other's power, while his own shell bursts at the seams from the unbearable pressure. Tightly clinging to the dazed enemy, Lin Han turns into a living epicenter of an energy storm that is about to tear reality to pieces. Suddenly, the entire space around collapses into a monstrous black sphere, stitched with purple lightning bolts and threatening total annihilation of all living things. A colossal pillar of magical flame is piercing the sky, thundering through the entire area, marking the end of this insane suicide attack. Gradually settling dust reveals a terrible picture of total destruction, where the surviving students are frozen in a daze among the rubble of concrete walls. Looking around in confusion, the surviving children try to realize the scale of the explosion that occurred, which for a moment hid everything in a thick and impenetrable fog. With an undisguised shock on his face, the white-haired guy freezes in place, unable to believe that the epicenter of the recent chaos has turned into a lifeless void. Calling loudly for the leader, the loyal partner rushes to the very edge of the giant crater, at the bottom of which Lin Han's body is stretched motionless. Breaking into a desperate whisper, the guy frantically checks the pulse of his commander and states in horror that he is no longer breathing. With a deafening howl of grief and disbelief, he falls to his knees in front of the body of his leader, while the other allies stand behind him in complete shock. Suddenly, the powerful and rhythmic sound of a beating heart reverberates through the hall, causing the space around to literally vibrate with the returning vitality. Abruptly recoiling, the crying blonde hears a grumpy remark from a friend who is clearly not happy about the fact that his clothes are used instead of a handkerchief. With his eyes slightly narrowed and a grin on his face, Lin Han effectively returns from the dead, as if he just decided to take a nap in the middle of an epic mess. Laughing happily and instantly forgetting about the recent despair, the whole team enthusiastically shouts to the whole neighborhood that their invincible magician has saved everyone again and is immortal in general. Having bathed in the glory rays and the deafening shouts of the crowd, the resurrected hero receives congratulations from fans who are ready to carry him in their arms for an incredible rescue. Confidently clutching a magic staff, the Empire's only holy priest officially declares the beginning of his legendary ascent to the heights of power. Towering over the city as a symbol of a new era, the university keeps within its walls the memory of a great feat that has forever entered the golden history of the Star Dragon.